Volume 2, Chapter 50, Judge I Am Innocent, Part 1, Vroom. So what kind of place is the Urner continent? Kang-woo asked Echidna while driving back to his house. At first, he'd offered her a seat in the passenger's seat, but she didn't seem to want to move from his leg. Well, it's not like she's bothering me, because she'd become so small she didn't bother him. I'm not sure what you're asking me. Echidna seemed troubled at his question. Her reaction was understandable. It was probably similar to asking someone from Earth what kind of place it was. Tell me about the countries there, what kind of people live there, how they live, etc. First, the biggest country is the Arnan Empire. Then, Echidna's explanation kept going on. The Urner continent she was describing was a place similar to one of those medieval fantasy worlds that often appeared in novels. They used swords and magic, and it was a world where fairies, monsters, and dragons existed. Then, are the monsters from the gates coming from the Urner continent? The goblins and trolls that appeared in the gates were monsters that couldn't be seen in hell. They were monsters that used the power of mana stones to move rather than demonic energy. At first, he'd thought average monsters were weak compared to demonic monsters like the Hellhound or Buer, but that wasn't necessarily true. The problem is that a monster like the Buer shouldn't have appeared in a B-rank gate. If the Buer had appeared in an A-rank gate, there wouldn't have been so much commotion. The average monsters aren't weak, and the ones that appear in S-rank gates are proof of that. He couldn't ignore them just because they weren't demonic monsters. Echidna, tell me more about yourself, Kang-woo asked while steering the wheel of the car. Me? Yes, things like how you used to live, how you got involved with Reinald, etc. I used to live with my dad. But one day, he suddenly left me alone and disappeared. He disappeared? Yes, after that happened, I spent my days reading in the lair until someone suddenly entered it. That was Reinald, right? Echidna nodded. Kang-woo clicked his tongue and then opened his mouth. It must have been lonely. Yes, it was very lonely, Echidna said in a depressed voice. To be honest, Kang-woo couldn't understand her feelings very well. He didn't know the emotion called loneliness very well. After all, I was always lonely. He had lived alone since he was born, so his sense of loneliness was a bit dulled. Then how did you get summoned here? While fighting against Reinald, I felt like someone was calling me and then a gate suddenly appeared. He still wasn't sure what the mechanism for a summoning was, but it seemed like it hadn't happened because she'd wished for it. We arrived. While talking with Echidna, they reached the shabby apartment complex where he lived with Han Seala. So this is Kang-woo's nest. No, the word nest is a bit. To be honest, it isn't even my house. Kang-woo parked the car while smiling awkwardly. Kang-woo's car stood out quite a bit among the domestic cars. Should I get a new house? He didn't intend to live separated from Han Seala and her mother, Kim Mai-jeong. But one couldn't deny that the house was a bit shabby and small. Since he was starting to earn money, maybe it wasn't a bad idea to move to a bigger house. It would be more comfortable to move somewhere near the Red Rose Guild. He and Ki Yeon-ju had become true allies. Kang-woo was quite satisfied with the relationship and wanted them to keep being allies. So he thought moving closer to the Red Rose Guild's base would be more comfortable. I can also go to an internet cafe with her. Kang-woo laughed while thinking about Ki Yeon-ju getting angry. Let's go. Okay. Kang-woo lifted Echidna and walked toward the house. Kaya, a scream spread through the living room. So cutie. Han Seala took Echidna from Kang-woo and hugged her aggressively. Echidna flapped her wings as she felt the pressure of two big pieces of flesh. Save me, Kang-woo, she desperately called for Kang-woo. Kang-woo gulped while looking at Han Seala hug Echidna. I envy you. In Kang-woo's eyes, Echidna was screaming because of pleasure. Kang-woo. Of course, in reality, she was suffering. Is her name Echidna? How can she be so cute? I thought that you would feel repulsed. Why would I feel repulsion toward such a cute summoned monster? Han Seala looked at him confused. Kang-woo laughed, but it's still a monster. But she's cute. Cute things are justice. Han Seala hugged Echidna even tighter. Kang-woo laughed after seeing a side of her he hadn't seen before. Save me. Echidna is struggling, so let her go. Oh, sorry, I didn't notice. Han Seala finally let Echidna go. Echidna flew toward Kang-woo and looked at Han Seala cautiously after being freed by her. It seems like since she became smaller, her physical strength was also reduced. If Echidna had her original strength, there's no way Seala would have been able to hold Echidna while she was trying to free herself. Kang-woo, that person is scary. Well, she didn't have ill intentions, so don't be so cautious about her. Kang-woo found Echidna hiding behind him, similar to how a kid would react cute, so he patted her head softly. Echidna, who was staring at Han Seala as Kang-woo patted her, started to rub her head with his finger. She's cute. Kang-woo kept patting her with a smile on his face. He felt like his emotions that had dried up after spending so many years in hell were returning to him. Seala, how have you been feeling recently? Is hunting going well? Yes, of course. Our level is increasing very fast, too. We're soon going to reach the third awakening and finally go to a C-rank gate. That's good to hear, Kang-woo said while nodding. He wasn't that surprised because of how fast she was leveling. It's because Kim Shi-hoon is probably still in their party. The player who had the OP SSS ranked attribute, because he was leading the party, it was obvious that the rest would also level up fast. Not only that, but Tisu and Siala are also quite talented. Even Yoon Bai, who was a long-range damage dealer, was quite talented compared to an average player. With their talent and the help of Kim Shi-hoon, it would be weird if it took them time to level up. To think that we'd level up so fast, I was also quite surprised, Fufu. This is all thanks to Mr. Kang-woo, but I didn't do that much. What are you talking about? What you told us on the first day was of great help to us, and also, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have even dreamed of living like this. Han Xiala smiled while blushing a bit. That smile made Kang-woo feel good, wanting to receive love. He remembered his past self while looking at Echidna. When he'd been a kid who was seeking love and attention, it doesn't feel bad. Knowing that someone thought so positively about him didn't feel bad. While feeling a weird, warm sensation, Kang-woo sat on the sofa. Ah. Let's have small party to celebrate Echidna's arrival. Fufu, today I'll foot the bill. Are you sure? I've recently been earning quite a lot of money while hunting with Mr. Shi-hoon, Mr. Tisu, and Yoon Bai, so I'm okay with spending this much, Siala said while smiling brightly. It seemed like the poor tag following her was starting to fade away. After hearing that she was going to host a celebration party, Kang-woo nodded and opened his mouth. Good. Then, of course, the best food in this situation is kimchi stew. No kimchi stew. Kang-woo looked at her with his feelings hurt. Han Xiala sighed. Recently, you've been eating kimchi stew every single day. That's true, aren't you tired of it? How could I get tired of it? Getting tired of kimchi stew? There's no way something like that would happen. Han Xiala grabbed her head after seeing Kang-woo's determined eyes. Anyway, today let's eat something more luxurious. Something luxurious? Ta-da, Mr. Kang-woo, check this out. She showed him a pack with a golden tag on top of it. It's Han-woo, it was on sale today, so I bought it. Han-woo. Let's eat beef today. She grabbed the pack of meat with a smile on her face and walked toward the kitchen. But Kang-woo seemed a bit disappointed somehow. How about we put that into a kimchi stew? That would be an insult to the beef. Understand, Mr. Kang-woo? Yes. At her firm answer, Kang-woo lowered his head. Should I sleep? After enjoying the beef party, Kang-woo lay on the bed with a tired expression. Echidna came flying toward the bed. Was it delicious? It was amazing. Echidna trembled while thinking about the beef she had just eaten. Kang-woo smiled, lifted her, and placed her on his chest. It's been a long day, so let's sleep. Okay. Echidna nodded and curled up on top of his chest. It seemed like she was tired because she wasn't fully recovered yet, so she quickly fell asleep. Now that I think about it, if Echidna had been able to turn into a human, she wouldn't have been able to sleep like this. He didn't care because she was a dragon, but Echidna was clearly female. Things would have gotten quite messy if she could turn into a human. Well, I guess this isn't bad. After patting the sleeping Echidna a bit, he closed his eyes. The tiredness he had been stacking up soon led him into a sleeping state. The next day, Kang-woo opened his eyes due to the sunlight entering his room through the window. He felt something that was pressing down on his body. Is it Echidna? But it was quite heavy for it to be Echidna. After all, what he was feeling weighed at least 30 kilograms. Kang-woo turned his eyes to his chest area. There he saw naked a girl with long black hair. What? Kang-woo gave a surprised look to the girl sleeping on top of his chest. What happened? Kang-woo's expression became stiff after seeing a girl he'd never seen before sleeping on top of him. Am I dreaming? Chapter 51, Judge, I Am Innocent, Part 2, HNG. Kang-woo, the black-haired girl who had just woken up, called his name while rubbing her eyes. Echidna, Kang-woo looked at her, perplexed. The girl who wasn't wearing any clothes looked around. She looked at her own body. She couldn't understand why she had a human form. Were you always able to take a human form? No, it's the first time this has happened. Echidna seemed interested in her arms that had turned into a human's, so she answered while moving them. Kang-woo didn't know what part of Echidna to rest his eyes on. Creak at that moment, Han Xiala entered the room. Mr. Kang-woo, breakfast is R. There was a heavy silence. Han Xiala's expression hardened after seeing a little girl on top of Kang-woo's body. Mr. Kang-woo, it's a misunderstanding. How to such a little. I'm innocent, Kang-woo said, with an expression that showed he found this situation unfair to Han Xiala. No, it was really unfair. Who would have known that Echidna would turn into a human form during the night? Your Honor, I'm innocent. It took a lot of time to explain to Han Xiala what happened, after the situation calmed down. Han Xiala, Echidna, and Kang-woo were in the living room. Echidna was wearing the clothes Han Xiala used to wear when she was a kid. Isn't there something you can think of? At Kang-woo's question, Echidna placed both hands on her chest and tried to remember. Last night, while sleeping with Kang-woo, I felt something hot entering my body. What? Kang-woo's expression stiffened and Han Xiala looked at him while stuttering. Echidna's explanation kept going on. It was a very hot and strong energy. Echidna, as that energy spread through my body, I felt like I became one with Kang-woo. Why are you doing this to me? At first it hurt a little bit. But soon it started to feel good. Did I do something wrong to you? As her explanation continued, he felt an angrier gaze from Han Xiala. It was as if she was looking at a bug. Mr. Kang-woo. Nothing happened. Kang-woo sighed and opened his mouth. Can you return to your dragon form? Kang-woo still wasn't sure how strong she was. But considering that her strength had gone down after becoming smaller, it would be fatal if she couldn't return to her original form. Yes, I think I can return to my original form. After saying that, she transformed her left arm into a dragon's. Seeing a dragon's arm on a girl's body looked weird, but the important thing was that she could return to her original form. I'm glad. Her being able to transform at her own will was great news. Even if her size was small, a dragon was still a dragon. She was going to catch other people's attention. But now that I think about it, isn't this form even more eye-catching? Kang-woo looked at the unrealistically beautiful appearance of Echidna. She looked like a doll who could move of her own will. He thought that appearance could catch more people's attention than the dragon form. I'll leave this to her. Regarding that, he was planning to respect Echidna's decision. Kang-woo began to think about why Echidna could suddenly turn into a human. Her explanations crossed his mind. Is it because she became a summoned monster? Just like a familiar spirit created with the authority of subordination could use part of his strength, maybe she could also use a bit of his strength. Anyway, I guess it doesn't matter as long as she can return to her dragon form. Kang-woo leaned his back on the sofa. Echidna, who was next to him, naturally walked toward him and sat on his lap. What are you doing? I'm more comfortable here. The soft sensation of skin was stimulating him. Doing this with her human form is a bit too much. He didn't mind when she was in her dragon form, but when she was in her human form, he felt like he was committing a crime. Kang-woo made Echidna sit next to him. Echidna looked at him like an abandoned puppy. Kang-woo, you don't like me being in my human form? No, that's not it. If asked what form he preferred, he would answer that he liked the human form more. Then why is it that you don't want me to sit on your lap? HNG that? Kang-woo looked at her with a troubled expression. He wasn't sure how to explain the situation. Let's eat breakfast first. That sounds great. Just in time, Han Xiala proposed that they should all go and have breakfast. Dodging Echidna's question, Kang-woo went to the table. Echidna pouted while looking at Kang-woo's back. Click, click, then we should go and get some clothes today. Clothes? Yes, the clothes I used to wear are all old and my size also doesn't seem to fit her well. Ah, I see. Kang-woo looked at the clothes Echidna was wearing. Han Xiala's clothes definitely didn't fit her. Especially around the chest area. Kang-woo coughed and turned his eyes to Han Xiala. Where are you planning to go? There's a big shopping mall not so far from here, so I was planning to go there. Mr. Kang-woo, do you want to come as well? No, there are some things I must do, so I don't think I'll be able to go. I'll leave Echidna to you, Xiala. Kang-woo. You're not coming? Echidna grabbed his clothes with a sad expression after hearing that he had things to do. Kang-woo patted her head softly. Stay with Xiala today, I'll be back tonight. Okay, Echidna nodded while biting her lips a bit. To move freely as a human, she will probably need an ID. In the modern world, not having an ID was quite bothersome, so Kang-woo was thinking of meeting with Ki-yeon-ju and asking her to make an ID for Echidna. Great, I was already planning to go and see her. He had another reason why he wanted to meet Ki-yeon-ju. I'm going to ask for a permanent S-rank gate access pass. He couldn't use his temporary gate access pass anymore. He was planning to ask Ki-yeon-ju for a pass that would let him enter whenever he wanted. An S-rank gate. Initially, he had no intentions of going to an S-rank gate so soon. He was planning to gain more experience on B and rank gates and challenging the S-rank gate after completing the 6th Awakening. But after getting Echidna as his summoned monster, his opinion changed. Kang-woo looked at Echidna, who was eating with a sad expression. If it's with Echidna, I'm sure I'll be able to hunt in an S-rank gate. Although she was a hatchling, she was still a dragon. She would probably be able to handle 1 or 2 S-rank monsters. To be honest, he could perfectly hunt alone in an S-rank gate. The problem was what would happen when something unexpected happened. He had no problems with 1 or 2, but things could get complicated if more than that number appeared. Echidna was going to be solid support in those situations. I'll take you shopping later. Thank you, Mr. Kang-woo. After breakfast, he sent a message to Ki-yeon-ju and told her he would visit her. Then he took Echidna and Han Xiala to the shopping mall in the car. Don't be sad, we're going to see each other tonight. Echidna grabbed his clothes and trembled as if she didn't want to be separated from him. After calming Echidna, Kang-woo drove to the Red Rose Guild's house. Beep, it's me. Come in. He saw a wide office after opening the door. So what brings you here today? There are a few things I wanted to ask you. Kang-woo told her what happened in the S-rank gate. Someone from another world appeared. Yes, they said that they were from the Urner continent. Oof, Ki-yeon-ju frowned. She couldn't believe what she was being told. Since she didn't know what to ask because of the surprise, Kang-woo asked another thing. Do you know anything about the Gaia system? No, it's the first time I've heard that word. I see, the monster you summoned came from the Urner continent. Yes, could I see her? She didn't come with me today, I'll present her to you later, but you probably won't be able to get a lot of information from her. After her father disappeared, she'd spent most of her time alone in the lair. She probably didn't know many things about the world she used to live in. I need an ID for Echidna. Huh, you want me to get an ID for the summoned monster? She looked at him as if she were saying nonsense. Kang-woo explained to her about Echidna. Oof, to think that you would summon a dragon, just what are you? Isn't it a bit late to ask me that? Chenji, Ki Yeonju looked at him displeased. You can do it. Right, oof, okay, send me a picture later on. Thanks, and there's one more thing that I wanted to ask. What now? Ki Yeonju looked at him with a tired expression after seeing how well Kang-woo was using her. I want an official S-rank gate. Knock, knock. The sound of a knock cut what Kang-woo was saying. Kang-woo and Ki Yeonju looked at the door. There's something I need to talk about. Creak. The person who entered the room was a girl with silver hair tied in a ponytail. Beak Hwa Yeon. Kang-woo mumbled her name that was left in his memories. Chapter 52, Hunting at the Level S Gate, Part 1, Hwarang's Third Squad. Unlike the first and second squads that were each protecting Suwon and Pohang, they were in charge of investigating crimes committed by players. Was she in charge of the third squad? Kang-woo stared at Beak Hwa Yeon, who had bright silver hair. It was weird for an Asian to have silver hair, but because of her beauty it didn't feel weird. She's probably strong. He looked at her with his eyes narrowed. At first glance she looked really frail, but there was no way that was actually the case. He could feel a sense of dignity from her expressions and how she acted. She looked like one of those people that wouldn't break. He wasn't sure what level she was at, but he felt that she was probably among the strongest. It seems like there was a guest. I'm sorry for interrupting you. Is he the person you're supporting? Beak Hwa Yeon asked while looking at Kang-woo. Yes. Is he part of the Red Rose Guild? No. He isn't part of our guild. It's more like an alliance. Whoa, to think you'd give such huge support to a player that isn't part of your guild, that's surprising. He's someone worthy. Beak Hwa Yeon looked at Kang-woo with interest. She extended her hand toward him. Nice to meet you. I'm the captain of Hwarang's third squad, Beak Hwa Yeon. I'm Kang-woo. Kang-woo. After hearing his name, Beak Hwa Yeon frowned a bit and tried to remember where she'd heard that name. Ah, you're that young man I met in front of the C-rank gate. It seemed like she finally remembered having seen Kang-woo previously. She grabbed his hands while her eyes shone. Ki Yeonju tilted her head. Have you two met before? Yes, he was a very polite and just young man. Haha, Ki Yeonju, you have a good eye for people. What? After hearing what Beak Hwa Yeon said, Ki Yeonju looked at Kang-woo with an expression that made it seem like she'd just eaten something disgusting. Kang-woo, a polite and just young man? That was nonsense. There weren't that many people in the world whom those two words didn't seem to match. What kind of scam did he do? Ki Yeonju looked at him with suspicious eyes. Kang-woo scratched the back of his head while making a silly smile. Haha. You're over-flattering me. I'm overwhelmed by Miss Beak Hwa Yeon's positive view of me. Bleh. What? No, I just felt a bit disgusted. Ki Yeonju shrugged her shoulders and turned her head to Beak Hwa Yeon. I don't agree about him being polite or just, but he's definitely someone skillful. I see. Beak Hwa Yeon sat down while nodding. Ki Yeonju turned her head to Kang-woo and asked. So what were you trying to ask? Kang-woo took a glimpse at Beak Hwa Yeon. Ki Yeonju noticed and spoke. You don't need to worry about Hwa Yeon. She has a deep relationship with us. Well, if you say so, then I'll just say it. I want access permission to the S-rank gate. What? Ki Yeonju was surprised at the unexpected request. She looked at Kang-woo with narrowed eyes. Are you planning to hunt in an S-ranked gate? Yes, didn't I tell you that I got a summoned monster? It would be dangerous if I were alone, but I'm okay now that I have a summoned monster. Oof. Ki Yeonju looked at him in disbelief. He didn't seem to be exaggerating. The Kang-woo she knew wasn't someone who would try to do something impossible. If he said he could hunt, it was because he could do it. You know what monsters appear in Suwon's S-rank gate, right? Giant ogres, mountain giants, wyverns, and El Quiro. Ki Yeonju named all of the monsters that appeared inside the gate. Even if you hunt there, don't go near the lake, understood? Yes, I know, Kang-woo nodded. The giant lake that covered half of the S-rank gate. Surprisingly, there weren't many monsters living inside the giant lake. The reason for that was the monster named El Quiro that Ki Yeonju had just mentioned. It was a monster that looked like a stingray, and its size reached 30 meters. It had thousands of poisonous stingers on its fins, and it radiated high-voltage electrical currents through its body. Because El Quiro had eaten most of the monsters within the lake, those that couldn't walk out of the water hadn't survived. The only monsters left in the lake were those El Quiro didn't consider food. It looked beautiful on the outside, But in reality, the Lake of Suwon's S-rank gate was a place where one single predator had devoured most of the monsters that lived within it. Oof, okay, then I'll ask them to convert the temporary access permission to an official one. You'll be able to enter it tomorrow. Thank you. Kang-woo's eyes shone after hearing that he'd be able to enter the gate the next day. Wait, Beak Hwa Yon, who had been listening to the conversation between the two, shouted in surprise. S-rank gate? What are you talking about? He was in a C-rank gate until a few days ago. You see, Ki Yeonju sighed. Just like Beak Hwa Yon had said, until a few weeks before, Kang-woo was a player who'd hunted in a C-rank gate. But now, he's a monster who can even enter S-rank gates. Ki Yeonju looked at Kang-woo in disbelief. She knew he was talented. She thought that maybe he would be able to surpass Beak Kang Hyun, Korea's most talented player. But maybe he had more potential than she'd thought. His growth rate was unprecedented. The only one I can think of is First Lady Grace McCarbon. She was the first person to awaken as a player and was ranked first in the world. No, he's growing faster than Grace. It had been only a month since he'd awakened as a player. He had become as strong as a national ranker in just a month. Even if First Lady had grown fast, it wasn't as fast as Kang-woo. How much of a monster will he become in the future? She looked at him, half excited and half worried. Well, things happen, but you can believe me when I say you can trust this guy's skills. Even so an S-rank gate is. Beak Hwa Yon looked at Kang-woo, confused. The S-rank gate was a place that even national rankers were wary about hunting in alone. Of course, the monster El Quora was the biggest reason why people avoided going there, but the other monsters that appeared in it were also quite strong. Did he awaken an S-rank attribute on the third awakening? Beak Hwa Yon asked herself while looking at Kang-woo. No, even if he has an S-rank attribute, it's impossible to go from C to S in just a few weeks. That meant that he may have awakened an attribute with a higher rank than that. It seems like you've grabbed an amazing player. Well, I'm not sure if I have grabbed him or he has grabbed me, but oh well. Ki Yeonju smiled bitterly and shrugged her shoulders. She looked at Beak Hwa Yon and spoke. Then I'll be going. After they finished talking, Kang-woo stood up. He had already talked to her about Echidna's ID and an S-rank gate access permit. Since he had already solved both things, there was no reason for him to remain there. They seemed to want that too. Kang-woo turned to Beak Hwa Yon. Be careful, the S-rank gate is a very dangerous place. I went a couple of times. I almost died once because the attention of many monsters became centered on me. I'll keep that in mind. After saying that, Kang-woo walked out of the office. As Kang-woo walked out of the office, there was silence. Ki Yeonju looked at Beak Hwa Yon, who was sitting in the place where Kang-woo had been. So what happened? Something related to the demon cult. After hearing the words demon cult, Ki Yeonju frowned angrily. A strong killing intent emerged from her body. Did you get evidence? No, not yet. Oof. Ki Yeonju sighed in disappointment after hearing Beak Hwa Yon's answer. But this time there's a good chance we'll be able to. Can I look forward to it? Do you remember I told you that one of our agents had successfully infiltrated the demon cult? Ah, yes. Last night, Agent Kang Dong-hoon secretly sent me a message. He told me that he had evidence, so he would set up a meeting point and pass me the video. Ki Yeonju's eyes shone after hearing Beak Hwa Yon's words. He got a video with evidence? Yes. Then can't he just send the video as a file? There's no need to meet him and put both parties in danger, right? The pieces of equipment used to transfer data are being strictly monitored, so we can't do that. You also can't send or receive messages from inside the demon cult. They're terribly thorough. Since they do things like that, Beak Hwa Yon frowned as if just thinking that was enough to make her unpleasant. The crazy people who kidnapped players and used them as offerings. Even that was only one of the many things they were trying to do. Hwa Yon didn't even know what other secretive plans they had. Did the agent infiltrate the main base? No, it's just a branch. We don't know where the base is. We aren't even sure if the main base is in Korea. Don't tell me. Are they an organization with branches all over the world? Judging by their size, there's a good chance that's the case. Oof, Ki Yeonju sighed. Just what are they trying to do? To think that a cult full of crazy people who used living players as offerings was an organization present worldwide. She couldn't believe something like that was happening in the 21st century. Nothing has been revealed exactly yet. This is just my guess, so don't be too hasty. So where's the meeting place? Suwon. I'm meeting up with him tomorrow near Hwaseo Station. There wasn't anyone in Korea that didn't know about Suwon Hwaseo Station. It was where one of the two S-rank gates in Korea was present. I want to ask for your guild's collaboration. I want to meet him as discreetly as possible, but there's still the chance that something may happen. Okay, Ki Yeonju didn't doubt for a second and nodded. Things related to the demon cult were her current priority. I'll go. Is it because of that kid? Ki Yeonju frowned at Beak Hwa Yon's question. Don't talk about her. I'm sorry, understood. You coming will be very reassuring. Beak Hwa Yon softly tapped Ki Yeon-ju's shoulders while smiling bitterly. Suwon Hwaseo Station. Ki Yeon-ju thought of Kang-woo, who had said he would go hunt in the S-rank gate. I'm sure I won't meet him there, right? The only thing they had to do was receive the video file from the agent. There was no way for him to somehow get involved. Chapter 53, Hunting at the Level S Gate, Part 2, the next day. Kang-woo got up early, ate breakfast, and prepared to go out. Next to him there was Echidna, who was wearing a white dress. Is this the one you bought yesterday with Siala? It was a one-piece that had frills. Echidna grabbed the hem of the dress and turned around. It was a movement he would normally see in manhwa, but because Echidna, who looked like a doll, did it, it felt like he was inside one. Does this look good on me, Kang-woo? Echidna looked at him expectantly. Kang-woo smiled and patted her head. Yes, it suits you. Hee. It seemed like Echidna was happy to hear Kang-woo's praise. She clenched her fist and moved it downwards. She ran toward Han Siala and bowed her head. Thank you, Kang-woo liked it. Fufu, since Echidna is so pretty, I'm sure everything would have suited you. Han Siala patted Echidna while making a kind smile. Kang-woo turned his body toward the entrance door. Then I'll go hunt with Echidna. Yes, Mr. Kang-woo. Siala smiled bitterly and nodded after hearing that he was going to hunt with Echidna. She seemed to feel envious. She knew that she still lacked a bit to hunt with him. Good luck today, Mr. Kang-woo. Siala, you're going hunting today, right? Yes, I'm going again with Mr. Shihun, Mr. Tisu, and Yunbai. If you see a monster you've never seen before, avoid fighting against it and escape. Yes, understood. One of these days I'll go with you guys. Mr. Kang-woo is coming? Yes, Siala seemed surprised. Kang-woo slowly nodded. I think it's about time I helped them power level. They had probably gained a lot of battle experience, so it was necessary to help them level up and thus help them grow. Hee. Then I'll be waiting for that day. She seemed happy just to hear that Kang-woo would go with them one of those days. After leaving behind the happy Han Siala, Kang-woo drove to the S-rank gate. Good, then should I start? After driving to the place where the S-rank gate was, Kang-woo easily got into the S-rank gate by using the access permission that was given to him by Ki Yeon-ju. But weren't there fewer members of the devouring squad than the last time? Normally, the entrance would be full of members of the first squad guarding the gate. But that day, there seemed to be fewer people than the last time. Well, I guess it's nothing important. It wasn't important whether something happened or not to the devouring squad. Kang-woo took a glimpse at the lake. Don't get near that lake. A very dangerous monster lives inside it. Understood. I'll stay with you. Then I'll drag the monsters. You support me with magic, and don't transform to your original form. Of course, fighting with her original body would make things easier, but it was just too big. There was a chance that it would drag too much attention while hunting. Okay. Echidna nodded with her eyes full of enthusiasm. Kang-woo used the authority of observation to see the monsters that were around. Is that a giant ogre? He sensed a giant that was over 5 meters big roaming around. It was a common monster that appeared in the Suwon S-rank gate. Because it gave a lot of experience, it was a popular monster to hunt. Should I try to hunt one first? Kang-woo used the authority of temptation and dragged one giant ogre to them. Stomp, 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 Echidna, get ready. Okay, the floor began moving as if an earthquake had happened. Kang-woo lowered his body after seeing the giant ogre getting closer. Grrrrrrr. Seeing an ogre that was almost 5 meters tall shouting and running toward you would usually be overwhelming. Authority of divine power. Kang-woo concluded that without using an authority, he wouldn't be able to win against a giant ogre, so he used the authority of divine power and then collided with it. Grrrrrrr. As Kang-woo and the giant ogre collided, the surrounding terrain turned upside down and a loud noise spread. A short exclamation came out of Kang-woo's mouth. As expected from an S-rank monster, even with the authority of divine power, it was hard to resist it, but Kang-woo's eyes shone. While maintaining the authority of divine power, Kang-woo used the arms of the giant ogre as a path to run to its body. I can win against it. Crack, krarr. A spear made of demonic energy pierced the neck of the giant ogre. If it were for him, he wanted to use the authority of dark spear combined with the authority of the blade and cut the ogre's body from the inside out. That's going to be hard to do. Using 3 different authorities simultaneously would be hard for him at the moment. Without the authority of divine power, I won't be able to resist. Kang-woo had to put extra strength on his hand so as to not to be pushed away by the giant ogre violently twisting its body. The giant ogre was so strong that blood came out of his hand. Dark side. As Kang-woo and the ogre clashed against each other, Echidna launched her magic. 12 swords appeared in the air and flew toward the ogre. Slash, slash. Kayuo, the ogre who was trying to push Kang-woo away from its body, was cut by the 12 swords. The ogre's eyes became red and it began twisting its body even more violently. Grrrrrr, the giant ogre began running toward Echidna. I can't let you do that. After saying that, Kang-woo dismissed the authority of Dark Spear and concentrated the authority of Divine Power on his right hand. Crack, the authority of Divine Power concentrated on his right hand as he penetrated the monster's skull with it. After breaking through the ogre's head, Kang-woo felt something squishy. Authority of Thunder, BZZT, QO. After feeling lightning strike the insides of his head, the ogre trembled with its mouth agape. A black scythe flew toward the ogre that had become slower. Boom, the 5-meter-tall ogre fell to the ground. Ting, you've successfully eliminated an S-rank normal monster, Giant Ogre. You've gained experience. Your level has gone up by 1. My level went up after killing 1 monster. Kang-woo's eyes shone after reading the message window. Usually, it would require a party of players over level 65 to hunt in an S-rank gate. Because Kang-woo was at level 40, he'd gained a massive amount of experience at once. Very nice. He thought that choosing to go to an S-rank gate was the correct decision. He wouldn't have been able to level up in an A-rank gate after killing a single monster. Kang-woo, are you okay? Echidna approached Kang-woo, who was covered in the blood of the giant ogre. She looked at him with worrying eyes. He patted her. It's okay, I was just scratched a little bit. To not be pushed away from the giant ogre's body, Kang-woo had grabbed the spear even tighter so his hands had been scratched a bit. But because it was a scratch made by his hand being swept away by a spear, it wasn't even worth using the authority of regeneration. I'll heal you. Echidna didn't seem to like that he had a small scratch on his hand, so she began licking the wound. The weird sensation began spreading with a ticklish sensation on his hand. While smiling awkwardly, Kang-woo looked at Echidna, who was licking his hand. That's a hand that was inside the brain of an ogre. But he thought it would be better not to tell her at that moment. It's okay now, Kang-woo said while taking his hand from Echidna. Echidna looked at him a bit disappointed. While looking at his hand, she carefully asked, Kang-woo, was I of help? Yes, he didn't need to think about it. She really had been of great help in hunting the giant ogre. Echidna smiled brightly after hearing his answer. Kang-woo fell into his thoughts while looking at her, for her to be this strong without returning to her original body. He thought that if she fought using her original body, they should be able to crowd hunt even inside an S-rank gate. I feel like I became stronger after being connected with Kang-woo. Echidna looked at her own body with surprise. She felt that after spending a night with Kang-woo, she had become stronger than before. Kang-woo still looked troubled by the words Echidna chose and gulped. Should we hunt the next monster? Yes. After devouring the ogre's body with the authority of predation, he began moving to find the next target. At that moment, a group of wyverns came flying toward them. Wyverns weren't S-rank monsters, but because they moved in big groups, it was known that you had to be even more careful with them than with a giant ogre. There are over 30. Kang-woo's expression stiffened after looking at the group of wyverns flying toward them. A group of over 30 wyverns was powerful enough to hunt a giant ogre easily. The group of wyverns flew toward Kang-woo and Echidna and descended at a speed that was close to the speed of sound. Kang-woo dodged the wyverns' attacks while hugging Echidna. Scratch, ah. While dodging the attack of the wyverns, the claws of a wyvern tore Echidna's dress. Echidna's face became blue. Let's hide first, Kang-woo said while looking at the group of wyverns. But Echidna wasn't in a state where she could hear his words. Kang-woo, Kang-woo praised me for this dress. Her body trembled while she gripped the torn dress. A terrifying energy erupted from her body as if an explosion had happened. Kang-woo praised me for this dress. Echidna's body was covered with a blue light. A giant dragon that made the wyverns look like sparrows appeared. The wyverns that gone flying there after smelling something delicious stared at Echidna, who had transformed into a dragon in surprise. Roar, Echidna's roar spread. After hearing the roar of a dragon, the wyverns tried to turn around and escape. Crack, slash. Echidna annihilated the group of wyverns that were trying to escape. The group of wyverns that could hunt a giant ogre as if it were a kid died by the claws of Echidna without being able to do anything. Whoa, Kang-woo laughed in disbelief. Isn't she stronger than me? Echidna was stronger than he had initially thought. Chapter 54, Hunting at the Level S Gate, Part 3, ROOARR. Echidna's angry roar spread through the interior of the S-rank gate. Ting, your summoned monster has eliminated a wyvern, an A-rank normal monster. Your level has gone up. The screams of wyverns could be heard. The black scythe that Echidna created, fire and thorns dropped toward the wyverns as if it were raining. Ting, your summoned monster has eliminated a wyvern, an A-rank normal monster. Your level has gone up. Nice, Kang-woo clenched his fists while looking at Echidna's great performance. After noticing members of the same species in danger, more wyverns came to help, but they couldn't do anything against the enraged Echidna. Yes. Kill them all? Kang-woo smiled while looking at Echidna, who was killing the wyverns with a strength that exceeded his expectations. Every time Echidna killed a wyvern, a blue message appeared in front of him, and his level increased at an incredible speed. Nice, this is what I call a summoned monster. Kang-woo felt like a trophy husband who lived without doing anything. Buer, Cerberus, Echidna's strength couldn't be compared to the ones the monsters he was thinking of had. Although she consumes a lot of demonic energy, Kang-woo felt a bit sad when he felt his demonic energy depleting. At first, he was surprised after seeing Echidna completely annihilate the group of wyverns. She was so strong that he couldn't believe she had lost against Reinald's party. But that doubt was quickly answered after seeing that his demonic energy flowed out every time Echidna moved. So she became stronger after receiving my power. Kang-woo finally understood what she'd been referring to when she'd said, connected. Just like he was connected to his familiar spirit, she was also connected to him in the soul aspect. It's a bit different from Kim Shi-hoon's case. Kim Shi-hoon's main source of strength wasn't demonic energy but a stat called chi. Unlike him, Echidna's main source of strength was demonic energy. Even if they were both connected to his soul, he could give more to Echidna than Kim Shi-hoon. ROOARR, crack crunch, it isn't a bad thing. Kang-woo's eyes shone after seeing that Echidna had eliminated most of the wyverns. If he had summoned a Buer or a Cerberus, they probably wouldn't have become as strong as Echidna, even if they could absorb his strength. There's a huge gap in their potential after all. It didn't matter how strong an ant became, it was still an ant. Every species had a hard cap on how much strength they could obtain. Of course, you could say that that law didn't apply in a world full of players, but there was no way it didn't have any influence at all. In that sense, Echidna is great. She showed so much strength that Kang-woo wondered if she wasn't actually stronger than him. First of all, she showed more strength than he had initially expected. And the fact that she could use his strength and become so strong meant that his growth also influenced Echidna. The stronger I get, the stronger Echidna will also get. Because Kang-woo was getting stronger at a very fast rate, that was a huge bonus point. It seemed like the clothes also got bigger when she grew in size. Ting, your summoned monster has eliminated a wyvern, an A-rank normal monster. Your level has gone up. A clear bell sound resounded and silence fell to the surroundings. Oof, oof, and the destruction was over. Echidna was breathing heavily after eliminating the wyverns. She returned to a smaller size as her body became covered with a blue light again. Oof. Echidna was about to cry while looking at the dress that was torn apart. Kang-woo patted her head. It's okay, don't worry about clothes since we can always buy more. But don't worry. I'm sure anything would look good on you. After hearing Kang-woo's words, Echidna finally stopped crying. Kang-woo kept talking with a harder tone. But don't do this anymore. Us. I don't like people who can't control their anger and lose their minds. It wasn't simply a matter of liking or not. You may lose your life if you lose your rationality during a battle. I'm sorry. Echidna lowered her head with a sad expression. He felt bad about her, but he couldn't let it go. If I don't make it clear, something like this may happen again. Her being strong was good news. He'd cheered for her when she'd returned to her original body and wiped out the group of wyverns. But it would be a problem if he thought that what she did was okay because of that. Just because the result was okay didn't mean there wasn't any issue with the process. Don't do that anymore, okay? Yes, I won't get angry again. Echidna anxiously nodded because she didn't want Kang-woo to hate her because of what had just happened. Because she was in a state of lacking affection, Kang-woo had become someone very important to her. Kang-woo patted her head. I believe in you. I'm going to try even harder and become more of a help to Kang-woo. Echidna clenched her fists and began walking in search of the next target. At that moment, her steps became messy. Are you okay? Kang-woo grabbed Echidna before she could fall. He saw Echidna breathing heavily and sweat dripping through her forehead. She overdid herself. It was the price she had to pay for using Kang-woo's power and using more strength than she originally had. I'm okay, I still can move a bee. That's enough for today. Stay here and rest for a bit. But stay here and rest. Echidna trembled a bit and nodded after hearing his firm tone. Kang-woo laid her down on top of a stone and stood up. Stay here and rest for a moment. What about Kang-woo? There are some things I must do. After saying that, Kang-woo walked toward the forest. Oof. A short sigh left his mouth. He could hear loud steps coming from inside the forest. There are approximately 5. There was no way that other monsters hadn't noticed a dragon that was almost 20 meters big fighting against a group of monsters. Kang-woo began warming up after sensing 5 giant ogres coming to where he was standing. It isn't going to be easy. Kang-woo felt a bit burdened at the thought of fighting 5 giant ogres without the help of Echidna. Well, should I strain myself for the first time in a while? Receiving the experience that resulted from his summoned monster hunting was nice, but he also had to move from time to time. Just like you needed to sharpen your knife for it to cut properly, you needed to keep fighting to maintain your battle sense. Whoosh, the authority of hellfire appeared on both of his hands. A smile appeared on his face and strong killing flowed out of his body. After being fully covered by demonic energy, he didn't seem human anymore. Grrrr, the predator of predators showed his sharp teeth. My level rose by quite a bit. After finishing hunting, Kang-woo checked the results. His current level was 49. He was about to reach level 50 and complete the 6th awakening. Thanks to hunting in an S-rank gate, his level went up from 41 to 49 in a single day. It was a speed that had never been seen before. It was so fast that if he told someone, that person would probably think that he had gone crazy. There probably isn't any player that can hunt in an S-rank gate at level 40 in the first place. That was all thanks to his abnormally high stats compared to his level. My demonic energy also increased. Kang-woo smiled after noticing that this demonic energy had increased a lot compared to before. They didn't give as much demonic energy as demonic monsters, but thanks to their high ranking, he obtained quite a bit of it. Should I go back? To be honest, he wanted to farm a bit more and finish the 6th awakening, but he was starting to feel tired. There's always tomorrow. With how many levels he had already increased that day, he had leveled up at an unbelievable speed compared to other players. Echidna, are you feeling okay? I'm still a bit tired, but thanks to resting a bit, I'm okay. Echidna joined back with Kang-woo in the middle of his hunting. Unlike her words, she looked tired, so he softly patted her head and spoke. Let's go back, I can hunt more, it's just that I'm also tired. Okay, then let's go. Her expression showed that she was relieved. She didn't say it out loud, but it seemed like she had been overexerting herself. After patting Echidna's head, Kang-woo turned his body around and walked toward the gate's entrance. Oh, let's buy new clothes on the way back home. She was wearing Kang-woo's outerwear instead of the dress that was torn apart. Echidna nodded with her eyes shining. I'm okay with anything that Kang-woo chooses. Okay, she walked while grabbing his clothes. As they walked outside, they were greeted by the night wind. Since they were around a gate, the clothing shops were quite far away. Kang-woo walked toward a clothing shop through the shortest path that appeared on the map. Then they found themselves in an alley devoid of other people. If we go through this place and walk about 300 meters, Kang-woo walked while looking at the map. Kang-woo, at that moment Echidna, who was following him from behind, pulled his clothes. He tilted his head and turned around. Echidna opened her mouth with a stiff expression. I smell blood, Chapter 55, the secret video recording, Part 1, oof, a rough breath came out of Kang Dong-hoon's mouth. He walked while feeling the sticky sensation of his t-shirt covered with blood. I need to give this to the captain. He took out a memory chip from his pocket and put on a desperate expression. He thought of his captain who was probably looking for him, the beautiful girl who had shining silver hair. He was thinking of Beak Hwa Yeon, the person in charge of the Hwarang 3rd Squadron. Cough. Cough, red blood came from his mouth. Kang Dong-hoon cleaned the blood flowing out from his mouth and began moving again. I need to make them lose track of me. He tried to get hold of himself while biting his lip. The thoughts about the ones chasing him made his body feel heavier. Damn it. He was starting to lose conscience. He moved while struggling. He didn't mind dying, but he couldn't die without giving that video to Beak Hwa Yeon. That's how shocking the contents of the video were. Kang Dong-hoon looked at the SD memory card. He remembered everything he had to go through just to get that video. Those crazy bastards. He frowned while thinking of the things he'd seen while infiltrating the demon cult. They used living people as offerings without batting an eye. The problem was that the cult didn't consist of 1 or 2 people. At first, they thought that it was just a pseudo-religion, but the forces of the demon cult were bigger than they had thought. Kang Dong-hoon had infiltrated the demon cult and acted as if he were crazy to get more information. And while doing that, he'd managed to record footage where shocking scenes appeared. It was all okay until then. The demon cult strictly controlled communication devices to prevent information from leaking out. Even if you managed to sneak a device in, all communications from inside the location were blocked. To send the footage he had recorded to the base, he had to get them the memory card in person. Cough. Cough, Kang Dong-hoon fell to the ground while coughing blood. To take the video outside, he had put a fake video on top of the original file. The only way you could see what really was inside was to use a decoding device that the Hwarang squad had. The video file was something that wouldn't be weird for an adult male to have. He had naturally walked out of the base of the demon cult and headed toward the place they had arranged to meet. To think they would find the camera out just at that moment. One demon cult member had found the camera he had used to record. Because of that, all the effort of using a fake video to hide the original one became useless. Now that they'd found out that he had recorded, the fact that he had used a fake video to hide the real one meant nothing. After realizing he was in trouble, Kang Dong-hoon had taken the memory card and escaped. People began pursuing him and an intense fight took place. He'd managed to sneak out and ask for help, but it wasn't easy to escape because he had already suffered fatal damage. Oof, oof, Kang Dong-hoon felt his conscience getting blurry because of the amount of blood he was losing. He knew that he was getting close to his limit. If he lost conscience at that moment, the evidence he had got would be destroyed by them. Captain, with the last remaining strength he had, he walked toward an alley. I smell blood. At that moment he heard the clear voice of a little girl. With his eyes shining, Kang Dong-hoon walked to where he could hear the voice. Oof. Oof. From inside the alley he could hear a rough breath. Kang-woo frowned after smelling the blood coming in that direction. What happened? Right then he was quite far away from the gate. There was no way he would smell such an intense scent of blood there. Kang-woo moved toward where he could hear the heavy breathing. There, he saw a young man in his 20s trembling while covered in blood. After seeing Kang-woo, the man crawled to him. This, please. With his hands trembling, he gave Kang-woo a memory card. It was a micro SD often used in smartphones. H-war, tap. He couldn't finish his words and lost consciousness. Kang-woo was disconcerted by what had just happened. What's this? The young man covered in blood had collapsed to the ground before he could do anything. Kang-woo looked around and walked toward the young man. He's dead. It seemed like his wound was already deep before he got there. The young man ended up losing his life almost immediately. Kang-woo tried to find out the young man's identity somehow. But he couldn't find either a wallet or a phone in his pocket. There was nothing he could use to check his identity. I wonder if I can check his identity with the Authority of Observation. He used the Authority of Observation on him. After all, he'd been able to see Kim Shi-hoon's status window thanks to it. Demonic energy emerged from his body and entered the young man's corpse. Status window, player name Kang Dong-hoon level 52, 6th Awakening. 6th Awakening, he was a player who had a considerably high level. Not only that, but the highest ranking attribute he had was A, so it wasn't low. It's clear he didn't come out of the gate. To access an S-rank gate, you had to be at least level 60 and have completed the 7th Awakening. I also didn't see him inside the gate. Kang-woo picked up the micro SD that Kang Dong-hoon had left. So this is the only evidence I have. Kang-woo put the micro SD card inside his phone. Inside the memory card there was only one video. Kang-woo pressed play and watched it. This. Kang-woo's eyes widened after seeing the contents of the video. The sound of muddy water, the sound of a woman moaning. Bodies interacting with each other filled the screen. Inside the micro SD that he'd received from the young man about to die, there was an adult video. This is porn. Kang-woo was confused by the situation. To think that the thing that the young man had given him with his last remaining strength was porn. What's up with this situation? Kang-woo grabbed his forehead in confusion. He didn't know what to do in that bizarre situation. Why did he give this to me before dying? It was something too dirty to call a relic. Did I see wrong? Kang-woo once again watched the video from start to finish, but there was nothing on the video except for bodies interacting. Kang-woo looked at his smartphone with his mouth closed. To understand the deep meaning of the video, he observed it with sharp eyes. He watched the video again from start to finish. Once more, and once more. Oof, non-stop, this is. The tips of his lips went up. He looked at the video with a smile. Nice, 10,000 years. It had been 10,000 years. It was the first time in 10,000 years he had seen porn. Very nice. At the moment, he didn't care about things like pride or anything. Kang-woo looked at the video as if he were about to get dragged into it. Amazing. Kang-woo's eyes shone while looking at the video. Just by looking at it, he could feel his body becoming hot. Kang-woo, what's that? Echidna asked while pulling his clothes. A video with a very important piece of evidence. Kang-woo said in a very serious voice tone. Yes. How should I say it? It's about the wonders of the human body, the miracle of birth. He was describing porn in a glorifying way when suddenly, tap tap hey. At that moment, Kang-woo and Echidna were surrounded by a group of people. There was a sense of madness in the people's eyes who were wearing black clothes. Kang-woo put the smartphone into his pocket. He could feel a killing intent coming from those people. Who are these guys? Kang-woo frowned. At that moment, one guy whose half of his face had been damaged by fire approached him. He looked at Kang Dong-hoon's corpse and then looked at Kang-woo and spoke in a low tone. You saw that video? What? Kang-woo looked at them disconcerted. The man wearing black clothes began laughing. Don't act dumb, I already know that you've seen the video. No, I did see it. But as long as you've seen the video, we cannot let you live. What are you talking about? Kang-woo looked at them in disbelief. The man with the burned face snorted. HMPH. Are you trying to act dumb after seeing that video? What? You're a shameless one, huh? Or maybe you're just dumb. What are you talking about? Anyway, as long as you've seen that video, we cannot let you live. Why are they so obsessed with porn? Kang-woo couldn't understand the current situation. The men wearing black robes took out their weapons and released a chilling killing intent. He couldn't understand why those people were so obsessed with the video, but there was something he was sure about. They were after the video he had with himself at the moment. Kang-woo's eyes shone. He softly grabbed his phone, which he had put in his pocket. I'm sorry, but I cannot give you this. HNG, you're finally revealing your true colors. The men took their weapons out as if saying that they knew it. Kang-woo glared at them. No matter what happens, I will protect this video. Even if it costs my life. Chapter 56, The Secret Video Recording, Part 2, Die. The men surrounding Kang-woo charged toward him simultaneously. 12. Kang-woo lowered his body, quickly checked out his surroundings, and counted the number of opponents. Huh, the one on the forefront tried to smash him while shouting, "Clang." He was pushed back the moment he clashed with Kang-woo's sword. He couldn't believe what had happened, so he looked at both swords. He wasn't the only one surprised. Kang-woo easily dodged the attack of the person that tried to hit him with an axe from behind. He used the authority of speed and moved at an incredible speed. Authority of iron defense. Kang-woo dismissed the authority of the blade and instead used the authority of iron defense on both hands. Black energy covered his fists and created a form that resembled gloves. The combination of the authority of speed and iron defense. The opponents were swept away by the fast and strong punches that had the strength of a cannonball. Paf, the ones who received a punch were pushed back. Crack. Arg, it was useless if they tried to block the punches with their weapons. Thanks to the authority of speed, Kang-woo could easily twist his body a bit and hit body parts that the enemy couldn't block. The men rolled on the ground while sounds of bones breaking spread. What the? From where did someone like him come? As 3 people fell instantly, nobody could hide their surprise. They weren't weak by any means. Everyone there had finished the 5th awakening. Not only that, but their leader was someone talented who had done the 6th awakening. Players couldn't raise their levels easily without a high-ranking attribute, so he was definitely someone talented among players. Not only that, but there were 12 of them. Even if the opponent had achieved the 7th awakening after going through level 59, which is known as ultimate effort, he shouldn't have been so overwhelmingly powerful. Don't tell me. 8th awakening, there's no way. The men couldn't believe what had just happened, so they grabbed their weapons again and charged toward Kang-woo. But the result was the same as before. No, it was worse. Crack slash. The men who had lost their arms and legs began screaming. Them running toward the fire made them look like moths. Kang-woo didn't need to use any special or psychological warfare technique. Kang-woo beat them with just overwhelming speed and strength. The number of people with all of their limbs was reduced to half. Monster. Fear could be seen in the faces of the men. The difference in their strength was overwhelming. They were being unilaterally beaten up. The one who looked like the leader among them opened his mouth while frowning. Everyone, unlock your power. Be but leader. If things keep going like this, we're all going to die anyways. Everyone's expression stiffened after hearing the order. What are they trying to do? Kang-woo frowned after hearing them talk about unlocking their power. Those doubts were soon answered. As the men began casting in an unknown language, demonic energy started to come out from their bodies. Demonic energy, Kang-woo's eyes narrowed. The fact that they were using demonic energy could only mean one thing. Were they members of the demon cult? Now he was even more confused about why they were obsessing so much about a video like that. Was there something I missed? Kang-woo tried to remember the 5-minute-long video. But no matter how much he thought about it, there was nothing except for the miracle of birth. The facial expressions of the men using demonic energy distorted. Their blood vessels swelled hideously and their eyes became red. Their skin turned darker and the muscles of their body grew. Kang-woo looked at them with great interest. They're turning into demons. Up until recently, they were so close to human that Kang-woo hadn't noticed they had demonic energy inside them, but their bodies were changing and getting closer to becoming demons. But Kang-woo's eyes narrowed. They're low-level, low-level. There was no other way to explain. Once you accept demonic energy into your body, it starts to get closer to demons. Once that happened, there were 2 possible outcomes. The first one was turning into a demon while maintaining your original appearance, and the other one was turning into a grotesque demon. The body of a demon constantly craved to fulfill desires. At first, it doesn't sound that bad. But for a human to resist that, it isn't easy. If you get drunk with the power spreading through your body, it may devour your mind, and once that happens, you turn into a demonic monster rather than a demon. Kang-woo looked coldly at they who could not be called human anymore. If we compare it to a martial arts novel, they were people that became crazy because of magic, and Kang-woo was an expert who could perfectly control it. Tusk. I won't be able to ask them why they're so obsessed about this video. Kang-woo looked at them after clicking his tongue. Because their minds were completely devoured, he couldn't ask them for the information they had, even with the authority of fear. After they became creatures with darker skin color and red eyes, they threw their weapons and charged toward Kang-woo. Echidna stood in front of Kang-woo. I won't let them touch Kang-woo. Unlike before, she could feel dangerous energy coming from them. After sensing danger, she stood in front of Kang-woo to defend him. The demons shrugged a bit after sensing the strong demonic energy coming out from her. Echidna, Kang-woo. Echidna looked worryingly at Kang-woo, who placed his hand on her shoulder. Kang-woo, it's dangerous, you could get hurt. There are a few things you still don't know about me. Kang-woo's mouth twisted while he took a step forward. These guys will never be able to win against me. 10,000 years. To become the ruler of 10,000 demons, he had fought and devoured many demons. There probably wasn't anyone in the world who knew better than him how to fight against demons. Clack, a sword made of demonic energy appeared in his hand. The men who turned into demons charged toward Kang-woo. Was it because of the increased physical capabilities? Every time they stepped forward, a bit of the concrete sank. Grrrr, Kang-woo easily dodged their attacks and stabbed a demon in the chest. A sword that was about 30 centimeters big penetrated its chest. If it were a human, it would have probably died instantly. But if you're a demon, that's a whole nother story. Their bodies had a regenerative ability that couldn't be compared to humans. Kang-woo put demonic energy into the sword, crack. The sword stuck in the demon's chest grew and tore the demon apart from inside out. Dark red blood began flowing out as if it were a fountain. You need to do this much to kill one. Kang-woo looked coldly at the pieces of flesh on the ground and began moving again. Slash crack grrrr. Every time Kang-woo moved, the painful screams of monsters spread through the place. Although the man had unlocked their power with determination, the flow of the battle didn't change. No. Kang-woo's movements had become more aggressive after concluding that he wouldn't be able to take information from them. Grrrr. You could see the fear in the expressions of demons who had lost their minds. It was their subconscious that was screaming. They weren't facing something they could hunt. What they were facing wasn't food. It wasn't someone demonic monsters like them could face. It was someone that ruled over them from a higher place. Grrrr, the demons tried to escape while screaming. Kang-woo smiled after seeing them trying to escape. It's a little bit late for that. Kang-woo extended his right hand. Strong demonic energy started to flow through his body. The sword made of demonic energy entered the floor and began moving on its own as if it were alive. Earth blades, slash. Thousands of swords rose from the ground, breaking the concrete. As if it were a wave, the sword struck the fleeting demons. Their bodies were scattered by the thousands of swords that rose from the ground. Oof. After swiping away all the demons, Kang-woo caught his breath while taking out his smartphone. Just why would they do that for this? He took out his smartphone and looked at the video again. He only could hear the sound of flesh and the moans of a woman. Kang-woo frowned. It doesn't matter how many times I look at it, it's just porn. He looked at the screen as if he couldn't understand it. Slam, is it here? Yes, I clearly received a signal from here. He could see Ki-yeon-ju and Beak Hwa-yeon approaching him at a surprising speed. Ki-yeon-ju, Kang-woo seemed surprised at her sudden appearance. Kang-woo, Ki-yeon-ju's eyes also widened as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. How are you here? That's what I want to ask. Why did you come here? As if she finally remembered why she'd come there, Ki-yeon-ju quickly turned her head around. Kang-woo, didn't you see a memory card with a video? Are you talking about this? As Kang-woo showed her a memory card for a smartphone, Ki-yeon-ju's eyes shone. Yes, that's it, but why would you need something like this? It's a memory card with a very important video. What? Kang-woo looked at her stunned. Ki-yeon-ju answered him with a serious expression. It's something I need. This. Kang-woo looked at her with a stiff expression. Ki-yeon-ju nodded without thinking twice. I need to use it right now, so give it to me. Kang-woo's body trembled while looking at the memory card. He thought of the video that was inside it. She needs to use it right now. What is she going to use it for? Chapter 57, The Secret Video Recording, Part 3. Okay, Kang-woo gave her the memory card with a confused expression on his face. It seems like there's definitely something hidden in the video. It didn't matter how many times he thought about it. It didn't seem that she was going to use it for what porn was intended for. After receiving the memory card, she seemed to be thinking about something, then she slowly opened her mouth. Let's look at the video together. It's stuff you'll learn about sooner or later anyway. No, I already know that stuff. Kang-woo became sure that there was something hidden in the video, but he couldn't help but feel weird about it. Hwa-yeon, how is your agent? He died. Beak Hwa-yeon, who had been looking through the corpses, spoke with a heavy expression on his face. She approached Kang-woo and spoke in a low voice. Could I ask you what happened? I'm also not quite sure what happened. Kang-woo sighed and told her what had happened from the moment he met the young man who had given him the memory card until then. They attacked you the moment you received the memory card. Yes, so you really were involved in the incident just by chance. Beak Hwa-yeon raised her chin as if she had a headache. But I also want to know a bit more. What happened? I'll explain to you the situation after looking at that video. Oh yeah, about that vid. Before Kang-woo could finish the sentence, the sound of a moan spread through the alley. Ki-yeon-ju had pressed play after putting the memory card on her phone. What's this? Ki-yeon-ju said with her face as red as her hair color. Beak Hwa-yeon took a glimpse at the video. It's a fake video. We cannot look at the real content in the video without the video decryptor that we have on our base. No, but why did he use such a video as a fake? Ki-yeon-ju shouted with her face red. Beak Hwa-yeon calmly answered. Isn't it a good fake because it's this kind of video? We recommend our agents use adult videos. Agent Kang Dong-hoon just did as he learned at our headquarters. And no, wait. That means Ki Yeon-ju turned her head around to Kang-woo. You saw that video, right? Yes, why didn't you tell me? You said you needed to use it right now. Use for what? She shouted with her face red. After realizing the truth about the video, Kang-woo smirked and opened his mouth. I was just about to ask that. What were you planning to use that for? Why, you damn. Her body began trembling because of the humiliation. But she couldn't say anything because she was the one who'd taken the memory card from him as fast as she could. But what just happened? Just what's really in that video? Oof. Ki Yeon-ju was about to say something else when she sighed and began explaining. As she kept talking, Kang-woo's doubts started to be answered. So, you'd arranged to meet up with an agent that had infiltrated the demon cult, but that went wrong. Yes. After receiving the signal for SOS, we looked around, but we weren't able to find him. This was the place where we received the last signal. That means there's information about the demon cult in that memory stick. He was finally starting to understand why those men had suddenly tried to kill him and why Ki Yeon-ju had said that there was important information in that video. That's also why there weren't that many members of the H-Warring squad guarding the gate. There was a chance that the first H-Warring squad had been dispatched as support. Yes, that's why I didn't say that because of porn. Understood, I understand, calm down. It seemed like Ki Yeon-ju was still embarrassed. She shouted while grabbing his collar. Echidna approached her and separated her from him. Don't treat Kang-woo like that. Echidna looked cautiously at her while hugging Kang-woo's waist. This kid, she's the summoned monster I told you about before. Oh, she's the dragon? Ki Yeon-ju looked at Echidna with great interest. She looked like a little girl who resembled a very pretty doll rather than a dragon. Wait, is she really a summoned monster? You didn't do anything weird, right? What kind of person do you think I am? Well, I'm sure you aren't someone who would do something like that. Ki Yeon-ju nodded. You're not that kind of trash, but a different one. Are you complimenting me or insulting me? Kang-woo looked at her in disbelief. Echidna glared at Ki Yeon-ju and opened her mouth. Take back what you just said. Kang-woo isn't trash. He's someone very important to me. That. If you don't take it back, I won't remain still, Echidna said while letting out demonic energy. Ki Yeon-ju seemed troubled and scratched the back of her head after hearing the words that a doll-like girl said. Okay, I take it back. Then it's okay. Echidna stopped leaking out demonic energy and put her head on Kang-woo's body, whom she was hugging. Kang-woo patted Echidna, who was rubbing her cheeks on him. What did you do? It's because of my popularity and kindness. Don't say nonsense, Ki Yeon-ju said, fed up. Beak Hwa Yeon, who had been ordering the surroundings, approached Ki Yeon-ju and Kang-woo. Let's return to the headquarters. Only there can we decrypt this video. Okay, Kang-woo, you're also coming. Right? Well, since things have turned out like this, it would be weird for me not to go there. Kang-woo shrugged his shoulders and followed Beak Hwa Yeon. The headquarters of the H-Warring squad wasn't that far away from there. Unlike the player management office, the building where they followed Beak Hwa Yeon to was rather simple. Captain Beak Hwa Yeon. As Beak Hwa Yeon entered the building, members of the H-Warring squad came running to greet her. She nodded with a heavy expression on her face and opened her mouth. Agent Kang Dong-hoon died. I'll contact the family, so take care of the rewards. He's a national hero. Take care of the family with respect. Yes, Beak Hwa Yeon kept talking while looking around. Whereas Captain Jang Hyun-yi, he's currently in Japan investigating the SS rank gate. Jang Hyun-yi. He was the leader of the H-Warring squad. Except for Beak Kang Hyun, there wasn't anyone in Korea capable of winning against him. If the captain were here, Beak Hwa Yeon sighed. She thought that if he were there, maybe Agent Kang Dong-hoon wouldn't have died. I'll go to the investigation room, bring in the video decryptor. Yes. Beak Hwa Yeon went to the investigation room with Kang-woo and Ki Yeon-ju. After they passed the video on the memory card through the decryptor, a room with a dark background appeared. The first person they saw was someone unknown wearing a mask. A red demon mask. Kang-woo's eyes shone after seeing the video. He remembered what Jo Deok Hyun had told him. Is that the person who's going around preaching about the demon cult? Kang-woo kept watching the video attentively. Cardinal, yes. One man who entered the dark room kneeled before him. It was a man who had a geometric tattoo on his face. With a very educated manner, he bowed his head at the feet of the mask-wearing cardinal and spoke with a trembling voice. The preparations for the summon are almost ready. How long will it take? 4 weeks, if we're lucky 3 weeks. The man wearing the red mask nodded after hearing that it would take 3 weeks. Faster than I thought. Did you receive support? Yes, as expected from a major guild, most of the offerings were players who had a B rank attribute or higher. Good, soon our dreams will come true. This is just the first step. It's going to take a while before our dreams become a reality. But if we successfully manage to do this, maybe they'll give us even more support. Enough. The man wearing the red mask interrupted him. The eyes that could be seen through the mask shone terrifyingly. Avoid talking about it until the preparations for the summoning are done. Yes, replied the man with his head on the floor at the answer of the masked man. The video was cut short at that moment. There was a heavy silence in the room. Baek Hwa-yeon and Ki Yeon-ju looked with stiff expressions at the projector where the video had been playing. While frowning, Kang-woo organized the information he had just heard in his head. Cardinal, Summon, and Big Guild. They were able to obtain 3 pieces of information from the video. The first one was that there was someone who had a higher hierarchy than the person the man called Cardinal. The second one was that they were making the preparations to summon something to Earth. The third one was that a big guild was supporting them. It seems like the only way to get more information will be investigating the big guild. Huh. Baek Hwa-yeon looked at Kang-woo in surprise after hearing what he just said. Why do you think that? Now that they learned that a spy infiltrated them, they'll probably do their best to hide as much information about the summoning as possible. We currently have no way to find out more information about them, so all we can do is to investigate which guild is supporting them. Whoa. After hearing an explanation that was hard to believe was made in such a short time, she exclaimed in surprise. Did you work in a field related to this? A strategist or maybe an analyst? Besides people who worked in those fields, there weren't many people capable of doing such an analysis so quickly. No, he's just someone like that. Ki Yeon-ju looked at him in disbelief. He was someone who realized her intentions from the first moment she'd approached him. So what should we do? Ki Yeon-ju knew about his abilities, so she asked him about what they should do from then on. Well, there's only one thing we can do now. Kang-woo kept talking in a low voice. Hanel, Red Rose, Onyuri, Mir Sanary. Except for your guild, the Red Rose Guild, one of those probably supports the demon cult. I also know that. But there's no way we can find out who's the one connected to the demon cult. The big guilds were so powerful that not even the government could touch them without thinking twice. Even if they wanted to investigate them, they couldn't do it easily. There's one way. How? We need to. A smile appeared on Kang-woo's face. Chapter 58, Bait, Part 1. Use a bait? Bait? Ki Yeon-ju tilted her head. What are you talking about? You heard that they're looking for people with high-ranking attributes, right? The masked man had said in the video, as expected from a major guild. Most of the offerings were players with a B-rank attribute or higher. That meant they were looking only for players with high-ranking attributes. If this weren't the case, they wouldn't have praised them using the word, as expected, while talking about receiving players with a B-rank attribute or higher as offerings. Yes, I know that, Ki Yeon-ju nodded with a heavy expression. She knew better than anyone that they were looking for players with high-ranking attributes. They're probably targeting low-level players. Low-level players, to be more precise, low-level players that have a high-ranking attribute. Ah, Ki Yeon-ju nodded while exclaiming. Normally, if you obtained a high-ranking attribute while your level was low, you had a better chance of obtaining an even higher-ranking one. But most players with a high level in attributes were often related to other parties and guilds. They needed to act as discreetly as possible, so there would be no way they would target someone whose level was high. I agree. Recently, the number of chaos players around the gates has increased. There has been an increase in kidnappings, too. After hearing their explanations, Baek Hwa-yeon nodded while making a heavy expression. The first time she'd met with Kang-woo was when she was investigating some incidents that had happened in low-ranking gates. That's why we need to spread a rumor. Say that an incredibly talented new player has appeared in a low-ranking gate, Kang-woo calmly said. If we say that it's someone with an S-rank attribute or higher, they'll probably take the bait. Baek Hwa-yeon gulped after hearing Kang-woo's words. She spoke with a worrying voice. But if rumors start to run wild and other people start noticing that player, won't they give up on the hunting? No. That probably won't happen. Why do you think that? Baek Hwa-yeon asked while making a confused expression. That's because fire fell on their feet. Fire fell on their feet. They've now realized that there was a spy among them. This means there's a chance that information about the summoning has been leaked out. Then, won't they try to move even more discreetly? Kang-woo shook his head at her question. They'll probably go for a home run. Go for a home run. Miss Baek Hwa-yeon, what would you do right now to block the offering hunting? If it were me, I'd order all the squad members to look out for the players with a B-rank attribute or higher. That's the normal way to respond. Since they were targeting low-level players with a high-ranking attribute, that was the most logical way to respond to that situation. Then, from their point of view, they need to be very careful before hunting a player with a B-rank attribute or higher, because you never know who will be looking out from where. Yes, that's why they're probably going to target an S-rank attribute player rather than a B-rank one. Baek Hwa-yeon had her mouth shut. Just like he said, if they knew that there was a chance that someone was looking out for the B-rank players, rather than using someone with an average ranking like B, they would probably try to get the bigger prize, an S-rank player. But Isn't there a chance that they'll slow down their plan and hunt for players with a low-ranking attribute more safely? Beak HWA Yon asked him with a serious expression. Kang-woo smiled at her question. No. Maybe they'll try to hurry things, but slowing down their plans won't happen. Why do you think that? Because they're human. Beak HWA Yon looked at Kang-woo while making a confused expression. Kang-woo kept talking with a calm voice. They said that if they successfully managed to complete the summoning, they would receive bigger support from the cult. Wouldn't that be dumb? Would they take such a huge risk for a reward in front of them? Yes, why do you T? Because that's how every person thinks. Beak HWA Yon had her mouth closed at his firm answer. Kang-woo smiled after seeing her reaction. Have you heard the story of the marshmallow? Yes, Beak HWA Yon nodded while making a heavy expression. A book that had a simple message that if you could resist the temptation that's in front of you, you'd be able to get a bigger reward. Do you know why that book became a bestseller? Isn't that because it's the most basic thing about succeeding? No, that book became a bestseller because most people aren't like that. Resist the temptation that's right in front of you. It may sound simple. From a third-person point of view, those who failed because they couldn't resist temptation looked stupid and pathetic. But most people would also make that same stupid mistake if faced with such a situation by chance. They know that the temptation in front of them is dangerous. They also know that by resisting they can get a bigger reward. But even so, people can't resist the delicious-smelling marshmallow in front of them. That isn't because they're irrational or stupid. That's because the mechanisms that control your desire are designed to work like that. Of course, it isn't like there isn't anyone who can't control those desires. Kang-woo's eyes shone sharply. Just like Kang-woo said, it wasn't like there wasn't anyone who could resist those temptations. But the man wearing the red mask wasn't one of those, at least, because he accepted demonic energy into his body. The body of the people that accept demonic energy started to become closer to a demon. And the body of a demon always craves to fulfill its lust. Even for someone like Kang-woo, who had lived a long time as a demon, it was hard to control his lust sometimes. He didn't think that even he could completely control his lust and desires. Then, who are you planning to use as bait? Ki Yeonju asked. Low-ranking players with an S-rank attribute or higher are probably already receiving lots of attention. Or there's a chance that they're part of a big guild. Don't tell me you're trying to use yourself as bait. No, I'm already known as the rookie receiving the support of Red Rose Guild, so that'll be hard. Then, are you planning to tell a lie? No. They'd easily figure out that's bait if we did that. Ki Yeonju had her mouth shut after hearing Kang-woo's answer. She finally opened her mouth while frowning. Then, who are you planning to use as bait? There's someone I have in mind, Kang-woo answered while smiling. A low-level player whose attribute was higher than someone who wasn't part of any big guild. Not only that, but someone who wasn't very well known at the moment. Kang-woo knew someone like that. Kim Shi-hoon. He was a human with such a talent that Kang-woo had turned him into his familiar spirit as fast as possible. He was so talented that he got SSS on his first awakening instead of S. He's probably bait that will be hard for them to resist. Kang-woo's eyes shone sharply while thinking about the red-masked man. A week after the spy incident, after accepting Kang-woo's proposal, Ki Yeonju and Beak HWA Yon discreetly spread rumors about Kim Shi-hoon. It wasn't like his name appeared on the news or anything. Rumors about Kim Shi-hoon started to spread from low-level players. The repercussions are greater than I thought, Kang-woo said while checking out social media. There, he saw a post that said there was a rumor that a low-ranking player who had hidden his attribute had been active in low-ranking gates. A thread that didn't grab that much attention but was fun enough to be commented on by other people. He wasn't sure if it was Ki Yeonju or Beak HWA Yon's ability to spread rumors, but it spread faster than Kang-woo thought possible. Neither of them seemed talented for things like this. Beak HWA Yon, who felt like a general, and Ki Yeonju, who had a fire-like personality, didn't look talented in information manipulation. The one who I think would be good at things like this. He thought of someone he'd frequently seen in the Red Rose Guild, a gentle-looking young man, the Red Rose Guild's Human Resources Management Team Leader, Park Hyun-woo. Well, I guess it doesn't matter who did it as long as the result is good. Kang-woo picked up the telephone and put it in his pocket. He stretched out his arms and turned his head to the shabby basement apartment window on the other side of the road. Through the window, he saw Kim Shi-hoon, who was taking care of a middle-aged woman. It seems like his house is struggling more than Ciala's. Kang-woo mumbled in a low voice while looking at Kim Shi-hoon. 1 week after the bait plan began, Kang-woo hadn't returned to his house and had been watching over Kim Shi-hoon for 24 hours. After all, he never knew when the demon cult would attack. I can't afford to lose Kim Shi-hoon. He had decided to use him as bait, but he had no intentions of putting him in real danger. Kim Shi-hoon didn't know it, but he was a familiar spirit whose soul was tied to him. Kang-woo had no intention of losing someone as talented as Kim Shi-hoon for something like that. Since I've turned him into a familiar spirit, I should take care of him. If Kim Shi-hoon discovered the truth, he would probably shout, saying, "Don't be a hypocrite," but he wasn't thinking about taking responsibility out of guilt. "You're going to become big." Kang-woo looked at Kim Shi-hoon, who was taking care of a middle-aged woman with a sad expression on his face. He was going to become stronger and greater in the future, and he would become Kang-woo's solid supporter. In that sense, spreading rumors about him was just accelerating the things that would eventually happen. Click mother, then I'll be going. Kim Shi-hoon, who had been taking care of his mother, opened the basement apartment door and walked out. He had left to hunt with Seala and Tisoo to hunt in a gate as usual. Oof. Kim Shi-hoon sighed while making a grim expression. He seemed lost in his thoughts for a while. His eyes were red, but as if trying to improve his mood, he shouted to himself, "I should stay strong, a little bit more and I'll be able to pay out the debt," Kim Shi-hoon said while touching the sword he had on his waist. Kang-woo laughed in disbelief. He was even born in a poor family. It was a common setup in fantasy novels, one who was born into an extremely poor family and became a player to support it. Is he really the protagonist? Kang-woo asked himself while following Kim Shi-hoon from behind. Chapter 59 Bait Part 2. After leaving his house, Kim Shi-hoon took the subway toward Mokdong. It was a gate Kang-woo had hunted in the past, although it hasn't been long enough to call it the past. It hadn't been a month since Kang-woo leveled up while hunting trolls. After encountering the Hellhound that day, I've grown at an explosive rate. The demonic monster he'd met at the C-rank gate. After eliminating it, he began receiving the support of the Red Rose Guild. And thanks to that, he had grown at an explosive rate. But the fact that they came to a C-rank gate means… Kang-woo looked at Kim Shi-hoon, who was walking out of Mokdong Station with great interest. That meant that all the party members had reached level 20 and completed the third awakening. Fast. It couldn't be compared to Kang-woo, but Kim Shi-hoon's party was leveling up at an incredible pace. Kang-woo smiled in satisfaction. After hiding his presence by using an authority, he followed Kim Shi-hoon. "Good morning." "Shi-hoon oppa, good morning Shi-hoon hyung." After coming out of the station, Kim Shi-hoon was greeted by the other party members. Unlike the awkward greeting when they'd first met each other, they seemed to have gotten closer. "Miss Seala, why are you so down?" Kim Shi-hoon, who had approached Tisoo, turned his head toward Han Seala while tilting his head. Han Seala had her head down with a gloomy atmosphere, and she was scratching the floor with her feet. Tisoo grabbed Kim Shi-hoon's shoulder, pulled him away from Han Seala and spoke in a low voice. "I heard Kang-woo Hyunnim hasn't returned home in about a week because he's busy." "Ah." A short exclamation came out of Kim Shi-hoon's mouth. He nodded as if he'd understood what was going on. "Miss Seala likes Mr. Kang-woo after all. Unless you were dumb, it was obvious to catch on to. While taking a break from hunting, she often talked about Kang-woo, and while talking about him, she often blushed and seemed to be having fun. So Mr. Kang-woo hasn't returned to his home for a week. He was a high-level player. It could be perfectly possible for him not to return to his home for a week. He hasn't been contacting her. No, that doesn't seem to be the case. It seems like he has been sending messages and calling from time to time, but according to him, he's in a situation where he can't move. Then he isn't in a gate. It was obvious, but you couldn't make calls inside the gates. For making calls between the inside and outside of a gate, you needed a special device that used mana stones. It seems he didn't tell her even after she asked. Haha. Then it's understandable why she's so depressed. Kim Shi-hoon looked at Han Seala while making an awkward smile. "Seala Ani, don't be so sad. I'm sure Kang-woo oppa has his reasons." Haha. "Yes, I guess so." Han Seala sighed with her head down. She mumbled while scratching the floor with her feet. "Did he get tired of the food I prepare? Or maybe he got another girl." She wanted to think positively, but as time went on, she was starting to get more anxious. It hadn't been long since she met him, but in that short period of time, her daily life had changed so much that she could no longer think of the time when Kang-woo was not in her life. It wasn't just her who was sad. Echidna was in a worse state than her. "Ani, you told me that you live with him, right?" "Why yes. Isn't it that maybe Oppa is struggling to hold himself back?" "Hold himself?" Kang-woo Oppa is a young man. Living under the same roof with a girl as pretty as Ani. Hehe, Oppa's Neo Armstrong Zenon. Stop. Kim Shi-hoon slightly hit Yoon Bai's head, who was enjoying making fun of Han Seala. While smiling brightly, he turned his head around to Han Seala. "Don't worry about Yoon Bai's words. Mr. Kang-woo probably has his own reasons. Unlike us, he's a player with a high level." "Ah, yes. Probably, to hunt along with Mr. Kang-woo, we must keep hunting and increase our levels." "Ah," Han Seala's expression changed. You could see the determination in her eyes. She agreed with Kim Shi-hoon's words while nodding. "Then let's enter." After saying that, Kim Shi-hoon entered the C-rank gate. Tisoo Seala and Yoon Bai followed him. HNG, Kang-woo seemed troubled. "I'm feeling guilty." It was an inevitable situation, but seeing her like that made him feel guilty. Echidna is probably in a worse state than her. Echidna was too dependent on him, because he knew that he tried to contact her frequently, but the effects of it seemed to be getting weaker. I also want to finish it as soon as possible. Kang-woo sighed while walking toward the gate. It had been a week since he had eaten kimchi stew, and he hadn't been able to sleep in a comfortable bed. After all, losing something you have is more painful than not having it at all. Trying to resist returning immediately to the daily life he had experienced for the first time in 10,000 years was hard. But I can't just leave the fishing rod alone after dropping the bait. Being careless was a poison with no cure. Losing Kim Shi-hoon because he had gone to relax would be stupid. Should I go? After finishing some checks, Kang-woo entered the gate. Stomp grrrr, they're stupidly strong, Tisoo exclaimed after defending an attack from a troll. Hoab smash. As Tisoo smashed the feet of a troll, its feet got stuck in the ground. The troll lost its balance and trembled. Miss Siala, yes. After checking out that the troll had lost its balance, Kim Shi-hoon leaped forward. At his signal, Siala used the magic she'd prepared. Boost. A white light came out from Siala's body and entered Kim Shi-hoon. His movements became faster. Kim Si-hoon crouched down and abruptly stepped forward. His footprints were engraved on the ground while making heavy sounds. Clang. Sleeping Dragon Sword style second form, Sky Dragon Flash. A force spread from his feet to the rest of the body, and Kim Shi-hoon used that force to twist his waist and raise the chi from within his body. Sky Dragon Flash. Like a dragon crouching inside a lake suddenly rising to the sky, he hit the troll with his sword. The sword technique that Kim Shi-hoon received from the soul of the martial god Jin Hwang appeared in real life. Slash Kuo from the calf to the armpit. The troll, whose body had been cut in half, fell to the ground while making a grotesque scream. Because of its monstrous vitality, even though it had been cut in half, it violently twisted its body. Lightning Spear, even if it twisted its body violently, it couldn't do anything against long-range attacks. Yunbai's attack penetrated the troll's chest. Kuo. The troll finally lost consciousness and black smoke came out of its mouth. Oof, as expected, C-rank monsters are strong. We could comfortably hunt up to 5 lizard men, but I think more than 3 of these guys will be dangerous. It seemed like Tisoo's hand had become numb after blocking the troll's attack. He kept clenching and stretching the palm of his hands. But it's still amazing that we became strong enough to catch a troll in just a month. Ha ha ha, this is all thanks to Shi-hoon Hyung. Ha, I had a good feeling from the moment we created the party, but I never thought we'd reach a C-rank gate in just a month. Tisoo shouted excitedly as if he couldn't believe they had just caught a troll. If it weren't for everyone, I also wouldn't have been able to reach the C-rank gate so quickly, Kim Shi-hoon said while nodding with a smile. Let's take out the mana stone and keep moving. I heard that the stagnant blood near the troll's heart can be sold for a high price since it's often used for potions, so let's take that as well. After taking the stagnant blood and the mana stone from the troll's body, they began moving in search of the next target. Whoa, Kang-woo's eyes shone after looking at them. They've become better. The party's movements had improved. Each member clearly knew and fulfilled their role correctly. Siala's place would have been weird if she could only heal, but that's not the case. In a party that was too strong, the place of the healer was a bit weird. In a strong party, the members often didn't receive much damage, but Han Siala was an all-around supporter who could heal and buff. Her place wasn't ambiguous, even if she was in a party strong enough not to receive damage. I wonder if there's a need for me to bus party them. Kang-woo followed the party with a smile on his face. That's that. Kang-woo clicked his tongue. It should be about time they move. It had been a week. There wasn't much time left before the time in which they were planning to summon would take place. It was about time they acted because they couldn't resist the temptation. Kang-woo used the authority of observation and looked around Kim Shi-hoon's party. At that moment, Kang-woo felt the presence of 2 people approaching Kim Shi-hoon's party. The Mokdong C-rank gate was a popular hunting place, so it wouldn't be weird for them to meet another party. But they're approaching them after killing a troll with just 1 hit. While walking toward Kim Shi-hoon's party, they had each killed 1 troll that they met on the way. They kept walking toward his party without even picking up the mana stones. This, Kang-woo's eyes shone. The reward he'd been waiting for over a week for was finally getting closer. So you took the bait. While licking his lips, Kang-woo followed Kim Shi-hoon's party, which had just seen the 2 people approaching them. Chapter 60 Bait Part 3. Well, what a coincidence to think that I'd see Shi-hoon here. Kim Yong-hoon. Kim Shi-hoon's expression hardened after seeing who was approaching them. Kim Yong-hoon. He was the vice leader of one of Korea's top 5 guilds, the Mir Guild. Not only that, he was the son of the CEO of Mir Electronics, Kim Yi-hyun. He was born with a golden spoon. But it wasn't a normal golden spoon, it was one coated with diamonds. Unlike Kim Yi-hyun, who was among Korea's 2 most talented players, Kim Yong-hoon was only slightly above average. But that weakness was covered by Kim Yi-hyun's money and power. They had a massive amount of money that could cover the lack of talent. Is he someone you know? Isn't that person the vice leader of the Mir Guild? Seala and T-Soo looked at both of them. Kim Yong-hoon bowed slightly and opened his mouth. Nice to meet you, I'm Kim Yong-hoon. Whoa, so Shi-hoon has formed a party with such a beautiful person. Kim Yong-hoon smiled after looking at Han Seala. Why are you here? Kim Shi-hoon glared at Kim Yong-hoon. He was leaking out a strong killing intent that one wouldn't believe was coming from someone as calm as him. Huh. I obviously came here to hunt. Then go hunting and get out of my sight. Ha ha ha, you shouldn't talk like this to your brother. What? The moment he heard Kim Yong-hoon calm himself Hyung, his body started to tremble. Kim Shi-hoon spoke while glaring at Kim Yong-hoon. You aren't my Hyung. Ha ha ha, well indeed we aren't normal brothers. Kim Yong-hoon laughed as if he found the situation funny. After all, unlike me, you have mundane blood running through your veins. You son of a bitch. Kim Shi-hoon took out his sword while frowning angrily. Mundane blood. That word he had heard countless times sent a piercing pain through his heart. Why, are you planning to rebel against your Hyung? Kim Yong-hoon took a blue sword from his waist. Just a glance was enough to know that it was a good sword. Kim Shi-hoon trembled a bit after looking at him. Kim Yong-hoon was strong. No, to be more precise, all the equipment he was wearing had made him strong. Haha, okay. I've recently heard rumors about you. Rumors? Kim Shi-hoon looked at him while frowning. You got a high-ranking attribute, right? An S1 at least. Kim Shi-hoon's eyes widened. To think you would awaken a high-ranking attribute at such perfect timing. What are you talking about? We currently need an offering just like you, Kim Yong-hoon said while licking his lips with a smile on his face. Offering? Kim Shi-hoon frowned after hearing that ominous word. Kim Yong-hoon looked with great interest at the other party members as well. The other party members seemed talented too. This is a complete jackpot. I won't use that beautiful woman over there as an offering because I can think of some better uses for her body. Kim Yong-hoon looked at Han Seala with lustful eyes. Han Seala felt as if a snake was crawling up through her body. She frowned. What are you planning to do? Haha, if you follow me you'll soon find out. Who would follow a guy like you? Well, it doesn't really matter whether you want it or not because you'll follow me either way. Kim Yong-hoon raised the sword and spoke to the man next to him. Stay there, this guy is my prey. Understood. The person next to him replied shortly while bowing. Kim Shi-hoon's body trembled angrily. He remembered everything he had gone through. They were brothers from separate mothers. But the lives they'd lived were completely different. Kim Shi-hoon was born as the result of an affair, and he'd received bullying from Kim Yong-hoon since he was a little kid. One day, Kim Yi-hyun had gotten bored of his mother, so he kicked both of them from the house even though his mother was sick at the time. No one had helped them. Kim Shi-hoon had done his best to live while controlling that anger. If only I were stronger. It was a thought he had harbored more than 1,000 times. After wishing for it for such a long time, he finally got a chance. The soul of the martial god, Chin T Hweyoung, an SSS rank attribute. He could get stronger at a pace that couldn't be compared to other players. But there was despair in Kim Shi-hoon's eyes. Just facing Kim Yong-hoon was enough to see the overwhelming difference between them. Kim Yong-hoon had finished the 6th awakening, so there was too much of a difference between their levels. Even if his attributes ranking was good, that was a hard-to-overcome difference. If only I had more time. Maybe if he'd done the 4th awakening or maybe the 5th one, he would have had a chance, but it didn't make sense to think of that in his situation. Because for the moment, he was just a low-level player who had only finished the 3rd awakening. Then, should I teach my rude younger brother a lesson? Kim Yong-hoon gripped the sword in his hand tighter and leaped forward. He approached Kim Shi-hoon very fast and swung his sword. Clang! It was T-Soo who blocked Kim Yong-hoon's attack. T-Soo bit his lips because of the effect of the shock and opened his mouth. I'm not sure what relationship you have with Shi-hoon Hyung, but as long as I'm here you won't be able to land a hit on him easily. What's up with this muscled pig? Kim Yong-hoon seemed bothered by the fact that T-Soo had blocked his attack, so he glared at him. Harab, after blocking Kim Yong-hoon's attack, T-Soo used the shield to push him. The 2-meter-tall T-Soo grappled with Kim Yong-hoon. Clang! T-Soo let out an exclamation in disbelief. As soon as the shield touched Kim Yong-hoon's black armor, his shield was pushed away. Who do you think you're touching? Kim Yong-hoon swung his sword toward T-Soo, who had interrupted the fight. Mr. T-Soo, move, slam. With the sound of an explosion that was hard to believe came from a sword, T-Soo was pushed away by the attack. His shield broke into pieces and fell to the ground. Fuck. Kim Shi-hoon cursed and leaped toward Kim Yong-hoon. Sleeping Dragon Sword Style 5th Form, the appearance of the Wind Dragon. There were over 30 levels of difference between them. He didn't stand a chance if he didn't use his strongest attack from the beginning. Boost, he was thinking that when suddenly Seala's boost entered his body, instantly he became more powerful than before. Maybe with this, Kim Shi-hoon brandished his sword toward Kim Yong-hoon with his eyes shining. Clang. Kim Yong-hoon quickly used his sword to block Kim Shi-hoon's attack. Because there was too much of a difference between their stats, Kim Yong-hoon's strength and speed were overwhelmingly higher than Kim Shi-hoon's. But despite that, he couldn't block all Kim Shi-hoon's attacks. Clang! This damn brat! Kim Yong-hoon's face became red from anger while looking at Kim Shi-hoon's sword that was bounced away thanks to his leather armor. The fact that he'd been hit despite the difference in their stats was humiliating for him. Yes, you were always like that. Kim Yong-hoon glared at Kim Shi-hoon. Since they were little kids, Kim Shi-hoon had been better than him at everything. Whether it was studies or sports, he had never been able to win against him, even talent as a player. But the tips of Kim Yong-hoon's mouth went up. Talent didn't matter. Thanks to his money and power, he'd obtained the ability to overcome talent. Kim Yong-hoon pushed Kim Shi-hoon's sword away and kicked him in the chest. Kim Shi-hoon bounced back helplessly. Cough. Ha ha ha, yes, this is your limit. This is the difference between you and me. It doesn't matter how hard you try, there's a wall you'll never be able to overcome. Kim Yong-hoon kicked Kim Shi-hoon's face. Paf cough, paf paf, ha ha ha, how about that? Will you now peacefully come with us? Kim Shi-hoon's face was covered in blood. Lightning spear, holy strike. Xiala and Yunbai cast magic to protect Kim Shi-hoon. AARGG, even Tisu, who had lost his shield, ran toward Kim Yong-hoon with bare hands. Ha, did these guys lose their minds? Kim Yong-hoon moved a bit and dodged the magic. While Kim Yong-hoon dodged the attacks, Tisu grabbed Kim Shi-hoon and moved back, increasing the distance with Kim Yong-hoon. Arg. Mr. S.H. Shi-hoon. Kim Shi-hoon used his sword as a prop to push himself into a standing position. Han Xiala came running toward him and began using healing magic on him. Everyone escape. We can't do that. This is something I must face on my own. Kim Shi-hoon walked toward Kim Yong-hoon with staggering steps. He was angry. The fact that he had to suffer so much because of Kim Yong-hoon. He couldn't stand it anymore. The fact that he didn't have the strength to defeat him. He couldn't take it anymore. That fact that he was so weak. Do you need strength? At that moment he heard someone's voice. So the Mere Guild was the one connected to the demon cult. Kang-woo's eyes shone while looking at Kim Yong-hoo and Kim Shi-hoon's fight. They even mentioned something about an offering, so it was definitely true that the Mere Guild was connected to the demon cult. But to think Kim Shi-hoon was the bastard son of a billionaire family. Previously, he'd thought after looking at Kim Yong-hoon's photo that he resembled Kim Shi-hoon, but he never imagined that they were both related. Should I start moving? All the calls necessary for the plan were done. Kang-woo slowly stood up and was about to get involved in the fight. It was at that moment. Strong energy started to gather around Kim Shi-hoon. What's happening? Kim Shi-hoon, who was covered in strong energy, raised his sword instead of using it as a cane. Don't tell me he awakened because he's in danger. Kang-woo looked at him in disbelief. While surrounded by a powerful energy, Shi-hoon pointed his sword toward Kim Yong-hoon. Yes, I need more strength. What time to awaken? Strength to kill the enemy. One that lets me protect the people dear to me. Whoa, spitting out words like that. A powerful energy that resembled an explosion rumbled from Shi-hoon's body. A blue sword energy more vivid than before appeared on his sword. Ting, your familiar spirit, Kim Shi-hoon, has received the strength of the martial god. Your familiar spirit, Kim Shi-hoon, has learned new martial art techniques, Cloud Dragon's style and Cloud Dragon's beam. Just take the role as the protagonist. Chapter 61, Do You Know Me? Part 1. Do you want strength? He heard a low-pitched voice inside his head. Kim Shi-hoon instinctively realized that was the voice of the martial god Chen Ti-Huang's soul speaking to him. I want strength. There was no reason to think about it. There was no time to doubt. Kim Shi-hoon decided to accept the martial god's strength even if he was about to die. Ting. You accepted the strength of martial god Chen Ti-Huang. Because you aren't ready, you received only part of it. A blue message window appeared in front of him with a clear bell sound. He didn't have time to check the contents of it. A strong power rose from inside of his body. It was such a power that it made him worry that it might inflate his body and make it explode. Kim Shi-hoon moaned in pain. He bit his lips and tried to resist the pain. He had been waiting for that moment. He couldn't waste that opportunity. He'd waited for such a long time. Thud, his blood veins exploded. His body turned red and he felt his head was about to go blank because of the pain. I must resist it. Kim Shi-hoon glared at Kim Yong-hoon. He remembered everything he had to go through because of him. Compared to those times, physical pain was nothing. You've learned upper-level martial arts of the Sleeping Dragon's sword style. You've learned Cloud Dragon's sword style and the Cloud Dragon's beam. You've obtained a clue for transformation. He could hear martial arts teaching within his head. He naturally understood how to control his overwhelming strength. Kim Shi-hoon controlled the power inside his body and pointed his sword toward Kim Yong-hoon. Kim Yong-hoon! Kim Shi-hoon angrily shouted. Feeling power overflowing from him, Shi-hoon used the Cloud Dragon's beam while leaping toward Kim Yong-hoon. What? Kim Yong-hoon was surprised after seeing someone who was about to die running toward him while leaking such scary energy. He raised his sword and tried to block Kim Shi-hoon's attack. Slash. Arg! Kim Shi-hoon's sword, wrapped in a cloud of white smoke, went through his sword as if it were a snake and cut his chest. His unique rank armor was cut in half by Kim Shi-hoon's attack. While feeling a dizzying pain, dark blood leaked out from his chest. "Why, you son of a bitch?" Kim Yong-hoon angrily swung his sword toward Kim Shi-hoon. Even though he was swinging the sword without thinking about it, because of his high level and pieces of equipment, dangerous energy came out of his sword. Clang! Kim Shi-hoon, who'd blocked Kim Yong-hoon's attack, was pushed back. Even with the strength of the martial god, it was hard to completely overcome the 30-level difference. But Kim Yong-hoon's eyes shone. Although Kim Yong-hoon was stronger and faster than him, he had something that Kim Yong-hoon didn't. Martial arts. Techniques that showed the best ways to use weapons that had been polished through the experience of lots of warriors through time. Cloud Dragon Sword Style Third Form Cloud Dragon's Dance. The martial god's Jin Thwang's technique spread through Kim Shi-hoon's body. Clouds appeared and blocked Kim Yong-hoon's sight. Sword energy came flying from the clouds and hit Kim Yong-hoon. Why am I being pushed back by a level 20 player?" Kim Yong-hoon angrily shouted. He was having a hard time accepting the situation. Something that shouldn't happen was happening right in front of him. But he didn't have the experience or techniques to overcome that result. The reason why he was stronger than Kim Shi-hoon to begin with was because of his high level and better pieces of equipment. Being pushed back by a player who had only finished the third awakening was already humiliating, but the constant pressure made him feel anxious. He recklessly attacked Kim Shi-hoon as if he were saying, "You die, I die." But there was no way those kinds of attacks would work on Kim Shi-hoon, someone who had learned martial arts. Harab! Kim Shi-hoon, who saw a chance, swung his sword toward Kim Yong-hoon's neck. "I won," Kim Shi-hoon's eyes shone. But the moment he was about to cut Yong-hoon's neck, someone appeared in front of him and blocked the attack. It was the man who'd been silently standing next to Kim Yong-hoon as if he were a stone statue. Clang! Cough! Kim Shi-hoon, who had barely managed to block the man's axe, bounced off. The impact spread from his sword to the rest of his body, and dark blood spurted out of Kim Shi-hoon's mouth. "Oof, what were you doing until now? Why did you appear so late?" Forgetting that it was him who had given the order not to interfere, Kim Yong-hoon shouted at him. Although Kim Yong-hoon was unfair to him, he just bowed down without any change in his expression. "I'm sorry, Vice Leader. Cut his limbs and then bring him to me." "Yes." At Kim Yong-hoon's shout, the man nodded without any hesitation. The man's name was Chin Myung-ho. He was one of the top players of the Mir Guild and Kim Yong-hoon's bodyguard. He was so big that he was similar to Tisu in size, and he was carrying a double-edged axe that matched his size very well. "If you follow me without giving me any troubles, I'll end things up with just one arm." D don't say B. Even while blood was coming out of his mouth, Kim Shi-hoon hadn't collapsed yet, but he could feel it. Maybe he'd had a chance against Kim Yong-hoon, but he wouldn't be able to win against that man who resembled a stone statue. "You've suffered internal injuries. If you don't take any measures, the injuries could worsen." Warning messages appeared in front of him. Frustrated, Kim Shi-hoon kneeled on one knee. "In the end, I won't be able to cross the wall." The wall that existed between him and Kim Yong-hoon, there was a huge wall blocking his way. "Accept it," Jin Myung-ho slowly walked toward Kim Shi-hoon. "You'll never be able to surpass the Vice Leader." The words that came out of Jin Myung-ho's mouth pierced Kim Shi-hoon's chest. He wasn't wrong. It didn't matter how much he tried, he couldn't catch up with Kim Yong-hoon. The starting point was different, so the distance necessary to surpass him was too much. Damn! Tears flowed down Kim Shi-hoon's cheeks. The face of his mother, whom Kim Yi-hyun had abandoned, came to his mind. "I'm sorry for giving birth to you." He remembered what his mother had said to him while crying when Kim Yi-hyun had kicked her out. "I'm sorry for giving birth to you." Were there any words that hurt more than that in the world? But up until then, he couldn't deny her words. He couldn't find any reason to deny them. His life up until that point had been a succession of painful events, and he had never felt happy even once. "I'm sorry, everyone." Trembling, he turned his head toward Han Seala, Tisu, and Yoon-bai. It hadn't been long since he'd met them, but they were the first partners he'd made. He felt regretful that he wasn't able to protect them, and that, because of him, they'd been put in such a dangerous situation. "Accept it. The only right the weak have is to suffer." Chin Myung-ho raised his axe. Kim Shi-hoon turned his head to Chin Myung-ho, who was slowly approaching him. Myung-ho brought the axe down toward Shi-hoon's legs. Kim Shi-hoon closed both eyes. The thought that soon he would lose his legs made him feel panic. Clang! Cough! With the clear sound of steel, an exclamation came out of Chin Myung-ho's mouth. Kim Shi-hoon slowly opened his eyes. The back of a young man he was familiar with was in front of him. "Whoa, nice quote." After easily blocking Chin Myung-ho's attack, Kang-woo nodded with a smile on his face as if he was tasting the words Chin Myung-ho had just said. "Mr. Kang-woo." Kim Shi-hoon looked confusedly at Kang-woo, who had suddenly appeared. Kang-woo turned his head around to Kim Shi-hoon and calmly said, "I'll explain everything later on. Mr. Shi-hoon, stay there and rest a bit. Seala, come here and heal him." Ah, yes, Xiala looked at him with a confused expression on her face. Is it the H-Warring Squad? Chin Myung-ho alert looked at Kang-woo. He knew the government was trying to see which big guild was involved with the demon cult. Seeing how he had suddenly appeared, there was a huge chance that he was an agent sent from the government. Do you think the H-Warring Squad would send only one person? Then, pick up your weapon. It's not like we have a cordial relationship or anything. Chin Myung-ho picked up his weapon with a hard expression on his face. Kang-woo was right, talking made no sense. They had no reason to reveal their identities to each other. Then I'll make you talk by force. Ha ha ha, good nice attitude. With a smile on his face, Kang-woo waved his hand as if saying bring it on. Come on. Chin Myung-ho frowned after seeing his arrogant attitude. Blue mana covered his axe. Unlike Chin Myung-ho, who was prepared to fight with a determined attitude, Kang-woo had his arms crossed and was waiting for him to attack. Arrogant bastard. Chin Myung-ho seemed upset at Kang-woo's attitude. You were lucky to block my attack. He was sure that his next attack would be different. Chin Myung-ho grabbed the mana-covered axe tightly and leaped toward Kang-woo. He swung the axe with deep blue mana around it, targeting Kang-woo's neck. Kang-woo extended his hand toward the axe. What a crazy bastard. He was trying to block an axe that had cut even a giant shield in half with his hand. There was a limit to how crazy someone could be. He swung his axe, intending to cut Kang-woo in half. Tap what? The axe he swung using all of his strength was easily caught. What did you just say? Oh yeah, cracked. Kang-woo crushed the axe he had just caught. He kept talking with a deep smile on his face. You said that the only right the weak have is to suffer, right? Kang-woo licked his lips while nodding. I also think that. The axe's blade, which looked like a hydraulic press had crushed it, fell to the ground. Chapter 62 Do You Know Me? Part 2 WH What? Chin Myung-ho's eyes widened. He looked at his axe in disbelief. He began trembling. This can't be happening. This is something that wasn't supposed to happen. Crushing an axe with his bare hands. It wasn't like he was a green monster that appeared in movies or anything. It made no sense. Hiek, Chin Myung-ho lifted his hand from the axe. He lifted his right fist, and muscle grew in size as if it were about to explode. He targeted Kang-woo with his fist that was harder than steel. Tap. The same thing happened again. Kang-woo caught Chin Myung-ho's punch with one hand. Although the size difference was like comparing an adult's hands to a child's, Chin Myung-ho's punch was easily caught. Crack. Aahhhh, screams mixed with the sound of bones breaking spread. Kang-woo kicked Chin Myung-ho's chest. After using the authority power, his strength had become superior to a giant ogre's. He kicked Chin Myung-ho with his increased strength. Paf, cough, cough, cough. Chin Myung-ho, who had fallen to the ground, began coughing blood. You could see fear spread through his face. What are you doing? Kim Yong-hoon shouted at him. Chin Myung-ho stood up while trembling. I'm sorry. Damn it, who is that guy? Kim Yong-hoon chewed his nails anxiously. He didn't know who the rude person who had just appeared was. But the only thing he knew was that with only his and Chin Myung-ho's strength, they wouldn't be able to win against him. There's no other way. Kim Yong-hoon's eyes narrowed. Chin Myung-ho used demonic energy. What are you doing? Use demonic energy, he angrily shouted at him. Chin Myung-ho's face trembled. He stood up with a heavy expression on his face. Understood. Chin Myung-ho's hand went to the left side of his chest where he could feel his heart beating. The demonic energy that was inside it began spreading through his body. He was enveloped by dark and sticky energy. Chin Myung-ho's mouth opened wide. His body's blood vessels sprouted hideously and his skin became darker. A horn appeared on his forehead and wings resembling bats appeared on his back. Hell's energy that had started spreading from his heart had started to turn his body into a demon's. A strong desire to destroy rose from inside him. The lust and desire devoured his reason. Grrrr, he made a groan similar to an animal's and flapped the wings that were on his back. Whoa, Kang-woo's eyes shone. A short exclamation left Kang-woo's mouth after seeing Chin Myung-ho's transformation. From everyone I've seen to this point, he's the one that got closest to becoming a demon. He had seen many people who had accepted demonic energy, but no one had managed to get so close to becoming a demon. But Kang-woo laughed. Even if he had turned into a demon, the result would have been the same. Kang-woo was about to do the sixth awakening, and once he did that, his strength would get even closer to Ki-yeon-ju's. He wouldn't be able to overcome that difference by becoming a demon. Kill that bastard, Kim Yong-hoon shouted. The powerful strength he could feel from Chin Myung-ho, who had turned into a demon, made him feel confidence. I always win in the end. It had always been like that. To him, hardship and adversity were just things that made life more entertaining and less boring. He was born a winner, and in reality, he had never lost even once. Bugs like you need to crawl just like the bugs you are. Kim Yong-hoon smiled while looking at Kim Shi-hoon and his partners. Grrrr. As if he were agreeing with his thoughts, Chin Myung-ho, who had finished transforming, let out a scream. His chilling red eyes locked onto Kang-woo. He began flapping his wings and Chin Myung-ho flew toward Kang-woo. Ha ha ha, you're dead now. Crack. The sounds of bones cracking spread through the place. Chin Myung-ho bounced back after clashing with Kang-woo. It almost felt unrealistic seeing Chin Myung-ho, who had turned into a monster, roll on the ground so easily. Kim Yong-hoon couldn't believe what he was seeing. Clam. Crack aarrgg. One-sided violence ensued. The unknown intruder named Kang-woo leaped toward Chin Myung-ho, who had bounced back. He punched Chin Myung-ho with his fists covered in dark-colored energy. Every time he hit him, a sound that resembled an explosion could be heard. It felt like the roles of demon and human had been reversed. One couldn't help but feel sorry for Chin Myung-ho, who had turned into a demon. What? Kim Yong-hoon couldn't believe that Chin Myung-ho was being one-sidedly beaten up. Who is that guy? Kim Yong-hoon began trembling. Fear engulfed his body. He realized that something had gone wrong. Is he a ranker? Beating Chin Myung-ho in such a one-sided way would be impossible unless you were as strong as his father or Ki Yeon-ju. Kim Yong-hoon turned around with a pale face. It didn't matter if he was a ranker or not. The important thing was that after Chin Myung-ho, he would become the next target. Without looking back, he began running away. Oof, oof, his breathing got heavier. The road toward the gate's entrance felt too long. I must contact father. Just like he always did in times of trouble, he tried to contact his father. He was sure that Kim Yi-hyun would be able to solve the issue and bring him victory. He took a crystal from his pocket. It was a device that allowed you to make calls from inside the gates. Right when he was about to activate it, Paf, cough, after being hit, he rolled to the ground. Why you? His face pale, he looked at the person who had made him fall to the ground. The person named Kang-woo looked at him with a smile on his face. Where do you think you're going? Who are you? Why do you all say the same thing in situations like this? Kang-woo squatted next to Kim Yong-hoon and looked at him, disappointed. Give it to me, what? You were trying to contact Kim Yi-hyun, right? Kang-woo said while pointing toward the crystal with his finger. Yong-hoon gave it to Kang-woo with trembling hands. After a few beeps, Kang-woo finally heard the voice he was waiting for. What happened? It was a hard and low-pitched voice. Kang-woo's smile deepened after hearing Kim Yi-hyun's voice. Are you Kim Yi-hyun? Who are you? Will you understand the situation if I say I have your son as a hostage? There was a heavy silence. Kang-woo realized that even though he wasn't saying anything, Kim Yi-hyun's breath had gotten rougher. He seems quite surprised. It would be weird if he were calm in that situation. There probably wasn't any dad who could remain calm after hearing that his son had been taken as a hostage. Father, this damn guy dared to, Paf. Cough, Kang-woo kicked Kim Yong-hoon, who was trying to grab the crystal, in the stomach. His body curved in a C shape and he moaned in pain. You stay there. Kang-woo used the authority of restraint and created chains made of demonic energy to restrain Kim Yong-hoon from moving. Kim Yong-hoon, whose body had been tied up like a chrysalis, moved his body as if he was having a seizure and screamed, "Let me go, you bastard." Oof, you don't listen, huh? Are you going through a rebellious phase? Kang-woo kicked Kim Yong-hoon's head. With a dull thudding sound, blood flew out of Kim Yong-hoon's mouth. Stop. Even someone like you worries about his son, huh? What do you want? Kim Yi-hyun asked in an angry voice. It seemed like he'd quickly understood the situation. Kang-woo smiled in satisfaction after seeing that one could actually talk with Kim Yi-hyun. If you want to save your son, come to the Mokdong C-rank gate right now. You clearly want me to come alone, right? Ha ha ha, Kang-woo laughed at his question. If I asked you to come alone, would you actually come by yourself? I know guys like you very well, so don't think too deeply and come as you like. He was saying that he could bring as much help as he wished. Kim Yi-hyun smirked after hearing his words. Are you out of your mind? Are you being considerate of me? Then why don't you come by yourself? I'll make you regret those words. Yeah. I'll be waiting for you. Kang-woo put his feet on Kim Yong-hoon's right leg. If you don't come within 20 minutes, I'll begin crushing your son's limbs one by one, so take that into consideration. Oof. You could feel the indignation in Kim Yi-hyun's voice. Can someone who belongs to an organization that works for the government handle the repercussion of torturing someone, and my son on top of that? Huh. Government? It seemed that just like Chin Myung-ho had, Yi-hyun thought that he was part of the H-warring squad. Kang-woo smirked. I'm not part of any organization that works for the government. Don't tell me. Are you alone? Yes, I'm still single. You're crazy. Kim Yi-hyun thought that Kang-woo's joking replies were serious. He thought that he really had done something so crazy alone. Did you do this while knowing who I am? Kim Yi-hyun angrily asked. He was the CEO of Mir Electronics, a multinational business. On top of that, he was the leader of one of Korea's top 5 guilds. It wasn't that he only had money. He also had such authority that not even government officials could easily touch him. On top of that, just like Baek Kang-hyun and Ki Yeon-ju, he was one of Korea's most powerful players. Money, authority, strength. He was on top of everything. Even a world ranker wouldn't dare to do something like Kang-woo was doing. Ha ha ha, Kang-woo laughed and even stepped even harder on Kim Yong-hoon's right ankle. Kim Yong-hoon screamed in pain. What about you? Do you know who I am? You don't, right? Crack with the sound of bones breaking. Kim Yong-hoon's ankle twisted at a weird angle. Kim Yong-hoon wriggled in pain. Kang-woo smiled while looking at him. It was a creepy smile that resembled a demon's. If you don't know, you need to be beaten up. Chapter 63. Do you know me? Part 3. AARRGGG. It hurts, it hurts. Kim Yong-hoon's desperate scream rang out. Stop. Kim Yi-hyun's voice could be heard from the crystal. Kang-woo lifted his feet from Kim Yong-hoon's knees. Sniff, sniff. Kim Yong-hoon, who had never felt pain like that since he was born, cried while hugging his ankle. Kang-woo calmly spoke toward the crystal. 20 minutes. If you don't appear within 20 minutes, I'll also crush the other knee. It was a voice from which you couldn't feel any mercy or compassion. That voice that seemed to enjoy the situation made Kim Yi-hyun even angrier. He spoke with a voice from which you could feel a strong killing intent. I don't know who you are, I don't know what you want. If you're looking for ransom, I can tell you it's too late for that. I will look for you, I will find you, and I will kill you. Kang-woo smirked at those words. Good luck, whack. The crystal was destroyed and scattered on the ground. Okay. Then, Kang-woo turned his body toward Kim Yong-hoon, who was trembling. He looked at Kang-woo with a pale face. He was scared enough to forget about the pain shooting from his ankle. Save me, please, do you need money? If I ask my father, money is nice, but that's not what I'm after. Kang-woo crouched down next to Kim Yong-hoon. He was smiling so peacefully that it was hard to believe he had just crushed someone's leg. In situations like that, seeing someone have no change in his emotions was even scarier. Kim Yong-hoon was trembling. A fearful voice came out of his mouth. Then what do you want? I want Earth to be at peace, Kang-woo answered without hesitation. Kim Yong-hoon bit his lips and it seemed like he thought Kang-woo was lying. Don't say bullshit. Tell me what you want. So you don't believe me. Kang-woo looked at Kim Yong-hoon, disappointed. His goal was to eliminate the demon cult completely. Leaving the process aside, he wasn't lying about the end goal. Because the demon cult was trying to turn Earth into hell, so let's start with the preparations. Preparations. Kang-woo extended his hands toward Kim Yong-hoon's head and Kim Yong-hoon began screaming hysterically. Please save me, please spare my life. Don't make me the bad guy, I won't kill you. Then, you need to get ready to meet your father. Gulp. Kim Yong-hoon gulped. Hope seemed to return to his eyes. Kim Yi-hyun. If it were his father, who was perfect in every sense, he would probably be able to save him from that situation. I'm not sure why you're doing this. If it were his father, he would probably be able to teach that guy a lesson. I'm glad, yes. A deep smile appeared on Kang-woo's face and he placed his hands on top of Kim Yong-hoon's head. He activated one of the 666 authorities he had. An explosive amount of demonic energy entered Kim Yong-hoon's head. Cough, cough. Yong-hoon's eyes turned upside down. Bubbles came out of his mouth. Kang-woo kept talking while looking at Kim Yong-hoon, who was trembling. I'm glad Kim Yi-hyun loves you, a father's love toward his son. He could feel his love from his anger. It's easy to use someone who's in love. Kang-woo laughed. After using an authority on Kim Yong-hoon, Kang-woo took him and the party out of the gate. There he saw members of the Red Rose Guild and xperrif's third squad, whom he had contacted before raiding Kim Yong-hoon. Those people. Oh, isn't that Ki Yeon-ju from the Red Rose Guild and the captain of the third xperrif squad, Beek Hwa Yeon? Han Seala and T-Su's eyes widened. I'll explain things later. First, take Mr. Shi-hoon to a safe place. But, Kang-woo, I was wondering where you were. As they walked out of the gate, Ki Yeon-ju walked toward them. Han Seala was surprised after seeing Ki Yeon-ju, whom she'd seen only through the news, knew Kang-woo. Mr. Kang-woo, you know the leader of the Red Rose Guild? Sadly, yes. That's something I should be saying. Ki Yeon-ju glared at Kang-woo. She turned her head toward Han Seala. Well, it seems like you know me. Who are you? I'm Han Seala, HNG. Ki Yeon-ju looked at Han Seala. She was looking up and down at her when she saw her chest area. Veins appeared on her forehead. Ki Yeon-ju took a deep breath and kept talking. What relationship do you have with Kang-woo? That's what I want to ask. What relationship do you have with Mr. Kang-woo? And why do you talk to him in such a friendly manner? Han Seala glared at Ki Yeon-ju in the scariest way she could, although she doesn't look scary at all. It was as if a cat had taken out its claws in front of a tiger. Kang-woo tried to calm both of them down. Let's leave presentations for later. That isn't the important thing at the moment. And Seala, take the rest of the party members and go back. Once it's done, I'll tell you everything at home. Yes, Mr. Kang-woo. Han Seala seemed a bit sad, but after nodding, she left the gate area with the other members. Ki Yeon-ju turned her head to Kang-woo, who was watching Han Seala's back. So where's the one who took the bait? Here. Kang-woo threw Kim Yong-hoon to the floor. Ki Yeon-ju's eyes shone brightly. As expected, it's the Mere Guild. Were you expecting it? I just thought that among the big guilds, the only ones crazy enough to do something so absurd was them. It was a guess influenced by Ki Yeon-ju's personal feelings. She said that they have a bad relationship, right? Kang-woo thought about what he'd heard from Kang Seong-soo. Ki Yeon-ju kept talking, so we just have to interrogate and get information from him, right? No. Kim Yong-hoon is just a pawn, he probably won't know the exact details. Then, I called Kim Yi-hyun, he'll be here within 20 minutes. Beak Hwa Yeon and Ki Yeon-ju's expressions hardened after hearing that name. W8 you called Kim Yi-hyun, surprised, she looked at Kim Yong-hoon who was on the floor, then one thought crossed her mind. Don't tell me, you took Kim Yong-hoo as a hostage, he really loves his son. What the? Ki Yeon-ju looked at him in disbelief. Taking Kim Yong-hoo to interrogate was one thing, but to call Kim Yi-hyun there, Kim Yi-hyun won't stay still. I wouldn't have it any other way, Kang-woo answered in a calm voice. Oof, so that's why you told me to bring as many people as possible. Ki Yeon-ju sighed. She didn't think they would end up facing the Mir Guild so suddenly. It was something that was going to happen eventually, but now that it was certain that the Mir Guild was related to the demon cult, they couldn't let them be. To grab the tail of the demon cult, they needed to face Mir Guild. I never thought that someday would be right now, she bit her lip. Because she'd arrived as quickly as possible, she hadn't been able to bring all of their strongest members. Beak Hwa Yeon was in a similar situation. Usually in situations like that, the government would work in support of the big guild, but both forces were in a similar situation at the moment. Don't worry, it isn't going to be a hard fight, Kang-woo calmly said. Beak Hwa Yeon spoke while frowning. I'm sorry, but right now neither I nor Yeon-ju were able to bring all our forces. There's no way we will have an easy fight against the Mir Guild. Wasn't your action too reckless? Miss Hwa Yeon, when fighting against an enemy, what happens if your opponent loses its reason and charges toward you? The fight would obviously end in a victory. Yes, that's what's going to happen. Beak Hwa Yeon seemed confused. Don't tell me, you think Kim Yi-hyun will lose his ability to reason and charge toward us? A father's love is unconditional. Kang-woo shrugged his shoulders. Ki Yeon-ju shook her head with a hard expression. Even if Kim Yong-hoon is a mindless idiot, Kim Yi-hyun is different. Even if you have Kim Yong-hoon as a hostage, he won't just lose his mind. Kim Yi-hyun was calculative and cold enough to serve as the CEO of a big corporation like Mir Electronics. Kang-woo laughed lightly at her words. No, he will charge toward us. Are you planning to destroy his arms or legs in front of him? She said while looking at Kim Yong-hoon's right ankle. Kang-woo shook his head while smirking. You think Kim Yi-hyun will lose his mind because of something like that? What are you planning to do? Ki Yeon-ju looked at Kang-woo while starting to feel chills. Without answering, Kang-woo directed his eyes toward the road. It seems like he's here. Vroom. Around 20 SUVs had arrived. The SUVs entered after destroying the barricade around the gate's entrance. Click, the car's door opened and a calm-looking middle-aged man descended. The man had his hair pulled back and a breathtakingly strong killing intent surrounded him. So you were behind this. Kim Yi-hyun looked at Ki Yeon-ju and Beak Hwa Yeon with strong killing intent. His eyes began moving fast. Pathetic. Do you think that it's over just because you've taken my son as a hostage? He instantly realized that the Red Rose Guild and H-Warring Squad hadn't brought all of their forces. Deep killing intent appeared in Kim Yi-hyun's eyes. Where's the guy who called? Over here. Kang-woo waved his hand as if he were greeting a friend. Kim Yi-hyun's killing intent became stronger. Thanks for not escaping. Tapped, the doors of the other SUVs opened, and over 200 members of the Mir Guild descended from them. Kim Yi-hyun kept talking while glaring at Kang-woo. So where's my son? Oh, over here. After saying that, Kang-woo picked up Kim Yong-ho and threw him. Chairman, it's dangerous. Two people tried to block Kim Yi-hyun. It seemed like they thought that a bomb might have been planted in Kim Yong-ho's body. Tapped, what? There was a heavy silence. Unlike their expectations, nothing happened. Not only that, but before Kim Yong-hoon's body touched the ground, black smoke appeared and stopped it from being hurt. Move. Chairman, please wait, we still don't know if it's a trap. I said move. Kim Yi-hyun moved his underlings away and picked up Kim Yong-hoon. After picking his son up, he began trembling. I'm not sure what you were thinking when you did this. Strong mana leaked out from his body. Kim Yi-hyun glared at Kang-woo with strong killing intent. With this, you have no more ways to win. I'll kill you in the worst way possible, Kim Yi-hyun said while grinding his teeth. At that moment, Kim Yong-hoon came back to his senses. Yong-hoon, Kim Yi-hyun hugged his son. He softly touched the cheeks of Kim Yong-hoon, who was slowly opening his eyes. It was a scene that would move anyone who wasn't aware of what was going on. Kim Yong-hoon fully opened his eyes. He looked around and then placed his eyes on Kim Yi-hyun, who was hugging him. He began trembling in fear. It wasn't fear of the ruthless violence he had suffered because of Kang-woo. His fear was, Mister, who are you? Directed toward Kim Yi-hyun. Chapter 64, Do You Know Me? Part 4. Mister, who are you? What? Kim Yi-hyun's eyes widened. He was looking at Kim Yong-hoon in confusion. Yong-hoon, it's me, your father. What are you talking about, mister? Kim Yong-hoon looked at him cautiously. It was as if all memories about his father had disappeared. Why Yong-hoon? Kim Yi-hyun's eyes began shaking. Kim Yong-hoon couldn't remember him. He was looking at him cautiously as if they were strangers. That shock made him tremble. Kim Yi-hyun covered his mouth. He felt nauseous. He thought that he was about to vomit at any moment and his mind became blank. Kim Yong-hoon calling him Mr. felt somehow unfamiliar. What did you do? Kim Yi-hyun turned around, his body shaking. There he saw Kang-woo who was smiling. Just seeing him smile was enough to make him lose control. I said, what did you do? Kim Yi-hyun shouted. His eyes were wide and his voice became sharp. His image of a modest gentleman changed completely, but it was understandable. Maintaining his reason in that situation would have been weird. His son, the memories of his beloved son had been cut out. That was more shocking than seeing him without limbs. Was that how he would feel if Kim Yong-hoon had died in front of him? Kim Yi-hyun wasn't sure. He thought he wouldn't even have felt such pain if Kim Yong-hoon had died. He wouldn't have felt that weird sensation of having grabbed something without shape. Let me go, mister. But more than that, where am I? Kim Yong-hoon tried to free himself. Every time his son called him Mr. Yi-hyun, he felt that the chains holding his reason were being cut down. Why you? Kim Yi-hyun trembled while looking at Kang-woo. After letting Kim Yong-hoon go, he slowly stood up. He felt that his entire world was crumbling. No, it had probably already crumbled. Strong killing intent rose from him. Chairman, please calm down. Executives of the Mir Guild tried to hold him down, but Kim Yi-hyun wasn't able to hear them at the moment. Kim Yi-hyun looked at Kang-woo's mouth. He felt that the smile he saw there was engraved inside his head as if it were a stigma. He almost felt that he could hear him laugh. You bastard, his mana exploded. The land under him was split. He was one of the top 10 players in Korea. They said the minimum requirement to become a ranker was completing the 8th awakening, but he had already finished the 9th. The man they said had 4 S-rank attributes began losing control of himself. Boom, boom, he leaped forward. The land around them began trembling as if an earthquake was happening, and the concrete was destroyed from the excess mana. Mana shining with a golden color appeared on his fists. Unlike others, it was a mana that had a clear shape. It was an energy that resembled those that appeared in martial art novels. While being covered in mana, he leaped toward Kang-woo. Where do you think you're going? It was Ki Yeon-ju who blocked his path. Red chains flew out of Ki Yeon-ju's palms and surrounded Kim Yi-hyun. Kim Yi-hyun punched the red chains that were also covered by mana with a clear shape. Boom, there was a huge explosion that shook the surroundings. It was a destructive power that went beyond humans. The moment the punch and chains clashed, a huge explosion happened. Move! Kim Yi-hyun, who had lost his mind, shouted. Ki Yeon-ju once again threw the chains to Kim Yi-hyun, who was leaping forward like a beast. Boom! It was true that Kim Yi-hyun was one of Korea's top 10 players, but Ki Yeon-ju was also among that group. The red chains moved as if they were alive and passed through Kim Yi-hyun's body. His skin was torn apart by thorns. Kim Yi-hyun cut the chains with his hands. The red chains fell to the sides and blood swelled out from the parts of his body that had been torn apart by the chains. Kim Yi-hyun didn't care about that. He was trying to move forward, ignoring Ki Yeon-ju. Harab! After Ki Yeon-ju, Beak Hwa Yeon blocked him. She swung her white longsword, targeting Kim Yi-hyun's neck. Kim Yi-hyun brushed off the white longsword with his mana-covered fists. Beak Hwa Yeon was pushed back by that stupidly strong power. Cough! Beak Hwa Yeon coughed. She was one step lower than Ki Yeon-ju and Kim Yi-hyun. It was hard for her to block Kim Yi-hyun's attack. Hwa Yeon, back off for the moment. Okay, Beak Hwa Yeon nodded and increased her distance from Kim Yi-hyun. Ki Yeon-ju filled the empty place and opened her arms. The bracelet on her wrist began to glow with a red color. Chains emerged from her red bracelet. It was the legendary weapon Bloodthirsty Chains. It was a strong weapon that you could call her trademark. Slide, the red chains gathered together. The chains that formed a shape resembling a mace were launched toward Kim Yi-hyun. He raised his right fist after seeing that attack with a power that couldn't be ignored. The chains that had been launched toward him spread like a net. He would be caught by the neck if he didn't back off. Even in that situation, Kim Yi-hyun didn't move backward. He moved forward as if he couldn't see the net. Kim Yi-hyun was caught by the net made of chains. Aarrgg, he thrashed violently. Yi-hyun paid a high price for running wild in the middle of a net made of chains. The parts of his skin struck by the chains were torn apart. Kim Yi-hyun didn't care about his skin tearing up and he grabbed the chains with both of his hands. The muscles of his arms, which were covered with mana, swelled to the bursting point. Crack! The chains were cut as if they were only ropes. I told you to move, Kim Yi-hyun's voice, which showed that he had lost his mind, spread through the place. Horrible wounds covered his body and blood seeped out from the wounds. His wounds were so deep that it wouldn't be weird if he died immediately, but he had surpassed level 80 and finished the 9th awakening, so he wouldn't collapse from just that. What a crazy. Ki Yeon-ju was surprised after looking at Kim Yi-hyun, who had completely lost his mind. To think he'd be able to go through this attack. Her legendary rank weapon, the bloodthirsty chains, had a special effect called Energy Drain. Energy Drain was supposed to cut the mana of anything that touched the chains, but Kim Yi-hyun still looked full of energy. He's planning to keep charging even if it costs him his life. Ki Yeon-ju's expression hardened. AHGHH, Kim Yi-hyun once again started to move forward. Back HWA Yeon hit the floor and leaped forward. Yeonju, support me please. Okay, Ki Yeonju extended her hand toward Beak HWA Yeon and the red chains formed a shield in front of her. Boom, Kim Yi-hyun stepped forward. The floor around him in a radius of around 10 meters exploded upward. He twisted his body and raised his right fist, using the elasticity of his waist to give the punch momentum. The mana around his punch began to spread. Beak HWA Yeon received a huge impact. She hid behind the shield of chains that Ki Yeon-ju had made. The mana burst the chains, and Beak HWA Yeon took that opportunity and attacked him with her sword from below. The mana he had sent through the chains cut them in two. After making a huge attack, though, a gap appeared in his defense. Beak HWA Yeon's eyes shone sharply. Whirlwind, her attribute skill activated. A strong wind surrounded the white longsword, and she swung it at such a speed that forced Kim Yi-hyun to move backward. The blade brushed past his body by a narrow margin. Slash. Although he had avoided the blade, he couldn't completely dodge the whirlwind around it. From the sides to the clavicle, a fountain of blood began sprouting out of Kim Yi-hyun. Beak HWA Yeon shrugged after seeing the wound. It would be troublesome if Kim Yi-hyun died. He had an important clue that could lead to them capturing the members of the demon cult. Her hesitation created an opportunity. Abyss, BZZT. Kim Yi-hyun smashed the ground with both fists. With the sound of thunder, strong energy exploded like a volcano. The mana storm hit Beak HWA Yeon. Cough, she rolled on the ground after being swept by the storm and vomited dark blood. It was a powerful technique. Beak HWA Yeon stood up, trembling. She could have been fatally wounded if she'd remained still. But she was worried about nothing. Kim Yi-hyun wasn't targeting her. GRRARR. After shouting like a monster, Kim Yi-hyun, who was covered in blood, ran toward Kang-woo. There was only 20 meters of distance between them. Considering that Yi-hyun was a player who had superhuman strength, that was similar to being only one step away. Chain Spear. Ki Yeon-ju wasn't weak enough to let an opponent who was ignoring her and charging toward Kang-woo go. 5 chains were launched toward Kim Yi-hyun. Stab. There were 15 meters left and a chain embedded itself in his right thigh. Stab, stab. There were 10 meters left and a chain latched onto his left hand and another one onto his arm. Paf, there were 5 meters left and a chain pierced his right arm. And oof, oof, Kim Yi-hyun looked at the chain that had pierced through his stomach. Rough breaths came out of his mouth. Blood ran down his mouth. Yi-hyun saw the young man who was standing right in front of him. Kang-woo was smiling as if he was making fun of him. Kim Yi-hyun used all of his remaining strength and swung his right fist. But his fist didn't contain any mana, not even a diffused mana. Paf, the right fist weakly hit Kang-woo. Kim Yi-hyun, who had used all of his strength, collapsed. Kang-woo bent down a bit and made eye contact with Kim Yi-hyun. Their eyes met. Kim Yi-hyun looked as if he was about to become unconscious at any moment. Kang-woo slowly extended his hand and grabbed Kim Yi-hyun's back. Their faces got so close to each other that they were about to touch. A low voice came out of Kang-woo's mouth. Do you finally know who I am? Chapter 65. Do you know me? Part 5. Kim Yi-hyun has been taken to the hospital. Thanks to the hospital's staff and healer-class players, his life isn't in danger. He's currently recovering very fast. Okay. When do you think that the healing process will be over? In just a few hours, he will be healed enough to be able to move. Even while saying it, the H-Warring Squad agent seemed to have a hard time believing it. Chains had pierced his entire body, and he'd also received huge damage from a sword slashing from his collarbone to the pelvis, yet he'd recovered in just a few hours. It was true that the hospital's staff and the healers that were treating him were good at their jobs, but it was also because Kim Yi-hyun's healing speed was unreasonably fast. After he's healed to the point where he isn't in danger of dying, put a mana-restraining jacket on him and bring him to the investigation room. Yes, unlike the surprised agent, Beak HWA Yeon was calm. She knew how superhuman the body of a player who had finished the 9th awakening was. As long as their vital organs weren't hurt, it wouldn't take them long to recover. Not only that, but we don't want to wait until he fully recovers. Things could get more bothersome if he fully recovered. It was better for him to have recovered just enough to be able to do small talks. I'll be taking care of them, Beak HWA Yeon said to Ki Yeon-ju and Kang-woo. She was looking at the soldiers who had lost their general, the members of the Mere Guild. After Kim Yi-hyun was restrained, they didn't offer resistance or try to escape. It was an obvious reaction after seeing their leader suddenly losing his mind and being defeated. Because all of the power in the Mir Guild was centered around Kim Yi-hyun, cleaning up the situation was very easy. After Beek Hwa Yeon left, Ki Yeon-ju turned her head to Kang-woo. What did you do? Ki Yeon-ju glared at Kang-woo with sharp eyes. Kang-woo shrugged his shoulders and calmly kept talking. I just touched Kim Yong-hoon's memories a little bit. You even have the ability to modify memories. There's a lot of things I can do. Ki Yeon-ju remained silent. She knew that his strategy had been very clever. Having defeated the Mir Guild without losing anyone was a great achievement. They would have suffered many losses if Kim Yi-hyun hadn't lost his mind. But Ki Yeon-ju remembered Kim Yi-hyun's appearance. She could understand why he had gone crazy, for his son not being able to remember his name. It would have been weird if he didn't go crazy in that situation. She wasn't sure what technique Kang-woo had used to make Kim Yong-hoon lose his memories, but just thinking about that made her feel sick. Even though she had a very bad relationship with Kim Yi-hyun and Kim Yong-hoon, she couldn't help but feel pity for them. Although they aren't people whom you should feel pity for. Thinking about all the crimes they had committed until then, maybe it was a fair punishment. No, it probably wasn't enough. It was widely known that Kim Yong-hoon was an asshole. He had ruined the lives of lots of different people. There was no point in talking about all the lives that Kim Yi-hyun had ruined. He had ruined many people's lives on his way to achieving massive financial success. Is it poetic justice? She felt confused. It didn't seem right at all to think of Kang-woo as someone who punished evil and rewarded the good. Rather, it was as if a smaller evil had been devoured by a bigger one. What's your real identity? She looked at him cautiously. She couldn't understand the person called Kang-woo. She wasn't even sure if he was the same person she'd investigated. I'm a human just as you already know. Don't say nonsense. This isn't a matter of talent anymore, this. Ki Yeon-ju, Kang-woo cut off her words. Their eyes met. Ki Yeon-ju trembled a bit and she suddenly felt chills. She felt that his eyes, which resembled the abyss, were about to devour her. I can help you, you're of great help to me, isn't that enough? You don't need to know many things. There's no need to understand everything. The world won't disappear because you close your eyes. The important thing isn't who I am but what you want to do. You said that you wanted to get revenge. Right? Yes, I'm going to help you get your revenge. I'm going to help you wipe out the cult that killed that person who was so dear to you so. His low voice flowed into her ears. Just close your eyes. She felt those words were very sweet. She felt a sensation so pleasant that it was as if her mind was about to go numb, and she felt that, if she followed that sweetness, she'd be able to get what she wanted. Ki Yeon-ju remembered a quote she'd read somewhere. It isn't a demon because it's bitter, it's a demon because it's sweet. When she read that, she thought that it was too cringy, but somehow she suddenly felt that it made sense. I wasn't raising a tiger cub. Ki Yeon-ju bit her lip. She thought that she could see another figure overlaying Kang-woo, the figure of a smiling demon with a horn and bat wings. She was starting to wonder if supporting him had been a mistake. He had grown strong enough to be at her level in just 2 months. She couldn't even think of how strong he would become in the future. It's too late now. She couldn't gather the water that had already been spilled. Then, Ki Yeon-ju's eyes shook. The memory of a beautiful woman whose dark hair reached her shoulders came to her mind, Jeong Ha-yoon. It was the name of a guild member who used to follow her as if she were her big sister. Clench. Blood veins appeared on her clenched fists and she couldn't hold back her anger. Ki Yeon-ju looked at Kang-woo while remembering the sweet words of revenge he'd said to her. It didn't matter if he was a tiger or a demon. She had a reason for why she had to join forces with a demon. Ki Yeon-ju closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Leaving the process aside, thank you. Because of you we could catch Kim Yi-hyun without any losses. It was nothing. Kang-woo kept talking after looking at the surroundings. Are we immediately going to the investigation room? Of course, it's a clue we got after so much effort. We must get as much information while we still can, Ki Yeon-ju said while leaking out strong killing intent. Her hate toward the demon cult seemed quite deep. Kang-woo, are you coming too? Yes, if he didn't he would have gotten Kim Yi-hyun for nothing. Ki Yeon-ju nodded and walked toward her car. Kang-woo followed her. A few hours later, Kang-woo, Ki Yeon-ju, and Beek Hwa Yeon were waiting for Kim Yi-hyun. Click the door opened and Kim Yi-hyun, who was wearing a mana restraining vest, was dragged in. It was a restraining vest similar to those they used in mental hospitals. Kim Yi-hyun looked at Kang-woo while leaking out strong killing intent. His hair, which had been neatly pulled back, was in a complete mess. The dark circles under his eyes and his sullen cheeks showed that his body was in a bad state. I have a few questions. It was Beek Hwa Yeon who spoke first. Since when have you been involved with the demon cult? She said with a hard voice. Is there anything you know about their summoning rituals? Do you know anything about the man who wears a red demon mask? There was no response. Only Beek Hwa Yeon's voice could be heard in the investigation room. Beek Hwa Yeon punched Kim Yi-hyun's cheeks. Paf, crash, Kim Yi-hyun fell from the chair. Beak Hwa Yoon glared at him. Answer. Right now, you are either the CEO of Mir Electronics or the leader of a guild. Either way, you're a criminal who collaborated with a pseudo-religious group. Answer. Beak Hwa Yoon grabbed Kim Yi-hyun's hair. The tip of Kim Yi-hyun's mouth went up. Do you think I'll talk? Even if the H-Warring squad has a lot of authority, you're still the government's dog, a dog that moves when an order is given. Beak Hwa Yoon, did you forget who I am? Do you think I have a relationship with only 1 or 2 members of Congress? Kim Yi-hyun kept talking with a smile on his face. You still don't understand. You guys are the dog and I'm the owner that has the strap. How does a dog dare to show its teeth to its owner? You damn psycho. Ki Yeonju, who had been listening to them, stood up. She grabbed Kim Yi-hyun's collar. Her bracelet began shining with a red light, and chains covered Kim Yi-hyun's body. The thorns of the chains penetrated the restraining jacket and entered his body. The mana restraining jacket started to become wet with blood. Kim Yi-hyun started to moan in pain. Talk. Ugh, talk you motherfucker, Ki Yeonju's scream spread through the investigation room. Even while suffering immense pain, he started to laugh. Ha ha ha. In the end, you guys will lose against that person. You don't know how big what he's planning. You probably can't even imagine it. Yeonju, stop. Things will get bothersome if he dies. Beak Hwa Yoon stopped Ki Yeonju. Ki Yeonju took a deep breath and returned the chains to her bracelet. The 2 girls looked at him anxiously. They weren't sure how they were going to make him talk. So, it's now my turn to talk with you. At that moment, Kang-woo, who had been silently watching, opened his mouth. Kim Yi-hyun frowned aggressively after looking at Kang-woo. Reveal everything you know about the demon cult. Didn't you hear? Do you think I'll talk? Yes, I think that you'll talk. Kang-woo laughed in a low tone. He kept talking while looking at Kim Yi-hyun. I'll return them. What? If you say everything you know, I'll return Kim Yong-hoon's memories. Kim Yi-hyun's eyes widened, his body started to tremble. He remembered Kim Yong-hoon, who'd called him Mr. while looking at him. It was an offer he couldn't refuse. It was an offer that there was no way he'd refuse. Kim Yi-hyun clenched his fists. You. He felt uncontrollable anger. Not only had he made his son forget about him, but he was even using it to negotiate with him. He felt hatred toward the person that was in front of him. Youu, he twisted his body as if he were about to have a seizure. Ki Yeonju and Beak Hwa Yoon grabbed him. A scream full of hatred and resentment came out of his mouth. Youu. Damn you to hell, a scream that was close to a cry. Kang-woo smirked. I came back from hell, idiot. Chapter 66, Right of Calling, Part 1. I met that person about 8 months ago. Kim Yi-hyun began talking. Kang-woo leaned on the chair and listened carefully. You're talking about the person who was wearing a red mask, right? Yes, you don't know who that person is. Kim Yi-hyun nodded with a heavy expression on his face. He didn't seem to be lying, so even Kim Yi-hyun doesn't know who that man is. The information he wanted to know the most had disappeared. Keep talking. When I met him 8 months ago, I received a proposal. He said that as long as I can provide offerings necessary for the ceremony, they'd turn me into a demon. You accepted that? Ki Yeonju looked at him in disbelief, to provide them with living offerings. It was something so crazy that it could make him lose everything he had achieved until then. Why did someone like him want to become a demon? HNG, you can say that because you don't know about the beings called demons. What do you mean? Demons have eternal life. As long as their neck isn't cut or their heart explodes, they can live forever without getting old. Eternal life, someone who doesn't die. As long as you're born as immortal, it was probably an offer one couldn't resist. In the end, even those who were richer than rich died. Maybe it was understandable for someone like Kim Yi-hyun, someone who had a lot of money and influence, to want to live forever. Oof, eternal life? Yes, how do you know that? Because they've been alive for thousands of years. What? It wasn't just Ki Yeonju who was surprised by that. Kang-woo, who had been silently listening, opened his mouth. The demon cult is more than 1,000 years old. Players had started to appear on Earth 5 years before then, so Kang-woo had thought that the demon cult had appeared after that day. Kim Yi-hyun nodded with a heavy expression. They were present here 1,000, no, even for a longer time than that. They were silently and secretly growing in size. Of course, they started to move actively only a few years ago. Kang-woo frowned. If they'd been present for such a long time, it would probably be hard to wipe them out. Then, you began providing them players as offerings with the goal of eternal life. Yes, you crazy bastard. Ki Yeonju looked at him in disgust. Did you want eternal life so badly that you were even willing to commit such hideous acts? Do you think a human could maintain their mind while living for thousands of years? There were lots of novels and manhwas where eternal life appeared. But the result was always a catastrophe. She thought a human would lose its mind if they lived for such a long time. Kim Yi-hyun laughed at those words. That's because you don't know about the body of a demon. The body of a demon preserves the mind and increases your desire and lust. What do you mean? You can't get bored of life. You can have a young man's mind with the body of a human eternally. Isn't that the best? Don't say bullshit. There's no way that's possible. It is. Do you think I'd risk everything if it weren't? Ki Yeonju shut her mouth. She knew that Kim Yi-hyun wasn't stupid. If it's as he says, it would be understandable why they'd so easily gain that much power and influence. The reward was something hard for a human to resist. Bullshit. Kang-woo mumbled in a low tone. Ki Yeon-ju looked at him, surprised by his tone from which she could sense an intense killing intent. Do you think having a desire and lust you can never fulfill is something nice? Kang-woo looked at him with sharp eyes. There was no limit to one's desires. Even people, if they had two, they wanted to have three. A demon's desire had no comparison to a human's. Unfulfilled desires made you thirst, and that thirst was hard to understand for someone who had never experienced it. It was comparable to eternally wandering around the desert in search of water. It was like trying to breathe somewhere with no oxygen. It was a pain that couldn't be compared to anything else. While feeling such pain, Kang-woo had learned a way to control his desires. Despite that, he wasn't able to control it completely, even though he'd lived for 10,000 years, even though he had devoured Hell's 7 archdukes. You're the one who doesn't know anything about demons. Kang-woo stopped himself from saying anything else. Things could get bothersome if he talked as if he understood and knew about demons. Well, I understand why you did that. Say something else. Kang-woo forcibly changed the topic of the conversation. He felt he would throw up if he kept listening to the previous topic. Just looking at Kang-woo made Kim Yi-hyun angry. He bit his lip to calm down. After hearing their proposal, I offered them offerings and made a few guild members receive demonic energy through the ceremony. Demonic energy, is it similar to mana? It's the power of hell. It's similar to mana but fundamentally different. So do you also have demonic energy? No, I haven't accepted it yet. Why didn't you make a deal with the demon cult to get that? Yes. But if you carelessly accept demonic energy and can't control that desire rather than a demon, you could become an existence closer to a monster. Just accepting demonic energy can transform a human. Yes. They said that to become a demon while maintaining your consciousness, there had to be more preparations. Then why did you make your guild members accept it? You said that it could make them transform into monsters. You can obtain a lot of strength. The guild members are nothing more than soldiers. As long as they can fight, it doesn't matter if they're human or monster. You crazy bastard. Ki Yeon-ju frowned. He made her sick. After hearing his explanation, she began feeling that Kang-woo had been too soft with him. Then what's the summoning ceremony about? What are they trying to summon? A demon. A demon? Kang-woo looked at him with narrow eyes. Kim Yi-hyun nodded and kept talking. I don't know the exact details, but I'm sure that they're trying to summon a demon. The demon cult's goal is to summon demons. I'm also not sure about that, but what I do know is that they're obsessed with summoning a demon. Kang-woo nodded. Since their name was Demon Cult, it would have been weird if they weren't trying to summon a demon. It's not like I devoured every demon. Kang-woo had devoured tens of thousands of demons. But it wasn't like he'd managed to devour every single one of them. The Hell of 9 Skies was incredibly big. Even though Kang-woo had lived for 10,000 years in Hell, there were places he'd never been to and even demons he'd never met. Kang-woo had always fought to survive, and he hadn't eaten demons that hadn't done anything to him. I'm not sure what rank of demon they're trying to summon. If they managed to summon a demon that belonged to the 7th or a higher hell, Kang-woo would probably struggle because of his current strength. Did they successfully summon a demon before? It was an organization that had been on Earth for more than 1,000 years. There was a chance they'd successfully managed to do it before. I'm not sure, but they said that this was the first try in Korea. This is the first try. They said that recently the dimensional wall has gotten weaker. That was about a month ago. They said that because it had gotten weaker, it would be possible to summon a demon. Kang-woo's expression hardened. After hearing that the dimensional wall had weakened, he naturally remembered the Gaia system. The time he said that the dimension wall had weakened and when Kang-woo had returned to Earth was similar. So, because the Gaia system had gotten weaker, they'd begun moving more actively. So it's all my fault, Kang-woo frowned. Based on the information he had, he could conclude that he was the reason why the dimensional wall had weakened. Is the dimensional wall still in a weakened state? They said that it's getting even weaker. Fuck. Not only was it not repairing itself, but the situation was also worsening. If things keep going on like this, won't Earth get invaded by demons and demonic monsters? It wasn't just hell. There was also the chance that beings like Reinald from the Urner continent would go there. Maybe there are even more dimensions besides hell and the Urner continent. It was clear that the situation was worsening. The problem was that there was no way to solve that situation. Did I really fuck things up this badly? It was as if the atmosphere of Earth had disappeared and asteroids were coming their way. Not only that, but he wasn't sure what would happen if the Gaia system completely disappeared. Oof, Kang-woo took a deep breath. He felt his head clearing up a bit. Let's concentrate on what I can do right now. It wasn't like he would get an answer by thinking about the Gaia system. What he could do for the moment was try to mess up the demon cult's plan and figure out who they were. Do you know where the red mask-wearing man is, or the base of the demon cult that's in Korea? I know. But by now, they've probably moved to another place. Another place, Kim Yi-hyun nodded. They're probably preparing for the ceremony. Wasn't it that they needed more offerings? Well, that isn't a piece of information I have. Wait. The information doesn't add up. Weren't you guys providing the offerings? If they had enough offerings, there was no reason for Kim Yong-hoon to target Kim Shi-hoon. It was weird for them not to know whether there were enough offerings or not. Kim Yi-hyun smirked. That's because we're paid based on our performance. Damn, Kang-woo frowned. Kang-woo understood what those words meant. Ki Yeon-ju tilted her head. What does he mean? Kang-woo clearly and concisely answered her question. It means that more than one big guild is collaborating with the demon cult. Chapter 67, Right of Calling, Part 2, he referred to themselves in the plural. And also mentioned that they were paid based on performance. With those two hints, Kang-woo easily figured out that more than one big guild was working with the demon cult. Where is the summoning ceremony going to take place? Kang-woo asked in a low voice. Kim Yi-hyun slowly opened his mouth. Pohang, the place where the S-rank gate is. It was a possibility he had already thought of when he'd heard that the ceremony would take place either way. Summoning meant that you brought someone from another dimension to Earth, so the higher the rank of the gate, the stronger being you would be able to call. Kang-woo had figured that out after summoning Echidna. How did you? Kim Yi-hyun looked at Kang-woo in surprise. He just mentioned Pohang, he had never said anything about the gate. That's none of your concern, Miss Hwa Yeon-ju. Let's go to Pohang immediately. Right now, yes, they're probably aware that we have a clue about them, so they're probably going to try to do the summoning ceremony, even if preparations aren't 100% complete. They weren't sure if the other big guild had managed to provide them with all the necessary offerings or not. But based on what Kim Yi-hyun said, it was clear that they couldn't waste any more time. Wait, if it's the Pohang S-rank gate, isn't it the one that's being protected by the Hwarang second squad? I'll check. Beek Hwa Yeon took out her smartphone and called someone. The call was short. Beek Hwa Yeon's expression hardened. A few hours ago, a big party of about 20 people entered the S-rank gate, so they immediately moved. Kang-woo frowned after hearing how fast they'd reacted. Ki Yeon-ju got closer to Beek Hwa Yeon and opened her mouth. What about the identity of the people that entered the gate? If we check out the entrance permits, won't it be easy to figure out their identities? It's probably going to be pointless. Kang-woo shook his head. Why? Because they all probably used fake entrance permit. Even Ki Yeon-ju had easily gotten Kang-woo an S-rank gate entrance permit. The demon cult was receiving the help of two big guilds, so there was no way they wouldn't be able to get fake entrance permits. Ki Yeon-ju let out a sigh as if she felt guilty. To be honest, getting an S-rank gate entrance permit wasn't hard. The reason was that most people that didn't fulfill the conditions wouldn't even try to get inside it. If they forced their way inside it, they would probably be devoured by monsters, so who in their right mind would enter one out of their own volition? I told the second squad about the situation. They said they would also enter the gate and start searching for them, but the Pohang S-rank gate is quite big and complex, so I'm not sure they'll be able to find them. Let's also move. I'll contact the guild members too. After saying that, Ki Yeon-ju turned to Beek Hwa Yeon. The Hwarang squad has a military helicopter, right? Let's use that. It's going to be faster than going by car. Okay, I'll contact the base IM. There's a better way than that, Kang-woo interrupted Beek Hwa Yeon and said. A better way? Ki Yeon-ju and Beek Hwa Yeon looked at Kang-woo. He nodded. A dragon is probably faster than a helicopter. Kang-woo, as he opened the door, a girl whose hair reached her waist came running toward Kang-woo. Her red eyes showed how she'd spent the last few days. I'm sorry. Kang-woo patted Echidna. It was true that he hadn't done that on purpose, but it was true that he hadn't taken care of Echidna for over a week. She had just gotten over the feeling of loneliness. That's why to her, Kang-woo was someone that couldn't be replaced. It wasn't hard to imagine the despair she must have felt for the last week. Where were you? Echidna asked in a trembling voice while hugging Kang-woo. There were things I had to do. It isn't like I've done something wrong, right? You're not going to leave me alone, right? Echidna asked while looking at him anxiously. She said her father suddenly disappeared one day, right? While thinking that he should have paid more attention to her, he kept talking. Okay, it won't happen again, so don't worry. Okay, I believe in you. Echidna nodded while smiling. This kid, you've seen her before, right? Ki Yeon-ju and Beek Hwa Yeon nodded. Is she really a dragon? She just looks like a child. Both looked at Echidna suspiciously. Echidna opened her mouth while grabbing Kang-woo's clothes. I'm really a dragon. Echidna created two small wings on her back and flapped them. The fact that two wings appeared on the girl's back proved that she wasn't human. A little girl with dragon wings. It's a combination that looks a bit dangerous. Beak Hwa Yeon and Ki Yeon Ju gulped after looking at the breathtakingly cute girl. Even though they didn't know her well, they wanted to hug her. Echidna, there's something I want to ask. Yes, I'll do anything I can. Echidna nodded without hesitation at Kang-woo's words. You could see in her eyes that she really trusted him. Do summoned monsters always trust their master so much? Ki Yeon Ju asked Kang-woo. Kang-woo shook his head while smiling bitterly. No. Echidna's case is a bit special. In reality, Echidna and Kang-woo hadn't known each other for a long time. Even if she was a summoned monster, there was another reason why she trusted him so much. It's because she doesn't want to be alone anymore. Kang-woo patted the back of her head softly and turned around. There's a place I must go. Can you return to your original body and take us there? Understood. Echidna nodded with her eyes shining. I'll transform immediately. Calm down, if you return to your body here the house will crumble. First, let's go outside. Kang-woo took Echidna outside. Won't people panic if a dragon suddenly appears? Ki Yeon Ju asked worryingly. I already thought about that, Kang-woo answered without hesitation. Ki Yeon Ju looked at Echidna suspiciously. Echidna didn't seem to care about that. Kang-woo, should I transform now? Yes. As Kang-woo nodded, Echidna's body started to glow with a blue light. The blue light began growing until it became a dragon that reached 20 meters in size. Whoa, I can't believe it. The two girls looked surprised at Echidna, who had become a dark dragon. There were some players who could control summoned monsters, but there wasn't anyone who could control a dragon. Kang-woo, which direction should I be flying in? Kang-woo pointed in the approximate direction with his finger after climbing up Echidna's back. Ki Yeon Ju and Beak Hwa Yeon followed him. I don't like people that aren't Kang-woo climbing on my back, Echidna said in a protesting voice. Kang-woo laughed and patted her neck softly. It's urgent. So let this one go, Echidna. If I do well, will you reward me? What reward do you want? Echidna snorted in excitement at Kang-woo's question. She spoke in a trembling voice. I want to go and play with Kang-woo somewhere. It was too low of a favor to ask in such a serious tone. Kang-woo nodded. Okay, once this is done, I'll take you somewhere. Really? Yes, yay, whoosh. Echidna, who couldn't control her excitement, snorted once more. There was hot air coming out of her nose. I'll do my best. Whoosh, whoosh. Echidna started flapping her wings and rose to the sky. Kang-woo used the authority of invisibility on her and covered her body. Her body started to become transparent and melted into the background. If you didn't look closely, you couldn't distinguish her. Whoa. You can even do things like this. Because Ki Yeon Ju was on top of Echidna, she'd also become transparent. She looked at her body, which she could see through as if she were a ghost. How do you have so many abilities? Ki Yeon Ju looked at Kang-woo. She couldn't understand how he was able to do so many things. Not only was he very strong at fighting, but he could also manipulate other people's memories and even do things like make people invisible. He seemed to have tens of different attributes that people usually obtained once every 10 levels. Because I'm someone who's just very capable. Arrogant bastard, Ki Yeon Ju glared at Kang-woo. She didn't like the fact that she couldn't deny those arrogant words. Then I'll start flying. Flap, flap. With an excited voice, Echidna began flapping her wings. The transparent dragon began flying at an incredible speed. A strong wind current hit Ki Yeon Ju, Beak Hwa Yeon, and Kang-woo. Both were struggling to resist the strong wind current, but it wasn't just them that were struggling. It's too fast. There was saliva coming out from Kang-woo's mouth, and he was hugging Echidna's neck. Echidna was flying too fast. He would have probably fallen if he hadn't been using the authority of divine power. The problem was that the authority of divine power and the authority of invisibility were both authorities that had great difficulty. To use both authorities simultaneously, he had to concentrate. He felt that if he relaxed a bit, he would bounce away, so using both authorities in the middle of a situation like that was hard. Echidna, please slow down. HMPH. It seemed like Echidna couldn't hear his words anymore. Kang-woo hugged Echidna's neck and increased his strength. After feeling that Kang-woo was hugging even tighter, Echidna's eyes shone. Why are you increasing the speed? HMPH. Stop, Kang-woo, you can hold even tighter. I'm already doing my best. Are you maybe embarrassed? Kang-woo, who had even held an ogre by the neck, had more strength than that. Echidna didn't know that Kang-woo had been using the authority of divine power during that fight, so she thought he wasn't putting in more strength because he was embarrassed. You don't need to feel embarrassed. Save me. If it's Kang-woo, it's even okay if you try to get closer. I don't want to die. I want to feel Kang-woo's warm temperature with my body. I'm falling. Chapter 68. Rite of Calling, Part 3. A giant cave with light filtering in through stalactites on the ceiling. Even though they were inside a cave, it didn't feel dark at all because it was filled with a mysterious light. It kind of felt dreamy. Around 20 people were walking around within the cave, placing mana stones on top of a summoning circle drawn on the floor. Others were pouring some kind of dark red liquid. One man that was looking at them from the side took out a crystal ball from his pocket. "How are preparations going?" A dry voice came out through the crystal ball. The man with tattoos all over his face answered, "They're almost ready, but because we've hurried the preparations, I can't guarantee the success." You could feel that the person on the other side was annoyed. "Make it a success no matter what." "Understood," the man with the tattoos answered in a low voice. "This summon is the first step to the bigger plan. I won't accept failures." After saying that, the crystal lost its light. The man with the tattoos put the crystal ball back into his pocket and then walked toward the magic circle. "Did you scatter the blood of the offerings around?" "Yes, all preparations are ready, Priest Ut Shik." The blood of the offerings that had absorbed demonic energy through the ceremony was the most important ingredient for the demon's summoning. The man with the tattoos kneeled and placed his hands on the summoning circle where the blood of the offerings had been scattered. As expected, we're lacking offerings. As soon as they'd heard that the leader of the Mir Guild, Kim Yi-hyun, had been trapped, they'd started to immediately prepare for the summoning. That was because if that person gave away information on them, there was a chance that the summoning itself would be cancelled. But because they'd hurried things up, they hadn't been able to gather enough offerings. If they hadn't had the support of another big guild, they probably wouldn't have even been able to try to do the summoning. Tusk, what a useless bunch. He remembered them confidently saying that they'd get an S-rank attribute offering. They'd been so obsessed with obtaining results that the government had trapped them. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. Ut Shik's eyes shone darkly. They could try summoning, but the chances of succeeding weren't high. For it to be a success, they needed a few more offerings. Stab, cough, P-priest. Ut Shik stabbed one of his underlings. His carotid was cut and blood began flowing out of it. "Blame yourselves for not being able to get more offerings in time." Ut Shik looked at his underlings with eyes full of madness. Their faces paled. "P-priest, please forgive us." They began trembling while kneeling. Ut Shik smiled while looking at them. "Don't worry, your blood will become the demon's flesh and you'll enjoy eternal life through it." What he was saying was nonsense. They'd wanted to enjoy eternal life in the current world and life, not enjoy eternal life by becoming the offering for a demon. The desperate desire to live made them obsessed. The members of the demon cult began getting desperate to live. Hyuk, the one who ran first, was a woman with freckles. When she realized something was going wrong, she turned her body around and tried to escape. Ut Shik frowned while looking at her. "You're all thrash who lack loyalty. Did you all forget what the cardinal said? Kya." He pointed a short sword toward the woman that was trying to escape. Dark energy emerged and spread out from the short sword's blade. The woman's back was pierced and she let out a scream. "Being willing to sacrifice yourselves for the demon is one of the 10 commandments of the cult." Tusk tusk. To think that people who aren't willing to make such sacrifices were lusting after eternal life. The slaughter began. Ut Shik killed everyone. The ones who tried to escape, those who took out their weapons to try to resist, even those who became crazy and willingly offered their lives, everyone. Dark blood started to scatter around the summoning circle. "Ha ha ha, this much should be enough." Ut Shik put his hands on the summoning circle with a smile on his face, a demon of the hell of 9 skies. It was about time they summoned the immortals worthy of worshipping to the modern world, although it took us a bit longer compared to other branches. The demon cult was spread throughout the entire world. Compared to other branches, it took Korea's branch a bit longer with the preparations. From what I heard, the Japanese have already succeeded in summoning 3 demons. Although their situation was a bit different, it still didn't change the fact that they were behind them. "We can't lose to them." He frowned while remembering the face of the Japanese cult member. Losing to them was an insult to the cardinal. Ut Shik drew forth the demonic energy he had and activated the summoning circle. Iredacher. Havoc Galler Shine, the summoning circle that had absorbed blood began shining ominously. "Oof, oof, oof, I thought I was going to die." Yeonju breathed heavily after climbing down from Echidna. If she hadn't tied herself with chains, she might have fallen from tens of kilometers up in the air. "Kang-woo, did I do okay?" Echidna looked at Kang-woo with her eyes shining. She was asking for head pats. Kang-woo patted her head while smiling awkwardly. "Heh, the next time, you can fly a bit slower." Echidna's cheeks became red. "So you want to fly with me for a bit longer? It's because I want to live." "Okay. I'll fly a bit slower the next time. I'd also like to be stuck with Kang-woo for a longer time." "Okay," Kang-woo nodded with a troubled expression on his face. She seemed to have misunderstood something, but as long as she flew slower, it didn't matter. Even if she misunderstood, as long as she does things correctly. While changing the old saying a bit, he entered the S-rank gate while nodding. Beak Hwa Yeon walked toward the Hwarang squad members that were guarding the gate. "How is the investigation going?" "They haven't found them yet." "Tusk, okay, what about leader Gu Hyun Mo?" After hearing the news, he entered along with the squad members. "I want to talk with the leader." Yes, Beak HWA Yon received the device that could communicate with those within the gate. Yes, yes, understood, I'll go there immediately. After a short conversation, Beak HWA Yon walked toward Ki Yeon-ju and Kang-woo. How are the investigations going on? They hadn't found anything yet, but they just heard a huge explosion from the insides of a cave. It seems like they also felt something unpleasant. Something unpleasant? It seems like he felt demonic energy. Ki Yeon-ju's expression hardened. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth. It seems like the summoning has already begun. I heard the location of the cave. I warned the second squad members not to approach there carelessly, so we should also hurry. Kang-woo nodded and followed Beak HWA Yon into the S-rank gate. Inside, there were numerous holes in a hill. It resembled an ant's nest. Are those all entrances to caves? Kang-woo remembered that the second squad had said they weren't sure if they would find them or not. Finding them among all the countless entrances seemed to be almost impossible. Over there. Kang-woo followed Beak HWA Yon to one cave entrance. There, he saw members of the second squad with their weapons out, prepared to fight. You came? Miss HWA Yon, we're sorry for how long it took to investigate. There are just too many caves here. A blond man wearing glasses approached. He was the leader of the H-Warring second squad, Gu Hyun-mo. It's okay, but more than that, is it this way? Yes, we clearly heard a loud sound from inside. You all also heard it, right? Yes, the members of the squad answered him, who was making a fuss. Kang-woo looked at the entrance they were pointing to. Demonic energy. He could feel demonic energy from inside the cave. Let's go. Understood. Gu Hyun-mo leader, I asked for your support. Haha. If it's something you ask, of course we'll do it. Guys, formation A. Formation A. The members of the H-Warring second squad got into a formation while making a loud shout. They moved fast as if they were just a single entity. Kang-woo looked silently at the H-Warring squad members who were posing in cringeworthy positions. Are these guys going to be helpful? Judging by their outer appearance rather than agents from the government, they looked like a group of crazy people. Let's go. After shouting, Gu Hyun-mo took a glimpse at Beak HWA Yon. It seemed like he thought that Formation A looked cool or something. After he shouted, the members of the H-Warring squad entered the cave. Kang-woo followed them into the cave. Surprisingly, the insides of the cave weren't dark. The cave shone with a green light from the stalactites on the ceilings. It looked beautiful. Kang-woo, I smell blood. Kang-woo nodded at Echidna's words. There wasn't a need to use an authority. Unlike its dreamy atmosphere, there was a strong scent of blood coming out of the cave. Kang-woo followed that smell through the cave. There, he saw a depression that was almost 100 meters deep. On the depression's floor, a magic circle was drawn from which a strong scent of blood could be smelled. Is that the magic demon summoning circle? Kang-woo extended his hands toward the summoning circle and looked at a man standing there. It was someone who had a lot of tattoos all over his face. The man showed his white teeth to the people who had just arrived. Ha ha ha, you're too late. Crack. The air began to crack as if a glass pane was breaking and a fissure was formed. Chapter 69, Rite of Calling, Part 4. Crack. The air began to crack as if a glass pane was breaking and a fissure was formed. The fissure, which started small, started to get bigger. A deep demonic energy leaked from the fissure. Demonic energy from hell. Kang-woo's expression hardened. It was demonic energy he was used to. The demonic energy's light darkened. That. What's happening? The voices of the H-Warring second squad members began to shake. A fissure had appeared out of nowhere. It was as if another gate had appeared inside a gate. Not only that, but you could feel ominous energy coming out of it. Ha ha ha, now being who takes the souls of the living, come forth. I beseech thee, use your strength and destroy these petty mortals. Shik shouted in a voice full of madness. He took his hands off the summoning circle and spread arms open wide. He didn't know what demon would come out of the summoning circle. He just wanted the most aggressive and violent one. Grrrr, a low-pitched cry, a giant hand emerged from the fissure. It was a muscular arm with dark skin. Crack. The arms that came out of the fissure started to tear apart the air and widen the tear in space. The black fissure got bigger and a red light came out. Who has called me? Auriax, demon of the seventh hell. Shik fell to the ground after hearing the voice coming from the fissure. He bowed toward the demon that was coming out from the fissure. Auriax, sir, this humble mortal has called you a being who walks the path of eternity. So you were the one who summoned me. Yes, my lord. Shik answered the questions of the demon who had just appeared. Auriax looked down at Shik. That's a demon. The members of the H-Warring squad became stiff after looking at the being that came out of the fissure. It had a giant body that reached over 7 meters. It had a muscular physique and bat wings. They could see the madness in its eyes. On its forehead it had 2 horns. Even if they didn't know the goal of the summoning, it was obvious that the being summoned was a demon. Why did you summon me? Shik shouted at Auriax's question. I want the blood and flesh of mortals. With your strength, please guide us, your followers, toward the path of eternity. I'll swear loyalty as long as I can stop being immortal, so you want eternal life. Auriax looked down on Shik. Since he had lived as a demon from the first time he'd opened his eyes, he found the human bowing his head just to stop being immortal pathetic. You want eternal life? Yes, you want a life with endless desires and pleasures. Yes, Shik shouted excitedly. Bang, he hit the floor with his head. He cut his forehead and blood came out of the wound. I want eternal life just like Master Auriax, eternal life and power. He looked at Auriax with eyes full of madness. A demon from hell, they were the ideal of the demon cult messiahs. Eternal life, infinite desires. Endless pleasures, the words Auriax said filled his head. Before he became part of the demon cult, Shik was one of the few Muslim people in Korea. He'd been expecting to live eternally by Allah's side. But one day he met a man who was wearing a mask. That man's teachings had changed his ways of thinking. Is there a need to crave for eternal life with such an ambiguous belief? We can give you eternal life here in the current world. The eternal life spoken of by your God is just one that's self-centered. What's the point of eternal life if you have to die to obtain it? He was shocked by those words. To think that you could aim for eternal life while being alive. To think that you could live your life without fearing death. As long as you were born on earth, there was nothing more certain than death. They had no reason to follow them. Bang. Ha ha ha, good, I like your insatiable desire. Auriax could feel strong desires coming from Shik, those intense desires. So say it, human, where are the offerings that will bring me the excitement of rending flesh? Over there, Shik pointed toward the devouring squad. An intense killing intent leaked out from Auriax. Ha ha ha, not bad as an offering for slaughter. The tips of Auriax's mouth went up. The strength he could feel from the beings pointing their weapons toward him stimulated him. He wasn't sure how useless mortals had managed to get such strength, but they were good opponents for him to fight against. So that's a demon. Ki Yeonju vigilantly glared at Auriax. She touched her bracelet. It clearly felt different from the monsters that she usually fought against. It felt more destructive and violent. Everyone get ready to fight. I'm not exactly sure what's going on, but you'll have to put strength in your asses. Gu Hyun-mo swiped up his sunglasses and took out his two short swords, and mana began gathering on their blades. Oof. What a stupidly scary-looking creature. Gu Hyun-mo gulped and looked at Auriax. He was someone who didn't get nervous very often, but even he couldn't help but feel nervous in front of Auriax. That was how strong the energy leaking from Auriax was. There will probably be a huge uproar if that monster gets out of the gate. We have to stop it, no matter what. Beak Hwa Yeon also took out her weapon and prepared to fight. Ki Yeonju clicked her tongue. It would have been easier if I had brought my guild members. There's nothing we can do about it. We have to be satisfied with the fact that we were able to get here before that monster walked out of the gate. It would have been better if they'd been able to stop the summoning itself, but it was already too late for that. The only option they had was to kill the demon that the cult had summoned. Ki Yeonju and Beak Hwa Yeon gathered their mana and glared at Auriax, being who walks the path of eternity. Please show your power to those filthy mortals. Ha ha ha, okay, fighting and slaughtering are the forms of entertainment that I, Auriax, enjoy the most. Auriax stood up. His height reached almost 7 meters and he began flapping the wings that were on his back. Crack crack, his muscles swelled up, and intense demonic energy covered his body. Auriax's eyes met the members of the devouring squad. The thought of the battle he was about to have with them made him tremble in excitement. Auriax stomped on the ground and extended his hand. From the fissure that remained, a giant scythe appeared. Come, you filthy bugs. Auriax shouted while wielding the scythe. The ones that moved first were the Gu Hyun-mo and other members of the devouring second squad. Gu Hyun-mo shouted while gripping his two short swords. Formation C. Let's show that muscle pig how strong we are. Yes, sir. The members of the devouring squad began moving. It was a formation that resembled a sharp spear. Gu Hyun-mo, who was at the forefront, smiled and his body bounced forward. Boom, clang, the scythe and short swords clashed against each other. A short moan came out of Gu Hyun-mo's mouth and his body was pushed back. As expected, the demon was very strong. What strength, Gu Hyun-mo shouted while trying to calm down his hand. If you were fighting 1 versus 1 against that demon, it wouldn't have been weird if his body was split in 2 by the next attack. But, haha. To think that I would get pushed back after speaking so confidently. As expected from the leader, he wasn't alone. After Gu Hyun-mo, all the members began attacking as well. Most of the attacks were blocked, but the demon wasn't able to block all of them. Marks began appearing on Auriax's body. Good. As wounds began appearing on his body, Auriax shouted in excitement. The desire to fight grew stronger inside him. Swing, he swung the giant scythe. Following the scythe's trajectory, remnants of its demonic energy caused explosions. Cough. The devouring squad members were swept away by the explosions as if they were tree leaves. Ha ha ha, did you see that, you useless mortals? This is the power of a demon, one who has the power of immortality. Shik shouted in a voice full of madness. He became excited after seeing how powerful Oriax was. To think we'd summon someone so strong on our first try, the dimensional wall was getting weaker. That meant that they would be able to summon even stronger demons from then on. Once that happened, they would probably be able to spread their forces. Living in a world where he ruled without worrying about dying at all, just imagining that made him excited. Ha ha ha, is that all you have, humans? Entertain me more, make me more excited, Oriax shouted in excitement. He looked around to see if there wasn't a stronger opponent. At that moment, he saw a human standing still while looking at him from a distance. Huh. Oriax's expression hardened after he saw Kang-woo. WH what, WHY? Oriax looked at Kang-woo in fear. He dropped the scythe that was in his hand and began trembling. WHY is that person here? No, no, there's no way. He began mumbling as if he'd suddenly gone crazy. Oriax looked desperate. Master Oriax, Shik looked at him in surprise. Oriax's head turned to Shik. See, cancel it, human. Yes, I told you to cancel the summoning right now. What do you mean? I'll return to hell, cancel the summoning and send me back. Isn't that monster approaching us right now? Send me back to hell right now. Oriax's screams spread through the cave. Chapter 70, Rite of Calling, Part 5. Everyone became silent after hearing Oriax's sudden screams. Shik looked at Oriax with a confused expression. Oh, immortal, why are you suddenly acting like that? Immortal, don't say nonsense, human, we just don't have a restriction on how long we can live. We can also die, but you just said that fighting and slaughtering are your favorite forms of entertainment. There's no way I would have fun if I'm on the losing side. What's up with him? Shik looked at him in disbelief. You obviously wouldn't have fun if you were on the side of being slaughtered, but to think that a demon who'd sounded so confident would suddenly say something like that. What's happening? Oriax had been speaking confidently. Shik wasn't sure why Oriax had suddenly changed his attitude. The demon was acting like one of those kids who talks all high and mighty in an internet cafe until their mother suddenly comes in and finds out he'd been playing video games. What are you waiting for? Cancel the summoning, send me back to hell. Oriax began shouting as if he were about to have a heart attack. Shik bit his fingernails, his plan had started to go wrong. Among all the demons, why did someone like him get summoned? Shik thought that he had gotten unlucky. To think that a demon from the 7th hell would be such a coward, his head got messy. He wasn't sure what he had to do to solve the situation. It's impossible to return. Master Oriax, don't worry about anything. Those guys are just mere mortals. You'll easily win against them. Mere mortals, weak. Oriax glared at Shik. You dumb human, how can you say such nonsense? You don't know anything, who that person is, what he has done. You could see and hear the fear in Oriax. Shik's doubts deepened, and he began wondering who the person capable of making a demon tremble in fear was. Who is it that I don't can? Boom, a huge explosion shook the cave. Kang-woo had used the authority of destructive void. He looked at Oriax with a troubled expression. To think that he'd recognize me, Kang-woo frowned at the unexpected development. It was true that Kang-woo was famous in the Hell of 9 Skies, but unlike Earth, there wasn't any form of video or way to communicate with others in Hell. Rumors spread only from mouth to mouth. That's why most demons, although they might have heard rumors about Kang-woo, probably didn't know how he looked. But to think that the demon summoned was one that knew about him, you could say that he had been unlucky. No, isn't it the reverse? Kang-woo looked at Oriax, who was trembling in fear. Most of Kang-woo's strength was currently sealed. Thanks to leveling up in his Authority of Predation, he had recovered part of his strength, but it couldn't be compared to before. So fighting against a demon of the 7th hell in that situation was quite burdensome. If he's scared, it will make dealing with him easier. The tips of Kang-woo's mouth went up. Did you say your name is Oriax? Huff. Kang-woo's voice spread through Oriax's ears. Oriax trembled in fear. Just hearing Kang-woo's voice was enough to make his mind go blank. The fear was written into his soul, an uncontrollable fear toward the absolute being called Demon King devoured him. Why yes, Oriax answered in a trembling voice, speak so only I can hear you. Ah, yes, understood. Oriax quickly nodded. How he was talking to the humans at the moment was to send them his thoughts. It wasn't hard to ensure that only one person could hear him. WHY is the Demon King here. Did I give you permission to ask me a question? And no, I'm sorry. Oriax shook his head while trembling. Kang-woo smiled, satisfied after seeing how Oriax overreacted with everything he said. It's going to be easier than I thought. A huge fear devours your reason. He wasn't sure where he had seen him, but judging by his reaction, it seemed like his fear toward him was really deep. It was as if he were laying on the ground like a dog before even fighting. I just can't let him figure out that I'm weakened right now. If Oriax didn't realize that he had gotten weaker, he'd be able to win against him easily. Lying to someone who's afraid is easy. It wasn't something hard, no, it was so easy that it almost felt boring. It seems like you've ruined my plans, Kang-woo said in a serious tone. Oriax's eyes widened. P-plan. How dare you ask back? I'm sorry. A normal conversation. Oriax became desperate. He was trembling because of his fear towards the Demon King, and the more desperate he becomes, the more thoughts he'd start to have. Oriax was trying to figure out what Kang-woo was talking about when he said plan. Kang-woo looked at him with a relaxed expression on his face. It didn't matter how much he thought, there was no way he'd be able to figure it out. Because there was no plan, I just used some random serious-sounding words. To make him not suspect that he had become weaker, Kang-woo just had to make it so the demon didn't have time to think. Kang-woo, who had been waiting for the right timing, spoke in a low voice. I'll give you an opportunity. An opportunity? Yes, if you succeed, I'll accept you as my familiar. Familiar? Oriax was surprised. A familiar of the Demon King. Becoming a familiar of the Demon King, the one who had become the strongest after killing all the 7 archdukes. If he become a familiar of the Demon King, he'd be able to receive part of his strength. If he received even a tiny part of that demonic energy, he was probably going to be able to become overwhelmingly strong. He would probably become so strong that no one in the 8th hell or even in the 9th hell would be able to take him lightly. For demons who worship strength, it was an offer they couldn't refuse. I'll follow any order. Oriax swear eternal loyalty to the Demon King. Oriax shouted excitedly at the sudden offer. Win against all the humans here without using your weapon. I want to know if you're worth it. Understood. Oriax nodded without doubting for a moment. Kang-woo smirked. You should doubt at least a bit. Most living creatures with the ability to reason would have doubts if someone asked them to fight without weapons against enemies to test their strength. Although he probably can't think properly right now. It wasn't a matter of knowledge or reason. It was the effect of the absolute authority that the titled Demon King had. Just like Milgram's experiment had shown, humans tend to submit to an authority quite easily. It was the same for demons. Oriax dropped his scythe and kicked it to the side, getting into position to fight against the devouring squad with his bare fists. Why is that demon doing that so suddenly? I'm not sure, Beak Hwa Yon said while narrowing her eyes, but I'm sure this is the perfect opportunity for us to attack. They weren't sure why the demon had suddenly started acting strangely. But what they were sure of was that, because of it, they had the advantage. South wind. Beak Hwa Yon extended her sword. Wind gathered around her sword with sharp objects hidden in the soft wind that could cut through skin. Slash. Oriax moaned in pain. He defended against the wind with his bare hands and his skin was split. You damn bugs, Oriax swung his fist. Beak Hwa Yon's sword and Oriax's fists clashed against each other. Clang. A loud explosion that was hard to believe came from the clashing of a sword with fists spread through the cave, and Beak Hwa Yon was pushed back. Oriax was about to charge toward Beak Hwa Yon when Ki Yeon-ju blocked his path. Who are you calling bug? Ki Yeon-ju angrily extended her hand as she closed her eyes to concentrate. The bracelets on both of her hands began shining with a red light. Blood chains, chains with sharp thorns shot out of the bracelet. Tens of chains moved through the floor of the cave in a snake-like motion. The chains spread through the cave as if they were a swarm of snakes and targeted Oriax. Aargg. The sharp thorns pierced his skin was torn apart and blood leaked from him. The chains absorbed his blood. He glared at Ki Yeon-ju while frowning. She's strong. It was hard to believe that she was just a human. Damn. It was an attack that was so strong that he wasn't sure that he would have been able to defend against it with a weapon. He looked down at his bare hands. Maybe things would have been different if he was a demon that fought using his bare hands. But he'd fought with a scythe for a very long time. All of his movements had been optimized for fighting using a scythe. He would obviously struggle if he suddenly began fighting with his bare hands. His movements had become sluggish and the damage output was bad. But this is all to pass the Demon King's test. He tried to calm down and kept fighting against the humans. The longer the fight got, the more wounds he started to get. His movements began getting slower and his eyes started to lose light. Oriax knelt on one knee. He wasn't sure if he would be able to win against the humans at that point, even if he used a weapon. At that moment, he saw Kang-woo approach him with his weapon. He's trying to return my weapon. Oriax's eyes recovered hope. Once he got his weapon back and received the Demon King's power, he'd be able to completely wipe out all of the humans. He would be able to crush all of the bugs that dared to put him in danger with overwhelming strength. I can already see it happening. He tried his best to overcome the difficulty. The Demon King had probably been moved by his effort. Stab. He'd thought that the Demon King would return his weapon, but his own scythe pierced his chest instead. He looked at Kang-woo in confusion. Why? Don't resent me too much, Oriax. Kang-woo used the scythe to cut him down. The wound deepened and blood poured from Oriax's chest. A deep smile appeared on Kang-woo's face. It's your fault for falling for such a scam. Ting, you've successfully defeated Oriax, a demon of the 7th hell. You've gained extra experience points as a bonus. Your experience has increased exponentially. Your level has gone up by 5. You've reached level 50 and unlocked the 6th awakening. You've gained a new attribute. Chapter 71, the 6th special ability, good. He heard a clear bell sound, the tips of his mouth went up. After doing the 6th awakening, he felt that the seal of the 10,000 demon core had gotten even weaker. An explosive amount of demonic energy was flowing inside his body. I think that I could win against Ki Yeonju. He was only level 54 and had just done the 6th awakening. Ki Yeonju had passed level 59, the level in which people say that your growth stagnates, and she had managed to reach the 9th awakening. Considering that the higher your level became, the more bonus stats you got, she wasn't someone a 6th awakening player could face. But Kang-woo looked at Ki Yeonju. It wasn't like he had fought against her while using all of his strength before. But after looking at her fighting against Kim Yi-hyun and Oriax, he became sure of one thing: he was already one step ahead of her. Although I'm still not overwhelmingly stronger than her. It was an amazing growth speed considering that it hadn't been long since he had returned to Earth. The problem is going to be from now on. Kang-woo frowned while looking at his level. He had to pass the first gateway, what players called ultimate effort, level 59. At that level, although you could gain experience by hunting monsters, your level didn't increase anymore. I heard that the way to overcome it varies from person to person. Some people suddenly got the knowledge and unlocked it, just like what happens in martial arts novels. Others unlocked it after defeating a very strong monster. Some people unlocked it when they were on the verge of death. There were even some people who unlocked it suddenly without doing anything. I heard that talented people unlock it faster. The higher the ranking of your attribute, the easier it became to unlock it. That was also why people called it the ultimate effort. Because you won't know what you have to do until you do it. Having a higher ranking attribute increased the chance of unlocking it being easier, but it wasn't a guarantee. An example of that was Ki Yeonju. Although she had unlocked an S-rank attribute on her first awakening, she'd been stuck in level 59 for quite a long time. Let's think about that later. Kang-woo looked away. He wanted to check the new attribute he had unlocked immediately, but there was another thing he had to do first: Authority of Predation. Kang-woo moved back one of his hands. He made sure that no one could see it and then used the Authority of Predation. Black smoke left of his body and covered Oriax's body. Huh, that. Gu Mo and the other H-warring squad members exclaimed in surprise. Kang-woo had modified the Authority of Predation so it wouldn't make any noise. Because he'd done that, it looked as if the body of a demon had turned into smoke and had started to disappear. Do the corpses of demons disappear after dying? Gu Mo asked while tilting his head. Because there weren't many records about demons, there was no way to check that information out. Ting, your demonic energy stat has increased by 3. Only 3? Kang-woo frowned. His stat had increased less than he had expected. Is it because my demonic energy stat is already too high? His current demonic stat was at 83. It was a stat high enough to be comparable to the main stat of a player that had reached level 80 and completed the 9th awakening. Considering that the higher your stat became, the more difficult it got to increase it. Maybe having it go up by 3 was something that rarely happened. It gets harder to increase it, but there's a huge difference in the effect. His demonic energy had just increased more than back then at the Andra's Guild, where his stat had increased by 20 in just one go. There's nothing to regret. The important thing wasn't how many numbers it went up. The important thing was that he had gotten access to more demonic energy, and the quality of it had also increased. Although it had increased just by 3, he could clearly feel the difference. Kang-woo smiled, satisfied. He turned his head to Shik, who was restrained by Ki Yeonju's chains. Miss Hwa Yeon, is he the who wore the red mask? Gu Mo asked while poking Shik's cheeks. No, he's his underling. HNG, so he hasn't appeared yet. I just wish we could get rid of crazy guys like this as fast as we can. While feeling disappointed, Gu Mo hit Shik. Although he might have looked like someone who was easygoing, he was still the leader of the second squad. He understood how dangerous those people were. First, let's take him to the investigation room and interrogate him. Oh, our branch office outside of Seoul is less strict on procedures, so we'll be able to interrogate him properly. Gu Mo smiled. He looked at Shik and moved his fingers. Prepare yourself, you piece of trash. I'll show you the 72 interrogation techniques I perfected through the years. Cough, cough, what's wrong with this guy? I didn't even start yet. Shik suddenly started to vomit black blood. Kang-woo quickly approached him. He felt demonic energy from Shik. This, Kang-woo's eyes narrowed. He had seen similar things happen before. It was as if a seal that was locking a block of demonic energy had been unlocked. And just like he thought, crack, crack, what's happening? Leader, you need to move back now. Gu Mo and Beak Hwa Yeon moved away. Crack, Shik's body increased in size, two horns appeared on his head and a set of wings sprouted from his back. But it didn't look like he was turning into a demon. His skin melted down and his face distorted. The tattoos that usually covered his skin were nowhere to be seen. His arms split into two and became four in total, and sharp teeth grew in his mouth. In the end, he couldn't control his lust, and he was just trash who couldn't even become a demon. Damn, Kang-woo frowned. There was no way to turn him back. Once again, we won't be able to find out the masked villain's identity. Kang-woo clicked his tongue. Knowing the personality of the red mask-wearing man, Shik probably didn't know about his identity. But seeing how they'd lost the chance to get other useful information annoyed him. Grarghh, Shik, who had turned into a demonic monster, screamed. For players who could even face a demon that belonged to the seventh hell, beating up Shik, who had turned into a demonic monster, was easy. Damn, we won't be able to interrogate him. Crack, Grarghh, Ki-yeonju waved her hand aggressively and chains covered Shik's body. She angrily shouted and then threw Shik to the wall. Calm down, Yeonju. It isn't like we don't have any clues. Oof, a sigh came out of Ki-yeonju's mouth. As if she was taking out her anger, she threw him numerous times against the floor. She put her hand on top of her forehead in frustration. I know, we just have to investigate which guild among Hanul, Onyuri, or Sanir is collaborating with the demon cult. We'll have to make some preparations, too. After doing something like this, they won't be able to move easily. That's true. Disappointed, she looked down at Shik's corpse. She felt angry that she hadn't been able to wipe out the demon cult yet. Beak Hwa Yeon left behind the frustrated Ki-yeonju and said to Kang-woo, "Oh, Kang-woo, the government is going to reward you for today." Kang-woo's eyes shone at Beak Hwa Yeon's words. Beak Hwa Yeon laughed. Having found out about the Mir Guild, having helped to interrogate Kim Yi-hyun, and helping us to get to Pohang as fast as possible. You did many things, so it would be an insult if there weren't any rewards to you. Kang-woo's role in the incident was huge. If it weren't for him, they probably wouldn't have been able to find out about the demon's summoning. To Kang-woo, that was good news. I hope it's not some kind of useless certificate. If it was something like that, he was thinking of refusing it. Ha ha ha, I'm not that stupid, I'll give you the details in a bit. Tell me your number later on. If possible, I'd like to be rewarded silently without making a huge deal out of it. Are you the type of person who hates the idea of becoming famous? I don't like dragging useless attention to myself. I can reward you unofficially, but rumors will inevitably spread out a bit. Basically, some people would hear about him. He was probably going to get more attention than before when he'd just been known as the rookie that the Red Rose Guild was supporting. I'll decide after hearing what the reward is. There was no need to reply immediately. He would accept if he concluded that the reward obtained was worth more than how bothersome receiving more attention was. There's no need to refuse a reward just because I don't want to get more attention. It was inevitable that more people would hear about him eventually. He was too different from the rest, so people would eventually hear rumors about him. Haha, you can have high hopes about it. Beak Hwa Yeon said it confidently. Kang-woo's eyes shone. Beak Hwa Yeon wasn't someone who would exaggerate. If she said something like that, it was that the reward would be truly incredible. Yeonju, your guild will also receive a reward, thanks for collaborating. Well, I have a good enough reason to do that, Ki-yeonju said with a heavy voice. Let's return, I want to rest. From what happened with Kim Yi-hyun to the battle against a demon, it would have been weird if they weren't tired. Kang-woo looked at Ki-yeonju, who had a bitter expression on her face. It doesn't seem to be simple tiredness. She was probably thinking about the guild member used as offerings by the demon cult. She's probably blaming herself. They weren't able to find out the identity of the red-masked man, whom you could say was the cause of everything. She was probably feeling disappointed and regretful. While turning his body around toward the cave's exit, he spoke. You're doing a good job. What? I'm talking about revenge. I won't say that you've done enough, but you don't need to blame yourself. You don't need to feel anxious. There will be more chances in the future. Once such a chance comes up, we need to wipe them out. Don't worry, I'll help you. HNG, you arrogant bastard. Who are you to say you'll help me? Ki-yeonju turned her face from Kang-woo. Although she'd said that she looked more relaxed, you could see a slight smile on her face. It would be a problem if you made a mistake while being impatient. Being impatient makes you make mistakes. Things would get bothersome if he lost her because of a silly mistake. It wasn't just because he'd lose the support of the Red Rose Guild. After all, we've gotten a little bit closer. While thinking that, Kang-woo opened his status window. Then, should I check out the new attribute? He was excited. Most players probably felt the same thing that Kang-woo was feeling when they were about to check out the details of their new attribute. Like a kid opening his gift, he carefully checked his status window. He was wondering what attribute he'd gotten and how much stronger he would become. What's this? He frowned after checking out the details of his new attribute. 6th Awakening attribute, rank. The attribute completely unlocks after you reach the extreme demonic energy body. Question marks once more. First, it was the Authority of Predation, then the extreme demonic energy body, and now the sixth awakening attribute. He was starting to get tired of it. I don't even know the conditions to unlock the extreme demonic energy body. Isn't it unfair to say it will unlock after I reach it? Shouldn't they tell him the conditions so he could actually put effort into fulfilling them? He was starting to think that someone had created the attributes like this on purpose just to bother him. No, he was hoping for that to be the case. So if I ever found the culprit, I can smash its head into a question mark. Kang-woo frowned while looking at his status window, which was full of question marks. Chapter 72 Rest, Part 1. So he lost, a man looking at a crystal inside a dark room said in a low voice. The man wearing a red demon mask turned his head around with an emotionless look. He placed his eyes on a group of priests wearing black robes. Congrats on the success in summoning. The cult has promised to give us extra support. Now we can move on to fulfill our original goal. The priests celebrated the success of the demon summoning in unison. The man wearing the red demon mask nodded. How are they planning to support us? It's concentrated demonic energy. It will be enough to move on with our plan and increase the power of the cardinal. Good, the masked man replied, satisfied. You could feel the lust for the power that would be given to him in his voice. Leaving the result aside, the summoning had been successful. He had fulfilled the conditions given to him by the cult, so it was understandable for him to be rewarded accordingly. Although I never imagined he'd lose in such a way. He thought of the footage he'd seen through the crystal. He frowned. From the beginning, what mattered to him was making the summoning a success, but he'd never imagined that the demon would be defeated so easily. I was hoping he would at least deal considerable damage to the devouring squad. The devouring squad and the big guilds that didn't collaborate with the demon cult were beings that hindered their plan of devouring Korea. He was hoping that the devouring squad's forces would suffer a considerable amount of damage. But the result was the total opposite. The demon had suddenly begun acting strange and had ended up dying. Why did the demon act so strangely? He couldn't understand. The demon had acted all high and mighty only in the beginning, but then had suddenly become really scared. It was completely different from the image he had in his head. Is it because of Ki Yeon-ju? Ki Yeon-ju, the leader of the Red Rose Guild, was clearly the strongest player among those who'd arrived at the cave. The man shook his head. He had met Ki Yeon-ju a couple of times. She was indeed really strong, but she wasn't strong enough to make a demon tremble in fear. No, demons were very prideful beings, so it made no sense that he had trembled in fear before even fighting. There's something I'm missing. He narrowed his eyes. There must have been a reason he wasn't aware of. The problem was that it was impossible to guess the reason just by the footage he had seen through the crystal. Is it because of the guy who attacked him with the scythe? He remembered the young man who had a sharp look on his face. He had also heard about the young man named Kang-woo. There had been rumors going on about him that said that he was a really talented rookie that the Red Rose Guild was supporting. A short exclamation came out of the man's mouth, but still, a rookie was a rookie. It had been only a month since the Red Rose Guild had begun supporting him, so there was a limit on how strong he could have gotten. I have no idea. He wasn't sure why the demon had acted in such a strange way. I'll have to check it out myself. The man's eyes shone sharply. Cardinal, we have other news, say it. It seems like the world rankers have started moving. The man frowned after hearing world rankers. He didn't seem angry by the news that they'd started moving, but he seemed annoyed by the words. But the anger was momentaneous. He leaned back on the chair. That past month, the dimensional wall had gotten weaker, and with that, the demon cult had started actively moving, so it was obvious that they would also begin moving. Did the cult give any orders? Not really. So there wasn't, the man's eyes shone with interest. The fact they hadn't given any orders in that situation meant one thing. We'll have to hurry up, we'll move on with our plans. Let's start with El Curo. He mentioned the name of the boss monster of Suwon's S-rank gate. Yes, the priests, who had their heads bowed down, answered loudly. After the demon summoning incident got resolved, Kang-woo climbed up on Echidna and flew home. Ki Yeon-ju and Baek Hwa Yeon refused, so it was just Kang-woo and Echidna. When he got home, he saw Han Seala, who had taken Kim Shi-hoon to the hospital. She wasn't alone. Yoonbai and Tisoo were also there. They were sitting down with looks that showed they had many things they wanted to ask. I'll tell you tomorrow when we go and see Mr. Shi-hoon. He couldn't hide things from them anymore since they'd also gotten involved. The next day, he began explaining when they got to the hospital where Kim Shi-hoon was. He told them that he was a player who was receiving support from the Red Rose Guild and that there was a mysterious cult called the Demon Cult active in Korea. He also told them that Kim Yi-hyun and Kim Yong-hoon had been providing them with offerings. Then, Mr. Kang-woo, you were watching over me for a week after hearing the rumor. Yes. The moment I heard the rumor, I knew it was about you. How did such a rumor? Well, the player's world is small after all, and your party has many people with attention-grabbing looks. It would be weird if people didn't notice you, Kang-woo answered calmly. Obviously, he didn't mention that he had used Kim Shi-hoon as bait. He was just explaining things with words that came into his mind. I'm not saying anything wrong. The reason why that plan had ended up in success was that Kim Shi-hoon's party was clearly different from others. All Kim Shi-hoon's party members were so talented that it would be weird if there hadn't been more rumors about them. Couldn't you have told me before? Han Xiala looked at him with sad eyes. She knew that Kang-woo was hiding many things from her. He's probably hiding even more things. She felt that Kang-woo was probably hiding an even bigger secret. Even though he was right next to her and they lived together, she felt that Kang-woo was at such a distance that she couldn't reach him even if she spread her hands. Bitter emotions filled her heart. I'm sorry for making you worry. Ah, a short exclamation came out of Han Xiala's mouth. After hearing him say sorry without putting out any excuses, she began feeling remorseful. And no, I shouldn't have said that. You probably have your reasons, but it doesn't change the fact that I made my family worry. I can't promise that things like this won't happen again, but I'll try my best. Try. That, Han Xiala mumbled while her face was red. She felt her heart beating faster and that if she didn't try hard, the tips of her mouth would go up. The word he'd said, family, was filling her head. Thank you. There was a weird atmosphere between the two. Kang-woo, peel this for me. Echidna was on top of his lap while making a blank expression. She handed him an orange they'd brought before visiting Kim Shi-hoon. Kang-woo smirked and grabbed the orange. Hyeonim, what happened with the members of the demon cult? We weren't able to catch the leader. Oof, do they really kidnap people and use them as offerings? You also almost became a victim. Those bastards, Tisu stomped angrily. Tisu already looked scary enough, and seeing him frown made him look like a demon that appeared in nightmares. There's no way you're a human. Kang-woo resisted saying that. Anyway, take care while hunting. You never know when they're going to attack again. Understood. Also, each of you take one of these. Kang-woo gave each a crystal ball he'd gotten from Ki Yeon-ju. Kang-woo, oppa, what's this? It's a crystal that lets you communicate with others inside the gates. Call me if something dangerous happens. Thank you, Mr. Kang-woo. It seemed like Kang-woo's gesture moved him. He grabbed the crystal tightly. Mr. Kang-woo, I have a question. I'll answer as long as it's something I know. What happened with Kim Yong-hoon and Kim Yi-hyun? They're both going to spend the rest of their lives in jail. You don't need to worry. They won't be able to solve this with money. They had kidnapped people and sold them to a cult. Of course, they could try to destroy or change evidence, but it wasn't like Kang-woo wouldn't be able to deal with that kind of stuff. If there's a lack of evidence, I can always fabricate it. Kang-woo had the power to do that. Also, I heard about your situation. It seemed like Kim Yi-hyun forced her to take a huge debt. I already asked for enough compensation to cover that. Also, your mom seems to have health issues, so I'll ensure she gets treatment in the best possible facilities. Mr. Kang-woo, Kim Shi-hoon seemed to be lost for words. His body began trembling, tears dropped from his eyes. Thank you, sniff sniff, Mr. Kang-woo, you're my savior. Don't say things like that, I'm starting to feel guilty. Kang-woo smiled awkwardly while remembering that he had turned him into his familiar spirit. Mr. Kang-woo, you're really a good person. Stop. I was lucky to have met Mr. Kang-woo. I'm sorry I was wrong. Now that I think about it, I think that turning you into a familiar spirit was a bit too much. Just like Tisu, I also want to serve you as my Hyeonim. Why are you doing this to me? Kang-woo felt that he was about to burn because of guilt. Even if he was someone very calculative and cold, it wasn't like he didn't have any emotions left. I feel like I'm absolute trash. Chapter 73, Rest, Part 2. While leaving behind his feeling of remorse, he nodded while making an awkward smile. Then I'll talk to you comfortably. Thank you, Hyeonim, Kim Shi-hoon bowed while smiling. Too handsome? Even though they were both men, Shi-hoon was handsome enough to make him tremble a bit. Then I'll also tell you all something I've been hiding. Kim Shi-hoon told them that he was the successor of the martial god and had an SSS rank attribute. Yes, an SSS rank attribute. There hasn't been anyone who got that in the First Awakening, right? I knew Shi-hoon Hyung was also someone exceptional, but Kang-woo already knew the details, but he acted as if he were surprised. How did you awaken as the successor of the martial god? I'm not sure about the details, but I got a different system message than others when I awakened. A different system message? The other party members looked at Kim Shi-hoon. It was also Kang-woo's first time hearing that, so he looked at him with great interest. That because the Gaia system had been damaged, I was chosen as a guardian. Gaia system? I'm also not sure about the details, but when I first awakened as a player, I definitely got a message that said that. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. To think that I'd hear about the Gaia system here. Even Ki Yeon-ju hadn't heard about that word before. He never expected to hear about it from Kim Shi-hoon. Shi-hoon, when did you awaken as a player? May 22nd. Isn't that the day I first met Mr. Kang-woo? May 22nd, it was the day Kang-woo had returned to Earth. The day I returned to Earth, Kim Shi-hoon awakened as a player. It wasn't hard to guess why from the explanation he gave. Damage done to the Gaia system. The defense mechanism called the Gaia system was damaged because he had returned to Earth, and to compensate, a guardian was chosen. It made sense. Kang-woo's thoughts continued. Then is Kim Shi-hoon the key to restoring the Gaia system? It was impossible to know at the moment if the Gaia system could be fully restored or if a guardian was chosen because it was impossible to restore it. Either way, what was sure was that Kim Shi-hoon could replace part of it. As expected, I was lucky to meet Kim Shi-hoon. Kang-woo's eyes shone. It seemed like Kim Shi-hoon was someone more important than he had initially thought. Our relationship is also good at this point. Thanks to the incident with the demon cult, Kim Shi-hoon's trust in him had increased. If he kept growing and was able to fulfill his role as guardian correctly, he was probably going to become a bigger force than Kang-woo had initially thought. Although I feel a bit guilty. But after hearing that he was the guardian chosen by the Gaia system, he thought that he had made the correct decision in making him his familiar spirit. Because the Gaia system kept weakening, one didn't know what would happen in the future. To stop it from deteriorating, he had to investigate and prepare. Then is Shi-hoon Hyung some sort of hero that defends Earth? Haha, hearing someone say it like that makes it sound cringe. To be honest, I'm also not sure. I indeed got a better attribute than others in the beginning, but that's also the same for players like Ki Yeon-ju or Baek Kang-hyun. But SSS rank. I heard that even the First Lady started with an S-rank attribute, so isn't that really amazing? But I haven't been able to accept all of the strength of the martial god, so I can't fully use the power of the attribute. I think that at this point, I'm on a similar level to players that awakened an S-rank attribute at the beginning. But it's still quite impressive. Tsu patted Kim Shi-hoon's shoulders while laughing as if he were proud of him. Kim Shi-hoon shook his head. Even with such a talent, I almost lost against Kim Yong-hoon. The word impressive doesn't suit me. Haha, brother Shi-hoon, you are indeed impressive. But brother Kang-woo is even more so, Tsu shouted excitedly. Kang-woo smirked and stood up. Keep doing a good job with the party. Also, call me if there's anything you need. I'm going to do my best to be useful to Hyunam. You could feel a strong will in his voice. Kang-woo nodded with a satisfied expression. Because what was restraining him had disappeared, it was good that he had another goal. But take a break until your body fully recovers. Understood. Then I'll let you rest. I'll be going. Kang-woo turned around and Kim Shi-hoon looked a bit disappointed. Are you leaving already? Yes, I have things to do. Kang-woo couldn't hide his surprise. It was as if he didn't want him to leave. What's wrong with him? He felt that it was beyond the level of just having a good relationship. Don't tell me. Kang-woo shook his head. He didn't even want to think of that. Familiar spirits oftentimes became interested in their masters because their souls were subordinated to their master. They were subconsciously attracted to their master. Please, you could feel the despair in Kang-woo's eyes. He didn't want to think that was the case with Kim Shi-hoon. Kang-woo walked out of the room without looking back. After paying a visit to the hospital, Kang-woo became really busy. Not only did he have to make plans along with Ki Yeon-ju and Baek Hwa-yeon, but he also had to check if what he had promised Kim Shi-hoon was progressing well. He then went to see Kim Yi-hyun in a prison specially made for players and ordered him to reveal the information he knew about the demon cult. Since they had Kim Yong-hoon as a hostage, he couldn't do anything stupid. Simultaneously, Kang-woo checked that his demonic energy had increased after completing the Sixth Awakening and checked how many authorities he was able to use. This is too tiring. Kang-woo sighed after thinking of the past few days. He almost began hating that he had only one body. Too bad I can't use the authority of cloning yet. It was an authority that let him create another body that shared his consciousness. It required so much demonic energy that he couldn't use it yet, despite having unlocked the Sixth Awakening. The problem is that I still have a lot of things to do. Kang-woo sighed and checked out his status window. He had to reach level 59 and see if he also had a restriction to leveling up. And he also had to see what the other two conditions to achieving the extreme demonic energy body were. But he couldn't even try to achieve those things because he'd recently been really busy. But it's finally over. Because he'd kept himself busy, he'd been able to finish most of the important things. After completing what he had to do that day, he'd have time to relax. Mr. Kang-woo, we've finished the preparations needed to move. What about your mother? She said she still has some stuff to order, so she said that we should go first. She's going to take a taxi later in the day. Kang-woo nodded. He looked around the small apartment that was completely empty. It was the house he'd lived in after returning to Earth with Han Seala. She probably needs some time to organize her thoughts. He'd only lived in that house for 2 months, but Han Seala's mother, Kim Mi-jeong, had lived there for almost 20 years, so she probably had a lot of stuff to organize. Then let's go first. Kang-woo asked her to get in the car. Han Seala sat in the passenger seat and Echidna was on top of his lap. Is something wrong, Kang-woo? Kang-woo grabbed Echidna and put her in the back seat. Kang-woo has become colder with me. She sadly lowered her head. Kang-woo smirked and began driving toward Seoul Station. Is this really okay? What? It's the house Mr. Kang-woo got, but for my family to move in together. I told you not to worry. I also don't want to live alone in such a big house. But still, and it isn't like I got it with my own money. It's a house that the Red Rose Guild provided. It's from Miss Ki Yeonju. Yes. It was one of the things she offered. Han Seola clenched her fist as if it angered her. A house that was 165 m2 big near Seoul Station was probably worth more than $2 million. She felt envious that Yeonju could provide Kang-woo with such an expensive house as if it were nothing. The two of them seem really close. Han Seola bit her lips anxiously. And the house we're moving to is also close to hers. Thinking of Kang-woo being with Ki Yeonju made her thoughts messy. Oof, the huge gap that existed between her and Ki Yeonju made her shrug. There was a heavy silence in the car. Echidna broke the silence and opened her mouth. Kang-woo, what are you doing tomorrow? Tomorrow, I'm not sure. Unlike those past few days, he really didn't have any plans for the following day. Are you also busy tomorrow? Echidna asked carefully. She seemed to want to play with Kang-woo but didn't want to put pressure on him. She looked like a kid asking her father if he was free on the weekend after being busy for the entire week. Kang-woo smirked. He found those careful attitudes of Echidna cute. I guess there isn't anything wrong with taking a break. After he'd returned to Earth, the number of days he had taken a break were so few that it was embarrassing. Considering that he would probably get even busier soon, it was probably a good idea to take a bit of a break. I don't have anything to do tomorrow. Then. You said you wanted to go to the amusement park, right? Let's go tomorrow. HNG, if it's Kang-woo, I'm okay with going anywhere, Echidna snorted and her eyes shone expectantly. The thought of going out with him made her excited. A short exclamation came out of Han Seola's mouth. Not only Ki Yeonju, but Han Seola felt that she was also falling behind Echidna. But I met him first. Han Seola felt left behind, which made her anxious. Then I'll also go. Didn't you say that you would stay organizing stuff? I can always organize things later on. I also want to go, Han Seola quickly replied. Then Seola, you come too, Kang-woo nodded. Echidna glared at the uninvited guest while biting her lips. It was as if she were looking at ash being poured on top of cooked rice. Ha ha ha, Han Seola smiled awkwardly after feeling Echidna glaring at her. She understood Echidna's feelings of wanting to be alone with Kang-woo, but there was nothing that she could do about it. Because you need to fight for your love. If it were for him, she was willing to become the ash on top of cooked rice. Chapter 74, Rest, Part 3, Kang-woo wake up, the next morning. Kang-woo woke up due to Echidna shaking him awake. After having a simple breakfast, Kang-woo went outside with Echidna and Han Seola. They went to a giant mall in Mokdong, Yeonjunpo. At first, they seemed to be wary about each other, but they soon began choosing clothes with their eyes shining. They're getting along better than expected. Because Echidna was introverted, he thought she'd be wary about Han Seola. The previous day, she'd just glared at Seola until they'd completely unpacked. But right then, they were both looking around the shopping mall and talking as if they were sisters. Is this the power of women? Kang-woo couldn't understand what was so fun about picking clothes. To him, they all looked very similar. Oh, look at this. I think it's going to suit Echidna. Will Kang-woo like it? Hee. Yes, of course. Then I want to try it on. Han Seola wandered around picking out clothes for Echidna as if she were her little sister. It seemed like Echidna started to like shopping, so she followed Seola around with her eyes shining. I guess it's okay as long as both of them like it. It wasn't a bad idea for Echidna to make other friends and not rely on him too much. Her relying on him too much would cloud her ability to make decisions. Mr. Kang-woo, come here for a bit. Kang-woo, does it suit me? As he turned his head around, he saw Echidna looking at him nervously. Echidna was wearing a beige jacket and a checker-patterned skirt that reached her knees. She looked surprisingly cute. It's as if she's wearing a uniform. Leaving aside her real age because she looked so young, it seemed like she was wearing a uniform. Yes, it suits you. HNG, Echidna snorted and blushed at his answer. She looked at Han Seola with shining eyes. I want this. Fufu, okay, I'll buy it for you. Thank you, Seola, so you were a good person. Echidna had changed her opinion too easily thanks to clothes. She smiled while grabbing Han Seola's clothes. Hara, she's too cute. Seola, I can't breathe. Han Seola rubbed her face against Echidna's cheeks. Kang-woo smiled at the two of them, satisfied. I'm glad I took a break. Seeing both of them having fun made him smile. After they finished paying, they clung to each of Kang-woo's arms and pulled him along. He had 2 flowers in his hands. He could feel people watching him with envy, and Kang-woo followed them while smiling like a victor. This is life. He thought of the days he'd spent living among demons who were interested in nothing but fighting. After all the days he'd spent suffering because of tentacled monsters, he feared they'd appear in his dreams. Kang-woo was so happy that he thought that maybe all those times he'd spent suffering were so that he could live that moment. An hour passed. Echidna, how about this outfit? Siala, it suits you. Very nice, it seems like they've become closer. 2 hours passed. Ho ho, Mr. Kang-woo, please try this on. Kang-woo, you look cool. 3 hours passed. Kang-woo, let's go back to the second floor. I think it was better there. I also want to go back to where we were an hour ago. What's this? 4 hours passed. I think we should go back to the first place. Yes, I think that it was better there. Why isn't this ending? Even after 4 hours, the shopping was still going on. Kang-woo looked at them with a confused expression on his face. The problem wasn't that they were looking around all the shops, but that they'd suddenly changed their hearts and returned to shops they'd already been to. We've been to this shop 4 times already. Kang-woo had a pale expression on his face. Unlike him, both girls looked at the clothes without taking a break. It was as if they'd used the authority of energy. He felt like he'd been locked up in an endless Mobius strip. Is this life? It wasn't that he was physically tired. But repeating a task that seemed meaningless made him mentally tired. Is this really taking a break? He'd gone to the shopping center to take a break before things got busier. But rather than resting, he felt that he was becoming even more tired than when he fought. His mind was about to reach its limit when suddenly, now that we've looked around enough, should we take a break? You've looked around enough? Fufu, we're going to see other things besides clothes in the afternoon. Those words felt like thunder in a blue sky to him. Kang-woo became even paler. Kang-woo, I'm hungry. Oh yeah. It's already past lunchtime. Should we go to the food court and eat something? Food court? Kang-woo tilted his head and Han Xiala was surprised at his reaction. You don't know what a food court is? No. This is my first time hearing about one. Back then, when lived on Earth in the past, not only had never been to a food court, but he hadn't even gone shopping. Han Xiala seemed troubled. It's a place where there are many different restaurants gathered together. There's usually a wide variety of restaurants and the price isn't that high. Oh, Kang-woo's eyes shone. Eating was one of the things he'd been enjoying the most since returning to Earth. Let's go. Kang-woo's eyes recovered their brightness. What he saw next shocked him. See, can I order all this here? Yes. You can say what you want over there and get a food coupon. Whoa. As he looked at the menu with more than 100 different options, Kang-woo couldn't help but feel a thrill. Is this heaven? There were 3 different types of kimchi stew. One with tuna, another one with ham, and finally one with meat. This has to be heaven. To think that there's a place like this. Kang-woo began regretting having missed out on places like that because he'd been crazy about hunting and growing. I've been forgetting about the most important thing. Why had he returned to Earth in the first place? Wasn't it to enjoy eating and playing? He could feel his desire boiling. It wasn't a simple desire, but one that had been multiplied because of the body of a demon. He could feel the desire devouring his reason. Kang-woo, what should we eat? Everything, everything. I want everything. From numbers 1 to 168. I also want 10 of numbers 67, 68, and 69, Kang-woo said in a serious tone. He had obviously ordered 10 plates of kimchi stew. Mr. Kang-woo. Calm down, Han Xiala came running. Why, you can't eat that much. If there are leftovers, we could take them home. The food's going to go bad before you can finish it all. Don't worry. I know how to make food not go bad. Han Xiala began thinking fast after seeing Kang-woo's serious attitude. The food court has a diverse menu, but the food isn't that delicious. Rather than eating it here, it's better to eat my home-cooked food. If it isn't delicious. After hearing that it wasn't that delicious, his lust and desire quickly died down. Disappointed, Kang-woo just ordered the 3 types of kimchi stew, pizza, chicken, and tangsuk. It was still quite a lot, but it wasn't that much compared to what he'd originally planned to order. I want to eat the same things as Kang-woo. Echidna ordered the same things as her with her eyes shining. Han Xiala tried to stop her but failed in doing so after seeing her eyes. I'll just have an udon. The food they had ordered was ready pretty fast. Kang-woo and Echidna had ordered so much food that even a table of 4 wasn't enough to put everything on the table. Then should I eat? Kang-woo drank a spoon of the pork kimchi stew. Just like Han Xiala said, it was a bit lackluster compared to the one she prepared, but Kang-woo's eyes shone. Although it may not have been that delicious, there was a wide variety of food that he could choose from. It was a combination of food he could have never imagined while in hell. It was a very important opportunity for him to make his dreams a reality. Kang-woo turned his head to the pizza and put a slice of it on top of the kimchi stew. Mr. Kang-woo, a low voice came out of Han Xiala's mouth. Kang-woo ate a slice of pizza with kimchi stew simultaneously. It wasn't just the pizza, he also mixed the tangsuk and chicken with the kimchi stew. Slurp. Whoa, this is better than I imagined. Kang-woo ate the kimchi stew with pizza, tangsuk, and chicken with a smile on his face. Am I supposed to mix all that in? Echidna asked Xiala while tilting her head. No, but Kang-woo is doing it. That's because Mr. Kang-woo, is weird. She barely managed to stop herself from saying that and looked at Kang-woo in surprise. It was at that moment, Slide, you really know how to eat. Mixing things up is the best way to eat kimchi stew. A man approached them out of nowhere and said that in a dialect that clearly marked him as from a different province. Without asking for anyone's permission, he sat in front of Kang-woo. Kang-woo stopped eating and glared at the man in front of him. The man had an out-of-fashion aloha shirt and a gold chain. He had a muscular body and tan skin. It was like looking at a smaller version of Tisu. Who are you? Kang-woo said in an annoyed tone. The man smiled. I'm Beek Kang-hyun from the Hanul Guild. Have you heard of me? Kang-woo's expression hardened. There probably wasn't anyone in Korea who hadn't heard the name Beek Kang-hyun. You're the rookie of the Red Rose Guild, right? Beek Kang-hyun laughed and kept talking. I have a proposal for you. Proposal? I'll give you 50 million USD. I'll give you items that are at least unique rank. I'll also provide you with a car and house that can't be compared to what you have right now. Come join our guild. I'll also make you an executive member. Han Xiala's mouth fell open after hearing the ridiculous amount of money and conditions offered, but Kang-woo's expression didn't change. Kang-woo smirked and leaned back on the chair. He opened his mouth in a relaxed manner. The offer is too low. Chapter 75, Legendary Elite Equipment, Part 1. Whoa, Beek Kang-hyun's eyes shone. He looked at Kang-woo, who had a relaxed expression on his face. He wasn't bluffing. It seemed like he really thought that the conditions weren't good enough. Ha ha ha, you're a funny guy, huh? He laughed as if he found that situation funny. If you have nothing more to say, why don't you leave? It was an arrogant attitude. It wasn't an attitude one should have in front of Beek Kang-hyun, who was known as the strongest ranker in Korea. Ha ha ha, Beek Kang-hyun began laughing loudly. He wasn't sure how long it had been since someone had spoken to him in such an arrogant way. I really like you, so what do you think a satisfying condition would be? Kang-woo narrowed his eyes and looked at Beek Kang-hyun. Although he seemed relaxed, he was thinking about a lot of things. Beek Kang-hyun, it was a name he had gotten tired of hearing about. He wasn't able to become a world ranker, but people said that there wasn't anyone stronger than him in Korea. He was someone stronger than Ki Yeon-ju. I wasn't expecting him to be like this. He thought that he'd be like a solitary martial artist, but he ended up being completely opposite to what he thought. The image he had of the _1 player was completely destroyed. Has he heard the rumors, the incident against the demon cult? He had done too much for him to go unnoticed. Just like Beek Hwa Yeon had warned him, he had to embrace some rumors about himself leaking out. But I wasn't expecting for him to come himself. He was surprised. It seems both Ki Yeon-ju and Beek Kang-hyun like to do things themselves. Kang-woo looked at Beek Kang-hyun and opened his mouth. I'm sorry, but it doesn't matter what condition you give me. I have no intentions of joining a guild. He didn't have to think about it too much. He was happy with his current relationship with the Red Rose Guild and the devouring squad. What he liked the most was that he didn't have to follow their orders. They were on equal standing. But if he joined a guild, things would change. He would inevitably have someone above him. I can't let that happen. Even if they guaranteed his freedom, he didn't like to be under someone else. And I don't need to do that. When he'd accepted Ki Yeon-ju's proposal, things were different. Kang-woo had become strong enough that he didn't really need someone else's support. There's nothing I can offer. I'm satisfied in terms of money, houses, and cars. I'm not after things like that. Haha. Then what is it that you want? I'm not sure. Why don't you figure that out yourself? Ha ha ha, nice. It's been a long time since I've met someone who could talk confidently in front of me. Beek Kang-hyun laughed while nodding. Then how about this? If you join me, I'll give you one legendary piece of equipment. Some doubt appeared in Kang-woo's eyes. Beek Kang-hyun noticed it and smiled. It seems that you're now interested. I won't deny that. A piece of legendary rank equipment. It was something you couldn't easily buy even if you had lots of money. Equipment that players used were created by players with production-related attributes and scientists who worked in modern weapons fields. The ingredients used in those weapons were, of course, mana stones and things that came from the corpses of monsters. Creating legendary equipment was almost impossible because it required materials that came from S-rank gates. The ingredients also don't always appear, and something more important than that was the imprint. Once you equipped a legendary rank item, an imprint ceremony would happen. That meant that other people wouldn't be able to use that equipment. On top of that, some items had conditions for the ceremony, so in many cases, people couldn't use a piece of legendary equipment even if they got one. That interests me. Unique items were already quite good. But to offer something better than that. Ki Yeon-ju's chains are also legendary rank, right? It was true that Ki Yeon-ju was already strong, but her chains were also quite powerful, especially thanks to the drain passive that they had. But most importantly, some legendary items increased your stats by a fixed amount. Although I'm sure that there isn't anything that increases your demonic energy, it was true that he was interested. I'll refuse. Kang-woo thought about it for a while but shook his head. It was a sweet proposal, but it didn't matter how sweet it was, he wasn't the type of person that was willing to be under someone else's command. Haha. I knew you'd refuse. Beak Kang Hyun smiled and stood up. This is my number. If you change your mind, give me a call. Okay, I'm sorry for interrupting you while you were eating. Oh, if you really want to eat properly, you also need to put this inside. Beak Kang Hyun took a plate of kakjugi next to the udon and put them inside the kimchi stew. This is what I call real taste. Putting kimchi inside kimchi stew. Huh, you aren't as knowledgeable as I thought. Isn't the texture different? Well, I'll give it a go. Kang-woo laughed and ate the kimchi stew that had kakjugi inside. That thing that was closer to being trash than kimchi stew. Han Seala turned her face from the kimchi stew as if she couldn't even fathom looking at it. Kang-woo, is it delicious? Of course, slurp. After clearing the kimchi stew, he stood up. Should we get going, Mr. Kang-woo? Is that okay to refuse that offer? Why, do you think it's a waste? And no, it's nothing like that. It isn't my money in the first place. I just thought that he might retaliate. If he does that, Kang-woo laughed, I'll just have to make him thoroughly regret it. After walking through the shopping center one more time, Kang-woo walked toward the garage. It was really fun today. Yeah, I'm happy I was able to get many clothes that Kang-woo praised me for wearing. The two girls smiled, satisfied. I'm glad, Kang-woo said with a tired expression. He had used a lot of energy wandering around the shopping center for the entire day, but he didn't feel annoyed. He thought that it was good that Echidna and Han Seala were able to get close. I'll bring the car, so wait for me here. Yes, Mr. Kang-woo. After grabbing the shopping bags from Echidna and Han Seala, Kang-woo walked toward the car. That time, Echidna sat in the passenger seat. Kang-woo, who had improved his driving skills, drove off from the shopping mall smoothly, but it's still too bad. What? The legendary rank equipment, you were interested in it. Oh yeah, that's a shame. Kang-woo clicked his tongue. He couldn't help thinking about the legendary rank equipment. Fufu, but I'm glad Mr. Kang-woo refused that proposal. You're glad? Yes, something seemed off about him. Kang-woo thought about Beak Kang Hyun, who had smiled a lot and spoken with an accent. He wasn't someone you'd feel cautious about. I guess it's a girl's gut feelings. He thought that he should ask Ki Yeonju about Beak Kang Hyun later on. I don't like the idea of being under another person. Fufu, that's true. I can't imagine you listening to another person's orders. Kang-woo, you mustn't listen to other people's orders. Echidna grabbed his clothes while making an anxious expression. For her, Kang-woo was a being close to a god. She didn't even want to imagine him listening to orders from another person. Don't worry, that won't happen. While saying that, Kang-woo turned the steering wheel of the car around. There was silence. It seemed like Echidna and Han Seala were also tired because of how much they'd wandered around the shopping. Legendary rank equipment. As it became silent, he naturally thought of the legendary rank equipment. Too bad that I let it go. For a moment, he thought that he should maybe ask Ki Yeonju, but he already knew how valuable it was. Even if it were her, she probably wouldn't be able to get him one easily. Bzzhm. At that moment, his smartphone began vibrating. Kang-woo took the phone out and put on an earphone. Hello, it's me, Beak Hwa Yeon. Can you talk? I'm driving, but it's okay. What happened? I was wondering if you could come to the Hwarring squad base right now. Right now? The Hwarring squad's base was near the Suwon S-rank gate. It wasn't that far from Seoul Station, but it wasn't that close either. Yes, it probably won't be bad for you. You could feel a bit of excitement in her voice. Kang-woo tilted his head. What is it that you're so excited about? The reward that the government will give you has been decided. You can receive it right now at our base. Whoa. When he thought about it, she'd said the government would reward him. What's the reward? Fufu, I hope you realize how much effort I've put into giving you a proper reward. It wasn't a Beak Hwa Yeon-like answer. He began wondering what kind of reward it was for her to be so excited about it. I'll decide if it's a proper reward or not after seeing it. Ha ha ha. Even you'll be satisfied with it. You'll be given a legendary rank item that was in the mere guild's hands. Kang-woo's eyes shone. He was still grieving about the legendary item. But before he could get over it, he'd received unexpected good news. It was as if someone had scratched a part of his body that he couldn't reach with his hands. The tips of his mouth went up. This is why you have to live like a good Samaritan. Kang-woo felt as if his good actions had been rewarded. Chapter 76, Legendary Elite Equipment, Part 2. Then good luck, Mr. Kang-woo. Kang-woo, you're going to come back soon. Right? Yes, I'll just receive the item and come back so it won't take long. In front of the new apartment, after he'd driven Han Seala and Echidna there, Kang-woo was about to go to the Suwon station. It was at that moment. Oh, you've returned. I heard it from Hwa Yeon. You're going to the Hwarring squad base. Right, I also need to go there, so let's go together. Ki Yeonju, who was sitting in front of the entrance to the apartment, walked toward them. She naturally opened the passenger seat. Why you? Oh, you're the girl we met the other day. You said you lived with Kang-woo, right? Why yes, I live with Mr. Kang-woo. Ki Yeonju narrowed her eyes. She looked at Kang-woo and then at Han Xiala. She spoke in a low voice. Isn't it hard living with such a weird guy? If you want, I'll get you a house around here. On top of that, I'll make sure it's in your name. It's okay. I like living with Mr. Kang-woo. Really? She seemed a bit disappointed and turned her head around. She snorted while sitting in the passenger seat. I can't understand what she likes about this weirdo. Then how about you get in your car? Shut up. I don't feel like driving. Ki Yeonju crossed her legs. Drive. Am I your chauffeur? If you don't like it, give me the car back. I'll drive you safely. Kang-woo, who had bowed to capitalism, waved his hand to Han Xiala and Echidna. The two girls looked at Ki Yeonju anxiously. Kang-woo slowly stepped on the accelerator. I had something I wanted to ask you. You wanted to ask me something? Yes. Kang-woo thought about the man he'd met earlier. I met Baek Kang Hyun today. What? Where? In Yeonjumpo Times Square. It wasn't a coincidence. He came looking for me. What did he say? Ki Yeonju asked while narrowing her eyes. You could feel that she was a bit anxious. Kang-woo smirked after looking at her. What do you think he said? Don't make jokes. She looked at Kang-woo angrily. He invited me to join the Hanal Guild, he said while shrugging. What conditions did he offer? 50 million USD, expensive house, car, an executive position, and a legendary rank item. What the? Ki Yeonju's widened. The conditions were so great that it seemed like he was out of his mind. She thought that her conditions were also quite good, but they were nothing compared to the Hanal Guild's proposal. Ki Yeonju bit her lips. She thought that there was no way he would have refused such conditions. So when are you joining Hanal Guild? Join them. Don't tell me. You refused that offer. I have no reasons to be under someone else. Ki Yeonju couldn't believe what she was hearing. From the first time she'd met him, she'd felt he wasn't the type of person who would listen to someone else's commands. But she never thought that he'd refuse such great conditions. As expected, you're a weird guy. Ki Yeonju turned her head away. She seemed to be looking out of the window with a faint smile on her face. So, is there anything you know about Baek Kang Hyun? I met him a couple of times. What kind of person was he? I probably felt the same thing as you. I couldn't believe that someone like him is Korea's #1 player. You can tell that at first glance, but rather than that, have you heard any rumors about him? Rumors. Ki Yeonju tried to remember. I heard that one time he got really angry. He got angry? Yes, it was probably when he failed to become a world ranker, because back then many people said that a world ranker would appear in Korea for the first time. Well, that's understandable. He probably wasn't expecting to lose in such a way. How did he lose? Among the world rankers, there's someone called Fujimoto Ryoma. He completely crushed him. Fujimoto Ryoma. He was a Japanese world ranker who was also famous for having a mythocranked weapon. Korea and Japan already have a bad relationship, so to lose in such a way, he received many insults. People said things like he wasn't worthy of being called a ranker, that he lost to make Korea look bad, that he was a traitor, and many other things. No wonder he got angry. It would have been weird if he hadn't gotten angry in that situation. If that were you, I would have found every single person talking shit online and crushed their hands. He thought that Ki Yeonju was someone perfectly capable of doing that. So that means that there are no bad rumors about him, right? Why, did Baek Kang Hyun say something? No, I was just thinking he might try to get revenge on me for refusing. Ki Yeonju smirked. He's not someone who would do that. He probably liked your attitude and laughed about it. She was on point. Kang-woo nodded and stepped on the accelerator. So you came. I've been waiting for you. Baek Hwa Yeon was waiting for them in front of the base. Kang-woo approached her after greeting her. You could have waited for us inside. Fufu. I was feeling anxious waiting inside. While saying that, Baek Hwa Yeon turned her body around. Come in, I'll give you your reward. I heard that it's a legendary rank equipment. Yes. There was a legendary rank equipment that hadn't been activated through a ceremony yet, so I immediately thought that it had to be this. You probably had a hard time. Yeah. People were so against it that I almost went crazy because of anger. Baek Hwa Yeon shook her head. Well, all politicians are like that after all. It's really hard talking to them, Baek Hwa Yeon said while frowning. She took them to the room where the legendary rank item was. As they walked through a thick door, they saw a long black coat. It had such a minimalistic design that it was hard to tell at first glance that it was a legendary rank equipment. Is this the legendary rank equipment? Ki Yeonju looked at the long coat with her eyes shining. Kang-woo also got close to it to check its details. Item information, item name, black pearl coat rank. Legendary before ceremony normal effect. Physical defense plus 660, magic defense plus 480, unique stat plus 5 special effect. You can use Kraken's Rage, which doubles your stat bonus for 1 minute. You can use Kraken's Rage once every 24 hours. Item description, it's a coat created using blood from the Kraken's heart. It doesn't seem to be a very good legendary equipment. Ki Yeonju clicked her tongue after reading the item description. She could understand why the Mir Guild hadn't used it. Although the stat increase is unbelievably high, there weren't many legendary rank equipment that increased your stats by an absolute value of 5. Most of them increased stats by 1, 2, and some increased them by 3, 4. The higher your stat was, the harder it became to increase it. At first, just by doing some light training, you could increase your strength by 1 or 2 points, but once it reached 40, it didn't matter what you did, it was impossible to increase from training alone. Basically, most players had to be content with the 1 to 3 stat points from leveling up, but the problem was that there wasn't a guarantee that your main stat would increase. That's why increasing your stats by 5 was almost equivalent to increasing your level 4 or 5 times, considering how hard it became to level up as time passed. It was an incredible effect. But there aren't many players with unique stats. The problem was that there weren't that many players who had a unique stat in the first place, so if you didn't have a unique stat, the Black Pearl coat was basically useless. But still, the basic physical and magic defense stats are quite high. That's true, but still, it's too bad. Ki-yeon-ju was about to turn around to say something to Kang-woo, who was possibly disappointed. Rather than being disappointed, Kang-woo was smiling. Ki-yeon-ju tilted her head. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. Kang-woo, don't tell me you have a unique stat. Yes, Ki-yeon-ju couldn't believe what she was hearing. To think that Kang-woo had a unique stat, something that extremely few people had. Now that I think about it, it makes sense. She thought that Kang-woo's growth speed was unreasonably fast, but if he had a unique stat, it was a completely different story. Then the story changes. If that's the case, this is one of the best legendary items you could possibly have. Nice, Kang-woo nodded while making a satisfied expression. His unique stat was demonic energy. To think that I'd increase my demonic energy by 5. Not only that, but if he used the skill, it could double the stat bonus. That meant that for a short moment, his demonic energy could increase by 10. Even devouring Oriax gave me only 3 points. It was a higher amount than what he'd gotten after devouring a demon from the 7th hell. He turned around and extended his hand to Beak Hwa-yeon. Thank you for the great item, I'll do my best so we can wipe out the demon cult. Ha ha ha, I never imagined that you'd have a unique stat. It seems like this item was destined to meet you. Let's do our best in the future as well. Beak Hwa-yeon was grabbing his hand and laughing. Slam, keep your hands off of that item. At that moment, an old man wearing a suit entered with 4 bodyguards. Congressman Hong, HNG, a petition that the Congressional Party submitted has just been passed. That item will return to the country's treasury. The old man wearing a suit, Hong Jun-ti, smiled. Chapter 77. Legendary Elite Equipment, Part 3. Hong Jun-ti, he was a Korean politician who had a lot of influence and authority. Beak Hwa-yeon frowned at his sudden appearance. A petition. What do you mean? We just submitted a petition. We cannot let you have that legendary rank equipment. This item was acquired by the Hwarang squad while doing a mission. Leader Jang Hyun-yi is the one who has authority over it, and he has recognized the contribution of player Kang-woo. He awakened as a player only a few months ago. What contribution are you talking about? Beak Hwa-yeon, didn't you do this to obtain the legendary rank equipment? He looked at Bae Hwa-yeon with suspicion. Beak Hwa-yeon's expression hardened. What are you talking about? HNG, you greedy young people always shout like that. How dare you take us as idiots just because you're in charge of the Hwarang 3rd Squad? Did you think we don't know what that item is worth? I've said it numerous times, he did enough to be worth of receiving this as a reward. How dare you say such bullshit? Hong Jun-ti angrily shouted. Anyway, the petition has passed, and the president said I should investigate if there was any corruption in the rewarding process. Although the Hwarang squad was part of the government, they were an independent organization. But even if they were independent, they couldn't go against the president's orders. Jun-ti acted as if he were looking around, and then he finally looked at the Black Pearl coat. A legendary rank item with a price that couldn't even be estimated. You could see his eyes fill with greed. While turning his eyes from the coat, he spoke to himself loudly as if he wanted someone else to hear what he was saying to himself. Tusk, what a mindless bunch of people. This is why they put the blame on someone as great as Mr. Kim Yi-hyun. He's a criminal who offered living people as offerings to the demon cult. HNG, how can we be sure of that? Maybe you fabricated the evidence. Congressman Hong Jun-ti moved his hands as if he didn't want to hear anything. Anyway, I already ordered an investigation, so don't even think of escaping. He was speaking as if something shady had really happened. Kang-woo, who was listening to the conversation between the two, smirked. So he used to receive gifts from Kim Yi-hyun. It was easy to see why Hong Jun-ti was acting in that way. Kang-woo could smell the greediness. Hong Jun-ti, who was looking around, walked toward Kang-woo. You're that rookie of the Red Rose Guild, don't get hurt while being greedy. Just shut the fuck up and stay that way. Understood, he raised his hands and tapped Kang-woo's cheeks. Oof. Kang-woo couldn't help but laugh at Hong Jun-Ti's attitude. Kang-woo wasn't someone who was going to remain silent after being treated like that. You should answer evil with an even greater evil. That was how he had survived for over 10,000 years. Kang-woo spoke in a low voice. What a noisy dumbass. What? How old are you? How dare a kid touch an adult's cheeks? Hong Jun-Ti didn't know what to say to Kang-woo's words. It didn't matter how you looked at him, Kang-woo was in his 20s. Then why was suddenly he talking as if he were the older one? Has this guy gone mad? Guy, did you say guy? Ha, what a rude bastard. What did your parents do to raise such a rude kid? Ok, Kang-woo grabbed Hong Jun-Ti's cheeks. Although he'd grabbed them softly, players had bodies that went beyond the superhuman. That's why they had different criteria about what was soft. When he let him go, Hong Jun-Ti fell to the ground. Why you crazy bastard? Hong Jun-Ti's face had become red. He grabbed the back of his neck and shouted to his bodyguards. What are you all doing? Grab that guy. He had put his hands on a congressman. They could even kill him and say it had been done for safety concerns. The four men behind Hong Jun-Ti started to move. Swipe, they each took out their weapons. So the four of them are warrior types. Because they were in charge of the protection of a congressman, you could easily see that they weren't your average players. It seems like they all have finished the Sixth Awakening. Even so, for someone like Kang-woo who had strength above that of a ranker, they were nothing. Ha-ab, the man in front charged toward him. The weapon he had was a gauntlet, and he targeted Kang-woo's head with gauntlets that had thorns. Tap him. It was a soft movement as if he was catching a baseball. The man put more strength into his arm while frowning. What? He couldn't move. It was as if he was stuck between rebars. Kang-woo grabbed his hands and pulled him in, then hit him with his knee. Paf, cough, the man bent down and blood spurted out of his mouth. The man ended up losing consciousness. What the? Hong Jun-Ti paled. His bodyguards were high-level players who had finished the Seventh Awakening. There was no way someone who had become a player only 2 months before then could win against them. Should I help? No, it's been a bit since I warmed up, so… Unlike Hong Jun-Ti, Ki Yeon-ju was calm. It was as if she knew that things would turn out like that. What are you doing? Isn't he a member of the Red Rose Guild? If you don't stop him, I will ensure you get involved in this incident. Oh, I'm sorry, but Kang-woo isn't a guild member, so I cannot give him orders, Ki Yeon-ju said with a smirk on her face while raising both hands. What are you? Smash, slam, boom, cough. Before Hong Jun-Ti could come to his senses, the battle was almost over. Kang-woo used the authority of divine power to throw all of the bodyguards across the room. The bodyguards were thrown into the wall and screamed in pain and lost consciousness. They weren't even good enough for warming up. Kang-woo clicked his tongue in disappointment and walked toward Hong Jun-Ti in a relaxed manner. Hyuk. Don't get close to me. Ho, this is why someone who's young shouldn't be greedy. Kang-woo crouched in front of Hong Jun-Ti and looked him in the eyes. When I was young, working honestly and hard was the only answer. Working hard, I lived only by believing in that one thing. Hong Jun-Ti frowned. It hurts me when I see young people these days. Are you making fun of me? Making fun? Do you think I'm playing right now? I'm giving you some honest advice. How dare you answer like that? Hong Jun-Ti trembled in anger. He was going crazy because of Kang-woo treating him as if he were a little kid. I'm 60 this year. 60? Kang-woo smirked. Not only has the blood on your head not dried up, but your head hasn't even formed yet. Hong Jun-Ti swung his fist toward Kang-woo. Leaving age aside, he wasn't even a player, so there was no way he could deal damage to Kang-woo. Paf, AHGHH, Hong Jun-Ti screamed in pain. It seemed like the bones of his fingers had broken. He was crying while holding his hand. Does it hurt? Sniff. You're still young, that's why it hurts. This pain will definitely make you grow. Hong Jun-Ti, who didn't know if he should get angry or scream in pain, twisted his body around. Oof, so what are you going to do about this? Ki Yeon-ju walked toward him. You know you've done something serious, right? He had touched a congressman. In a sense, it could be something more serious than having touched Kim Yi-hyun. It's okay, I have ways to solve this. Are you going to blow away his memories like you did with Kim Yong-hoon? That could be a way, but if I did that, we wouldn't be able to solve the petition issue. Then what are you planning to do? You'll see. Kang-woo placed his hand on top of Hong Jun-Ti's head. The demonic energy from the 10,000 demon core was concentrated in his hand. His expression turned serious because he was using a very difficult authority. Cough, what did you do? He had finished the authority. Hong Jun-Ti looked around while grabbing his head. But nothing changed. Ki Yeon-ju looked at Hong Jun-Ti with a confused expression. How much money did you receive from Kim Yi-hyun in bribes? It started 6 years ago. I received 2 million USD each year. What am I saying? Hong Jun-Ti's eyes widened and he covered his mouth with his hand, but that didn't stop him from talking. On top of that, I received 1.3 million USD a few days ago to help conglomerates evade taxes. His explanation kept going on. Even one of those things being revealed to the media would be enough to destroy his life as a politician. I made him be able only to speak the truth. Kang-woo looked down at Hong Jun-ti, who kept going on about how many bribes he'd received. Although he kept saying it wasn't real, his true self was really pathetic. And no, this isn't true. His face pale, Hong Jun-ti ran out of the room. Ki Yeon-ju looked at Kang-woo in disbelief. But he only has to remain silent to bypass this, right? No way, I obviously thought of that. I made it so he can't resist telling the truth. Why did you do that? She looked at him, confused. Kang-woo probably had other ways to stop the report. What would happen if the representative of a political party became a whistleblower? Once that happens, all sorts of corruption cases related to big corporations or guilds will come to light. Then we can stop all cases of people trying to meddle in our business. It wasn't just a bomb. Something similar to a plague would happen in the political world. Why, Kang-woo? You said that all sorts of corruption would be revealed, right? Yes, indeed, Kang-woo nodded. Ki-yeon-ju avoided his eyes anxiously. If that happens, I'll also be in trouble. What? How I investigated you. How I gave a player who hadn't reached the 7th awakening an S-rank gate permit. Oh, also, Echidna was her name, that girl's ID. Kang-woo remained silent. He felt that he'd received a message that said, "You've just killed your teammate." Kang-woo turned around to the door that Hong Jun-ti had left open, a clean and clear Korea. At that moment, he realized he had made a huge mistake. Grab that bastard. A clean and clear Korea didn't suit him well. Chapter 78, Legendary Elite Equipment, Part 4. They grabbed Hong Jun-ti and stopped him from being the whistleblower who would make Korea a clean country. Rather than that, Kang-woo turned him into a tool that would let him control him. He sighed in relief and returned to the special conservation room. Cha Yeon-ju approached him. How did it end? I told him to report that he hasn't been able to find any weird things. Of course, I stopped him from becoming a whistleblower. Oof, that's good to hear. Yeah. All the corruption of Korea almost came to light. The fact that Korea's political scene was still dirty and corrupt made them sigh in relief. Why? No, it's nothing. Beak Hwa Yeon grabbed her forehead in confusion. She didn't know if she should be happy or not because of that situation. The world is a complex place. She had difficulty getting used to things like that because she'd lived her whole life like a soldier. Now that the bothersome thing has been solved, should I put it on? Expectantly, Kang-woo put on the black pearl coat. Ting, you've put on legendary rank equipment. Starting the imprinting ceremony with the black pearl coat. He heard a clear bell sound, where a complex magic circle appeared on the black pearl coat. A blue magic circle flowed into Kang-woo's body. Ting, the imprinting ceremony has succeeded. The black pearl coat has accepted player Kang-woo as its owner. Your demonic energy stat has increased by 5. After getting a blue message window, Kang-woo felt his body change. Suddenly, his demonic energy went from 83 to 88. As if something had been created out of nothing, demonic energy flowed through Kang-woo's body. It was the power of the system that Kang-woo couldn't understand yet. Amazing, Kang-woo looked at the code in surprise. After his demonic energy stat surpassed 80, one stat point made a huge difference. The bonus is already this huge. If I use the skill on top of that, although there was a time restriction, his demonic energy could reach 93. Kang-woo smiled, satisfied. I wasn't expecting it to increase my demonic energy stat. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was destiny. Kang-woo checked out his status window. Status window, player name Kang-woo, level 54, 6th awakening, 1st awakening attribute, Authority of Predation, rank, most of the characteristics of the authority are sealed. 2nd awakening attribute, unfulfilled hunger, rank, C's 3rd awakening attribute, monocraving demon, rank, A's 4th awakening attribute, ruler of demonic energy, rank, A's 5th awakening attribute. Demonic monster summon, rank, S 6th awakening attribute, rank, the attribute unlocks once you reach extreme demonic energy body. Strength 38, agility 35, vitality 32, mana 0, demonic energy, unique stat 88 plus 5, intelligence 25, wisdom 23, effects of the item being used. Physical defense 990, magical defense 650, good. He had only put on one legendary rank equipment, yet the changes in his status window were clearly visible. It wasn't just the demonic energy that had increased. His physical and magical defense had also increased a lot. Is it okay if an item's effects are so great? He thought he'd be able to face the world rankers if he could walk around with tens of pieces of legendary ranked equipment on. Although that won't happen. One legendary rank equipment had caused such a huge uproar. A legendary rank equipment wasn't something you could buy just because you had lots of money. But it wasn't impossible. If you had the people and the ingredients, it was something that you could make. Kang-woo asked Ki Yeon-ju about it. She smirked. That's impossible. Leaving ranks aside, you can only use 5 items. 5, yes. I told you that the mana flowing out of the item covers your body, right? If you apply more than 5, the effect disappears. What a comfortable setting, Kang-woo nodded in disappointment. He was planning to get as many legendary items in the future as possible, but it seemed like he had to give up on that dream for the moment. After all, I can use up to 5. If he could get legendary items that increased his unique stat, they'd be of great help. Did you like the effect of the legendaries? Yes, Kang-woo nodded without hesitation. I want to check out how strong I became. Ki Yeonju, who was thinking for a bit, spoke. Then how about you spar with me, spar? Yes, there's a sparring room in the H-Warring Squad's base. Oh, HWA Yeon, can we borrow the sparring room? Of course. Okay, thanks. Ki Yeonju turned around to Kang-woo. How about that? I have no reason to refuse. Ki Yeonju was one of the top 10 rankers in Korea. She was a good opponent to use to figure out how strong he'd become after doing the 6th Awakening and getting legendary rank equipment. I also want to see how strong Ki Yeonju is. They were allies. He wanted to know how strong his ally was. That would let him know how much his ally could do. It wasn't just Kang-woo who thought that. Ki Yeonju looked at Kang-woo with sharp eyes. How strong did Kang-woo become? The first time she'd seen him, she'd thought that he'd one day become stronger than her. But she wasn't expecting him to become so strong in such an unreasonable amount of time. His growth rate was unprecedented. Even Grace McCarbon, whom people said was the world's savior, didn't grow at such a fast pace. It isn't just a matter of speed. She'd heard Kang-woo had passed level 50 and achieved the 6th Awakening after the Oriax incident. Reaching the 6th Awakening was amazing on its own, but that wasn't the issue. Kang-woo defeated Moon Young-ho when he had completed the 3rd Awakening. The reason why player Kang-woo was impressive wasn't just because his leveling up speed was fast. The reason why she'd used the word impressive was because he was unbelievably strong compared to his level. When he was at the 3rd Awakening, he'd defeated Moon Young-ho, a player who had done the 7th Awakening. The difference in their stats was so huge that it was like comparing an adult to a primary school kid. Even if there was a difference in the ranking of their attributes, it was impossible to overcome such a gap in stats. But Kang-woo overwhelmed Moon Young-ho. It was true that he had lowered his guard, but an adult couldn't lose in a physical fight just because he'd relaxed in front of a kid. He was already strong, leaving levels and stats aside. I'll take this opportunity and check that strength out. There were still too many things about Kang-woo that she didn't know. Considering what was about to happen in the near future, it would be good to know his exact strength. Should we start? Yes, he replied positively. Ki Yeonju clenched her fists slightly while walking toward the sparring room. I won't lose easily. She knew that he was already stronger than a ranker. But she didn't think that she'd easily lose against him. Because she was one of the strongest rankers in Korea, but it didn't take her long to realize she'd made a mistake. Slide, tens of chains moved over the floor. Although the floor of the sparring room had been built with special materials was scratched, the chains were scattered away. It was as if they were snakes that were alive. They were like an unavoidable net of death. Crack, Kang-woo ran through the death net. Kang-woo used the authority of speed and caused a sonic boom while moving at a speed close to the speed of sound. The chains started to follow him. He used the authority of sky to ignore gravity and change direction. The chains that were following him lost their direction. Paf, he scattered the chains away with the authority of explosions and leaped through them. The chains tore his skin, but he didn't care. Kang-woo leaped through the chain net at an incredible speed. Ki Yeonju crossed her arms in an X shape and the scattered chains gathered in front of her. Kang-woo opened his arms and clapped, and a loud sound spread from the clap. Boom, Kaya Pi. Ki Yeonju's hearing was disabled. She grabbed her ears and crouched down. She felt her consciousness fading away and the chain shield began losing its form. Authority of Destructive Void, Authority of Divine Power. Kang-woo raised his right fist and black energy gathered around it. An illusion made it seem as if his fist had grown in size. He lowered his waist. He moved his right arm and legs back and then twisted his body. He used the elasticity of his waist and threw a punch. Sky Break. It was a skill that required chanting. A power that combined the authority of Destructive Void and the authority of Divine Power came out from his right fist. Boom. An energy went past Ki Yeonju and hit the wall of the sparring room. The wall that was 1 meter thick was torn apart like a piece of paper and the sparring room crumbled. Ki Yeonju lost strength in her legs and collapsed. She looked at Kang-woo with an expression full of fear. Not going to lose easily, not going to be defeated easily, it was nonsense. You monster, Ki Yeonju mumbled in a low voice. Chapter 79 El Cuero, Part 1, Ting, the time of Kraken's rage has ended. You can use it again in 24 hours. Amazing. Kang-woo looked at the black pearl coat with his eyes shining. As expected, the Kraken's rage power was incredible. Although it had a time limit of a minute, it had pushed his demonic energy stat to 93, and thanks to that, he'd been able to overcome Ki Yeonju. The higher my stats become, the better its effects will probably get. If his stats became higher, the effect of increasing his stats by an absolute value would probably become even better. Now he understood why people went crazy for legendary rank equipment. Increasing your stats by an absolute value was a buff that was difficult to come by for a high-level player. Ki-yeon-ju is amazing. If it had been before obtaining the Black Pearl coat, he wouldn't have been able to overcome her that easily. After fighting against her, he got an idea of how strong she was. She also seems to be hiding something. He wasn't so sure of that. But when he'd used Sky Break, it had seemed like she had thought about using something that she had decided not to. It was probably because she'd noticed that he'd used his technique so that it would miss her. Kang-woo extended his hand to Ki-yeon-ju. She grabbed his hand and stood up. "You monster," Ki-yeon-ju said in disbelief. Kang-woo shrugged. "It was thanks to the legendary rank equipment. I also have legendary rank equipment." Ki-yeon-ju showed him her bracelet. Are you really human? Why? Did you not imagine I'd overtake you in 2 months? Isn't that obvious? Oof, my head hurts." Ki-yeon-ju grabbed her forehead. "But it isn't bad news, right? At least I'm not your enemy. Although I can't say you're a trustworthy partner." She sighed and turned around. Kang-woo also turned around. Their eyes landed on Beak Hwa-yeon, whose face had turned pale and who was trembling. It seemed like she was shocked from more than just the battle. Beak Hwa-yeon was looking at the giant hole in the wall of the sparring room. "Didu, do you know how expensive this sparring room was? It cost us millions of dollars. How could you destroy it?" Kang-woo looked at the wall against which he had used Sky Break. It was destroyed in such a way that it was embarrassing to even call it a wall anymore. He looked over the destroyed sparring room. "Oh, that." Kang-woo was lost for words. To be honest, he could have avoided using Sky Break against the wall. Because Ki-yeon-ju was a high-level player, she probably could have guessed how strong the energy that was gathered in his punch was. The reason why he'd done that anyway was because he wanted to check out how strong the power of the legendary item was. Because of that lapse in judgment, he'd crushed a sparring room that cost millions of dollars, so he was feeling guilty. "I'm innocent." Ki-yeon-ju was the first one to speak. She insisted on her innocence. "What do you mean you also damaged the sparring room? Are you talking about scratching the floor with the chains?" "Yes. That was also damage." "HMPH, then I'll also pay a little bit." Ki-yeon-ju nodded while trying to act cool. "We're both responsible, so let's each pay half." "Don't talk about taking responsibility, you piece of trash." It was harsh criticism. Kang-woo flinched after hearing some heavy facts, but he wasn't going to back off. "The reason why I did such a big attack was because you're such a strong opponent." "Hey, but still. If you were someone I could win against with a couple of light attacks, I wouldn't have done an attack like that." Sophistry disguised as logic. "Then are you saying that it's my fault?" Kang-woo nodded without hesitating. "Your attack defense was too strong, so I was forced to do such a move." "No, even if you hadn't done that last attack." She was right, it would have been okay even if he hadn't done that last attack. You never know. You know how much control it requires to gather energy and launch it like that, right? A firm voice. He looked so confident that you wouldn't think that he was lying. "As you know, it's been only 2 months since I became a player. Thanks to being lucky and having talent, I was able to obtain a lot of strength, but I can't fully control my strength yet." He was lying. He used to control the 10,000 demon core, so there was no way he wouldn't be able to control that amount of strength. Ki-yeon-ju trembled. She felt that Kang-woo was lying. But she didn't have proof with which to counter his arguments. After all, it was obvious that a player who had awakened 2 months before wouldn't be able to fully control his abilities. "You bastard." Kang-woo smiled. "Good. Let's do our best to pay back the cost of repairs since it's our fault." "What a liar." Ki-yeon-ju glared at Kang-woo. "Oof," she sighed, "a sparring room created with special materials. Repairing it was probably going to cost them at least $10 million. If she used the guild's money, she could probably solve the issue easily, but there was no way she could do that. I can't use the guild's money to solve this. Even if she was the leader of a big guild, she couldn't use tens of millions from the guild for personal reasons. I have a good idea." Kang-woo opened his mouth. While sparring, he'd thought of something good. Of course, he wasn't expecting something like that to happen. "Good idea. How about we hunt it?" "What?" Ki-yeon-ju tilted her head. Kang-woo kept talking. "El Quiro." El Quiro, it was a boss monster that appeared in Suwon's S-rank gate that looked like a giant stingray. El Quiro was very famous among players. When Suwon's S-rank gate had opened for the first time, it had annihilated the team that had gone inside to investigate. After that, most players didn't get close to the lake while hunting there. You know what kind of monster El Quiro is, right? El Quiro was strong. But that wasn't the only reason why players struggled with it. Firstly, El Quiro was a monster that lived inside the water. It came to land sometimes, but it mostly attacked from inside the water using poisonous needles. Close-range players couldn't even get close to it. Just the fact that it was a water monster made it hard to hunt, but it also had a very high magic resistance, so it could block most long-range attacks. It had been 5 years since Suwon's S-rank gate had opened. For almost 5 years, nobody had dared to hunt El Quiro. Of course, El Quirro wasn't a monster that was uncatchable. If they created a huge group of high-level players, they'd probably be able to catch it. But in the case of El Quirro, they'd never assembled a group of high-level players. To be more precise, there wasn't a need to assemble one. Usually, a big group of players was formed to hunt a monster because there was a risk of it crossing the gate and attacking civilians. Because El Quirro was a water monster, there was no chance it would get out of the water and attack civilians. Not only was it hard to hunt, but there wasn't a need to hunt it, which was why no one had hunted it in almost 5 years. I know that it's hard to hunt. It isn't just hard. If you're after the money, is there a need to hunt El Quirro? Although they could earn tens of millions by hunting it, for players like Ki Yeon-ju and Kang-woo, it wasn't that high of an amount of money. They could earn that much just by hunting a giant ogre inside the S-rank gate. It isn't only because of money. Then, you said that an S-rank boss monster can drop ingredients required for a legendary rank item, although the chances are low, right? That's true, but even if you have the ingredients, it shouldn't be easy to create one. Are you trying to do that for a legendary item? That's one of the reasons, but I thought it could be the key to unlocking the level limit. Oh yeah, you were still at the 6th awakening, right? Ki Yeon-ju looked at him in disbelief. She had forgotten that he still hadn't gone through the first trial. He was too strong compared to his level, so she'd forgotten that he was still around level 50. Did I just lose against someone at around level 50? Thinking about it made her realize how terrible of a loss it was. Ki Yeon-ju sighed while making a sad expression. You know that the way to unlock the level limit varies from player to player, right? I heard that killing a boss monster is the most common way to unlock the level limit. Oh yeah. That's true. The most common ways to overcome the level 59 wall were to kill a boss monster, experience illumination, or for your life to be in danger. Of course, there were other ways to overcome it, but most people had overcome it through one of those 3 ways. The thing with the highest chance, and the thing that most people tried was, of course, killing a boss monster. Not many people were willing to meditate to gain knowledge or put themselves in a near-death situation. We can solve the level limit and the repair cost all at once. How about that? It seems like you're the only one that can profit from it. No way, isn't it all to make our alliance stronger? You speak well, huh? Ki Yeon-ju smirked. Killing El Quirro was also good for her. She was at the second trial that every player had to go through the ultimate talent. Okay, let's hunt El Quirro. She nodded and looked at Kang-woo. She was afraid and expectant. If Kang-woo overcomes the ultimate effort and his level becomes higher, she wanted to see how strong that monster could get. Chapter 80, El Quirro, Part 2. Then could I take part in the party? HWA Yeon, you want to participate? Beak HWA Yeon nodded. Well, it was me who let an outsider use the sparring room, so I also have a bit of responsibility. If possible, I wanted us to share the repair cost. HWA Yeon moved. Ki Yeon-ju grabbed HWA Yeon's hands. HWA Yeon. You're definitely different from that human trash. How can you say that so loudly? You're nice, comprehensive, and know how to take responsibility. Yeah, this is what I call a decent human being. Excuse me, thanks. Now that I know you're participating, I'm sure we'll be able to hunt it. Kang-woo remained silent. He thought that the situation was unfair, but it was a fair trade. He turned his head around, thinking of something that would make Ki Yeon-ju go crazy. He looked at Beak HWA Yeon, who had a sword that was almost 2 meters long. A close-range player, the type that people said was the most useless for hunting El Quirro. It was understandable that people thought that since most people that fought at close range couldn't move freely in the water. But Kang-woo's eyes shone. To use the strategy he was thinking of, they needed someone that could fight at close range. Beak HWA Yeon was going to be of great help. Should I call this a blessing in disguise? He had unintentionally destroyed the sparring room that would cost millions to repair, but thanks to that, he got Ki Yeon-ju and Beak HWA Yeon to accompany him to hunt El Quirro. He didn't care about money in the first place. What he needed was stuff that money couldn't buy. Even if you had millions to spend, you wouldn't be able to buy legendary rank equipment. There was none for sale, so there was no way that you would be able to buy it. It was the same in terms of leveling up. You couldn't lift the restriction by spending money. You can't buy power with money. It wasn't like a mobile game where you could pay to win. There was a limit in terms of what you could do with money. He needed other things besides money to recover his old strength and become even stronger than before. With Miss HWA Yeon, we'll have 4 people. 4? Who's the other one? Echidna, you've seen her before. Oh, that's right, you have a summoned monster. Nothing surprised them anymore. Kang-woo nodded. If it was Echidna, she was probably going to be able to play a huge role. Then are we going to try it in a group of 4? Kang-woo thought about it for a while. He wanted to let Kim Shi-hoon's party participate, but the risk was too huge. It's too early for them. It was true that they were talented players, especially Kim Shi-hoon. If Kang-woo weren't there, he probably would have become a heroic player that grew at an unprecedented pace. But for the moment, their average level was low. He couldn't bring them to hunt an S-rank monster. If there are too many people, it could hinder us rather than help. According to the plan he was thinking of, having too many people could make things more difficult. While hunting a boss monster, it was important to grab its attention. Having a lot of people could make things more difficult rather than easier. 2. No, it would be great if we could get one more person. Long range or a healer, I think that a close range would be of great help. Another close range to hunt El Cuero. Why? Ki Yeonju looked at him confused. It was common knowledge that close-range players were useless against El Cuero. Maybe tankers that could block ranged attacks could be of great help. I have a plan. It will be successful only if we have close-range players. Ki Yeonju fell into her thoughts. The Red Rose Guild members were all good, and among them there were a few that were close to a ranker in terms of strength. But the opponent wasn't an average monster. It was El Cuero. He couldn't think of any player that could fight an S-rank monster. How about Gu Hyun-mo? The H-Warring second squad leader, Gu Hyun-mo. He had short blonde hair and had been wearing sunglasses. Although he'd looked like a third-rate gangster, he was definitely good. Oh, Kang-woo nodded at Beak Hwa Yeon's suggestion. By how he fought against Oriax, he seemed like someone that could be of help. Although it's too bad that his main stat isn't strength. Gu Hyun-mo was a warrior that dual-wielded swords, and his main stat was agility. He had different specs than what Kang-woo wanted, but he was close-range class and was strong enough to become the leader of the second squad, so he was probably someone very capable. I know him a bit, so I don't think it will be hard to get him to join us. I think that he will be of great help. Okay, wait a bit. Beak Hwa Yeon took out her smartphone and made a call. Ahem. Did something happen, Miss Beak Hwa Yeon? You could hear Go Hyun-mo's flustered voice through the phone. It seemed like he wasn't expecting Hwa Yeon to call him. There's something I wanted to ask you. Ha ha ha. I'll do anything if it's a favor for Miss Hwa Yeon. It doesn't seem to be just that. Gu Hyun-mo's voice was trembling a bit. Kang-woo smirked at his obvious reaction. Leader, you did it. Are you finally going to stop being single? Shut up. They could hear the voices of Go Hyun-mo and the other members on the phone. It was a conversation that was hard to believe was between a leader and his squad members. Go Hyun-mo coughed and then kept talking. What was it that you wanted to ask? If it's for dinner, I know an incredible. No, it's not a dinner proposal. Yes, I understand. He sounded disappointed. Beak Hwa Yeon explained the situation and told him that she wanted to receive help in hunting El Cuero. El Cuero, if you feel it's too much, I can ask someone, and no. It's a favor of Miss Hwa Yeon. I'll help you no matter what. Hahaha, I wanted to hunt El Cuero at least once. That's good to hear. I'll take a helicopter and go right now. No, there's no need, hahaha. Maybe we could have dinner while looking around Seoul if I arrive too early. I need to make a report about the sparring room that was destroyed, so I think that's going to be a bit hard. Yes, I see. Miss Hwa Yeon is probably really busy after all. Then give me a call when you're about to arrive in Seoul. A member of the third squad will go and greet you. Yes, I'll give you a call. The call ended. Leader Gu Hyun-mo suddenly sounded disappointed. Did something happen? Beak Hwa Yeon didn't seem able to understand Gu Hyun-mo's reaction. Kang-woo and Ki Yeonju looked at her silently. It was as if they were asking, do you really not know why he acted that way? Why are you looking at me like that? Leaving that aside, I wasn't expecting him to excitedly accept participating in the hunt for El Cuero. I'm glad I'm not bothering him. Wow, yeah, she really isn't aware. Did something happen? Beak Hwa Yeon asked while looking at both of them who were looking at her in disbelief. Kang-woo and Ki Yeonju looked at each other. Let's leave it like this. Yes, if we try to explain it, things will get bothersome. An alliance was formed. What are you guys talking about? It's nothing. Then when are we going? Ki Yeonju changed the topic. I want to go as soon as possible. I have some stuff to tell the guild members and I need to organize a few things, so it will probably take 3 days. It will take me a few days to write the report. Regarding the sparring room, I'll give them a reason that doesn't negatively affect either of you. Then let's go in 3 days. I'll give you details about the plan after I think on it more carefully. After nodding, Kang-woo turned around. He had 3 days. He had to create the strategy and also take care of a few other things. First, I'll reach level 59. He was currently at level 54. He still hadn't reached the ultimate effort. To know if hunting El Cuero would allow him to pass it or not, he had to reach level 59 first. Let's meet at 14 o'clock in 3 days in front of the gate. Beak Hwa Yeon and Ki Yeonju nodded at Kang-woo's words. You've successfully killed an S-rank normal monster, giant ogre. Your level has increased. You've reached level 59, your level is restricted. All experience gained from now on will be saved up and applied all at once when the restriction is lifted. In the end, my level was restricted. Kang-woo clicked his tongue while reading the blue message window. Talented players had a higher chance of overcoming the restriction. In that sense, Kang-woo's talent was beyond other people's, so he thought that maybe his level wouldn't be restricted, but not everything goes according to your plans in life. Kang-woo closed the message window and turned around. Kang-woo, it's time. You came just in time. Let's go to the entrance. Are we going to kill the monster you told me about? Yes, I'll do my best to be of help to you. Echidna, who had been helping him hunt for the past 3 days, clenched her fists. Kang-woo smirked and patted her head. Echidna grabbed his hand and rubbed her cheeks against it. I trust you. If everything goes well, will you give me a reward? Echidna looked at him expectantly. Kang-woo nodded. Of course, HNG Hang, I'll do my best. Accompanied by the full of energy Echidna, Kang-woo walked out of the gate. Ki Yeon-ju, Beek Hwa Yeon, and Gu Hyun-mo were already waiting in front of the gate. Huh. Were you already inside? Yes, I've been hunting a bit. Didn't you use stamina uselessly before hunting the boss monster? Don't worry, I already thought of that. After Ki Yeon-ju, Kang-woo greeted Gu Hyun-mo and Beek Hwa Yeon. Then I'll explain today's plan. While hunting for the past 3 days, he'd thought of a plan to hunt El Cuero. The core of today's plan is Chapter 81 El Cuero, Part 3. ROOARR. 3 giant ogres came running toward them while screaming ferociously. The body of one of them was easily 5 meters tall, just the body was a weapon by itself. These damn guys are still noisy. Not a single one of the people there was scared of giant ogres. Ki Yeon-ju frowned and raised her hand. Chains with sharp thorns spread from her wrist. Crack, AARGGHH, the chains hit the ogres. You're bothering us? Echidna opened her mouth. She let Kang-woo's clothes go and raised the demonic energy from inside her. Black energy gathered and turned into fire. F-whoosh. 3 fireballs formed, each directed toward a different ogre. The chained giant ogres struggled. Then Beek Hwa Yeon, Gu Hyun-mo, and Kang-woo hopped on top of the giant ogres. Just like characters in a famous series that was about killing titans, they quickly moved to the ogres' backs and cut their necks. Slash, boom, dark blood sprouted and the corpses of the giant ogres fell to the ground. Gu Hyun-mo landed on the ground, whistling. His name was Kang-woo, right? I heard that he's the rookie from the Red Rose Guild, but he's no joke. Wait, is he really a rookie? He was so good that it was a bit embarrassing to call him a rookie. Gu Hyun-mo looked at Kang-woo with his eyes shining. He thought that he was participating in the plan because of his intelligence, but after seeing how Kang-woo had hunted the ogre, he realized he was wrong. I'll explain about that player later on. You just need to know that he's someone as strong as Ki Yeon-ju. Ki Yeon-ju, it's a bit long to explain. Gu Hyun-mo looked at Ki Yeon-ju with a confused expression. Seeing how she didn't deny it, it seemed like Beek Hwa Yeon was telling the truth. How? According to the rumors, he'd become a player 3 months prior. But how could a player like that be as strong as one of Korea's top rankers, Ki Yeon-ju? Gu Hyun-mo looked at Kang-woo, wondering if he'd heard wrong, but he saw no reaction from him. It was as if she'd said something obvious. I can see the lake. It's quiet. All the areas around the lake are El Cuero's territory. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. It was so silent that one wouldn't believe it was in the middle of the gate. But even if the surroundings were silent, they could hear the low sounds of steps. Kang-woo turned his head to the place where he could hear the sound. It was a place he'd seen while investigating the gate for the past 3 days. Here. But is that really going to work? Do you have a better idea? No. Ki Yeon-ju looked at the giant rock next to the lake with an expression that made it seem like her head was hurting. They could see golems walking around covered with green moss around the rock. They were mountain giants, the 3rd type of monster that appeared in Suwon's S-rank gate. They were a rare monster amongst the ones that appeared in the gate, and they were closer to being spirits rather than monsters. Their bodies were made of stones rather than flesh and bones. Was it because their bodies were made of stones? El Cuero didn't think of them as food, so they were the only monsters that could wander around the lake. Good. Should we start? Okay. You're the center of this plan, you remember that, right? Ki Yeon-ju nodded with a heavy expression on her face. Tens of chains came out of her wrist while making a red light. Let's get going. While Ki Yeon-ju was making the preparations, they also had things to do. Kang-woo raised part of the chains that Ki Yeon-ju had created. Unlike the ones she usually created, it had a smooth surface. Ki Yeon-ju and Go Hyun-mo nodded while making nervous expressions. Oof. They each took a deep breath. You could feel the nervousness in the air. Kang-woo looked at the lake. It was such a beautiful lake that one wouldn't think such a dangerous monster was hidden inside it. Okay then, he raised his foot and concentrated the demonic energy into it. He stomped the ground, slam. A sound loud enough to make you go deaf spread through the surface and expanded to the lake. Boom, it's coming. Its reaction was fast. The lake's surface began rippling and something came out of the water. A giant stingray of about 30 meters moved toward them at a fast speed. Swoosh, Echidna. Okay. As El Cuero twisted its giant body, hundreds of poisonous needles about the size of a palm were shot toward them. Echidna walked to the front and extended both arms, and a black shield made of demonic energy appeared. Thud. A loud sound that resembled a windstorm hitting a window could be heard. Echidna frowned and her thin hands trembled a bit. Advance, Kang-woo stepped forward. After going through the shield created by Echidna, he used the authority of sky and levitated. Ha-ob, whoa, this is no joke. Beak Hwa Yon and Go Hyun Mo grabbed the chains that Kang-woo was holding. As Kang-woo flew, both of them also went up to the sky. All three of them were high above the ground in just an instant. Gu Hyun Mo shouted, "We're falling. I'm afraid of Heegts." Even while shouting, Gu Hyun Mo gripped the chains tightly. Kang-woo climbed onto El Cuero's back. "We must end this before it returns to the water." "Okay," they spoke without honorifics, but no one cared. El Cuero moved violently and Gu Hyun Mo lost balance. "It's too damn slippery." Gu Hyun Mo took out a sword and stabbed El Cuero's back. "Wonng, why does a stingray cry like that?" Even while complaining, he did his part. He grabbed one of the chains Kang-woo had brought and inserted it into El Cuero's skin where he'd cut it with his short sword. Ha-ob! It was the same for Beak Hwa Yon. While showing an impressive sense of balance, she swung the long sword. El Cuero's skin was cut. She inserted her hand with the chains into El Cuero's skin. Red chains were inserted into El Cuero's body. El Cuero struggled. Beak Hwa Yon and Gu Hyun Mo were pushed back. Kang-woo levitated and dodged it. El Cuero lowered its body. It's trying to return to the water. The only place El Cuero could guarantee its safety. It was trying to return to the giant lake. Kang-woo dived into the water faster than El Cuero. His field distorted and he got hit by the strong scent of water. Once inside the water, he moved toward its stomach, where the monster's gills and giant mouth were. KRRGG. Kang-woo moved his body and demonic energy started to gather around his fist. Sky break, a babbling sound came out of his mouth as he chanted under the water. Kang-woo extended the fist that had demonic energy concentrated within it. Boom. A huge fountain spewed out of the water as if a bomb had exploded. El Cuero's body rose to the sky within the fountain. Considering that it had received a strong attack, it didn't seem to have suffered much damage. Because the attack had been done under the water, Kang-woo couldn't fully use his strength. It probably only received about 10% of the original damage. Now, Kang-woo glared at El Cuero. He kicked under the water and shot up into the air. The pressure of the water weighed him down. Uonngg. El Cuero flapped its fins while making a gruesome sound. A spark began gathering around its fin. "Get off its back!" Beak Hwa Yon and Go Hyun Mo jumped into the air. An electric shock hit Kang-woo bzzt. Ugh, it was electricity strong enough to make your eyes turn white. Kang-woo frowned. Kang-woo, a wall that Echidna created from a distance covered Kang-woo. The effect of the electricity got weaker. Authority of ice. The surface of the water froze. El Cuero landed on the surface of the ice, but the ice couldn't withstand the weight of a monster over 30 meters big and started to crack. Kang-woo was waiting for that moment. He grabbed the chains even tighter and ran toward it. Kang-woo, who leaped toward El Cuero while stepping on the ice, threw himself toward its gills. Crack. Dark blood leaked from the gills that were forcibly spread open. Blood was coming from Kang-woo's mouth, but he didn't care. He grabbed the chain and ripped apart the skin covering its body. Thanks to the authority divine power, he was able to make the wound on El Cuero's body bigger. He dug deeper. Kang-woo tore down as much of El Cuero's skin as possible and dug into a deeper part of El Cuero's body. The monster's body shook. Because he was covered in blood and his vision was obstructed, he couldn't see anything, but he just ignored it. Even if he couldn't see, he could still move. Kang-woo moved forward by tearing through El Cuero's flesh. Crack. Kang-woo went through its body and came out from its back. He used the chains on his hands to chain down El Cuero's body and bent down and grabbed onto the monster. Pull, Kang-woo shouted. Grab tightly. He could hear Ki Yeon-ju's shout from a distance. Thump. While making a sound that was similar to the one an earthquake made, El Cuero's body was dragged to the surface. Holding onto El Cuero's back, Kang-woo looked toward Ki Yeon-ju. Tens of mountain giants that had their bodies surrounded with chains were following her from behind. Good. Kang-woo smiled, covered in blood. Chapter 82. El Cuero Part 4 / The sound of water being cut could be heard. The splashing water washed away the blood. Kang-woo moaned in pain. He could feel a huge pressure in the hand that was holding El Cuero. It would have probably torn him apart if he weren't using the authority of defense and divine power. A little bit more. He could see the mountain giants that were following Ki Yeon-ju. They were pulling El Cuero's body to the surface. Boom, boom, Uonngg. As El Cuero twisted its body, the mountain giants connected to it by the chains lost their balance. Although tens of giants were pulling, they were losing in terms of strength. It's really strong. Worthy of its size, no, it was way stronger than that. It was doing its best to resist. The giants that were following Ki Yeon-ju looked at El Cuero. What are you looking at, you pieces of rock? Ki Yeon-ju used one of the chains as a whip and hit the mountain giant's head. On top of that, Echidna's magic hit the mountain giants. El Cuero looked at both girls. Kid. You go that way, I'm not a kid. While pouting, Echidna moved to the side that Ki Yeon-ju had indicated. The group of mountain giants that was split into two began pulling El Cuoro's body to the surface again. Squeak, the chains penetrating El Cuoro were split into two sides. The blood coming from the monster made the lake turn red. El Cuoro began flapping its fin and screaming. Poisonous needles hit the mountain giants. Crack, crack. Because their bodies were made of stones, the poisonous needles did not affect them. But you couldn't ignore the physical damage because they poured down as if it was raining. The bodies of the mountain giants were destroyed. Damn, its reaction was stronger than expected. Kang-woo turned his head around. The two had dodged El Cuoro's attack and moved from it. They'd ended up falling into the lake and were swimming to the surface. I can't expect help. Since they couldn't fly like him, they wouldn't be able to reduce that distance by swimming, which meant that he'd have to solve the issue. Kang-woo frowned. I'll have to use three. He couldn't dismiss either the authority of defense or divine power. He'd have to use three authorities to block El Cuoro's movements. There was a huge difference between using 2 and 3 different authorities simultaneously. The amount of demonic energy required to do that was almost double. Using 2 authorities simultaneously required 4 times the demonic energy. If you used 3, it required close to 8 times the demonic energy. Kraken's rage. His coat began shining with a dark blue light. His stat bonus doubled and 5 extra demonic energy stats were added. Kang-woo concentrated and activated the third authority. Authority of the Blade. A black sword appeared from his hands that were holding the monster in place. The black sword penetrated El Cuoro and grew in size inside it. "You-oh-oh-oh-oh," it screamed in pain. Blood pouring out from it covered him with water. Not enough. It wasn't enough with just that. El Cuoro still had strength left. Another attack was needed. Kang-woo shouted to Ki Yeon-ju. "Create thorns." "What? Create thorns over the chains? Are you crazy? If I do that, quickly." Ki Yeon-ju's expression hardened. She gulped and nodded. Thorns started appearing over the chains as her bracelet began to shine. Petrification. It was the effect of the gargoyle's armor that he had obtained from Moon Young-ho. It doubled your physical defense for 10 seconds. Although it had doubled, Ki Yeon-ju's chains were a legendary ranked item, so the chains pierced the physical defense and penetrated Kang-woo. He could feel a strong pain spreading through his body. Even while frowning, Kang-woo maintained the 3 authorities. He had become used to pain, so he wasn't going to scream from just that. After being pierced by the chains, El Cuoro began losing strength. It was because the chains had started to drain its energy. Boom! El Cuoro's body was pulled to the ground. Kang-woo quickly cut the chains and moved from El Cuoro's body. "Kang-woo, are you okay?" Echidna, who came running toward him worryingly, asked. Kang-woo nodded. "We don't need the giants anymore. Echidna, clear the remaining ones." El Cuoro had a high magic resistance. It wouldn't be effective for Echidna to fight it. Instead, it would be most helpful for her to clean up the mountain giants. Understood. Echidna cast magic aimed at the mountain giants. The mountain giants were already tired of pulling El Cuoro. They began to fall at her magic. "Ki Yeon-ju, stop escaping and join the fight. Do you think I escaped because I wanted to?" Ki Yeon-ju, who had been dragging attention, had returned. Kang-woo turned his head to El Cuoro. "It didn't die after coming to the surface. That's obvious. Although it looks like a giant stingray, it isn't a real fish." El Cuoro was a monster, a boss monster that appeared in an S-rank gate on top of that. It wasn't going to die just because it wasn't in the water. "Oof, oof, swimming is harder than I thought, so this plan really worked." Gu Hyun-mo and Beak Hwa Yeon had also arrived. Kang-woo raised his right arm. A black sword appeared in his hand. "Then let's end this." El Cuoro was on the surface, so it was the perfect opportunity to hunt it. Wind began gathering at Beak Hwa Yeon's longsword. Go Hyun-mo gripped his 2 short swords. "I'll go first. It will be different from when you were in the water, you radioactive stingray." "Uongg, I can't concentrate because of its cry." It seemed like he had a lot of things to say about El Cuoro's cry. But he knew that it wasn't time to joke around. He lowered his stance and ran toward El Cuoro. "Wish, Hoab!" El Cuoro swung its tail like a whip that was, in reality, the tail of a monster with a size that reached 30 meters. The tail was 2 meters thick. Gu Hyun-mo lowered his waist. The tail brushed past his head. "Move back!" Beak Hwa Yeon raised her sword from a place El Cuoro's tail couldn't reach. Wind began gathering at the white longsword. She swung the sword down and the wind was shot following the trajectory of the sword. Slash, Uongg, she cut the tip of its tail. Blood was scattered around. El Cuoro's attention focused on Beak Hwa Yeon. Kang-woo and Ki Yeon-ju took that opportunity to penetrate it. Slash, "I'll block the attacks of the tail, you just charge forward." "I'll trust you," Kang-woo nodded. If he reduced one defensive authority, he could add an offensive one. Kang-woo didn't immediately rush forward after hearing Ki Yeon-ju's shout. Instead, he looked at El Cuoro with deeply sunken eyes. "It's gotten weaker." Unlike fish, it didn't immediately die after coming to the surface, but because it was a water monster, it had clearly become weaker after coming to the surface. Not only that, but it had been severely wounded. It wouldn't have been weird if El Cuero had died while they were dragging it to the surface. Then, Kang-woo's eyes shone. The only thing that was left was to finish it. He closed his eyes and felt the demonic energy gathered in his heart under his left chest. The 10,000 demon core, the demonic energy he'd gathered for the past 10,000 years, it was bigger and deeper than anything else. A sea made of demonic energy. You couldn't see its end, and you also couldn't see how deep it was. Even Kang-woo didn't exactly know the limits of the 10,000 demon core. He didn't know what was under that deep sea and what was happening there. Even back then, when he was able to use it fully, he raised his head and looked around. He saw 3 doors embracing the sea. I don't need that much. He turned his head from the doors. He extended his hands toward the sea, clasping his palms and gathering demonic energy. It was very little compared to the vast sea, but for the moment, it was enough with just that. Biden, he used the authority of dark spear and the authority of hellfire. A spear surrounded by dark fire appeared. Kang-woo grabbed the spear, lowered his body, and aimed the spear at the monster. He could feel powerful energy transmitted to his hand, but Kang-woo thought that it wasn't enough. It seemed too small and weak compared to the vast sea. He became greedy. Once the fire called greed was ignited, it began burning at an incredible speed. One more, authority of spoliation, an authority capable of destroying its natural armor and tearing its skin apart, was added on top of Bident. The spear's end, which was divided into 2, twisted. The spear's ends began twisting as if they were snakes. He felt exhausted, like his soul had gone out of his body. The price of using 3 authorities at the same time was high. He felt as if he was about to lose consciousness at any moment. The tips of Kang-woo's mouth went up. Gi-balg. After making a small chant, the dark red spear was completed. Gripping it tightly, Kang-woo stepped on the ground. Ting, you've managed to perfectly combine 3 different authorities. You've fulfilled the second condition for achieving the extreme demonic energy body. Message windows appeared. But Kang-woo didn't care about them. He couldn't let himself get distracted. He gripped the spear even tighter. The giant tail swung toward him, and a shield made of red chains pushed it away. The dark red spear pierced El Cuero's body. Chapter 83, El Cuero, Part 5, Crack. The dark red spear pierced El Cuero's body. The fire that was within it exploded, and the hellfire ate El Cuero's life. I got it. He was sure of it. There was no way El Cuero would be able to survive that attack. He could feel his hand tremble a bit. It felt good. It was the first time he'd managed to do an attack that resulted from the combination of 3 different authorities. Although he used to do things like that as if they were nothing while in hell, being able to use it again felt good. It felt hot and exciting. Once again, he started to crave more strength. So this was the second condition for the extreme demonic energy body. Kang-woo's eyes shone. He wasn't sure what the extreme demonic energy body was and what transformations it would bring. But what he knew was that it was a new strength that he had not had in hell. It would be weird if he weren't feeling anxious to know what it was. I wonder what the last condition is. He couldn't think of anything, but since the name was Extreme Demonic Energy Body, it was probably something related to demonic energy. Kang-woo frowned. While thinking, Kang-woo felt something weird. He frowned. Something that should have appeared wasn't appearing. I didn't receive the message. He didn't get the message that said he'd killed El Cuero. Kang-woo turned his head toward where El Cuero was. Krrrr. It didn't die. Although half of its body had been cut away, El Cuero's eyes were still shining. His weird and unique ferocious cry had transformed into a normal beast's. Anyway, the important thing was that El Cuero hadn't died yet. No way. He recalled the sensation in the tips of his fingers. All the fighting experience he'd gained through the years had told him he'd successfully hunted it. Gi-balg was a technique strong enough to kill a demon of the 7th hell. It had received that attack up front, so it made no sense that it had managed to survive. What was that technique? Mr. Kang-woo, who are you? No, that isn't important right now. What happened? He survived after being hit with that. Gu Hyun-mo and Ki Yeon-jo were also confused. The moment they saw the dark red spear pierce El Cuero, they'd felt a thrill run through their bodies. Even if El Cuero was an S-rank boss monster, they never imagined that it'd be able to survive such an attack. It's escaping. El Cuero was rushing toward the lake after losing half of its body. Damn. Ki Yeon-ju extended her hand. The red chains surrounded El Cuero, but because her strength spec wasn't high, she was pulled by El Cuero. Kang-woo quickly moved. He grabbed the chain in the middle of Ki Yeon-ju and El Cuero. Kang-woo frowned. His hand started to tear apart. He wanted to use an authority, but he had no demonic energy left because he'd used Gi-balg. Pull the chains. If it managed to escape to the lake, all their efforts would have been in vain. Hwa Yeon and Gu Hyun-mo came running and grabbed the chain. What strength? Was he really the same guy that was about to die? How can it still have such strength? El Cuero dragged the four people to the lake. It seemed stronger than the first time they'd seen it. It wasn't a strength that a water monster would normally be able to use while on land. We're going to lose it. He began feeling anxious. Pain spread through their bodies. Things could be different if he could use the authority of divine power, but he didn't have a way to stop its strength. Grabbed tightly, Ki-yeon-ju surged the mana from within herself, and the chains surrounding El Cuero started to shine with a red light. Kuhh, damn, El Cuero twisted its body. You could hear the madness in its voice tone. It was as if black energy was coming from its body that had been cut in half. Demonic energy, Kang-woo frowned. The energy coming out from El Cuero was definitely demonic energy. What happened? He couldn't understand what was going on. The frantic situation didn't let him think about what was happening. Are we going to lose it? Kang-woo bit his lips while looking at El Cuero, who had almost reached the lake. Kang-woo, leave it to me. He could hear Echidna's voice in his ears. Her body was covered in blue light and she returned to her dragon form. Echidna swung her tail like a whip. After being hit with Echidna's tail, El Cuero was pushed back. Stay still. Even if she was a hatchling, Echidna was still a dragon. After returning to her original form, she was able to stop El Cuero from escaping. Boom! After being pulled again to the surface, El Cuero started to twist its body violently. Blood began pouring out from its body. HNG, boom, 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 Echidna smashed El Cuero with her giant tail, and its body shook after being hit by the tail. Krrrr, the aggressive screams started to fade, its eyes started to become blurry. Ting, you've eliminated the S-rank boss monster, El Cuero. You've achieved first place in contribution. You've gained bonus experience for the finishing blow. Your experience is increasing exponentially. Your level is capped, the experience will be accumulated. Blue message windows appeared in front of Kang-woo. El Cuero had finally died. I still have the level restriction. While leaving the disappointed feelings behind, Kang-woo turned to beat Kang Hyun. There was something more important than leveling up at the moment. What happened here, I'm not sure. Ki-yeon-ju shook her head. They couldn't understand how El Cuero could move again after that attack. It was the first time she'd seen a monster that could move after being cut in half. Is it a characteristic of El Cuero? Ki-yeon-ju asked while tilting her head. Among monsters, a few had characteristics that couldn't be understood with logic. El Cuero was a monster that no one had killed before, so there was a chance that this was something unique to it. No, that's probably not the reason. Kang-woo shook his head without hesitating. Why? Because I received the bonus for the finishing blow. If El Cuero hadn't died after being hit with the Gi-balg, he probably wouldn't have received the bonus for the finishing blow. El Cuero had died after being hit with Echidna's tail. Then, we'll have to check it out. Kang-woo looked at El Cuero's corpse. After walking to its corpse, he looked at the place from where he'd sensed demonic energy. It was the place where El Cuero's brain was. He grabbed something, and Kang-woo took a closer look at what he had just grabbed. It was a black gem that was the size of 2 fingers. Inside it, there was demonic energy. What's this? It was his first time seeing it. It was as if he was seeing the demonic energy equivalent of the mana stone. The main difference it had with mana stones was that it felt artificial. Too clean. Unlike the surface of mana stones, the surface of the black gem was too clean and perfect. It didn't seem like something that was made naturally. Is this why El Cuero suddenly started to act strangely? He felt that was probably the reason. What's that? I'm not sure. Kang-woo looked at the black gem while frowning. He used the authority of observation on it but couldn't find any helpful information. He looked at El Cuero's corpse closely once again. After checking where he'd found the black gem, Kang-woo became sure of something. This wasn't something that was originally inside the monster. It was something that someone had planted intentionally. Kang-woo's eyes shone. His head started to spin faster. He could guess who had put the gem inside El Cuero's head. I think that I know. What? I'm not 100% sure, but I feel like this is the doing of the demon cult. The demon cult? Ki-yeon-ju's eyes shone sharply. Suddenly, a strong killing intent came from her body. What does that mean? Someone planted this black gem inside El Cuero's head. There's demonic energy inside it. The only people who could create something like this are the members of the demon cult. Unlike mana, you couldn't naturally obtain demonic energy. There wasn't anyone on Earth besides Kang-woo and the members of the demon cult who could create something like that. Kang-woo looked at the black gem with great interest. The demonic energy inside it entered his body through his fingers. He had used the authority of predation on the gem. Ting, you've absorbed a demonic energy stone. Your demonic energy has increased by 3. Along with a few messages, he could feel his demonic energy increasing. Kang-woo's eyes widened. My stats increased by 3. His demonic energy without the bonus of the black pearl coat was at 83. For the past 3 days, he'd killed almost 100 giant ogres, yet his stat hadn't increased even a bit. That was how difficult it was to increase the demonic energy stat. but his demonic energy stat had just increased by 3. A smile appeared on Kang-woo's face, the desire to become stronger that had awakened inside him after creating the Gi-balg. It was as if his throat was burning because of thirst and he'd just drunk cold water. He wasn't sure why the demon cult had placed such a thing inside El Quiro. He didn't know what they were trying to do by putting a demonic energy stone inside a monster, but there was something he was sure about: sweet. The demonic energy inside the demonic energy stone that the demon cult had created was strong enough to increase his demonic energy stat that had stagnated. Since he couldn't increase his level, items that could increase his stats were very valuable. I hope they don't have only one of these. Kang-woo smacked his lips. The unknown group of crazy people that were part of the demon cult felt to him like a restaurant that only served delicious items. Chapter 84, You Believe Me, Don't You? Part 1. What? Why did it suddenly disappear? Ki Yeonju asked, confused, the black gem Kang-woo had found. That item that could be a hint to finding more about the demon cult had suddenly disappeared. It melted down the moment I grabbed it. Kang-woo looked at his hands while making a surprised expression. In reality, it had disappeared because he'd used the Authority of Predation, but he couldn't say the truth. He had to hide that he wasn't a human but a demon. Not only that, but he couldn't let them know he was the Demon King, the one at the peak among demons. Ki Yeonju looked disappointed. Is this a characteristic of demonic energy? Now that I think about it, the Oryax's corpse also became dust and disappeared, Gu Hyun-mo said. Yes, Kang-woo's eyes shone after receiving an assist from Gu Hyun-mo. Ki Yeonju nodded. It seems like it really is a characteristic of demonic energy. Ask the guild members to investigate. We should figure out if this item is present only in El Quiro or if other monsters have it too. And if they find a gem near the monster's brain, ask them to bring it. If the demon cult were the ones that had implanted the gem inside El Quiro, there was no way that it would end with only one case. Other monsters had also probably been implanted with that gem. If I get more demonic energy stones, he could simultaneously interfere with the demon cult's plan and obtain a huge profit. But this black gem disappears once you touch it. Are we going to be able to bring it? It was a sharp question, but Kang-woo didn't get surprised by the question. Kang-woo smoothly answered. Since it disappeared after I touched it, it will probably be okay if they use something like a vacuum pack. Okay, I'll ask the guild members to investigate. I'm also going to ask the devouring guild members to investigate. Did you find it near the monster's head? Yes, they'll find traces of it being inserted. Okay, the Red Rose Guild and the devouring squad. If it was like he thought, he'd be able to gather many demonic energy stones. Kang-woo tried his best to refrain from smiling. Echidna, who had returned to her human form, tilted her head while looking at Kang-woo. Kang-woo, you seem to be having fun. You're wrong. How could I be having fun while in the middle of such a situation? Echidna looked confused. She was connected to him through the soul, so she knew what he was feeling. Kang-woo was full of expectations. Kang-woo, who saw her expression, quickly opened his mouth. Rather than that, you were of great help just now. Really? Was I of help to Kang-woo? Yes, as expected from Echidna. I'll give you a reward when you return home. HNG, Echidna snorted. She was thinking about what she was going to ask him for. Kang-woo patted her while smiling. I'll also have to search. Obtaining one demonic energy stone was more effective than killing hundreds of giant ogres. Because his level was restricted, rather than gaining more experience, it made more sense to keep searching for demonic energy stones. Thanks to them, I'll be able to sleep comfortably. His level restriction hadn't been lifted. He also didn't know the last condition for the extreme demonic energy body. Even by using the Authority of Predation, his demonic energy stat wasn't going up. The demon cult had appeared just when his growth was blocked. It was such good timing that he almost felt thankful. Kang-woo felt full just by thinking of all the demonic energy stones he would get from the demon cult. Burp. A dirty burp came out of his mouth. El Quiro has been killed. What? A dark room. A low voice came out of the mouth of the man that was wearing a red demon mask. What happened? We aren't sure either. We wanted to see the erosion level of the demonic energy stone, but we just found traces of a battle and some blood we think was from El Quiro. Slam. Crack, the man hit the table and the solid wood table broke in two. What about the other monsters? We're checking them out, but it doesn't seem like they hunted it because they found out about the plan. Damn, El Quiro was a monster that hadn't been hunted since Gates began appearing on Earth. But to think it would be hunted after they'd planted a demonic energy stone inside it. Not only was he getting angry, but he was also starting to get desperate. How are things progressing because of this? Things will get delayed. The man's eyes narrowed. You could see his eyes shining with a chilling light. What if we use the other plan, see Cardinal, that? I'm not saying that we're going to use that immediately. I just wanted to check. If we use that, we can proceed with our plans immediately. But Cardinal, if we do that, we won't be able to handle the repercussions. Now that the world rankers have started to move, it's too dangerous and reckless. I know that, the man answered. What about the number of demonic energy stones? We still have some left. Plant them in other monsters. Proceed with the plan as fast as possible. If it gets delayed any further, he looked angrily at the priest. You guys won't be safe either. You understood, the priest that had hidden his head bowed and answered with a fearful voice. But who killed El Cuero? We aren't sure, but we think it was the Red Rose Guild. The Red Rose Guild? Yes, we found the red chains that Ki Yeonju uses at the scene, so she's interfering once again. You could feel a strong killing intent coming from him. The priest trembled. Prepare the shadows. Are you planning to eliminate Ki Yeonju? Yes, she must pay for interfering with our plans. Ki Yeonju is strong. She was one of Korea's top rankers. Not only that, but she had a huge force called the Red Rose Guild, so killing her was going to be hard. The red-masked man smirked. There's a rookie Ki Yeonju cares about. He's a rude one called Kang-woo. We're going to take him as a hostage. Oh, he's a newbie who doesn't know much about the world. It probably won't be hard. Understood. You must catch him no matter what. Oh, also, there's a little kid that follows him. Catch her as well. A kid, the masked man nodded. I felt demonic energy from her. I want to check. Yes, the priest walked out of the room. Oof. The masked man took a deep breath and placed his hand on his face. He took off the red demon mask. I don't like this. The red masked man, Beak Kang Hyun, put the mask on the table and frowned. Here's the money left after deducting the repair cost, Beak Hwa Yeon said to Kang-woo and Ki Yeonju after calling them to the Devouring squad base. 10 million was left after selling the mana stone and the corpse. Since it's the first time El Cuero was hunted, they gave us a lot of money for it. So you're going to give us 5 million each? Yes. What about you, Hwa Yeon? I don't need it. Also, you and Kang-woo were the ones who collaborated the most. You're a born soldier. Ki Yeonju laughed and guarded the bank details. Beak Hwa Yeon kept talking. And there's good news. Good news. Is it about the demonic energy stones? Beak Hwa Yeon shook her head. No, the H-Warring squad members are investigating it, but they couldn't find any yet. I'm talking about other news. What happened? A legendary rank ingredient has come out from El Cuero. They said they can turn a thorn that El Cuero has in its tail into a sword. Whoa, did a legendary rank ingredient really come? Ki Yeonju and Kang-woo's eyes shone. A legendary rank equipment? For high-level players, it was something priceless. Kang-woo, who had just seen how effective the black pearl coat was, showed great interest. Although I don't use swords, he didn't use a determined weapon. He created a weapon with an authority depending on the situation, but he could receive the benefits just by equipping himself with it, so it really didn't matter. A rough estimate came out. It will probably be legendary rank equipment that increases your strength or agility. Ah, then it will be useless to me. Kang-woo and Ki Yeonju clicked their tongues in disappointment. Kang-woo mainly used demonic energy, and Ki Yeonju used mana, so they didn't need a legendary rank equipment that increased their strength or agility. Hwa Yeon, couldn't you use it? Oof. Sadly, the requirements for the ceremony are quite harsh. I can't use it. There were some items that had requirements for the ceremony. That wasn't something that was decided while creating the items, but it was something that was already decided by the ingredient, so if you didn't fulfill the conditions, you wouldn't be able to use it. What are the conditions? You need a unique stat called Chi. Chi, that thing that appears in martial arts novels. Yes, they said that some warrior players have that stat, but most players that have that stat are Chinese. There aren't many Korean players that have it. Then it's basically fool's gold. How about we sell it to China? I wanted to hear your opinions first. After all, you were the ones who contributed the most in killing El Cuero. Kang-woo and Ki Yeonju nodded. The one that played the biggest role was Kang-woo and then Ki Yeonju. The others also contributed a lot, but it couldn't be compared to those two. There isn't anyone who has a unique stat in our guild, but I'm willing to sell it if the price is good. Then I'll buy it. Kang-woo. Kang-woo nodded, having the unique stat called Chi. He knew one person who had that. Kim Shi-hoon, the good-hearted young man who followed him along with Ti-soo. He was very handsome, but his talent was even more incredible than his looks. Although we aren't blood-related, you're my little brother. Their souls were literally connected. Hyung will get you a present. Kang-woo clenched his fist. Chapter 85, You Believe Me, Don't You? Part 2, 2 weeks after they hunted El Cuero. Kang-woo went to Suwon after receiving Beak Hwa Yeon's call. We finally completed it. Beak Hwa Yeon put an impressive blue sword down on the table. Is legendary rank equipment always created so fast? Kang-woo asked while touching the sword. It hadn't even been 2 weeks since they'd hunted El Cuero down. It had been created so fast that Kang-woo was a bit worried about the quality. What's hard is getting the materials that only drop from S-rank monsters. Once you have the ingredients, creating the equipment isn't that hard. But I heard that it still costs a lot of money. Hwa Yeon, you didn't push yourself too much, right? What if I did? Both of you are doing more for our country's safety than the H-Warring squad. It would be embarrassing if we didn't offer proper support. Beak Hwa Yon said with a firm voice. The demon cult was, at that moment, more dangerous than monsters. For the moment, only players were falling victim to their crimes, but it was impossible to know when civilians would start being affected as well. Although I'm not doing it for public safety, Ki Yeonju avoided Beak Hwa Yon's eyes, I'm chasing after the demon cult for world peace. I didn't think you'd say that out loud, don't lie. I know you aren't someone who'd do something like that. So you don't believe me, Kang-woo shrugged. Although he'd said it with a half-joking voice, he was telling the truth. For him, the Earth in general was something that had to be protected. Although recently I acquired other objectives too. The demon cult controlled demonic energy in a different way than hell. He'd unexpectedly profited while trying to investigate them. Rather than selflessly protecting the world, he was doing it for his benefit. Leaving the reasons aside, it's the truth that both of you are helping us catch the demon cult. Although the end doesn't always justify the means, in this case, I think we can look at it positively, Beak Hwa Yon said while smiling. Kang-woo was impressed by her smooth words that flowed like water. No wonder Gu Hyun-mo is fascinated by her. Leaving her position aside, she was quite a charming woman. Although she looked a bit old-fashioned, she was flexible and had a clear concept of reward and punishment. Although that wouldn't happen, she was the superior he would have liked to have had in the army. Don't fall for her. What? Don't start to harbor weird feelings for her. She isn't someone that makes a good match with an asshole like you. What are you talking about so suddenly, Yeonju? His expression showed that he had fallen for you. Hwa Yeon, be careful. Your life will be ruined if you get involved with an asshole like him. Calm down, Yeonju, you're too excited. Because it's something important, Ki Yeonju shouted angrily. Kang-woo looked at her in disbelief. Neither of us has thought that, why are you overreacting? It's just in case, she shouted with her face red. It's as if you were jealous, Beak Hwa Yeon said while smirking. What, ha ha ha. I was joking, HMPH, there's no way I'd be jealous of someone like him. Where did you get such a generic quote? Kang-woo said while shaking his head. He turned his head from Ki Yeonju and put his hand on top of the sword. Item information. Item name El Quero Blade Rank, Legendary before Ceremony Condition, Unique Stat Chi, Normal Effect. Lightning attacks plus 700, Strength plus 2, Agility plus 2 Special Effect. You can freely walk over the water. Item description, sword made with a thorn from El Quero's tail. It has great cutting power and enables you to use lightning-type attacks. It increases your stats by 4. The thing Kang-woo checked first was how much it increased stats. The blade increased stats by 4. Among legendary rank items, it was one that was ranked quite highly. Do you like it? It's so good that I would use it if I could. Ha, I agree, to be honest, I also wanted it. But this will be better than letting a good item rot. You've made a good investment. Kim Shi-hoon is a player that will become very strong. Soon, he'll be able to participate in the fight against the demon cult. Did you say he's your brother? Yes, although we aren't blood-related. Ha. Since you speak of him so highly, I'm kind of curious. He won't disappoint you, Kang-woo said confidently. Finding Kim Shi-hoon was akin to him having won the national lottery. He's the successor of the martial god, after all. If Kang-woo weren't there, he would have probably become someone able to rewrite the history of players. Kang-woo was also curious and expectant to see how he would grow. Oh, also, there's one more thing I wanted to say. Yes, isn't it about time you speak to me more comfortably, she said while leaning on the chair. I speak comfortably to the people that aren't my higher-ups, but we're allies. So I thought it wasn't fair if only you spoke formally. Then, I'll speak comfortably. He didn't think that speaking formally was unfair, but considering his relationship with Beak Hwa Yeon and Ki Yeonju, speaking comfortably would probably be better for the future. Have you found anything about the demonic energy stones yet? Our squad members are searching for them, but we haven't been able to find them. It's the same for our guild members. These past 2 weeks, we've killed almost 5 times the average amount of monsters, yet we haven't found a single demonic energy stone. Did I guess wrong? Kang-woo had also been searching for the past 2 weeks, but he also hadn't been able to find anything. It was as if he'd been wrong about the demon cult implanting more demonic energy stones in other monsters. We can't be sure yet, so keep investigating, please. Okay, then I'll be going. Kang-woo stood up. Ki Yeonju followed him, but don't you have anything to do? Why do you also come every time I come here to Suwon? You didn't catch El Quero alone. Even if I let you have the legendary rank weapon, I'd make sure you pay for it. I wanted to know what kind of weapon it was so I could ask you for a fair amount in the future. There was nothing he could say. Kang-woo took a deep breath and nodded. Ki Yeonju seemed to be having fun. She followed him while whispering a song. Hyonim, oh Kang-woo Hyonim, long time no see. Kim Shi-hoon's party, which had just come out of a gate, greeted Kang-woo. Except for Han Seala, it had been a few days since he'd seen the rest, so after a short conversation, he moved to his house. It was to give the legendary rank weapon to Shi-hoon as discreetly as possible. Oh, this is the new house Hyonim moved to, Tisu let out a surprised exclamation. Kang-woo, Echidna who was at home, came walking out. Yunbai's eyes shone. Who's this cute girl Oppa? I'm Kang-woo's summon. Summon? Yes. Yunbai trembled as if she couldn't believe it. Kang-woo Oppa, don't tell me you've been enjoying doing this kind of roleplay with a kid like this. What are you talking about? Aren't you afraid of the police? This is a crime. Even if she looks like that, she's probably 10 times older than you. She's even legal. She looked at Echidna, who had too many virtues, with a scared expression. Kang-woo hit Yunbai's head softly and then walked toward the living room. I called you here because there's something I wanted to give you, he said to Shihoon. To me? Yes. Kang-woo gave him the El Quero blade that he'd received from Beak Hwa Yon. What's this? You'll see once you check the details. Kim Shihoon checked out the details of the weapon and his eyes widened in surprise. A L legendary weapon is. Isn't this a legendary rank weapon, Hyonim? Yes. Why you're going to give this to me? Kang-woo nodded. Kim Shihoon became lost for words. He looked at the El Quero blade. How can you give me something so valuable to me? Because you're worthy of that weapon. Hyonim. Kim Shihoon's eyes became red. He touched the El Quero blade while trembling. I don't have the right to receive this weapon. I decide if you have the right or not. What level are you? I'm level 38. He was about to do the fifth awakening. Although he was leveling up at a slower pace compared to Kang-woo, he was probably one of the players who was leveling up faster. You know you're getting stronger at a faster pace compared to other players, right? But that isn't because it's because you're talented. Of course, Tisu, Siala, and Yunbai were probably of great help, but the definitive reason is that you're someone who is capable. You're going to get stronger. Once that happens, you can show me you're worthy of that weapon. Hyeongnam, you believe in me, right? Yes, I believe in you. I'll do my best to prove that I'm useful to you, Kim Shihoon said with eyes full of determination. Kang-woo nodded while making a satisfied expression. The only thing left was for Kim Shihoon to do the ceremony with the weapon. As if Shihoon were responding to his thoughts, he extended his hand. But he didn't extend his hands toward the El Quero blade. He grabbed Kang-woo's hands. What's wrong with this guy? To be honest, the first time I saw Hyonim, I felt a weird sensation of discomfort. It was as if my entire body was rejecting you. That's because you're the protector of the world and I'm the person who destroyed the system that protects it. But when I met Hyonim again, that feeling had disappeared. That's because I turned you into my familiar spirit. Now. Haha, this could sound a bit weird, but it's as if my soul is connected to yours. It's really connected. Hyonim, don't look at me like that. Kang-woo brushed away Shihoon's hands while smiling awkwardly at him. Kim Shihoon looked a bit disappointed. Kang-woo felt chills. Did I overdo it? He had done that to make him trust him more and make him more motivated, but he felt that things had turned out weirdly. He thought he had to draw a line before things got too dangerous. Shihoon, please. Oh, Hyonim, now that I think about it, there's something I have to tell you. Kim Shihoon took something out of his pocket and Kang-woo's eyes got big after seeing what it was. Recently, while hunting, I noticed some monsters were acting weird, so I investigated the corpses and these came out. Kim Shihoon took out 2 small black gems. Kang-woo quickly touched them. They were the demonic energy stones he'd been searching for the last 2 weeks. To make things better, there were 2 of them. The tips of his mouth went up. Shihoon, let's do our best from now on. Chapter 86, Be Careful, Part 1. How did you get this? Kang-woo touched the 2 demonic energy stones from Kim Shihoon. They were small compared to the ones inside El Quero's head. There was far less demonic energy inside them too, but that wasn't important. Kang-woo, the Red Rose Guild, and the Hwarang squad had been searching for them for 2 weeks, and they weren't able to find a single one, but Shihoon found not only 1 but 2. I first got this yesterday. I was hunting with the party members when I felt something chilly on my back. How could I describe this? Oh, you remember I said I felt a weird sense of discomfort when I first met you? Yes. It was similar to that. Oh, so I followed that sensation and then saw a weird monster. Weird monster? Yes, we were mostly hunting minotaurs, but its outer appearance was a bit weird. It was as if it had become tinted black. It seemed to have gone crazy. So when you hunted it, you found this inside of it. Yes, Kim Shihoon nodded. You found 2 inside the same monster. No, today while hunting, I felt the same sense of discomfort. I followed it and found another weird monster, and this one came from it. Kim Shihoon pointed to one of the 2 stones. Kang-woo's eyes sank and he began thinking. He felt the same discomfort as when he first saw me. The first thing he thought was demonic energy. Maybe he felt discomfort when he was around someone that had demonic energy. Shihoon, did you feel the same when you first met Echidna? Kang-woo pointed to Echidna who was sitting next to him. As the topic changed to her, she looked at Kang-woo while tilting her head. Kang-woo, do I discomfort you? No, that's not it. No, although I met Miss Echidna for the first time today. I didn't feel that kind of discomfort. I see. It wasn't demonic energy. Echidna was different from demons, but she still had demonic energy. Then, leaving demonic energy aside, what did he have in common with monsters? Nothing immediately came to his mind. He kept thinking. At that moment, he remembered Kim Shi-hoon saying that the Minotaur was tainted black. Was it in the process of becoming a demonic monster? If demonic energy turned humans into demons, it wouldn't be weird if it made monsters become demonic monsters. The words demonic monster made him think about the hellhound and the Buer. Ah, he let out a short exclamation. It was as if he'd managed to complete a puzzle. Fisher fragments. When he killed demonic monsters, he received messages saying he'd killed Fisher fragments. And when he'd arrived on Earth, he remembered hearing that a Fisher nucleus had appeared. Fisher fragment and nucleus. There was no way those two words weren't related. Kim Shi-hoon subconsciously feels discomfort at the presence of a being that's a Fisher. It made sense. Kim Shi-hoon had been chosen by the Gaia system, a transcendent being that was able to seal Kang-woo's strength. Shi-hoon's role was to become the protector, a being that could replace the Gaia system. If the Gaia system was the thing that was blocking the Fisher fragments, it wouldn't be weird to feel a sense of discomfort. So the demon cult is creating Fisher fragments on purpose. He thought he was starting to understand why they were putting those stones inside monsters. A smile appeared on his face. He wasn't sure why they were trying to create Fisher fragments, but he was sure that Kim Shi-hoon would be able to find them. Rather than trying to find a needle in the middle of a desert, it was more effective to use a metal detector. If it were Kim Shi-hoon, he would probably be able to find monsters with demonic energy stones planted inside them from a distance. Shi-hoon. Kang-woo grabbed Shi-hoon's hands. Kang-woo had never felt as proud of Kim Shi-hoon as he did at that moment. It was the first time he thought that it had been worth how much he'd invested in him. Hyungnam, you're going to have to help me. As long as I can be of help to Hyungnam, I'll do it. But what do you want me to do? You don't need to do anything other than following me. What? You're going to be helpful just by staying at my side. He was just like a human navigation system. Just guiding Kang-woo in the direction he felt discomfort from would be enough. Of course, in the future, he would probably be able to do more than serve as a navigation system. Kang-woo thought about the words he'd used. Damn, Kang-woo separated his hands from Kim Shi-hoon's. Hyungnam, if you say so, don't blush. I'll do my best. After all, I already decided to follow Hyungnam. Hey, don't blush. He covered his face with his two hands and regretted what he had just said, but it was already too late. How should I explain this? Kang-woo couldn't help but remember Han Seolah's pale face. Then I'll meet you tomorrow afternoon. Okay, take care on your way back. Hyungnam, can't I follow you? I told you. Tomorrow we're going to A-rank gates onwards. The more people I have to protect, the more dangerous it will become. Then can you be of help against A-rank monsters? And not yet. Then you know what you have to do, right? Okay, Kang-woo, Kang Ti-soo will desist this time, but I won't give up. Okay, I'll be waiting for it. Kang-woo laughed. He clarified things so there wouldn't be any misunderstandings. Then he said farewell to Kim Shi-hoon, Ti-soo, and Yoon-bai. If it were just him, he'd go immediately to a gate, but there were many things he had to do. I'm going to try to create an effective lineup. There were many gates. Going mindlessly around the gates that were near wouldn't be very effective. It would be better to explain things to Ki Yeon-ju and Beek Hwa Yeon and determine the most effective route. I'll have to visit the Red Rose Guild. The Red Rose Guild wasn't that far away from there. Kang-woo turned his head to Seolah and Echidna. I'll go visit the Red Rose Guild. I could be late. Isn't there anything I can do? Not yet. If there were too many crewmates, it would only make the ship go to the mountains. To increase effectiveness, he didn't need that many members. Seolah and Echidna looked disappointed but nodded. Then I'll go inside. Be careful and good luck. Thanks. After waving his hand, Kang-woo turned around. Echidna and Seolah waited until Kang-woo couldn't be seen anymore. Seolah, you look sad. Fufu, it's nothing. Han Seolah patted Echidna. Echidna grabbed Han Seolah's clothes. It's okay. Kang-woo feels thankful to you. I know it since I'm connected to Kang-woo. Really? Han Seolah smiled while blushing. She grabbed Echidna's hands. Let's go inside. I'll make whatever you want. HNG, I like steak. Fufu, okay, then let's go to the mart. Han Seolah suddenly stopped speaking. Her expression hardened. Who are you? Suddenly, a group of men wearing red masks appeared. Who are you? A group of 12 men wearing red masks and dark robes that seemed to melt into the darkness surrounded them. Who are we? You don't need to say that. They kept talking. We only want one thing. Your lives. What you must do right now is call that person. Each said one thing. They moved and talked as if they were only one entity. To call that person. Oh, Kang-woo, call the man you follow. Then your role ends. Han Seolah bit her lips. I can't call him. I don't know who you are, but I won't follow, so should I call Kang-woo? Echidna. Wait, I'll call him. Echidna closed her eyes as if she couldn't understand the current situation. She called him through the connection a summoned monster had with the summoner. Kang-woo is going to arrive soon. You seem to understand fast. The red-masked man began laughing. Kang-woo, who had been going to the Red Rose Guild, soon appeared. Who are you? Kang-woo asked in a low voice while looking at the men surrounding Han Seala and Echidna. You don't need to know who we are. Just follow our orders. If you want a painless death, Kang-woo looked at the red mask-wearing men with great interest. Are you members of the demon cult? We have no reason to answer. You're the one who must answer. What an idiotic way of speaking. Kang-woo started to laugh in disbelief. Echidna and Han Seala were surrounded by them, but he didn't seem to mind. The red-masked men remained silent after seeing his relaxed attitude. Just like that person said, you're rude. Someone who doesn't know how the world works. You probably think you have everything since you're under Ki Yeonju. But we'll make you realize how big the world truly is. The men moved behind Echidna and Han Seala and grabbed them from behind. They aimed short swords at them. Be careful, Kang-woo said. They started to laugh. It's already too late, nothing will change even if they're careful. No, that's not it. A smile appeared on Kang-woo's face. I'm talking about you guys. Crack. Echidna, who transformed her left arm into a dragon's, hit the one that had grabbed her from behind violently. The man was pushed behind as the sound of his bones breaking sounded out. Don't grab me, Echidna glared at them coldly. Only Kang-woo can touch this body. Chapter 87, Be Careful, Part 2. What happened? It seems like your little act is crumbling. Kang-woo laughed at their attitude, which had completely changed. Echidna transformed her hand into a human's again and cast magic. A black vortex appeared in her hand. You're bothering us. The black vortex gathered in her hand began expanding. Move back, Kaya, the masked men began scattering away. As one of the masked men pulled Han Seala violently, she screamed, Tap! Kang-woo approached the man holding Han Seala. He swung his hand. The man was pushed back while a chilling death rattle escaped his lips. He surrounded him and attack. They took out their weapons. They were weird weapons that consisted of iron hooks connected by chains. 9 iron hooks were swung at Kang-woo. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. He'd be in danger if he received those attacks up front. He grabbed Han Seala, used the authority of sky, and jumped into the sky. Kaya. Mr. K. Kang-woo, stay still, Kang-woo said to Han Seala, who was struggling. He landed on the ground after moving away from the masked men. Wait for me here. I'll help, Han Seala extended her hand, and white light started to gather around her hands. Graceful light. After she made a short chant, a light flowed into Kang-woo. Ting, you've received a graceful light. Your stats have increased. Strength +2, agility +3, unique stat demonic energy +2. Whoa, Kang-woo looked at the white light with great interest. Leaving strength and agility aside, he wasn't expecting his demonic energy to go up. It was as if the demonic energy inside him had increased. Although it's a bit weird that my demonic energy increased after receiving a graceful light. The important thing was that her buff skill was more useful than he'd initially thought. He began wondering about what effects she would get after leveling up. But before that, Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. He could see the 9 masked men looking at him nervously. I'll have to take care of them first. He raised his right hand and a black sword appeared in the palm of his hand. He lowered his body. After using the authority of speed, his body shot forward as if he were an arrow. Slide, the iron hooks targeted Kang-woo. Although 9 iron hooks were thrown simultaneously, none of them interfered with the trajectories of the others. That meant that they were trained assassins. Kang-woo swung his sword and defended against 2 iron hooks. He lowered his head. An iron hook brushed past his head. He jumped and 2 of the hooks ran into each other. The stranger's eyes began shining sharply. 3 iron hooks changed direction toward the sky. Kang-woo stopped the authority of speed and used the authority of sky. While ignoring gravity, he changed direction to the right. Slash. The 3 chains brushed past the black pearl coat. He stomped his feet in the air and his floating body shot toward them at high speed. Authority of dark spear. Numerous spears the size of his hand appeared and poured down as if it was raining. The strangers quickly tried to dodge the spears. Crack, one of the opponents that couldn't dodge the attacks was hit by 10s of spears. With his blood pouring out, he collapsed to the ground. The strangers quickly tried to counterattack. The chains that were scattered all around pressured Kang-woo. It isn't a bad attack, but Kang-woo smiled after looking at the chains. It reminded him of another attack. It can't be compared to Ki Yeonju's. He raised his right foot and stomped the ground. He used the authority of waves and all of the chains that were targeting him were pushed back. He could see that the strangers were perplexed. Our retreat. Their information was wrong. Player Kang-woo wasn't a rude newbie who just acted high and mighty just because he was under Ki Yeonju. We must inform the cardinal. His existence was an unexpected variable. If the cardinal didn't hear it, it could interfere with their plans. They turned around. Where are you going? Kang-woo opened both arms. A suffocating chill struck the strangers and they visibly slowed. Echidna. Kang-woo, leave it to me. Echidna opened her hand. Black walls appeared around them. It wasn't a magic cast for defense, but a magic cast to stop prey from escaping. The masked men began swinging their weapons toward the wall. It's already too late. Kang-woo took a deep breath. He gathered a huge amount of demonic energy from within and placed his hands on the ground. Earth blades. The land was split. Black swords rose from the cracked earth. It wasn't one or two. Hundreds of black blades struck the masked strangers. Stab, AGH, damn, the blades dug deep into their flesh. The masked strangers tried to escape, but there was nowhere they could run. In front of them there was a black wall. Behind them there were the earth blades. 4 people lost their lives instantly and the other 4 were also heavily wounded. You could see the despair in their eyes. Boom. Kang-woo leaped forward to the ones that had survived. I can't let you go. He had to restrain them before they could commit suicide or become demons. Kang-woo grabbed the head of the one that had ordered the others to retreat. He used the authority of fear on him. AGH, white bubbles foamed at the man's mouth. Kang-woo frowned. Did it fail? He felt a huge amount of demonic energy flowing out of his body. But still, it didn't seem like the authority of fear had succeeded. The effectiveness of the controlling authorities was reduced against strong targets. Since the people that were targeting him weren't weak, it was obvious that it would fail. The authority of fear isn't the only way. Kang-woo took off the man's mask. Under the mask was a man who seemed to be in his mid-30s. Kang-woo slapped the man. Who gave you the order? Cough, cough, kill me, crack. Kang-woo twisted the man's hand. A scream spread through the place. I won't give you a lot of chances, so talk. Who gave you the order? Kill M. ARGGH. Kang-woo twisted his other hand. He crushed his foot. He ripped apart his ear. The man peed himself from the pain. Who gave you the order? Kang-woo's voice was calm. The man's eyes were full of fear. I don't. There's no way you don't know. Say it. It will get easier for you. Dying is nothing. You know that very well, don't you? He spoke softly. The man gulped. He knew that death was nothing. In front of real pain, death was a blessing. He was controlled by a fear that devoured his reason. The man slowly opened his mouth. Bay, stab. It was when the man was about to open his mouth. One of the men that had collapsed swung an iron hook. The target wasn't Kang-woo but the man who had been about to talk. The iron hook pierced his neck. Glory to the demon cult. The man's body began to inflate. Kang-woo clicked his tongue. Petrification. Thanks to the effect of the gargoyle's armor, his physical defense was doubled. On top of that, the authority of defense protected Kang-woo's body. Boom. The body of the inflated man exploded, killing all of the other would-be kidnappers as well. Kang-woo calmly walked out of the explosion and grabbed one of the red masks laying on the ground. It was a mask with the face of a demon on it. Things got bothersome. Once again, he wasn't able to find out who the cardinal was. He felt annoyed. Kang-woo took a deep breath and tried to calm down. So you won't come out, huh? Kang-woo's eyes shone. Then I'll force you to crawl out. There was no need to hurry. He wasn't the one that was running out of time. The mask in his hands was crushed and fell to the ground. It failed. What? I just confirmed that all the shadows have died. Did Ki Yeonju do it? We aren't sure, but that's probably it. Well, there aren't many players besides Ki Yeonju who could face 10 shadows. Beak Kang Hyun frowned. He wasn't expecting the shadows to be crushed in such a way. It seemed like other members of the Red Rose Guild had participated. Things are getting bothersome. He'd lost important forces while trying to get rid of Ki Yeonju. He got annoyed at the constant failures. How many Fisher fragments did you get? About 30%, not bad. Beak Kang Hyun nodded. He took a deep breath and calmed down. There was no need to hurry. He wasn't the one who was running out of time. They won't be able to find the demonic energy stones anyway. Time was on his side. Unless they had a demonic energy stone detector, they wouldn't be able to find them. Beak Kang Hyun stroked his red demon mask, a smile on his face. Chapter 88, Cornered Mice, Part 1, Slam. The wall was destroyed. Beak Kang Hyun's eyes were full of anger. What's happening? It had been 10 days since the shadows had failed to kill Ki Yeonju. Something that shouldn't happen, something that couldn't happen had happened. The demonic energy stones implanted in monsters were going down considerably. It was as if they had a demonic energy stone detector. See Cardinal. Slam. A wall collapsed. A loud sound as if a bomb had exploded went off. The priest in front of him trembled every time there was an explosion. They couldn't hide their fear. Oof, how many fissures did we get? It stopped at 50%. Most demonic energy stones were discovered before they could be fully eroded. Damn it, another loud sound spread through the room. The eyes of the man wearing the red demon mask shook. The plan had gone awry. The cruising ship had been caught on the rocks. He couldn't understand what was going on. Save for the members of the demon cult, there wasn't anyone that could control demonic energy. But who was finding the demonic energy stones so precisely? Is there a traitor? He naturally began to doubt the members of the cult, but he shook his head. He'd carefully selected the members that had participated in the plan to avoid such a thing. The chances of a traitor being among them were low. Cancel the plan. Yes, we're going to use the other strategy. See Cardinal, the face of the priests paled. There was indeed one more way besides implanting demonic energy stones in monsters. But it's crazy. It wasn't just kidnapping living players and using them as offerings. It was literally like jumping into destruction. Even if the strategy worked, it would make the entire world move. The demon cult's forces in Korea weren't that big. It couldn't be compared to the ones in Japan and China. It was like declaring war on the entire world. They couldn't do something so crazy. It's too dangerous. We should ask for more support from the cult and make a new plan. Beak Kang Hyun grabbed the priest's neck. A new plan? Do you think that will solve things? Cough. Cough, even now the Japanese are becoming stronger and more influential. You want me to make a new plan in this situation? The moment he mentioned Japan, his eyes became full of anger and anxiety. He remembered the way he'd lost and what people said behind his back. Crack, the sound of the priest's neck breaking spread through the room. With eyes full of madness, he looked at the other priests. Make the preparations. I won't say it again, you understood. The priest started to move quickly. Everything is going smoothly. Kang-woo was satisfied. He looked at the 3 demonic energy stones he'd just gotten. He had gotten 3 in just a day. The moment Kim Shi-hoon participated in the search for demonic energy stones, things changed. Up until then, they'd been beating their head against the wall, but thanks to Kim Shi-hoon, things got easier. Thanks to his help, he'd found 14 demonic energy stones in 10 days. Considering that Kang-woo hadn't been able to find a single one for 2 weeks, it was a considerable achievement. Kang-woo Hyeonim, is this all for today? Yes, we've looked around all the gates around here, so let's finish the rest tomorrow. But what are these demonic energy stones? How can something like this influence people? I also don't know. He wasn't sure how demonic energy turned humans into demons or made monsters become demonic monsters. That's not important. The important thing was that they were interfering with the plans of the demon cult, and that the demonic energy stones helped him grow. They're probably shitting themselves. Because they didn't know about Kim Shi-hoon's identity, there was a chance that they didn't know what to do about it. It was as if a treasure you thought you'd hidden in a place unknown to the rest of the world had been discovered. It would be weird if they weren't surprised. Anyway, I'm glad I can be of help to Hyeonim. Kim Shi-hoon smiled. It was a smile so fresh that it was too much to see. Let's go back. Kang-woo turned his head and got into the driver's seat. While driving, he began thinking. It's about time for them to react. He wasn't sure about how many demonic energy stones they had. But demonic energy stones had so much demonic energy that they could even increase Kang-woo's main stat, which was almost at 90. He didn't think they would have hundreds or even thousands of them. If that were the case, they would have planted even more. With the help of Kim Shi-hoon, they'd found about 14 demonic energy stones. That was the amount they'd gotten after going through all the gates scattered around Korea. That's why they probably didn't have that many demonic energy stones. How are they going to react? He didn't think that they would remain silent without doing anything. They were probably going to send a huge group of assassins or try to force the plan and proceed. I wish I had more information. He knew they were targeting fissure fragments, but he wasn't sure what they were trying to do by gathering them. Even if he wanted to guess, he couldn't do it because of the lack of information. Because the members of the demon cult know more about this than me. The members of the demon cult had more information about the fissure than Kang-woo. From the moment the members of Andra's guild used mana stones to create a fissure, or how they used offerings to summon a demon, it was obvious that they knew more about this than him. I guess I'll soon find out the answer. Trying to guess at that point could be dangerous. Hyeonim. They had passed Suwon and were going into Seoul when Kim Shi-hoon, with a hardened expression, opened his mouth. What happened? I just got a system message window. Kang-woo looked at him as if Shi-hoon had said something that didn't make sense. It wasn't like they were hunting monsters, so there was no way he would have gotten a system message. What does it say? That. Before Kim Shi-hoon could explain, Kang-woo's smartphone rang. It was Ki Yeonju. Wait, Kang-woo received the call. Where are you? Did something happen? Answer me. Where are you? An urgent shout. Kang-woo's expression hardened after hearing the tone of her voice. I was going from Suwon to Seoul. What happened? Go to Isu Station right now. Ki Yeonju, Kang-woo said in a low voice. Calm down. This isn't the time to calm down. Calm down, take a deep breath and concentrate. Calm down, you won't be able to solve anything if you become anxious. There was silence. He could hear her taking a deep breath. Kang-woo nodded. Now explain the situation. What happened? A gate appeared in the middle of Isu Station. A gate appeared? No, I'm not sure if it's exactly a gate. More than a gate, it's close to a fissure. It's similar to the one that Oriax emerged from. A fissure. He was starting to get a bad feeling. Did a demon appear? No, that's not it. Then, there was a short silence. Ki Yeonju spoke with a trembling voice. A black energy came out of it and covered the people, and then's the people. Ki Yeonju couldn't keep talking. He could guess why she was lost for words. Demonic energy came out of the fissure, and that demonic energy had covered people. There weren't many possible outcomes. People began turning into monsters. It wasn't exactly monsters. Because they were exposed to demonic energy without any defense, they'd probably turned into demonic monsters rather than demons that could think. Or maybe they just died. There weren't many people who could resist being exposed to demonic energy. Even players couldn't resist more than a certain amount, so there was no way normal people could resist it. It was as if they'd dropped a biological weapon in the middle of the city. No, it was worse than a biological weapon. Because people that turned into demonic monsters were probably attacking other people. Go there quickly. I'm going there with HWA Yon. Okay, I'll go immediately, he ended the call. Kang-woo turned his head to Kim Shi-hoon. What did the message window say? That the fissure fragment is getting bigger. It asked me to block it. Kang-woo's eyes narrowed. He began thinking. A fissure had suddenly appeared in the middle of the city. People had turned into demonic monsters after being exposed to demonic energy. The fissure fragment was getting bigger. There were 3 pieces of the puzzle. So they're aiming for quantity? Kang-woo frowned. Members of the demon cult were trying to turn monsters into demonic monsters and get fissure fragments that way. But that plan had failed due to him and Kim Shi-hoon. Now that they were cornered rather than quality, they were aiming for quantity. The problem was that to get the quantity rather than monsters, they were using weak humans as sacrifices. These crazy bastards. He didn't consider himself a good human being. He didn't feel moved by the pain of a third person. He also had a hard time feeling empathy. He didn't feel remorse for eliminating people that could hinder him or using those that could be helpful to him. He was cruel and cold. He'd lived for too long in a place where he wouldn't have been able to survive if he wasn't like that. But even he had a good side. Even if they were useful, he would never step over the weak who didn't have any claws. That was the last bastion he had maintained to preserve his remaining humanity. But the demon cult had crossed that line. Vroom, he stepped on the gas pedal. The car accelerated, the struggle of a cornered rat. That struggle hurt more than he'd initially thought. Chapter 89, Now You'll Know Who I Am, Part 1. Kaya, a thick cloud of smoke, burning buildings. Screams could be heard throughout the city. Mom, see come here. A middle-aged woman was holding her elementary school son's hand and running. Oof, oof, Mom, I'm tea-tired. He was out of breath. She could hear kids' labored breathing. She turned her head to the kid while grabbing his hands. Kiek, crack, boom, ahhh. Monsters with dark skin, sharp eyes, and claws were charging at people. They charged toward a man that had fallen to the ground like hungry beasts and bit his neck. A fountain of blood shot up, and the man's dying screams rang out. The face of the middle-aged woman became blue. Why you mustn't look, Mom, she turned her son's face away and began running again. A scorched smell wafted into her nose and her heart beat so fast that she felt that it was about to explode, but she couldn't stop. The moment she stopped, they would become food for the monsters. Why did something like this happen again? She remembered a desperate moment of the past. The scene of people being killed by a monster. It wasn't the first time it had happened. 5 years before, a gate had suddenly appeared on the cataclysmic day, and monsters had come out of it. Back then, the same hellish scene had appeared. No, it felt much more horrifying than back then. How could something like this happen? A black energy flowed from somewhere. The people that were touched by that energy began twisting their bodies and turned into monsters. The man that had been killed was a young man that had been buying groceries in a mart. Oof, oof, Mom, I'm too tired, I can't run anymore. The kid's face had turned blue. The middle-aged woman bit her lips and lifted the kid. I'm scared. Oof, oof, a little bit more, it's okay. Mom will protect you. She kept running for her life. Running by herself was already hard, but escaping from those monsters while holding her son on her back was impossible. A few moments later, the monsters got quite close to her. Tears dripped from her eyes. Why you can run right, escape first. Mom, run. The middle-aged woman picked up a few stones that were around her. She knew that she wouldn't be able to fight against monsters with this. But if she didn't do anything, she wouldn't be able to earn some time so her son could escape. Dear God. She was hoping for someone to help her. She was waiting for someone that could save her. She didn't even want herself to be saved. Her son, she was hoping for her little son to be saved at least. Sniff, moom, please run, the woman shouted. She kept throwing rocks toward the monster chasing them. Paff. Grrr, the monster's movement became dull after being hit with a rock, but that only lasted for a few moments. Soon, the monster leaped toward her while screeching. The woman screamed while covering her body with her arms. Slash, Kiek, at that moment with the sound of the wind, the monster was split into two. A young man wielding a blue sword had killed the monster. Why you? Get out of this place, a handsome young man said in a low voice. The woman gulped and grabbed the kid. The young man that had saved the woman, Kim Shi-hoon, looked down Isu Station's road that had become hell. There, he saw lots of people that had already turned into demonic monsters. Kim Shi-hoon's hands trembled. Although they'd turned into demonic monsters, they had been humans until a few moments ago. He wasn't sure if he could kill them so easily. Listen well, he remembered Kang-woo's words. People that turn into demonic monsters can't return to being human. They die the moment they get exposed to demonic energy. You can think of them as dead bodies moving around. Think of them as undead like zombies or skeletons. Kim Shi-hoon clenched his fists. He bit his lips so hard that blood swelled up. Don't hesitate. The moment you hesitate, the damage will get bigger. If you have time to hesitate, move. If you have time to get sad, swing your sword. Don't pose while trying to look sad. In that time, do as much as you can. Yes, Hyunam. After replying to him, who wasn't there at that moment, he began moving. Ting starting the Guardian's special quest. Quest information. Kill the demonic monsters and eliminate the Fisher fragments 1/2789. Reward, increase experience. If you participate with party members, experience will be shared with them. P.S. Guardian, please stop a bigger disaster from happening. This, Kim Shi-hoon frowned after reading the message window. The first thing he saw was the huge number 2789. That meant that many people had turned to demonic monsters. Considering that the fissure had opened in Isu Station, a place where a lot of people gathered, you could say that it was a low number. But considering each life's weight, it wasn't something you could brush past easily. P.S. Kim Shi-hoon tilted his head while reading the lower part of the message window. He had never seen that in the system message window, nor had he heard about it before from other players. This isn't time for that. He didn't have time to think. Kim Shi-hoon grabbed his sword. While he was wasting time, the damage was getting bigger. Cloud Dragon's beam, Chi concentrated on his feet. A gentle mist came out of his body and Kim Shi-hoon shot forward, Kiek, he swung his sword. The bodies of the monsters were destroyed with just one attack. The demonic monsters weren't strong, they were at a similar level to D-rank orcs. There's too many, weak as an orc, that was from his point of view. For normal people, they were a disaster in itself. Faster, Kim Shi-hoon's body moved through the streets. He killed one demonic monster after the other, even killing them with just one attack wasn't enough. Faster, his body screamed in protest because of the excessive movement. He ignored it. The blood of demonic monsters poured out. He felt his blood was about to turn upside down because he'd surpassed his limits. He didn't care, Kiek, he killed again and again. He couldn't even hear what the people he'd saved were saying. He only concentrated on killing as many demonic monsters as possible. It was as if only one sword and enemies existed. Ting, you've reached trance. You've obtained a special attribute, Swordman Unity. You've fulfilled one of the conditions for transformation. He could hear the noisy sounds of bells in his ears. Oof, oof, he breathed heavily. Kim Shi-hoon turned his head around. Oh, Eiichiro, thank you. Suddenly, there were lots of people he'd saved behind him. They subconsciously knew that the safest place was near Kim Shi-hoon. Damn it, it seemed like they had no intention of going back. Kim Shi-hoon looked at the smoking buildings. He could still hear shouts coming. As expected, I alone. He couldn't face thousands of demonic monsters alone. Shi-hoon Oppa, Shi-hoon Hyung, are you Shi-hoon Hyung? Mr. Tisu, Yunbai, I also came. Miss Xiala too, how did you get so fast? He was wondering when suddenly a girl approached him, Echidna. At first glance, she looked like a pretty girl, but in reality, she was a dragon like those in myths and legends. He soon realized how they were able to get there so fast. It wasn't just Tisu, Xiala, and Yunbai that were there. Ki Yeon-ju and Beek Hwa Yeon also appeared through the smoke. Where's Kang-woo? Ki Yeon-ju asked in a sharp voice. Kang-woo Hyunam. Kim Shi-hoon looked at the giant fissure that appeared in the air. There was black energy that was over 100 meters around near the fissure, so he couldn't see anything. He went to the fissure. He hit the floor. The concrete was destroyed and his body shot forward. The scenery full of demonic energy quickly passed by. The surroundings that were full of black energy made it look like hell. The hell he'd spent 10,000 years in. Isn't this Kang-woo, brother? How did you get here? In the middle of the fissure, he saw a familiar face. Beat Kang Hyun, Korea's #1 ranker. They said that not even Ki Yeon-ju or Jang Hyun-yi, leader of the Hwaring First Squad, could win against him. Kang-woo looked around while narrowing his eyes. Around them, he saw the corpses of people he thought were players. It seems like Kang-woo Hyung also came running to the fissure. It's dangerous around here, so escape. I beat Kang Hyun will close the fissure. He walked toward the fissure while smiling. Without stopping running, Kang-woo raised his right arm. Authority of Iron, demonic energy gathered and formed a dark axe. The Authority of Ice was added to that and breathtakingly chilling energy came out of it. Leviathan. After making a short chant, he swung his right fist. The axe, surrounded by cold air, was swung toward Beek Kang Hyun. Boom. With a loud sound, Beek Kang Hyun's body was pushed back. Behind the arms he used to block the attack, you couldn't see the good person's smile anymore. How did you know? A sharp voice came out from him. Kang-woo raised his axe. Because there aren't any corpses of demonic monsters around here. There are corpses of players, but there isn't the body of the thing that killed them. There's no way a single demonic monster killed this many players, so it was probably you. Whoa. Beak Kang-hyun looked at him with great interest. Kang-woo put the axe on his shoulder. Stop the bullshit and put on the mask, you bastard. Chapter 90, Now You'll Know Who I Am, Part 2. Ha 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 ha. Beak Kang-hyun began laughing. He nodded. Since you know everything, I guess I won't need to hide anymore. He took out the red mask and put it on. You could see the madness in his eyes. Beak Kang-hyun clenched his fists. Kang-woo gripped the axe even tighter. Let's start. I'm glad you understand fast. There was no need to make things longer. Now that they'd confirmed that they were enemies, talking was pointless. Kang-woo pulled back the arm holding the axe and swung it. Wish, wish, wish. He swung and threw the axe covered with chilling energy. The atmosphere's moisture froze and frost was sprayed along the trajectory of the axe. Beak Kang-hyun lowered his body and clenched his fist. Demonic energy gathered around his fist and formed a gauntlet. It wasn't simple energy but demonic energy that had a form. That showed that he hadn't lost his reason because of the demonic energy that he could control it. Slam. As he swung his fist as if he were doing an uppercut punch, the axe was pushed back. The moment the gauntlet touched the axe, it froze. Beak Kang-hyun let out a moan. The axe was stronger than he had thought. He looked at the axe cautiously, but Kang-woo didn't seem to care about it. He swung his left arm. The axe disappeared and Kang-woo swung a sword as if it were a whip. Clang, clang, clang. The gauntlet clashed against the sword and a steel sound spread through the place. Whenever the weapons clashed, huge impacts spread through the place. The ground split as if it were glass and cars bounced like pebbles. More than a fight between humans, it seemed like a fight between giant monsters. Boom, Beak Kang-hyun threw a nearby truck. The truck that weighed tens of tons flew at Kang-woo. The truck was split into two and fell to the ground. The moment the truck split into two, Beak Kang-hyun reduced the distance between them and lowered his body. He pulled his right fist back and stepped violently forward. An enormous strength gathered around his punch. Kang-woo didn't dodge it. Sky break. The authority of divine power and the destructive void fused. Just like its name indicated, a power strong enough to break the sky was gathered. Beak Kang-hyun and Kang-woo's punches clashed against each other. Boom, the ground that was supporting them began to crumble. A deep hole appeared in the ground. Beak Kang-hyun and Kang-woo jumped out of the sinkhole. It was so fast that it was hard to follow them with the eyes. Slide, Beak Kang-hyun was pushed back. The concrete floor was overturned following his trajectory. Beak Kang-hyun looked at his trembling hands. The moment their punches clashed, an impact that made him feel as if his body was about to be crushed spread through his body. I see. Beak Kang-hyun, who was wearing the red mask, nodded. It wasn't Ki Yeon-ju. You were the real one. Real what? The one interfering with our plans. It wasn't Ki Yeon-ju but you. Ki Yeon-ju was strong. She was probably one of the strongest players in Korea. But that's it. He had never fought against her, but he knew more or less how strong she was. Ki Yeon-ju alone wouldn't be able to interfere with their plans. Who are you? Beak Kang-hyun looked at Kang-woo while making a confused expression. He didn't seem to be the newbie from the rumors, who had awakened as a player just 3 months before. The power Kang-woo had just shown wasn't one that a player who had just awakened should have. Based on that, there weren't many conclusions that he could make. He was either a player who had been hiding his identity for a very long time, or he was a player who had obtained the identity of Kang-woo illegally. Beak Kang-hyun thought that he probably was someone that belonged to a foreign force that had infiltrated Korea. He doesn't seem to be a world ranker. The 8 players that people said were the strongest. He couldn't think of a person among them that would do something like that. Beak Kang-hyun narrowed his eyes. After all, there were more people than the world rankers. The world rankers were just the most famous players. On Earth, there were some people who were at the same level or even stronger than the world rankers. For example, in the cult, there were some cardinals who were stronger than world rankers. I'm not sure. HMPH. I wasn't expecting you to talk easily. Beak Kang-hyun snorted and got into position, his muscles inflated as if they were about to explode. Then I'll force you to talk. Do it if you can, he calmly answered. Beak Kang-hyun frowned. Crash. The 2 monsters clashed once again. A huge impact that made it seem like an earthquake had happened shook the surroundings. The battle got longer, but the balance of the battle began to tilt slowly. Paff. Beak Kang-hyun was pushed back. A crack appeared on his red demon mask and he threw it to the ground. You're strong, he had to recognize it. Player Kang-woo was stronger than him. He began to laugh. Again, he remembered the time he'd lost a fight, the loss that pushed him into despair. Fujimoto Ryoma. He'd felt a huge wall when he'd fought against him. He was once again seeing a wall that seemed impassable. Very fun, his white teeth became visible. Beak Kang-hyun turned his eyes to the fissure. He thought it was nice that he'd felt a wall again at such an important moment. After all, he'd sacrificed many lives to go beyond that wall. Ha 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 ha, a creepy laugh came out of his mouth. His eyes were full of madness. If you're the opponent, it will be a good opportunity to figure out what kind of strength I'll get. Kang-woo couldn't understand what he was saying. Kang-woo's expression distorted. Now come, there ain't enough fissure fragments. Beak Kang-hyan opened both arms. The demonic energy stones that were maintaining the fissure exploded, and an explosive amount of demonic energy came out. At the same time, black energy came out of the people that had turned into demonic monsters and gathered in the fissure. Although it was very weak because the number was in the thousands, it was an amount that couldn't be ignored. So that's a fissure fragment. Kang-woo's expression hardened. Ha ha ha, come to me, Beak Kang-hyan laughed. The plan that had taken thousands of lives, the result of that was about to appear in front of him, stomp. Strong demonic energy came out of the fissure and entered Beak Kang-hyan's body. He was laughing out loud like a crazy man. Crack, you could hear the sounds of bones and muscles moving. Wings pierced through Beak Kang-hyan's back and appeared. His muscles became unnaturally big and his skin turned red. He grew sharp teeth and a tail, and lastly, crack, two horns appeared on his forehead. Grrrr, an aggressive cry came out of his mouth. Yellow eyes that resembled a reptile's were aimed at Kang-woo. This is the best. Beak Kang-hyan trembled after feeling the strength that was boiling from his insides. It was a thrilling strength. One that he wouldn't have been able to imagine until then, a strength beyond the wall. Ha 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 ha, he began laughing like a maniac once again. Although he'd sacrificed thousands of lives for the plan to work, he wasn't feeling any remorse. No, he thought it had been worth sacrificing all those people to obtain such strength. The strong preyed upon the weak. It was the providence of nature and the rule of the world. In front of the obsession for gaining strength, thousands of lives were meaningless. Where is this place? A low voice spread through Beak Kang-hyan's head. It seems like you regained consciousness. Who are you? I'm Beak Kang-hyan. Your host and the one that will become you. What does that mean? You'll soon figure it out. A smile appeared on Beak Kang-hyan's face. He turned his face to Kang-woo. Kang-woo was looking at him in disbelief. How? Is that possible? He subconsciously knew what Beak Kang-hyan had done. But he never had imagined that something like that was possible. It was as if he'd received a huge hit. He summoned a demon inside him. He wasn't sure if he'd summoned just the soul of it or the body itself. He also wasn't sure if, by doing that, it would have the same effect as if he'd fused with a demon. What he was sure of was that Beak Kang-hyan was someone crazier than he'd initially thought, and his crazy plan had been successful. Now, should we start again? Beak Kang-hyan stamped his foot. Strong demonic energy came out of his body. It was thick enough to make Kang-woo tremble. It seemed like the demon he'd summoned inside himself was quite strong. Or maybe fusing your body with a demon makes you stronger. It was his first time seeing something like that. He never thought that something like that was possible, so he wasn't sure what effect it had. That's not important. What was important wasn't how that was possible or its effect. Kang-woo glared at Beak Kang-hyan, who was charging toward him. He opened both arms and let the demonic energy flow through his body. He took a deep breath and concentrated. Die! Beak Kang-hyan's punch targeted him. Beak Kang-hyan's had grown in size and was almost 3 meters tall, so the punch itself was a dangerous weapon. Kang-woo rolled to the ground and dodged the punch, and he used the elasticity of his body and bounced back up. Kraken's Rage, smash, he hit Beak Kang-hyan's head with his fists full of demonic energy. Chapter 91, Now You'll Know Who I Am, Part 3, Slam, Kang-woo punched Beak Kang-hyan in the head. Beak Kang-hyan flew backward and destroyed the concrete floor. As expected, you're someone mysterious. Even if he'd fused with a demon and had become bigger, he could feel the pain spread through his head. He wasn't sure where was someone as strong as Kang-woo had been hiding. I guess I'll have to figure it out from now on. Beak Kang-hyan laughed. An explosive strength flowed through him. Although he didn't look like a human anymore, he didn't care. It also wasn't important that he'd obtained immortality and had obtained a body that didn't need food. What was important was the strength. All the strength that the body of a demon provided you with. How stupidly sturdy. Kang-woo frowned, his hand radiating in pain from the punch. Although it had been a clean punch, he wasn't able to deal much damage. That's how strong Beak Kang-hyan's demon body was. I'll have to finish within a minute. The effect of Kraken's Rage, which increased his demonic energy stat, lasted for a minute. It seemed like it would be hard to hunt Beak Kang-hyan in that short period. Kang-woo let out a small moan. It wasn't that he was cornered yet, he had a way of resolving the situation in one hit. But not yet, the risk was too high so he couldn't easily use it. Anyway, the current goal is to end things within a minute. Kang-woo lowered his body. If he wanted to eliminate Beak Kang-hyan in a minute, there was one thing he had to do. Oof, he took a deep breath, concentrated, and summoned up his demonic energy. Bident. He used the authority of dark spear and hellfire, and a black spear with a dark fire burning around it appeared. Kang-woo didn't stop there and put more demonic energy into it. The blade of the spear was split into two and began twisting, creating a winding one. Gi-balg. He used 3 different authorities and created a spear. The demonic energy inside his body began to shrink quickly. Kang-woo grabbed the spear and got in stance to fight. What an unbelievable guy. You could see the nervousness in Beak Kang-hyan's eyes. He subconsciously knew that there was a formidable force in the spear that Kang-woo had just made. Not bad, he laughed. He wanted to test the strength that was flowing through his body. I like this. It was a shout that was full of madness. Demonic energy began gathering in his fist and a giant gauntlet was formed. Boom, beat Kang-hyun and Kang-woo. The two monsters clashed again. HMPH, Kang-woo lowered his body and swung Gi-balg as if he were swiping the floor. Beak Kang-hyun stomped the ground and jumped. Kang-woo changed the direction of Gi-balg and aimed it at Beak Kang-hyun. How persistent! Beak Kang-hyun put his two fists together and used them to smash Kang-woo. Gi-balg and the gauntlets clashed. Kang-woo was pushed back from the shockwave of the impact. He felt his body being shaken. His sight became blurry and his body shook. PFT, Kang-woo spat blood. His sight returned to normal. I won't be able to win against him with strength. He wouldn't be able to handle Kang-hyun's strength without the authority of divine power. But if he used it, he wouldn't be able to maintain the Gi-balg. He wouldn't have a way to deal critical hit damage anymore. Clang, boom, the breathtaking fight continued. They exchanged tens of life-threatening blows each second. At first glance, the fight seemed close, but as time passed, it was Kang-woo who was at a disadvantage. 5 seconds left. There wasn't that much time left. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. It was time to make a decision. He pulled Gi-balg back. He turned his body half away and lowered his stance. He took a step and Gi-balg shot forward. How dare you? Beak Kang-hyun extended his hand. Kang-woo extended his arm toward the hand that had the spear. Even if he had to use his arm as a shield, he planned to make the attack successful. A smile appeared on Beak Kang-hyun's face and he grabbed Kang-woo's arms with the gauntlet made of demonic energy. And then something happened. A confused voice came out of Kang-woo's mouth. He could feel his strength going down. Gi-balg became smoke and disappeared. Ha ha ha, you fell for it. Since you were hurrying, I knew you'd drop your guard like this. What did you do? Kang-woo frowned. The moment the gauntlet touched his body, Kang-woo suddenly lost control over his demonic energy. And then a gauntlet had appeared over his own arm. It was as if someone had put a lock on it. He was confused at the unexpected turn of events. Beak Kang-hyun laughed in a relaxed manner. This is what's called a demon's authority. Authority? Yes, it's the power of an authority. With an expression that made him look like he was drunk, Kang-hyun raised his gauntlet. If you're touched by the gauntlet that has the authority of seals, you won't be able to use your strength anymore. Then, yes. You can't use the power of a player anymore. Kang-woo tried to move the demonic energy within himself again, his expression hardening, but it didn't move. He had other powers besides the strength he had gained as a player, but it seemed like that strength was also sealed. At that moment, he was just like his old self before he'd fallen into hell. Paf, cough, Kang-woo fell to the ground after being kicked. Blood flew out of his mouth and his consciousness became blurry. How about that? You acted so high and mighty without realizing how big the world really is. Beak Kang-hyun laughed out loud. He smiled after seeing Kang-woo on the floor. Yes, being on the floor like that suits you. Kang-woo tried to stand up, but the weight of the gauntlet over his left arm was quite considerable. Since he couldn't use the demonic energy, it was as if a giant stone was pressing down on his arm. This is the worst. The situation was worse than when he'd returned to Earth. At least that day, he was able to use demonic energy. Kang-woo turned his head to the gauntlet. He had to find a way to free himself from it. He tried to pull it away with his right hand, but it was impossible. He'd used all of his strength, but the result was the same. Haha, there isn't a way to free yourself from it. Beak Kang-hyun kicked Kang-woo while laughing. Kang-woo's body rolled on the ground. Cough, he vomited blood. After walking toward Kang-woo, Kang-hyun grabbed him by the collar. Kang-hyun was over 3 meters tall, so Kang-woo's body was lifted into the air. I know people like you very well. You stupid people that believe that the entire world is theirs, you arrogant and cheeky bastards. Beak Kang-hyun's eyes full of anger and resentment weren't targeted at Kang-woo. It's time to pay the price. Beak Kang-hyun's body trembled from excitement. He remembered the name of the person that had made him taste defeat, Fujimoto Ryoma. The one that, after the World Ranker test, had thrown his life to the bottom. The thought of stepping over that man made Kang-hyun want to dance in excitement. F-whoosh, Beak Kang-hyun threw Kang-woo. Kang-woo tumbled and came to a rest next to the bodies of the other players. Where's that arrogant attitude of yours, huh? Beak Kang-hyun made fun of him. Looking at Kang-woo rolling on the ground made him feel refreshed. Let's end this. It was a good fight. Kang-woo looked at him silently, which made Beak Kang-hyun laugh. Kang-woo. At that moment, he saw Echidna approaching him desperately. After seeing Kang-woo on the floor and the demon looking down at him, she understood the situation. Move away from Kang-woo. She widened her eyes and tried to use her strength. But just like Kang-woo, she couldn't use her demonic strength. The source of Echidna's strength was Kang-woo's demonic energy. Kang-woo, Echidna became pale. You're the little miss that was next to him. Beak Kang-hyun looked at Echidna and approached her while laughing. Kaya, beak Kang-hyun grabbed Echidna. She punched him with her little fists. You're quite a cute girl. He laughed at her attacks that weren't strong enough to even tickle him. He tightened his grip on her throat. You seem to have quite a good relationship with him. I wonder how he will react after seeing you explode. Put me down, this body. Only Kang-woo, Echidna tried to free herself. Beak Kang-hyun laughed out loud once again. Kang-woo glared at Beak Kang-hyun. He grabbed a sword that was near a player that had died. Ha ha ha, do you think you'll be able to face me without being able to use your strength? Beak Kang-hyun laughed at Kang-woo. While ignoring his words, Kang-woo gripped the sword in reverse. You asked me who I was. Kang-woo swung the sword. He didn't aim the sword at Beak Kang-hyun. He stabbed his left arm, which was locked by the gauntlet. Stab. Since his power as a player and his demonic energy had been sealed, he only had as much strength as an average adult male. He wouldn't be able to cut his arm with one swing. He didn't care. He smashed his left arm with the broken sword as if it were an axe. Blood poured out. His skin was torn apart and his flesh was exposed. His muscles were cut and bones were broken. Rather than cutting his arm, it was as if he was tearing it down. What? Beak Kang-hyun's eyes widened. Kang-woo didn't stop. Crack, crack, white, glistening fragments of bone fell to the ground. A horrible pain spread through his body. He ignored it. His arm, which was being torn away piece by the broken blade, became tattered. The moment the broken blade pierced his arm, he twisted it. His muscles were cut. Blood poured out from the cut veins, and the flesh that was connecting the hand and the arm was forcibly cut. And then, his left arm, still covered in the gauntlet, fell away from his body. Now I'll show you who I am, Kang-woo smiled, baring his white teeth. Chapter 92, Now You'll Know Who I Am, Part 4. Ha 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 ha, did you think anything will change? Beak Kang-hyun shouted while trying to look calm. But he couldn't hide his surprise behind laughs. What a crazy bastard. It wasn't easy to cut off someone's arm. To destroy the hard bones, you had to use the sword as if it were a hammer. To cut the muscles, you had to cut it as if it were chewy meat. You had to be out of your mind to cut off your own arm, but that guy had done exactly that, without even screaming. But still, nothing will change. It was true that he was overwhelmed by the sight. But rationally thinking, he didn't have a reason to be afraid. It was true that the Authority of Seals wasn't active anymore, but Kang-woo had lost an arm. Considering how damaging losing your limbs was for a warrior, he was the one who still had an overwhelming advantage. Well, I guess we'll see soon enough. Kang-woo grabbed his severed left arm. He could use demonic energy again, but just like Beak Kang-hyun said, nothing had changed. No, he was at an even bigger disadvantage. The duration of the Kraken's rage was up and he'd lost an arm. Not only that, but because he'd used 3 different authorities simultaneously, he didn't have enough demonic energy. Kang-woo let out a sigh. He couldn't escape anymore. He had wanted to avoid using it due to the huge risk involved, but there was no other option. HNG, what can you do with a body like that? Beak Kang-hyun threw Echidna. Because Kang-woo had recovered demonic energy, she'd regained her strength and used her magic to land safely. I'll protect Kang-woo. Echidna blocked Kang-woo. Kang-woo grabbed her slender shoulders. From here onwards, I'll do it. Kang-woo, stay still. Kang-woo forced Echidna to remain still. It was an order that a summoned monster couldn't refuse. She looked at Kang-woo while biting her lips with an expression that indicated that she was about to cry. Kang-woo ignored her and kept walking. Well, I always thought that I'd end up using it one day anyway. He placed his right arm over his chest. He often used the authority of the blade, speed, dark spear, and others that were simple and effective. But those weren't the authorities that best suited him. There was only one authority that suited him more than any other, the Authority of Predation. He closed his eyes and focused. A blurry image became clear. 10,000 demon core. The giant sea became visible, a sea made of demonic energy. In that sea there were 3 doors. Kang-woo got closer to the smallest one. He grabbed the doorknob, his hands were shaking a bit. He felt that the waves behind him were going to devour him. He doubted for a moment. He gripped the doorknob even tighter. The door opened and a sea of demonic energy came out through it, 10,000 demon core. He opened the first door. The blood that was coming out from his left arm that had been cut turned black. Black blood with a sticky consistency dripped down to the ground. The skin melted. His entire body melted down from the chest, neck, shoulders, arms, and legs, replaced by a black liquid. What the? Beak Kang-hyun's expression hardened at the grotesque scene. He felt an ominous sensation on the back of his neck. He couldn't help but think that something had gone wrong. What's that? Kang-woo had turned into a huge black slime. He looked more horrifying than him who had turned into a demon. I don't know what happened. He just had to do one thing. Beak Kang-hyun clenched his fist, took a deep breath, and concentrated the demonic energy on his fist. A new gauntlet was created around his fist. The preparations were ready. He stomped on the ground. His giant body, which was over 3 meters tall, surged forward. Hurrah! He punched Kang-woo's slime body. The slimy body bounced in all directions and a hole appeared in Kang-woo's body. Beak Kang-hyun laughed. Ha ha ha. I was wondering what you were doing, but did you just turn into a slime? Your body just exploded. Half of Kang-woo's body was blown away from a single hit. He thought he was easier to fight against than when holding the dark red spear. Offer some resistance at least. It was as if he'd completely forgotten about the uneasiness. Kang-woo, as half of Kang-woo's body exploded, Echidna turned pale and tried to approach him. But his order didn't let her move. Echidna anxiously bit her lips, but that only lasted for a moment. Something happened. Kang-woo's body began returning to normal. The sticky slime crawled up Beak Kang-hyen's fist. Something appeared from the black slime. A mouth that had sharp teeth appeared. It wasn't one or two. Hundreds of mouths appeared simultaneously. What the? Crack, aarghh. A painful scream came out of his mouth. The mouths that appeared on the slime began tearing down his skin. In total, each mouth could devour about 2 fingers worth of flesh. Considering his huge body, it was nothing. But if there were hundreds of mouths devouring his skin, the story changed. Crack, crunch, crunch, hayab. He clenched his fist tight and exploded the demonic energy. As if a huge explosion had happened, pieces of rock scattered and a nearby car bounced away as if it were a marble ball. But, he couldn't free himself from the black mucus. No. Rather than moving away, it was devouring the demonic energy he'd used, and it was getting bigger. The black mucus that had gotten bigger covered his entire body. Beak Kang-hyen's face turned pale. And no, crunch, crunch. Thousands of mouths were using their sharp teeth to devour his body. There was nothing he could do. It was as if he were trying to shake off the water while fully submerged. His entire body had been fully devoured. It was as if he'd been thrown into a lake full of piranhas. What's happening? He heard a low-pitched voice inside his head. It was the voice of the demon he'd summoned inside his body. Help me. Help you. What's hap? He synchronized his conscience with the demon. If he did that, there was a chance that the demon would overtake his body, but there was nothing else he could do at the moment. But the result was the same. The demon that had synchronized his consciousness with Beak Kang-hyen screamed in pain. After realizing the situation through Beak Kang-hyen's eyes, the demon shouted in desperation. Why did you pick a fight against this monster? Monster! Ah, you idiot, you fool, rather than him, fight against the archdukes, fight against Baal or even Satan. It was a desperate cry. Beak Kang-hyen was surprised after seeing that the demon was trembling in fear. What are you talking about? Is that guy at the level of the top 7 demons? Top 7 demons? Top 7 demons, wake up, human. The demon's desperate cry continued. There aren't 7 demons anymore, they were all devoured by that monster. What does that? That's the demon of demons, the predator of predators. Why don't you know that, you stupid human? He felt the fear through the synchronized consciousness. That monster is the demon king. It was a cry that came from the soul. Beak Kang-hyen couldn't understand the demon's words, the demon king. The peak of demons who rules over the hell of 9 skies. Why was someone like that there? There's no way. It was impossible. It was something that shouldn't happen. Sensation gradually disappeared. He couldn't feel pain anymore. The only thing he had left was a bit of his body, and his consciousness was getting blurry. The black mucus that had scattered away gathered in front of him again. Something appeared from within it. A giant mouth big enough to devour Beak Kang-hyen's giant body. The mouth opened up fully. Sharp teeth ripped apart what was left of his body. Crunch with a chilling sound, his body fell into the giant mouth. Chapter 93. How to achieve the highest degree of demonic form. Part 1. He opened his eyes. He couldn't see anything. It was as if the entire world had been devoured by darkness. He moved his hand, twisted his body, and struggled. He felt something sticky as if he'd fallen to a swamp. Where? His memories were blurry. It was as if he were under the effect of a drug. He turned his head and saw something being absorbed by the darkness. Beak Kang-hyen, a faint memory came to mind. He remembered Kang-hyen being devoured completely by the darkness. It didn't matter how much he struggled, he had been completely devoured. While seeing Beak Kang-hyen sinking deep into the sea, he realized what he had to do. I must get out of here. He turned his head again. He still couldn't see anything around him. He stirred his feet violently. Up, up. He felt his body going up little by little. Crack, something bit his feet. He looked down, a mouth. A giant mouth was biting and pulling him. His body started to sink. He twisted his body. He pulled out his ankle, which was cut by the mouth. Now, he swirled both arms, twisted his body, and moved his remaining foot to escape the black floor. Mouths appeared from all around, the mouths of predators with sharp teeth. His entire body was bitten, his arms were cut, and half of his torso was bitten away. But he still didn't stop. He knew better than anyone that if he stopped right there, he wouldn't be able to return. He raised his face. There was a wide-open door. He turned his body to the door. The giant mouth had devoured half of his body. He desperately struggled to escape while letting out a shout, but the mouths weren't letting him go. His consciousness started to fade away and his sight became blurry. Ah, he didn't remember where he was. He couldn't remember anything, not his name, age, or past. He began thinking that it'd be comfortable to sink into the darkness. Kang-woo, he heard a voice. It was the voice of a girl. He regained consciousness. Concentrate. He bit his lip. He had to remember his name, who he was, and the reason why he was there. He had to think about how to get out of there. I'm. He extended his hands and grabbed the doorknob. He pulled the doorknob. The door closed. Oof, oof, oof. Kang-woo, are you okay? He regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes while breathing heavily, he saw Echidna grabbing his face. Here, he looked around. It was the place where he'd fought against Beak Kang-hyun. The fissure, it disappeared when the demon died. Oof, then I managed to turn off the fire. He felt relieved. Kang-woo collapsed to the floor. Echidna looked at him while trembling. Transparent tears dripped down her cheeks. Kang-woo, you almost disappeared. I know it since I'm Kang-woo's summoned monster. Kang-woo, you almost died. In this kind of situation, you have to risk your life to look cool. Don't joke. Echidna angrily glared at him. I thought that you wouldn't leave me alone, that I wouldn't be lonely anymore. He extended his hands and touched her cheeks. I'm sorry, sniff, sob, sob. Echidna hugged him. Kang-woo softly patted her and fell into his thoughts. Was opening the door in that situation too much? Opening the door. It was a way to explosively increase the demonic energy of the 10,000 demon core, the sea of demonic energy. Even while in hell, he had avoided using it if possible. It wasn't hard to see why. It could devour me. The 10,000 demon core was huge. Even Kang-woo didn't know everything about it. Tens, hundreds of thousands of demons. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call that place, where there was the demonic energy of hundreds of thousands of demons, another world. Forcing that was too risky, but I never had a problem with the first door. After the Gaia system sealed his strength, it became harder to control. I'll have to be careful before using it. The risk was bigger than he thought. If it weren't for Echidna's voice right then, it wouldn't have been weird for him to have been devoured by his own demonic energy. He would have to refrain from using it until he recovered his original strength and could better control the 10,000 demon core. I can't die. Kang-woo looked at Echidna, who was hugging him. Although it hadn't been long since he had returned to Earth, he'd gone through many things. He'd been able to experience the joys of eating and taking a break. And he'd also gotten important people and beings he had to protect. He had a reason to survive. Ting, you've successfully eliminated the demon Amjushas from the 8th hell. Your level is capped, the experience will be accumulated. Your demonic energy has increased by 5. You've obtained the authority of seals. Oh, 5 demonic energy. It was a lot considering that his demonic energy stat was similar to that of a player that had passed level 90. It was comparable to the effect of Kraken's Rage, which had a time limit of a minute. I finally surpassed 100. Kang-woo checked out his status window. His demonic energy stat was at 103. He'd only been able to reach 3-digit stats after using Kraken's Rage. Did they say that the minimum requirement to becoming a world ranker is having a stat of 3 digits? The minimum requisite for receiving the world ranker test was to reach level 85 and have a 3-digit stat. It was high enough that most people, even at level 90, weren't guaranteed to have a 3-digit stat, but Kang-woo had reached it at level 59. In the end, what gave players strength wasn't the level, but the stats. Kang-woo was as strong as a world ranker. No, considering how many authorities he had, it wouldn't be weird if he were stronger than them. In just 3 months, also the effect of the new authority is great, the Authority of Seals. It was an authority strong enough to seal Kang-woo's power. The only bad thing about it was that you had to touch the target's body, but its effect was incredible. I'll be able to use this very effectively. Kang-woo smiled, satisfied. The things he'd obtained were so great that it almost made him forget that his level limit hadn't been lifted. Mr. Kang-woo, Kang-woo Hyonim, hey, are you okay? Han Seala, Kim Shi-hoon, and Ki Yeon-ju came running to him. Behind them, he saw Tisu, Beek Hwa Yeon, and Yoon Bai. Yes, Kang-woo nodded and tried to stand up. At that moment he fell to the ground. Kang-woo, Ki Yeon-ju extended her hands. The chains that emerged from her hands wrapped around his body. Lay down if you're too tired and don't make people worry, she said while glaring at him. Who told you to go alone? You were the one who said we should be careful about the demon cult. Why did you fight alone? Kang-woo smirked after hearing her angry voice. The sincere concern hidden behind anger made him feel good. Well, anyway. This incident was solved, right? That's not the important thing here. Do you know how? Thank you for worrying. Kang-woo placed his hand on top of Ki Yeon-ju's head. She was surprised and moved back. It's not like I was worried, Ki Yeon-ju shouted while her face was completely red just like her hair. Kang-woo didn't answer and lay down on the floor. He felt a fatigue that weighed down his body. Han Seala got close to Kang-woo and placed her hand on top of his chest. Healing light. Oh, although the tiredness hadn't disappeared, his body didn't hurt as much as before. The effect is incredible. It's because I finished the 5th awakening. What, you already reached level 40? Although it was weird that he was saying it, it was still an incredible leveling up speed. Mr. Shihoon received a special quest. After completing it, our level went up many times. Special quest, Hyunnim, I'll explain it to you later on. I think that it would be better if you took a rest. Kang-woo nodded. After all, I feel like I'm about to fall asleep right now. Although he felt better after receiving the healing light, he still felt tired. Do you still have trouble moving? A little bit, Kang-woo nodded. While smiling kindly, Han-seala picked him up. Although she looked frail, she was still a player. Her basic specs were far beyond a normal human's. Lifting a male human's body was easy. I'll carry you home. This is a bit. Kang-woo smiled awkwardly. Leaving the strength aside, he felt weird being carried by a girl. I'll ask her to put me down. Although he found moving a bit uncomfortable, he could at least walk. Thanks, but I think that. Touch at that moment, he felt something soft against his stomach, a sensation that couldn't be described with words. It was her chest that had the nickname of Kerberos. Kang-woo widened his eyes. Can you walk? His instincts were about to overtake his reason. He didn't think about it too much. While coughing, Kang-woo answered. As expected, I think walking will be a bit hard, although it's weird that my body can't properly move. Then I'll take Hyunnim back home. Not this. I think it will be more comfortable if I pick you up rather than sister-in-law. Don't get close to me. As the little brother, I can't remain still while looking with my arms crossed at Hyunnim, who can't properly walk. Hey, bastard, remain in your place. Hyunnim. I'll hold you in my arms. Leave me alone. Kang Tisu picked up Kang-woo. He felt muscles that were hard as stone and the smell of sweat. Hyunnim, I think that you should go back to your home first, don't worry. I'll safely take you back home. No, Tisu, you live on the other side, so if it's for Hyunnim, that much is nothing. Put me down. Now that I think about it, I think I can walk. You shouldn't overwork yourself. Stay still. Tisu held Kang-woo even tighter. Kang-woo was soaked with Tisu's sweat. This isn't it. Kang-woo's face had turned pale. He extended his hand toward Han-seala. It didn't reach her. This really isn't it. Chapter 94, How to Achieve the Highest Degree of Demonic Form. Part 2. It had been 3 days since a fissure appeared in the middle of Seoul. It was obvious, but the country was turned upside down after the Isu Station incident. No, it wasn't just within the country, but the entire world. The demon cult. It was the incident that made their existence known. The world leaders weren't that surprised. They already knew about their existence and how dangerous they could be. Most countries ordered the elimination of the demon cult, but it wasn't that effective. The demon cult was strong and secretive. The foundation of war went from massive armies to individuals called players, so it wasn't easy to investigate. Since they didn't need to hide anymore, the members of the demon cult began to move more actively, and incidents around the world were starting to happen more frequently. Korea, the country that made the world enter a state similar to the cataclysmic day, was going through relatively calm days. That was because Kang-woo had eliminated most of the demon cult members left in Korea. While the world's attention was focused on Korea, big forces were starting to move. I can finally move comfortably. A house located in Seoul Station. Kang-woo was able to get out of bed after 3 days. He found it hard to recover from the side effects of using the 10,000 demon core, so he'd spent the last 3 days sleeping, but he had finally fully recovered. Click, Kang-woo, why are you up? Because I'm feeling better. I think I can move again. Don't overwork yourself. Kang-woo, it's okay if you rest a bit more, I'll take care of you. Echidna grabbed Kang-woo and tried to make him go to bed again. Kang-woo smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, I'm okay. Since I slept a lot, I'm feeling better than usual. Echidna looked a bit disappointed. It was because she thought that the times of her being stuck next to him while taking care of him had ended. Kang-woo, don't overdo yourself anymore. Okay, I think you always say that but never actually do what you say. Echidna complained and grabbed Kang-woo's robe. Kang-woo, what are you going to do today? First, I want to get a grasp of the current situation. He had more or less heard something but didn't know the details. Kang-woo opened the door and went to the living room. He saw Ki Yeonju drinking tea with Han-seala. Why did you get up already? Because I'm feeling better, but rather than that, what are you doing here? HMPH. I bought this with my money, so I came here to take a bit of a rest. Why do you have any complaints? Han-seala laughed at Cha Yeonju's words. Miss Yeonju came here because she was worried about Mr. Kang-woo. That's not true. Don't say weird things, Ki Yeonju shouted, flustered. Kang-woo smirked. I was about to call you anyway. You were about to call me? Yes, I wanted to know what's going on around the world. HMPH. Since you're a patient, why don't you lay down a bit more like a patient? I told you that I'm feeling better. Ki Yeonju sighed and took a sip of tea. First, the Hanul Guild disbanded. What about the members of the demon cult? We grabbed them. But they turned into monsters before we could interrogate them. Kang-woo gulped. It seemed like someone had made sure that information wouldn't leak. What about the demon cult as an association? We've started to receive reports from all around the world. But they still haven't shown themselves as they did in Korea yet in another country. After all, the chaos in Korea still hasn't died down yet. Thousands of lives had been sacrificed. There was no way the incident could be easily ordered. Kang-woo nodded and began reading the news. Worldwide crazy organization Demon Cult, what's their identity and goals? A hero appeared, put your attention on Dragon Sword Kim Shi-hoon. People continue to testify about Dragon Sword Kim Shi-hoon, a divine rising in popularity. Kim Shi-hoon's fan club was created. The world's attention on Dragon Sword Kim Shi-hoon has increased. All the news is about Kim Shi-hoon. Well, it's Kim Shi-hoon who first got to Isu Station, killed the demonic monsters, and saved the normal people. He was more handsome than the average celebrity and had saved normal citizens from being killed by demonic monsters. A player who hadn't been known until then, it would be weird if he didn't get attention. Why? Are you feeling disappointed because you feel like he snatched away your merit? No way, he shrugged. He hated receiving unnecessary attention. He even felt pity toward Kim Shi-hoon, who had become a celebrity after the incident. Oh, one of the forces of a world ranker came to Korea. World ranker? Yes. It's a Chinese guild called Thousand Sword Gate. Are they trying to approach Shi-hoon? I'm not sure. They haven't made any significant moves yet, so we aren't sure about their intentions. Kang-woo nodded. Kang-woo thought it probably had nothing to do with him. Anyway, it seems like the demon cult in Korea has been wiped out. Yes, well, it seems like the ones in Korea were just the tip of the iceberg. Ki-yeon-ju's eyes shone sharply. Kang-woo looked at her. You aren't planning to end your revenge here, right? Of course not. I'm not stopping until I completely wipe them off of the map. That's a good mindset. After that incident, it became obvious. The demon cult was too dangerous for Kang-woo and the entire world. Because the Gaia system was getting weaker, he couldn't even imagine what strategy they'd use to increase their power. I never imagined it was possible to summon a demon inside you. He'd never thought humans could fuse with demons in such a way, so there's no news about other demon cult members. Right. Although we've been receiving some reports, there isn't any precise information. I see. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. It would be impossible for him to search for the demon cult members that were hidden all around the world. That would be stupid. Finding out about the ones hidden in Korea was already hard enough, so searching for ones that he didn't even know the general hiding places of what pointless. Right now, I must get stronger. If it wasn't possible to do a siege, he just had to build a wall, one that they wouldn't dare to cross. First, I must see how I can lift the level restriction and solve the extreme demonic energy body issue. Since his leveling up was restricted, if he couldn't discover the last condition for extreme demonic energy body, he wouldn't be able to grow anymore. But the problem was that he wasn't sure where to start to overcome those two things. If he had some sort of clue, he would be able to make a guess, but that wasn't the case. Then, he couldn't waste any more time. He had to find something that he could do right away, something that I can do right now and could help me. The first thing that came to mind was increasing his demonic energy stat through hunting. But since it had surpassed 100, it would be hard to raise it. It wasn't very effective. Kang-woo closed his eyes and fell into his thoughts. At that moment he thought of a possibility. It was something he could do and that could be helpful to him. I'll have to call Shi-hoon. Kang-woo took out the smartphone while smiling. Hyonim, are you feeling okay? After he called him, Kim Shi-hoon appeared in less than 20 minutes. Kang-woo nodded, but more than that, how are you doing? I've seen lots of news about you. Haha, don't even mention it. As soon as I got out on the streets, people began gathering, so I even have trouble hunting. Kim Shi-hoon placed his hand over his face like it was a mask with a tired expression. I'm considering buying a mask. Well, I wonder what the point of doing that at this point would be. Anyways, good work. In reality, I have some complaints. Complaints? Yes. Speaking frankly, I wasn't the one who solved the Isu Station incident. That was you, Kang-woo Hyonim. It's Hyonim who should be called a hero. Kim Shi-hoon said as if it were disappointing. He felt that he'd taken Kang-woo's achievement. Why are you saying something as horrifying as that? Hyonim, you don't mind people not recognizing you for what you've done. Receiving attention when I have nothing to gain just makes things bothersome. You even said that. That's true, but he felt a bit disappointed that people weren't recognizing Kang-woo. I hate bothersome things. If you say so, I guess there's nothing I can do. But more than that, why did you call me? There's something I wanted to ask you. As long as it's something I can do, I'll do it, Kim Shi-hoon said with eyes burning with loyalty. Kang-woo laughed after watching him act as if he were willing to give his liver. I want to learn martial arts. Martial arts? Kim Shi-hoon tilted his head. Yes, didn't you reach Swordman Unity? Anyway, you reached a new height. Yes, that's true, not to that point, but I want to learn how to use weapons properly. Kim Shi-hoon gulped. It wasn't that he wasn't sure whether to teach him martial arts or not. He replied in a careful voice tone. I'm not good enough to teach Hyonim. Kang-woo was already on a higher plane than him. Teaching him in that situation was as if the student was teaching the teacher how to study. Kang-woo shook his head. No, although I'm stronger than you, if we limit it to using only a weapon, that isn't necessarily the case. Kang-woo's techniques had been polished through countless battles. He'd never properly learned martial arts. Although they say that true martial arts are formless, but that could only be said by someone who had learned the forms. The techniques Kang-woo knew were ones that were extremely good in real-life situations. I thought that it was good enough with these. But after allying with Kim Shi-hoon, who was the successor of the martial god, it would be a waste not to take advantage of that. Understood, Kim Shi-hoon nodded. I'll teach martial arts to Hyeonam. Chapter 95, How to Achieve the Highest Degree of Demonic Form, Part 3. The next day, Kang-woo went to the Red Rose Guild's house with Kim Shi-hoon. Kaya, isn't he Dragon's Sword? He's Dragon's Sword, right? Kim Shi-hoon's popularity could also be felt inside the Red Rose Guild. The people working at the Red Rose Guild counter came to them while shouting. What brings you to the Red Rose Guild? Are you planning to join the Red Rose Guild? Kim Shi-hoon shook his head while smiling awkwardly. No. Although I'm receiving a lot of help from the Red Rose Guild, I've promised loyalty to another person. Loyalty. Could you tell us who? I'm sorry, but that's a bit. The Red Rose Guild members looked a bit disappointed. Then could you sign this? That's. Kim Shi-hoon's face became a bit red as if he were troubled by it. Kang-woo opened his mouth. Let's stop wasting time and get going. Yes, understood Hyeonam. The members of the Red Rose Guild glared at Kang-woo. What's up with that squid? Isn't squid a bit too much? Kang-woo frowned after hearing what they were mumbling from behind. Realistically speaking, Kang-woo's outer appearance wasn't bad. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was good-looking, but next to Kim Shi-hoon, most people turned into a squid. I'm going to say something. How dare they call Hyeonam a squid? Stop making things worse and follow me. If Kim Shi-hoon said something in that situation, it would just make him more miserable. Kang-woo took the elevator and went to the training room. You came. I heard the details from the guild leader. As they walked toward the training room entrance, they were greeted by Park Hyun-woo. He carefully spoke after opening the door. I heard about the training room incident in the devouring squad. She said that it cost both of you tens of millions in just repair costs. Park Hyun-woo grabbed Kang-woo's hand while making a dry smile. Please make sure something similar doesn't happen here. Yes, of course. Then I'll believe you. He could sense the tiredness in Park Hyun-woo's laugh. Was he the one who was in charge of administrating the guild? The amount of stuff he had to do had probably increased because of all the things that had happened recently. Kang-woo looked at Park Hyun-woo in pity and then entered the training room. Then let's start immediately. Okay. Kim Shi-hoon looked at the practice weapons that were inside the training room. First, Hyeonam, what's your main weapon? I don't think I have one. He used different weapons based on the situation. Kim Shi-hoon nodded. Still, I think it's better to choose a weapon when learning about martial arts. Let's start with swords since I specialize in swords. A sword. To be honest, the weapon he was the most used to was the spear. He also used the authority of the blade quite often, but its shape slightly differed from a conventional sword. But because it emerged from his hands when he swung it, rather than a sword, it was closer to a blade used by assassins. I guess if I'm learning martial arts from the dragon's sword, it's better to use a sword. He grabbed a practice sword. First, I'll teach you the sleeping dragon sword style basics. Kim Shi-hoon displayed all of the techniques. The sleeping dragon sword style had 8 different forms. The sword moved naturally as if it were water. After showing him the forms, Shi-hoon turned around. Now try to copy them. What? You just have to do what I did. How can I copy it after seeing it once? Yes. But it's just imitating the form. Kim Shi-hoon looked at Kang-woo in confusion. Kang-woo looked at him in disbelief and just swung the sword. If I do this, can you copy it? Of course. Kim Shi-hoon perfectly copied what Kang-woo had just done. What's up with this guy? Kang-woo felt a strange sense of inferiority. Don't be like that and try to do it, Hyeonam. I told you I can't do it. Then I'll show you from the first form one by one. Kim Shi-hoon tilted his head and did the first form of the sleeping dragon sword style. It was a form that drew the sword from your head to under the waist and then bounced it back up. Kang-woo tried to copy Kim Shi-hoon's movements. No, Hyeonam, that's not it. You put too much strength on the movement down. If you do that, the recoil will be too strong. Kim Shi-hoon repeated the first form. Kang-woo tried to do it again. That's not it, Hyeonam. You need to put a bit more strength than that. What do you want me to do? While thinking it was harder than he initially thought, Kang-woo put a bit more strength in. Wish, a little bit weaker. Wish, no, this time it was too weak. Wish, you have to do it a bit stronger. 3 hours passed. As he performed the same movements repeatedly, Kang-woo started to feel a bit annoyed. Shi-hoon, did you also struggle at first with controlling the strength? Why yes, Kim Shi-hoon said while trying to avoid his gaze. Kang-woo realized that he was lying. You can tell the truth. I learned how to control the strength in 1 or 2 tries. Kim Shi-hoon said carefully. Kang-woo laughed in disbelief. He learned how to do this in just 1 or 2 tries. Controlling the first form's strength was equivalent to completely filling a cup of water with your eyes closed. Because this sense was completely different from the one Kang-woo had learned through countless battles, he wasn't sure how to do it. Oof, let's leave strength control for later on and learn the basic forms. Yes, understood. Kim Shi-hoon looked at him as if he couldn't understand Kang-woo and nodded. The sleeping dragon sword style had 8 forms in total. Kang-woo learned each movement and made sure they were connected naturally. I feel like there's something that doesn't match. He felt a weird sensation in the middle of doing each form. It was as if he was forcing a gear to turn. I can't seem to connect the 4th and 5th forms smoothly. How could I improve that? Kang-woo turned his head to Kim Shi-hoon. Wasn't the purpose of a teacher to help you in situations like that? Kim Shi-hoon answered while making his characteristic smile. In that part, instead of making it consciously, you just have to swing your sword naturally. What? The issue is that you're thinking about it too much. You need to let your body move according to your senses. Kang-woo swung the sword while tilting his head. Just like Kim Shi-hoon said, he moved the sword according to his senses. It was an obvious outcome, but he couldn't do it properly. What's this? Kang-woo finally understood the weird sensation he was feeling. Before being an excellent swordsman, Kim Shi-hoon was a genius, and one that had an overwhelming talent compared to other people. This is like saying that if you don't have any more minions, you just have to finish off the enemy. He heard that a genius professional gamer had said something like that in the past. Things that were obvious to him weren't so much for other people. It seemed like Kim Shi-hoon didn't see that point. Because he could do it so naturally, he couldn't understand other people's doubts. Although only a single day had passed, he became sure of something. Kim Shi-hoon doesn't have the talent to teach. Because he was too talented, he couldn't explain how to do certain things to others. As long as you didn't have a talent comparable to Kim Shi-hoon, you wouldn't be able to learn anything from him. Tusk, I'll have to give up learning martial arts from you. What are you talking about, Hyonim? As expected, this is because I'm not good enough. No, that's not it, it's the complete opposite. Then you mean you're too talented. Kim Shi-hoon remained silent. Kang-woo sighed and turned around. Let's stop here. I'm sure we'll have other opportunities in the future. Ah, Kim Shi-hoon let out a small exclamation. He felt a bit disappointed because he thought it was the perfect opportunity to pay him back for everything Kang-woo had done for him. Hyonim, rather than that, how about you learn about the Psyche style? Psyche style? Yes, the basics of martial arts aren't the sword or fist but the Psyche. I'm sure I'll be able to teach that to you properly. While thinking about that for a little while, Kang-woo nodded. Trying it was better than not trying it at all. Then do you want to check how the energy inside my body flows? Okay. Kang-woo used the authority of observation and checked how the energy flowed inside Shi-hoon's body. He could see the chi moving with the danshin at its center. I think that I should be able to do this. Rather than moving the body, it was just controlling inner strength, so Kang-woo thought he should be able to do it. Kang-woo sat and tried to remember how the chi flowed inside Kim Shi-hoon's body. Ting, activating the effect of ruler of demonic energy. Your ability to control demonic energy has increased. You've learned the inner psyche style, celestial dragon psyche style. Oh, he had succeeded in just one try. As he used the celestial dragon psyche style, he could feel the demonic energy spread through his entire body, gathering and rotating around the danshin. As he used the psyche style, he could feel demonic energy concentrated in a point called the danshin under the belly button. But it didn't just concentrate there but formed a round object. It was a familiar sensation. The image of a black jewel passed through his mind. Ting, you've succeeded in creating a demonic energy stone. You've obtained a hint for the last condition of the extreme demonic energy body. Shi-hoon, excitement ran through his body. It was as if a cow had killed a rat while walking backward. He'd unexpectedly found a hint about the last condition for the extreme demonic energy body. I Love You, Chapter 96, How to Achieve the Highest Degree of Demonic Form, Part 4, Extreme Demonic Energy. The first step to becoming a demon god. First condition, reach 60 demonic energy stat. Second condition, control more than 3 authorities simultaneously perfectly. Third condition, create a demonic energy stone bigger than a certain size not achieved. To think that the last condition was to create a demonic energy stone inside my body. He would have never figured it out if he hadn't learned the Psyche style from Kim Shi-hoon. After all, he didn't know that you could create a demonic energy stone used by the demon cult using the Psyche style. But is this the same demonic energy stone used by the demon cult? Kang-woo concentrated on the demonic energy stone that was within his danshin. Both had demonic energy concentrated inside. In that aspect, they were similar, but considering the amount of demonic energy inside, they were completely different items. Although they're the same type, the amount of strength concentrated in them is completely different. It was like comparing an Americano coffee and an espresso. The demonic energy stones that the demon cult used felt as if the demonic energy had been watered down. The demonic energy stone in Kang-woo's Danshin was thick as if an undiluted solution had been extracted. Because the level of intensity was different, it was obvious that there was a huge difference in the amount of strength you could obtain from it. Kang-woo concentrated the demonic energy within his Danshin into his fist. Although he hadn't used an authority, a destructive amount of demonic energy concentrated in his fist. To test that strength, Kang-woo slightly hit the steel doll in the training room. Pang, the strong steel became dust after one attack. Amazing, Kim Shi-hoon shouted in surprise. He could also cleanly cut steel. But Kang-woo had just made it disappear without leaving a trace. That was something he couldn't even fathom doing. Did you have success with the Psyche style? Yes, it was of great help. He had only used it once, so there wasn't much demonic energy inside the demonic energy stone yet. Yet after just a single attack with the energy stone within his Danshin was reduced to a third of its original size. Well, this was the first try after all. There was no need to hurry. Now that he'd learned the Psyche style, he just had to use it and increase the size of the demonic energy stone. For him, who used to control the 10,000 demon core, restricting part of that energy wasn't that hard. Kang-woo once again sat on the floor and used the celestial dragon Psyche style. He opened his eyes while concentrating on it. I don't think it's necessary to do it while sitting like this. Kang-woo got up. If it wasn't an urgent situation like a battle, he thought that he'd be able to use it while proceeding with his daily life. That's dangerous, Hyonim. What's dangerous if you stand up while using the Psyche style? He wanted to warn him that he could get shocked, but Kim Shi-hoon's eyes widened. Kang-woo, who had stood up, not only hadn't been shocked, but he seemed very calm. Did you stop using the celestial dragon Psyche style? No, I'm still using it. Why you can use it while moving? Kim Shi-hoon looked at him in surprise. There were some Psyche-style techniques that you could use without sitting in a lotus position. But the celestial dragon's Psyche style wasn't one of them. Although you could control and restrict a huge amount of energy, you had to move it while sitting in the correct position to use it properly. But Kang-woo had bypassed that characteristic of the celestial dragon's Psyche style. How? Kim Shi-hoon looked at Kang-woo confused. Using the celestial dragon's Psyche style in daily life was something that not even the martial god Chen T-Hwang had been able to achieve. It isn't that hard. The energy circulates through your body's blood, right? You just have to avoid having it clash with itself. But if you move, your blood moves. It wasn't that easy to use the Psyche style while moving. That was because, based on your body's movements, the position of blood also changed. Just like going through a passageway shaking from both sides, moving your chi if your blood moved was also very hard. No, it would be more precise to say that it was impossible. You just have to control it while calculating those movements. Kim Shi-hoon remained silent after hearing the words Kang-woo had said so calmly. Although he'd said it as if it were nothing, he knew how incredible that was. It was like running full throttle along a cliff where you'd fall if you made even the slightest miscalculation. As expected. I can't compete with Hyonim. Kim Shi-hoon shook his head. Kang-woo smirked, controlling demonic energy along with the body's movements. Doing that was easy compared to restricting the huge amount of demonic energy within the 10,000 demon core. You could call this a talent, but Kang-woo didn't think that was his talent. It was something he'd learned to do in order to not be devoured for the past 10,000 years. It couldn't be explained with the word talent. How about you learn light work? No, let's do that another day. This is enough for now. He'd obtained a new possibility for growth in the form of the demonic energy stone, so he wanted to investigate a bit more about the Psyche style and focus on cultivating the demonic energy stone. If I do that, Kang-woo thought about the last condition of the extreme demonic energy body. He still didn't know what exactly the extreme demonic energy body was, and he also didn't know what effect it had, but he was sure it wouldn't be something that would become a minus to him. There's a huge chance that it will become a plus. Even if he reached the sixth awakening right there, he had to reach the extreme demonic energy body to be able to use that strength. Now that he had a goal and knew what he had to do, he had no reason to focus on other things. I'm going to focus on the Psyche style first. Kang-woo naturally used the celestial dragon Psyche style. Feeling the demonic energy all around his body gather around the Danshin and create a new strength called a demonic energy stone made him feel good. Once the demonic energy stone gets bigger, I'll have to put it to the test. Kang-woo smiled, satisfied, and turned to Kim Shi-hoon. Let's go back. Are you okay not learning other martial art techniques? Yes. The celestial dragon Psyche style is the one with the highest difficulty you know at the moment, right? Yes. If I receive more of the strength of the martial god, I'll probably be able to learn a better one. But right now, the celestial dragon Psyche style is the best one. Oh, that meant that if Kim Shi-hoon became stronger and learned better Psyche techniques, he could also become very helpful to Kang-woo. Keep growing like this, Shi-hoon. Kang-woo looked at Shi-hoon like a farmer waiting for the fruit tree to bloom. Of course, he wasn't thinking of watching from the sides. Shihoon, let's go to an S-rank gate next time. An S. S-rank hate? Yes. I'm glad that Hyonim trusts me, but my party still isn't strong enough to hunt in an S-rank gate. Don't worry, I'll grab the steering wheel. Yes. You just have to relax and sit down. Kang-woo's bus that would make Kim Shihoon grow exponentially. I'll show you Hyung's incredible driving skill. Kang-woo smiled while patting Kim Shihoon's shoulders. Are you done for today? Park Hyun-woo asked him as they walked out of the training room. Yes, thanks for lending me the training room. Aren't you going to meet the guild master? I told her that I would be busy today, but I plan on meeting her next time. Haha. She's going to be disappointed. Park Hyun-woo nodded while laughing softly. Then please come visit us again another time. No, thank you for always being helpful. Kang-woo and Kim Shihoon shook hands with Park Hyun-woo. Oh, also, did you hear that people from the Thousand Sword Gate came to Korea? Yes, I heard that. The Thousand Sword Gate, the Chinese guild led by Chen Mujin, who was 8th on the world ranker list. It was a guild with members that had a unique stat called Qi. Rather than a guild made of players, it was closer to an organization that appeared in martial arts novels. I heard that the forces of the Thousand Sword Gate have started moving. Have you heard about their goals? We still haven't heard about that yet. Kang-woo nodded. I'll keep that in mind. Be careful. Mr. Kang-woo, you could be in danger if you get involved with them. The Thousand Sword Gate had a force that wasn't comparable with any guild in Korea. First, they had almost 10,000 members. The Red Rose Guild had a little bit more than 1,000 members, so they were 10 times bigger. Ha, you don't need to worry. Well, I guess Mr. Kang-woo will be able to dodge them easily. No. I don't think that I need to avoid them. If we get involved, it isn't me that will be in danger. Kang-woo laughed. There was a heavy silence. Then we'll get going. The Thousand Sword Gate. Just because they'd started moving, he didn't need to hide. He had survived until then based on a simple rule: answer evil with greater evil. Return killing intent with even greater killing intent. The moment you yield one, they'll take two away. If you bow your head, it will get trampled on. Of course, if it were an enemy he couldn't win against, it would be the right decision to hide. In that case, lowering your body, crawling on the floor, and waiting for your opportunity was the wisest decision. But it's different now. Kang-woo knew how strong he was. It wasn't like he'd recovered all of his original strength, but he wasn't weak enough to go around on Earth avoiding looking at other people. Let's go, Shihoon. Yes, Hyonim. After seeing Kang-woo walking away, he quickly followed him. Kang-woo got into his car after exiting the Red Rose Guild. I'll take you home. It's okay, Hyonim. It doesn't take long with the subway. You even taught me martial arts, so this much is nothing. Oh, also I'm going to get you a car. And no, that's okay, Hyonim. I'm already grateful to you for having helped me with the hospital for my mother, so a car would be. It's because I'm uncomfortable. I'll get you a good one so you can come faster when I call you. Hyonim. Kim Shihoon cried a bit. Kang-woo smirked. I wonder what would have become of him if it weren't for me. Kim Shihoon had taught him martial arts. Taking that into consideration, a car was nothing, but for him to react like that. He was the type of person who wouldn't notice if someone cut his nose in front of him and hit him from behind. Although I'm here to make sure that doesn't happen. While thinking that, Kang-woo took Kim Shihoon to his house. There he saw a group of people wearing martial arts robes. Click, who are you? Kim Shihoon asked them after getting out of the car. The men looked at Kim Shihoon. One man with a sword wound on one eye approached Kim Shihoon and spoke in a dim Korean pronunciation. I'm the leader of the 3rd squad of the Thousand Sword Gate, Nam Gung Jin. The Sword King wants to see Korea's dragon sword. Follow me? Yes, Sword King. Are you talking about the Sword King Cheol Mujin? Kim Shihoon shrugged after hearing the name of one of the strongest people in the world. Nam Gung Jin's eyes shone sharply. Don't put that person's name in your mouth so lightly. Follow me silently. I have already prepared the plane. That, Kim Shihoon hesitated. Kang-woo grabbed his shoulder and pulled him back. Nam Gung Jin's eyes locked onto Kang-woo. Bastard, you didn't even learn Korean properly. What? Why are you talking so casually to someone you've never met before? Did your tongue get cut in half? Chapter 97. Sword Lord Zhang Mujin, Part 1. Who are you? Nam Gung Jin's eyes shone sharply. I'm Shihoon's Hyung, Kang-woo answered calmly. Kim Shihoon's Hyung, Kim Yong-hoon. But I heard that person is in prison. There are relations that are thicker than blood. Nam Gung Jin looked at him in confusion. Have you heard of sworn brothers? Oh, so you meant that? Nam Gung Jin snorted while nodding. We aren't interested in you. The Sword King only wants Dragon Sword. Move. But I'm also not interested in who he is. Don't speak so lightly. Nam Gung Jin turned his head to Kim Shihoon. Dragon Sword, if you don't want to see this person get hurt, follow me. Don't talk to him so lightly. Kim Shihoon, cringing at the nickname Dragon Sword, took a step forward. A strong killing intent came out of him while he put his hand on his sword's sheath. Of course, he was afraid of Sword King Chen Mujin. He was the strongest player in China and the leader of a huge force. Even the Chinese president was careful around him, so he thought it was understandable for Nam Goong Jin, a higher-up in the Thousand Sword Gate, to talk to him like that. But he wouldn't let him talk about Kang-woo like that. After all, he was the person who had saved him from a hellish lifestyle. He wasn't a coward that would remain silent while looking at his benefactor get insulted. "Oh, so you're going to bear your sword?" Nam Goong Jin's eyes narrowed. "It seems that other people's praises had made you forget how high the sky really is." Nam Goong Jin thought that he should use a more aggressive strategy. "Although the Sword King told me to bring him respectfully. To be honest, what was the point of being educated and respectful in front of a newbie like him? Rather than that, he thought that teaching him a lesson before he could disrespect the emperor would be better." Nam Goong Jin put his hand on the sword that was on his waist, but someone put his hand on top of it faster than him. "Don't take it out." What? "If you take that out, you'll die." Before Goong could even notice what was happening, Kang-woo's hand was already on top of the sword. Nam Goong Jin was horrified. He was a knight-type player that had a unique stat called Chi. His senses were far sharper than other knight players, but Kang-woo had put his hand on top of his sword before he could notice. Nam Goong Jin moved backward. He looked at Kang-woo cautiously. How? The thought that he had been careless crossed his mind. "Oh, I'm going to say it just in case. It isn't like you were careless, you're just weak. So don't say anything stupid like you were careless." A thick tendon became visible on Nam Goong Jin's forehead. He took out his sword without hesitating. "How dare a Korean, crack, aarggh," a scream came from his mouth. Kang-woo had approached him and twisted his hand before he could finish the sentence. He dropped the sword to the ground. "Stop it with your nationalism. Aren't you tired of that?" Kang-woo looked at him pitifully. "Is your country so important? Then pay more taxes. People like you who don't have shit always become patriotic while in another country. Why, you son of a— Oh, also, do you think talking like that about another country will make yours look better? If you really care about your country's image, you shouldn't do that." Nam Goong Jin rushed at Kang-woo. Kang-woo turned his body and raised his knee, and Nam Goong Jin fell to the ground while grabbing his stomach. Cough. "Cough, you!" Clang. The men that were behind Nam Goong Jin took out their swords. Kang-woo spoke in a low voice. "I told you not to take out your swords." A strong killing intent surrounded him. Their expressions paled. It wasn't a normal killing intent. Rather than "we're going to get killed," they felt they were about to be devoured. They felt like frogs in front of a massive predator. "Since you aren't stupid, you know you won't be able to win against me, right?" Us. The men gulped. He'd easily defeated the leader of the third squad, Nam Goong Jin, so they knew they wouldn't be able to win against him. Nam Goong Jin, who was on the ground, coughed. Couch cough. "How dare a Kakeria? This idiot still hasn't learned his lesson." Kang-woo grabbed Nam Goong Jin by the neck and picked him up. "The quality of the people decides the quality of a nation. You doing that just makes your country look worse." Maybe this was a bit hard for you to understand. Well, now that things have turned out like this, I'll tell you what you should do to make your country look good. What are you trying to do? Just follow me." Kang-woo dragged Nam Goong Jin somewhere. Kim Shi-hoon followed Kang-woo. "Where are you trying to go, Hyunam?" "Shi-hoon, is there anywhere around here that prepares good kimchi stew?" "Yes." Kim Shi-hoon's eyes widened. Why was he suddenly looking for a restaurant that prepared good kimchi stew? "There's one at the end of that alley." "Good." Kang-woo smiled, satisfied, and dragged Nam Goong Jin there. He looked at the rest of the men that were just standing there. "Hey, you guys should also follow me." They looked at each other and followed Kang-woo. "Click, Aunt, give me 7 portions of kimchi stew with a lot of meat, please." "Oof, understood, but young man. Aren't these people hurt?" "No, they're just exaggerating a little bit, right?" Kang-woo patted Nam Goong Jin's back as Goong Jin trembled a bit. "Wait a bit." The warm-hearted-looking lady entered the kitchen. She soon came back out with warm kimchi stew. What's this?" "Kimchi stew, try it, it's delicious." Kang-woo patted Nam Goong Jin's back. Nam Goong Jin frowned. "Are you saying that giving me hodgepodge like this is doing good for your country?" "Hodgepodge?" Kang-woo's eyes widened and strong killing intent came out of him. Kang-woo grabbed his shoulder and used the authority of fear. Nam Goong Jin felt a pressure comparable to being crushed by a press machine. "Og, it isn't hodgepodge, it's kimchi stew. The meat is ready, try it." Taking a glimpse at Kim Shi-hoon, Nam Goong Jin began eating the kimchi stew. It was delicious. The kimchi he'd tried before had such a strong, sour taste that it made him frown, but now when he tried it as a stew, that sour taste felt sweet. He ripped apart the kimchi and placed it on top of a rice spoon with a slice of meat. A spicy and savory taste spread inside his mouth. Was there a food like this in Korea? He was a high-ranking officer of the Thousand Sword Gate. Everything he ate was prepared by top chefs. Compared to them, kimchi stew was cheap, close to an instant food, but I don't know why I can't stop eating it. They'd soon devoured an entire bowl of rice. It wasn't him alone, his 4 underlings had also begun eating the kimchi stew. "Aunt, give me 3 more portions, also a bowl of rice for each." "Okay, young man, oof, everyone eats so well." Kang-woo smiled in satisfaction while looking at Nam Goong-jin. How about that? It's delicious, right? Ahem, haha, it seems like it's delicious. Feel free to eat as much as you can. Kang-woo also ate a bowl of kimchi stew. To be honest, I'm not someone who's very patriotic, but you have to recognize that the kimchi stew is great. Don't you agree? It isn't that great. What are you talking about? You already finished 2 bowls. Anyway, you understand now, right? What you have to do is teach others about your country's good culture. Don't babble and say rude things. After saying that, Kang-woo concentrated on eating. After eating an amount that surprised the other people, he stood up. Let's go, Shihoon. Ah yes, then pay this bill and return to China. Also tell that person, the Sword King or however he's called, to come himself if he really wants to see Shihoon. After saying that, Kang-woo left the shop. Nam Goong-jin couldn't believe what was happening. You ate so much and want me to pay for it. Korea's warmness embraced him. So, you came back after eating kimchi stew. A thin man was sitting in a big room on a chair that felt grand rather than luxurious. He was so thin that he seemed like he would break if hit, but the energy coming from him was enough to overwhelm the surroundings. Sword King Chin-mu-jin. It was the name of the player whom you could say was the one who ruled over China. I'm sorry, Nam Goong-jin, kneeling in front of Chin-mu-jin, trembled with an expression full of fear. A breathtaking nervousness filled the room. Ha ha ha, a laugh came out. Ha 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 ha, Chin-mu-jin's laugh shook the entire room. Good, how fun, I really like that guy, he laughed out loud. But the atmosphere suddenly changed. Chin-mu-jin looked at Nam Goong-jin with sharp eyes. I clearly said that you should be respectful. That, what, were you trying to act all high and mighty while making the Thousand-Sword Gate look bad? And no, stop lying. Nam Goong-jin was dragged to Chin-mu-jin by a strong suctioning power. After grabbing his neck aggressively, Chin-mu-jin spoke in a low voice. I sent you because you know a bit of Korean, but it seems you acted all high and mighty without realizing how big the world is. Cough, I'm sorry. You're excommunicated. We don't need someone who doesn't have the quality of a martial artist in the Thousand-Sword Gate. Please, Chin-mu-jin shook his hands. Nam Goong-jin's body was sent flying to the wall. Ha ha ha. So he wants me to come personally, huh? Chin-mu-jin stood up. It was the first time something like that had happened since he'd become a world ranker. Since he asked me to come, I'll have to go. Father, are you planning to go to Korea? A beautiful voice that sounded like crystal balls rolling could be heard. Chin-mu-jin turned his head to the source of the voice. A girl who had a hairstyle often called dumpling hair approached him. She was thin, had thick eyebrows, a sharp nose, and red lips. She was a very sensual woman, Chin So-yeon. She was the daughter of Sword King Chin-mu-jin and was one of the strongest martial artists in the Thousand-Sword Gate. Why, do you want to see how handsome Dragon's sword is? Father, what are you talking about? She sat on the armrest of the chair and crossed her smooth legs. I'm not interested in anyone who isn't stronger than Father. Chenji, Chin-mu-jin gulped as if he were troubled by that. Chapter 98, Lord of the Sword Zheng Mu-jin, Part 2. It had been a week since he'd met Nam Goong-jin. During that time, Kang-woo concentrated on increasing the size of the demonic energy stone inside him. Even while eating, drinking, and sleeping, Kang-woo kept using the celestial dragon's psyche style. His ability to control and regulate the demonic energy inside him was already at a level that no one could get close to. Since someone like him had spent all that time using the psyche style, the result was impressive. The size of the demonic energy stone grew every day, and he got used to using the energy inside it. But when will I reach the extreme demonic energy body? Although the size of the demonic energy stone had become the size of his fist, he still hadn't fulfilled the last condition. Well, I guess I'll eventually reach it. Even if he became anxious, nothing would change. The only thing he could do was put all his strength into it. Kang-woo checked his status window while using the celestial dragon's psyche style. The demonic energy stat was still at 103. The amount of demonic energy hadn't increased after he'd begun using the psyche style. I guess it's natural since there isn't demonic energy. Unlike mana, it was impossible to obtain demonic energy from natural sources. Maybe it would be different if he were in hell, which was full of demonic energy, but on Earth, it was impossible. The reason why the demonic energy stone was growing in size was that Kang-woo was moving the demonic energy spread through his body to the Danshin. There's probably a limit to this too. When all the demonic energy spread through his entire body flowed to the demonic energy stone, he wouldn't be able to make it bigger anymore. Because the seal was still active, he wouldn't be able to drag demonic energy from the 10,000 demon core. After his demonic energy stat had surpassed 100, it had stopped increasing, no matter how many monsters he devoured. In the end, the only way is to lift the level restriction. The higher his level became, the weaker the seal got, and naturally the amount of demonic energy he could control increased. Although it was random, he also was looking forward to the other stats that increased as a level-up bonus. I need to figure out the way to lift the restriction. Although he had obtained the hint to unlocking the extreme demonic energy body, he didn't have a clue about how to lift the leveling up restriction. He had tried all the different ways that had worked for other players, but he hadn't been successful. Ki Yeon-ju laughed at him, asking if he hadn't been put under a curse by the system. A curse. Although it was a comment made as a joke, it was a real possibility. During the Isu Station incident, Kim Shi-hoon said that the system window had spoken to him as if it had its own will. If players and the Gaia system are somehow connected, he could understand why he wasn't able to lift the leveling up restriction. It was because he was the culprit that had damaged the Gaia system. First, I need to concentrate on increasing the size of the demonic energy stone. It wasn't like all the demonic energy inside his body had flowed into the Danshin yet. Since there wasn't a way to solve those worries at the moment, he just had to focus on what he could do. Hyeonim, the break is over. He could hear Kim Shi-hoon's voice. Kang-woo, who was immersed in his thoughts, nodded and stood up. They were in Suwon's S-rank gate, just like he'd promised before. He had gone there to help Kim Shi-hoon's party. Are the preparations ready? Hee, of course. Yes, we took enough rest. I wanted to rest a bit more. Tisu Siala and Yoon-bai stood up while replying. Kang-woo, are you worried about something? Echidna, who was next to him, asked him while pulling his clothes. No, it's nothing like that. Although he was worried about something, it wasn't something that could be solved by thinking. There was no need to speak about stuff like that. If it's something I can help you with, just say it. Kang-woo smirked and nodded. Rather than that, let's begin. He warmed up, turned his head, and looked around. They had to find a monster distanced from the rest of the group. Over there, Kang-woo saw the monster you could see the most in Suwon's S-rank gate, the giant ogre. He approached it and used the authority of silence in a wide area. Things could get bothersome if they caught the attention of other ogres. Echidna, got it. Echidna took a step forward. She extended her hand toward the giant ogre. Black demonic energy rose and 8 scythes were created. F-whoosh, grrr, the scythes, which moved erratically, attacked the giant ogre. The giant ogre dodged the attacks with sleek movements that didn't fit its size. But that only lasted for a moment. The erratically moving scythes managed to hurt it. Blood poured out from the wound and its movements became slower. Prepare to fight. Yes, Hyeonim, Kim Shi-hoon took out the El Kuro sword. He seemed nervous. Even Tisu and Yoon-bai were serious. Grrrarr, the ogre's scream spread through the entire place. A little bit more. Kang-woo waited until the ogre lost a bit more vitality. It was important to weaken the ogre so Kim Shi-hoon's party could win against it in a battle. Gaining experience without doing anything doesn't make sense. The reason why he'd brought Kim Shi-hoon's party to the S-rank gate wasn't only to help them grow fast. It was also to increase their battle sense while fighting an S-rank monster, an opponent they wouldn't normally be able to face. This is the real bus. There was a limit on how strong you could get by leveling up. Just like there was a difference between 2 martial artists who wielded the same sword, there was also a difference between players with similar stats. There were other important things besides numbers. This was something known among players. Simply having a higher level and stat didn't mean that you would be able to win in a battle. Stats were just like increasing your muscles through training. If you plan to become a professional builder, focusing only on bodybuilding doesn't make sense. Kang-woo focused only on increasing his stats because he'd already gained a lot of real-life fight experience. But in the case of Kim Shi-hoon's party, it was different. They had to increase their level and gain battle experience. Grrrr, the giant ogre began trembling. Kang-woo opened his mouth. Start. Yes, with a short answer, Kim Shi-hoon and Kang Ti-soo leaped forward. Han Seala applied some buffs and Choi Yoon-bai cast magic. Grrrr, boom. Although the giant ogre was already close to death, the battle was fierce. In the first place, the giant ogre wasn't an enemy that Shi-hoon's party, who were on average at level 40, could face. Just the fact that they could face a giant ogre on its last legs showed how talented everyone in that party was. Boom, oof. The giant ogre is definitely strong. The battle was over. Unlike Ti-soo, who was breathing heavily, Kim Shi-hoon wasn't that tired yet. Shi-hoon also has a strength that doesn't make sense compared to his level. If he fought with everything he had, he could probably win against a tired giant ogre alone. But because it was a real-life fight training, it made sense to restrain a bit so his party members could also participate in the battle. I'll have to create a special course for Kim Shi-hoon later on. It was evident that there was a difference between Kim Shi-hoon and the other party members. At that point, for him to really grow, he needed something else. Regroup and prepare for the next hunt. Oof, understood, Mr. Ti-soo, come here. Han Seala applied healing magic on him. Grrrr, at that moment, Kang-woo saw a group of giant ogres approaching them. Did they smell blood? He'd blocked the sound, but it seemed like it wasn't enough with that. Kang-woo took some energy from the demonic energy stone. There were 3 of the ogres approaching them. It was a number of opponents he had to deal with by himself. Wait here, Kang-woo turned around. The shouts of giant ogres spread through the place. He used the authority of Dark Spear. A dark spear was formed in his hand, and the energy of the demonic energy stone flowed into it and covered the spear as if it were sword energy. Clang. Grrrrrr, huh? A clear sound of ringing steel spread. A flash of silver light went off. The giant ogres that were approaching Kang-woo stopped. A widening wound appeared across their bodies and they collapsed. The three giant ogres lost their lives in one attack. Kang-woo turned his head. He saw a thin man and two other people that followed him from behind coming to his side. One was a glamorous woman and the other person was a young man who seemed scared. To eliminate three giant ogres with one attack. Kang-woo's eyes narrowed. Even Ki Yeon-ju wouldn't be able to beat three giant ogres with one attack. That meant that person had a strength that was above a ranker. Among people like that, only one person would approach them personally. Sword King Chen Mujin, China's strongest player and one of the 8 world rankers. It seemed like he really came. I thought that he may send some assassins. So you're the Sword King's sworn brother. I sincerely apologize for what happened before. I guess you don't understand Chinese. Chen Mujin looked at the young man that was next to him. The young man nervously opened his mouth. Mr. Chen Mujin wants to apologize for what happened. You can say it in Chinese. You know how to speak Chinese? Chen Mujin asked after Kang-woo spoke using the authority of translation. Kang-woo nodded. Chen Mujin seemed relieved. Then it's going to be easier. I'm sorry for what happened before. I heard my subordinate was rude. Anyone can say that he's sorry. Ha ha ha. That's right, Chen Mujin bowed toward Kang-woo. The people around were surprised. Even Kang-woo wasn't expecting him to ask for forgiveness in such a polite manner. Sword King Chen Mujin. The most powerful person in China had bowed to a normal person. That wasn't something easy to do. Considering the power and influence he had, it was something he shouldn't do. I excommunicated the person who was rude toward you. It was my mistake for not controlling my subordinate correctly. Well, if you say it like that, then I'll forgive you. It wasn't like he'd received direct damage from Namgung Jin. If the perpetrator had been properly punished, he didn't intend to keep the conflict going. So why are you here? I came here to meet Dragon's Sword. I know that, but why do you want to see Shihun so badly? It's because I saw the video. Was it at Isu Station? I saw the video of Dragon's Sword fighting there. So, there was something I wanted to know, Chen Mujin said while smiling. I want to know how Dragon's Sword learned the martial arts of the martial god. Chapter 99. Lord of the Sword Zheng Mujin, Part 3. There was a heavy silence. Since Kim Shihun and the other party members couldn't understand Chinese, they remained silent. And Kang-woo, who understood what the Sword King had said, remained silent to figure out the situation. Echidna pulled Kang-woo's clothes. Kang-woo, what's a martial god? Echidna, you understand Chinese? Kang-woo looked surprised, but he soon realized he had forgotten something very basic. Now that I think about it, how can Echidna speak Korean? He had never thought about it. She had naturally used Korean in their first meeting, so he had never thought about it too deeply. He thought she'd naturally learn to speak his main language after becoming his summoned monster. No, I don't know Chinese. I can use magic and make it so we can talk with each other. Oh, it seemed like the effect was similar to his authority of translation. Can you use that magic on other people too? Sure. Then use that magic on Shihun and the others as well. Okay, Echidna raised her hand. After a short chant, a magic surrounded Kim Shihun and the rest of the group. Oh, can Dragon Sword also talk Chinese? And no, what it's magic. Kim Shihun looked at Echidna in surprise. To think that there was a magic that translated in such a perfect way. He had never heard about a player having a magic like that. HNGH, it isn't a difficult magic. It's actually very normal on the Earner continent. Echidna snorted at the thought that she'd been helpful to Kang-woo. It seems like there was no need to bring an interpreter. Chen Mujin laughed. The young man that was next to him shrugged. Don't worry, I'll still pay you properly. Thanks. I like that the discussion is going to be faster. Dragon Sword, where did you learn the martial arts of the martial god? Chen Mujin asked. Kim Shihun's eyes widened. How did you? Wait, there's something I'm curious about as well. How do you know Kim Shihun is using the martial god's martial art? Haha, that's because our family descends from the martial god. Oh, Kang-woo's eyes shone. If what he said was true, martial god Chen Huang was someone who lived many years ago, and Chen Mujin was a descendant of his. Then did you practice martial arts before becoming an awakener? Yes, well. Although before awakening I wasn't able to reach the heights I can now. Kang-woo nodded. Well, they say that the demon cult existed before people awakened as players after all. It was clear that there were people on Earth who could use magic, martial arts, and other arts before awakeners had even appeared on Earth. I learned it when Wait, Kang-woo grabbed Kim Shihun's shoulders and stopped him from talking. What are you thinking of doing with this information? Are you planning to kill him to protect the secret? Ha ha ha. It seems like you've read too many martial arts novels. I don't want to hear that from someone who appears in martial art novels. Chin Mujin kept talking after he finished laughing. I want to make a deal. Deal, yes. Our family's vision sword martial arts were modified and have deteriorated through the years, but Dragon Sword's Cloud Dragon Sword style was exactly the same as the martial gods that was left in the records. So you want to restore your family's damaged martial arts? Yes, Kang-woo's eyes shone. Now that he knew the other person's intention, the discussion would progress faster. A deep smile appeared on his face. Well, I guess if it's a deal you're going to offer something. Before that, I want to hear the answer to my question. Where did he learn the martial arts of the martial god? Well, it's better if you hear it from his mouth. Kang-woo patted Kim Shi-hoon's back as if saying he could talk. With a confused expression, Kim Shi-hoon explained why he had the martial art techniques of martial god Chin T-Hwang. The more the explanation continued, the wider Chin Mujin's mouth fell open. So the martial god's soul entered your body. It's not like I can talk with him or anything. And the knowledge of his martial arts just flowed into my head. Whoa, so you perfected it in such a way without anyone teaching it to you? That's just because Shi-hoon's talent is monstrous. How interesting. Chin Mujin looked at Kim Yong-hoon's body with great interest. Upon closer observation, he was awestruck. He has a talent given by the heavens. He never thought he'd see someone capable of learning martial arts by looking at the techniques once like the figures that appeared in legends. Ha ha ha. The expression monster-like suits him indeed. Anyway, now that we told you, tell us what you're going to offer, Kang-woo said in a calm voice. Nobody would ever guess that Kang-woo was talking to someone as important as the Sword King from just his attitude. Chin Mujin looked at Kang-woo. Although the Dragon Sword's talent was impressive, he was also deeply impressed by the player Kang-woo. Has anyone this confident ever appeared in front of me? He had never seen someone like Kang-woo after becoming a world ranker. No, even before that. Mujin was born the successor of a huge force called Thousand Sword Gate. Everyone had bowed to him since he was a kid. Ha ha ha, I've heard of you. Amazing. Are you acting so confident in front of me while knowing who I am? What, should I bow down and lick your feet? Ha ha ha, no, not at all, but a deal. How about this? If Dragon Sword helps us restore the Vision Sword martial arts, I'll personally teach him. You're going to teach him martial arts. It seems like Dragon Sword learned the Sleeping Dragon Sword style and the Cloud Dragon Sword style. In the Thousand Sword Gate, we have higher versions of those, which are the Blue Dragon Sword style and the Celestial Dragon Sword style. Didn't you say that they were damaged? They still probably have a power that can't be compared to the Cloud Dragon Sword style. Kang-woo fell into his thoughts. For one of the world rankers, the Sword King, to teach Shi-hoon martial arts personally, it's going to be of great help. Maybe Kim Shi-hoon could complete the Blue Dragon Sword style with his help. It wasn't a bad deal at all. No, it was too good of a deal. But Kang-woo looked at Kim Shi-hoon. The deal wasn't his to accept. The one who was going to restore the damaged martial arts and receive the teachings of the Sword King was Kim Shi-hoon. Hyunams, it's your choice. What do you want to do? Kim Shi-hoon thought for a short while. I want to learn, being taught by the Sword King. It would probably be hard to find a martial artist not interested in the offer. But most importantly, Kim Shi-hoon looked at Kang-woo. He wasn't overwhelmed in front of the Sword King. He wanted to become like Kang-woo. He didn't want to keep only receiving help. Kim Shi-hoon put his hand on the pommel of his sword. I want to become stronger. He remembered the Isu Station incident, people crying everywhere, the roads that were destroyed and full of smoke. If he had been stronger, he would have probably been able to save more people. Kang-woo nodded. Then the deal is closed. Oh, there's a condition. Condition? Restoring the martial art and learning from you should take place in Korea. He couldn't send Kim Shi-hoon somewhere far away. If they were far apart, if something happened, dealing with it could get harder. I can't fully trust Chin Mujin after all. He felt that he was someone trustworthy, but he couldn't completely trust someone based on his gut feeling. Korea, Soo-yeon, what do you think? I'm okay. After all, it's a country I've always wanted to visit. Jin Soo-yeon smiled brightly. The atmosphere seemed to grow strange with her smile alone. Kang-woo looked at her. She was looking at him with shining eyes. Then we're going to stay here for a month. Good. Kang-woo seemed satisfied. He had thinking of creating a special training just for Kim Shi-hoon, but now there wasn't a need for him to do that. First, let's get out of the gate. Oh, I heard you live near Seoul Station. Is that correct? Yes. Then I'll have to get a building close to there. Get a building? We need a training room to teach Dragon Sword and somewhere to stay for a month. Kang-woo couldn't believe Chin Mujin said he would buy a building as if it were nothing. Chin Mujin approached Kim Shi-hoon. Let's talk a bit while returning. There are many things I want to ask you. Yes, it's an honor. Chin Mujin and Kim Shi-hoon walked to the front. Kang-woo followed them from behind. At that moment, the seductive woman next to Chin Mujin approached him. Hi, you. My name is Jin Soo-yeon. Jin Soo-yeon kept talking with a smile on her face. Your name is Mr. Kang-woo, right? Fufu, I've never seen someone so confident in front of my father. She looked at Kang-woo with great interest. She'd watched Chen Mu-jin since she was a little kid, but she'd never seen a man that was so confident in front of him. What kind of person is he? She became interested in him. She couldn't imagine how strong and self-confident he was to be able to stand so confidently in front of the Sword King. I heard that he restrained the leader of the third squad in just a second. She became expectant. Her ideal man wasn't just someone who was strong, but someone stronger than Chen Mu-jin. She subconsciously felt attracted to strong men. But everyone she'd met until then was weaker than Chen Mu-jin. That's why after seeing him standing so confidently she became naturally interested in Kang-woo. I have no reason to be intimidated. Hey Chenji, do you think you could win in a fight against the Sword King? I'm not sure, Kang-woo laughed. Jin Soo-yeon saw strong self-confidence hidden behind the short laugh. Her eyes shone like those of an animal hunting for prey. They sounds like words spoken without knowing how strong father is. But she couldn't deny that those words piqued her interest even further. Jin Soo-yeon licked her red lips while looking at Kang-woo. She looked him over from head to toe. Chenji, at that moment she felt someone grabbing her clothes. She turned her head. A girl who looked like a doll was looking at her. The girl spoke in a low voice that only she could hear. Kang-woo is mine, don't lust over him.